The story begins in 2028, 10 years after the apocalypse. Someone sits high up, smoking a cigarette in a very deliberate manner, but in their mind, they're weighed down by longing. I don't have any more bullets, nowhere to hide. I'm the last one alive, the only one who can still watch the videos from my team. Holding a photo in his hand, he reminisces, I wish he had managed to escape. Goodbye. Suddenly, a loud roar breaks the final silence of his life. A zombie climbs up, waving to the viewers. The protagonist quickly stashes the photo away. His face shows a hint of irritation as he grabs his gun, but not to shoot. It's aimed straight at the zombie's mouth to shut it up. Bidding farewell, he yells, "Come at me, all of you. I'm going down fighting." At the same time, a horde of zombies, as numerous as the Mongol army, approaches. Suddenly, my vision fades to black, and a voice, coming from nowhere, echoes, "Tianchen, Zwa Tianchen, who told you to nap during class?" He thinks, I wonder. Am I not dead yet? Is someone calling me? Who is calling me? As soon as he opened his eyes, he was surprised, instinctively stood up, and began to observe his surroundings. He froze, standing still. His classmates laughed out loud, while the teacher, still talking incessantly, said, "You're really brave to dare to doze off in my class, aren't you? So, do you still want to study? I bet you were probably up all night at the internet CAF, huh?" The male protagonist, with his head still throbbing slightly, wondered to himself, am I still alive? The teacher, furious, immediately shouted, "You stand there for the whole hour, and if you don't want to study anymore, just stay in that spot." After class, he hurried to the women's restroom, rinsed his head, and looked in the mirror to check if he looked handsome. It seems like I've gone back to high school. At this time, the world hasn't had the pandemic yet. My version from 10 years ago looked so weak. The scars on my face have also disappeared. Suddenly, a shadow appeared from behind. He tensed up, thinking it was the pandemic, and immediately punched the glass. Damn it, I almost forgot. I have to stop it. Surely, I'll have to personally eliminate all these infected. Breaking off from his thoughts, he grabbed the broken glass, turned around, and aimed to strike at the shadow. Suddenly, the dark shadow screamed, "Tianchen, what's going on?" He suddenly snapped out of his hallucination, and his mind finally registered that the person in front of him was Gao Fei. Seeing that he was hurt from grabbing a shard of broken glass, Gao Fei immediately became worried. "Oh my god, that's a deep wound. Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? What the hell happened to you? You almost scared me to death." He blamed himself. I almost didn't recognize him. But it's been 10 years since we last met. Gao Fei was my best friend back in high school. It's a shame he died right after the outbreak of the pandemic. While bandaging the wound, Gao Fei said, "Not to brag, but I've known how to bandage since I was a kid. Fei, I'm going to make sure you survive this." Huh? Already getting serious? By the way, have you confessed your feelings to Duan Shu yet? Confessed? What do you mean? Didn't you say you were going to confess to Duan Shu on Valentine's Day? He panicked. Valentine's Day? He thought to himself, it's today. Damn it, don't joke around. I still remember the day like it was yesterday. He thought to himself, that day, I mustered up all my courage to confess to the class beauty, and the result was that I was mocked by everyone. Zwa Tianchen, stop making a fool of yourself. You dare write a love letter to me? Zwa Tianchen wrote a love letter to Duan Shu? Doesn't he know his place? A toad wanting to eat swan meat. But the real reason I remember the day is not because of the confession. The real reason is that day, the epidemic broke out. Back to the present. Gao Fei, as a friend, I really have to advise you. As your brother, I suggest you don't confess to Duan Shu. She wouldn't give a damn about people like us. At this moment, Duan Shu walked over holding his love letter and said, You wrote this cheesy thing, didn't you? Humph, you'd better go find someone as trashy as you to love instead. But now he was different. He took the love letter, his handsome face showing confidence, and said, Duan Chu, looking at you makes me want to vomit. Does she think I'm blind or something and still likes her? Because of her, so many people had to die in the epidemic. Including him, Fei. Gao Fei, seeing this, also felt pleased. Not bad, your tone's not bad. At 2:00 p.m. on the 14th, a meteorite crashed directly into the Earth's atmosphere. Fragments of the meteorite scattered everywhere, spreading a type of virus among humanity. At first, those who were infected only lost consciousness, but shortly afterward, those who were not infected saw people transform into monsters. Humanity rose up against the mutants and managed to push them back, but the mutants continued to evolve. Eventually, the world became a hell on Earth. At this point, it was 12:50 p.m. on the 14th. That meant there was only an hour left. Upon hearing his story, Gao Fei was stunned. Tian Chen, are you writing a novel? What did you eat today? First, you were insulting the class beauty, and now you're rambling about a pandemic. Do you even have any money? Take my money and go buy some food. We need some cookies, canned goods, soda, and a few cans of energy drink. Gao Fei still didn't believe him and was hesitating. Seeing this, Tianchen had to make up a story. I'm writing a novel about the apocalypse, so I need to eat as if I have something to keep writing about. He thought to himself, I can't explain it to him for now, so I'll just use this excuse. He spoke up, saying, tell your parents to buy more medicine and supplies. We'll meet later at the abandoned factory. Having said that, he ran off, leaving Gao Fei dumbfounded. Do we really need to buy that much stuff? Is he planning to stay up all night? He inserted the rocket into the launcher and shot off like an arrow, flying while thinking, my parents both died in an accident. I hope Gao Fei hears me when I call his parents. The Trangji boarding school, located by a lake near CB City, is the safest place during the pandemic. I've been there in my past life. Although there were still casualties and deaths, it was far safer than out there. I've barely run for a while, but this body is so weak, it's exhausting. The boarding school has a few things that could help me survive, and the abandoned factory near the school has some materials for making weapons. It was already 1:30 p.m. He rummaged through the boarding school for a while and found a crowbar. This is more useful than a hatchet. In the early stages of the infection, the infected move very slowly, so as long as I maintain a safe distance, I'll be fine. The factory will be a great hiding place. I won't make the same mistake again, and I must meet her. Suddenly, a group of people, led by Gao Fei, appeared at the boarding school. Gao Fei looked dejected and said, sorry Tian Chen, they followed me here. The tall man shouted, Tian Chen, come out here. How dare you insult my little Chu? Do you want to die? Is it Duan Chu again? I forgot about those crazy fans. The man rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, ready to beat Tian Chen. Suddenly, he stopped, and a wave of surprise swept over the crowd. It turned out that Tian Chen had swung a crowbar at his head. The crowd panicked and shouted, Boss, stop. Zhua Tian Chen has killed someone. Tian Chen frowned and coldly said, get out. The man, bleeding, immediately knelt and begged for peace. Tian Chen spoke again, I was just saying a few kind words. All of you, especially you, Duan Chu, leave or die. Duan Chu's fanatics left angrily. Duan Chu patted one of them on the shoulder and said, hey, aren't you supposed to be good at fighting? Why are you so scared? As soon as he touched the fan's shirt, something slimy stuck to Duan Chu's hand. What the hell is this? Sweat? Gross. The fanatic's face was now pale. That person exuded an incredibly terrifying killing intent, like a wild beast. If it bit me, I'd probably go mad. Humph, what kind of man is afraid to the point of almost crying? You should have. Suddenly, something appeared in the sky, flying swiftly. Is that a shooting star? It was no different in Nation J, strange things were also flying in the sky over M. Tian Chen, witnessing this scene, let out a cold grunt. Some people thought this was a good omen from the gods. Gao Fei, on the other hand, was still clueless about what was happening, we've skipped the afternoon class and been here the whole day. Why don't we go to the internet CAF, Tianchen? Suddenly, the ground shook violently. In 20 hours, the virus would spread through the air, and everyone would temporarily lose consciousness. When they woke up, this world would become a true hell on earth. The scene abruptly shifted to a desolate place, with a girl in the center. He was desperately shouting, "Xian Xian, why didn't you withdraw with the army?" But when she turned around, her face had grotesquely mutated, sending a chilling shock through Tianchen. He woke up with a start, still calling out, "Xian Xian." Then he began to calm himself. It was just a dream, huh? Gao Fei witnessed Tianchen taking a running start, leaping forward, and swiftly striking the fat man in front of him. Then, he repeatedly smashed his head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Gao Fei, shocked by the scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "Tianchen, what? What did you just do? Why did you kill him?" Without the slightest sign of panic, Tianchen calmly wiped his baton with a cloth and replied, "Fei, rule number 1 for survival, never hesitate when killing a zombie. Grab the supplies and follow me. I'll show you what hell is really like." As soon as he stepped outside, the scene was incredibly chaotic, with explosions and fires everywhere, and zombies surrounding, biting other people. He still couldn't believe his eyes. What is this? Is this a dream? The screams for help echoed all around. A zombie turned around and said, "Hello, friend." Upon seeing Tianchen, the zombie drooled uncontrollably and rushed toward him. Tianchen didn't hesitate and knocked the zombie's head off, sending it to the sky. Gao Fei, still a bit skeptical, wondered, "Am I dreaming? Is everything Tianchen says really becoming true?" Tianchen turned around to warn him, "Fei, be careful, don't get bitten." Gao Fei finally regained his composure, and together with Tianchen, they quickly dealt with the zombies in front of them. After walking for a while, they saw Duan Chu and a fanatic running off the beaten path. The fanatic turned around, struck a zombie, and yelled, "Little Chu, hurry up and run." Duan Chu ran fast, not even bothering to look back at the fanatic. Isn't that Duan Chu and the others? Are they infected? Take care of yourself first. Duan Chu was panting heavily and stumbled over some grass, falling to the ground. At that moment, the admin stepped aside to let the viewers take the lead. Immediately, a zombie lunged toward him, hungry for some flesh. With quick reflexes, he took the zombie down. Tianchen walked coldly, "Gao Fei, don't mind them, keep moving." Duan Chu, witnessing the headless zombie, was terrified and hurriedly stood up to follow Tianchen and Gao Fei. A little while later, the group hid in a room outside, filled with zombies. "Tianchen, what should I do now?" "Conserve your strength for now, then I'll find an opportunity to leave here. My body is still too weak, I have to recover my condition within the next 10 years, what should I do now?" Someone must have already called the police. Now, we just have to wait for them. The obsessive fan, angrily pointing, shouted, "You've gone too far. Duan Chu is just a weak girl." Suddenly, the wound on this person's hand started bleeding incessantly. Tianchen asked, "That must hurt a lot, but it's just a small wound, not a big deal. Do you know that the first people infected were due to a virus from a meteorite, and the rest got infected by being bitten?" "Infected?" He said, "This virus is known as Ebola. The Ebola virus only affects humans, and it is usually spread through the air, water, and the process of airborne contact. Meanwhile, we can be certain that it will also spread through direct contact, in other words, being bitten by them. That means you're gradually becoming one of them." The fanatic shouted loudly, "What are you saying? You're delusional, you've probably watched too many horror movies. You'll change in 10 minutes. Do you want me to help you pass away peacefully? At least you can die as a human. Stay quiet, and if you take another step forward, be prepared. Your wound doesn't hurt anymore, right? You've already started to transform." At this point, the fanatic's face was completely flushed with veins bulging. When he bent down, they had spread all the way to his arms. He turned to Duan Chu, stammering, "Bro, you won't. Duan Chu quickly turned his face, yelling, "Get lost! Stay away from me!" She really did change her attitude fast, even though he had done all this to protect her. Suddenly, a noise came from below. A car had lost control and crashed straight into a wall. "Look, that's the principal's car," he crashed into the wall while trying to escape. "Now's our chance, most of them are focused on that." Tian Shen turned to the thug and said, "In a few minutes, you'll turn into a walking piece of rotten meat. If I let you die now, it'll be easier." The thug could only mumble, I. He was genuinely terrified. He was panicking now, not wanting to die. "Don't try to fool me. I'm still fine." Tian Shen saw how stubborn he was, and didn't want to care any further, coldly walking away. "Fei, let's go." Duan Chu was afraid of being left behind. She screamed, "Tian Shen. Ah, no, Tian Shen brother, don't leave me behind." Suddenly, the thug grabbed her arm, "Call me Little Chu." Seeing this, she jerked her arm away and cursed, "Let go of me, you bastard." The thug remained sweet-talking her, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. I just want to say, if I really die, then I." Before he could finish, he received a clean slap right across his face. Duan Chu, holding a box cutter, gasped in fear, "If you want to die, then die alone." With that, she ran after the other two, "Wait for me," and left the thug behind. Stunned, the thug reached out, trying to grab her, but then realized he couldn't. He fell silent. Tian Shan and Gao Fei had already run out to the schoolyard. The infected haven't evolved yet. Tian Shan calmly swung his weapon at a zombie, while explaining, "So we just need to chop off their heads or the back of their necks to kill them." A zombie approached Gao Fei at that moment, no hesitation, "Either they die or we do." Gao Fei gathered his courage and swung the axe straight into its face. The zombie collapsed with one blow, blood splattering everywhere. Gao Fei's axe was now covered in blood. His breathing grew lighter and lighter. "I did it. I really did it." Gao Fei sighed in relief. "Gao Fei, Tian Shen, wait for me." Gao Fei turned his head after hearing the call. Duan Chu had finally caught up to the two. "Don't scare me like that. I thought you had left me behind." Tian Shen's crowbar was covered in blood, pointed straight at Duan Chu's face, which startled her as she asked, "Why are you following us?" Duan Chu pleaded, her face full of pity, "Gao Fei, Tian Shen, please don't leave me alone." Gao Fei whispered in Tian Shen's ear, "Enough, we're good people. After all, she's our classmate." Tian Shen remained skeptical, but because of Gao Fei's words, he no longer cared. We don't have time to deal with you right now. If you want to follow, fine, but you must listen to us. If not, leave." Before that statement, Duan Chu's face suddenly turned angry. Her face darkened, and she gritted her teeth as the school gate was surrounded by zombies, walking back and forth around it. Gao Fei, Tian Shen, and Duan Chu were hiding in a nearby bush, observing. "Now, we'll charge straight out, break the gate, and escape. Don't be too reckless. The infected are drawn to sound, so I'll sneak into the school's broadcasting room and attract them," Tian Shen said. Tian Shen's eyes were filled with determination. "When the time comes, we'll slip away." "That's the plan." Gao Fei still felt uneasy after hearing this and asked Tian Shen, "What about you?" Tian Shen coldly replied, "Don't worry." Gao Fei could only pray, "Stay safe, Tian Shen." Now, only Gao Fei and Duan Chu remained. Gao Fei turned back to look at her and saw that she was trembling uncontrollably. "Are you all right, Duan Chu?" At this moment, Duan Chu had lost all composure, replying weakly, "Yeah." In reality, Duan Chu was secretly plotting her revenge against Tian Shen. Just wait, Tian Shen. I'll teach you a lesson for daring to insult me. I'll start with your brother." She tried to appear charming, saying, "I really appreciate what you've done. If it weren't for you, Tian Shen would have probably left me behind." Duan Chu rushed over and embraced Gao Fei tightly. "I will be relying on you a lot from now on, Fei brother." Gao Fei, who was suddenly hugged by a beautiful woman, couldn't help but feel embarrassed, his face turning bright red. Duan Chu pressed her chest against Gao Fei's and sighed, I'm really scared of Tian Shen. He's always shouting and getting into fights. Fei brother, you're a good man, you should pay attention and be wary of Zhua Tian Shen. At Duanchu's sweet words and actions, Gao Fei's face turned even redder. Seeing this, Duanchu became smug. How could you escape my charm? However, Gao Fei responded to her, I don't think that's the case. In fact, I think I'm really lucky. I've survived this far thanks to Tian Shen. Gao Fei continued proudly, you're right, I am a good man, but Gao Fei is also smart and handsome. I don't fall for women easily, so stop badmouthing Tian Shen behind his back. Seeing her plan fail, Duanchu became upset, it makes me so angry. At that moment, the zombies in the school were busy gathering around a corpse. Suddenly, the sound of a thrown bottle of soda echoed through the area, causing them to become confused. They rushed to chase after the bottle of water that had been thrown away. On the other side, Tian Shen had successfully infiltrated. Dealing with these guys is no longer a big problem, he muttered. Tian Shen quickly reached the broadcasting room, but when he saw the complex machinery in front of him, he hesitated. How do I get this loudspeaker working? Suddenly, the silhouette of a female zombie appeared behind him. Even Tian Shen was startled. Who's there? He shouted. The zombie lunged forward, its bloodied appearance looking terrifying. Tian Shen reacted quickly, grabbing the zombie by the neck. However, no matter how tightly he squeezed, it still thrashed violently. The strength is too much. This one is probably about to evolve. I didn't expect them to come this fast, he thought to himself, sweat dripping from his forehead. Tian Shen found himself at a disadvantage, with the zombie's powerful force pushing him down onto the desk. Nevertheless, his eyes flashed with determination, but I can't die here. As he was pinned down, he noticed a needle lying right next to him. With every remaining ounce of strength, Tian Shen's hand trembled as he reached for the needle. The zombie was getting closer, its teeth bared and ready to tear into him. Tian Shen finally got hold of the needle, and without hesitation, plunged it straight into the zombie's head. The zombie fell, and only then did Tian Shen truly feel like he had survived. He collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. I never expected there'd be a monster in the broadcast room, he chuckled dryly, looking down at the bloody corpse of the zombie. Tian Shen was still struggling to catch his breath. Damn it, evolution really twisted things to this extent, he muttered, his eyes still full of caution. When he glanced to the side, he noticed a photo of a couple. The two seemed very close. Upon closer inspection, Tian Shen realized that only the woman in the picture had been infected. Looks like she was the school's broadcaster, and she was quite pretty, he muttered with a furrowed brow, sighing. Unconsciously, Tian Shen looked back at the needle he had just used to kill the zombie. It turned out to be the same needle used to knit a scarf for her boyfriend on Valentine's Day. Such a pity, Tian Shen murmured, his gaze growing quiet. Suddenly, the loudspeaker across the school crackled, it's time for the students' exercise session. All students are required to gather at the sports field. Hello, 1. 3. Elsewhere, Gao Fei sought his chance and quietly stood up. Tian Shen succeeded. Quickly! Gao Fei turned to Duanchu. The two rushed to the school gates, but after a brief moment, they realized a shocking truth: the door is locked. Hurry! Gao Fei used the axe and struck it with all his might, smashing the lock. The door flew open with a loud bang. Break it for me, he muttered, throwing the axe aside. The two of them quickly ran away from the dangerous area. But just as they had gone some distance, Gao Fei suddenly stopped, his eyes becoming thoughtful. Wait. Tian Shen hasn't come out yet. She turned to him and said, forget about him. But if we don't hurry, what if the monsters show up? At that moment, the sound of a horn echoed in the distance, catching their attention. The school bus! Duanchu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he saw the bus stop near them. A man in a suit, their teacher, stood on the bus, sticking his head out of the window and shouting loudly, "Get on the bus!"
Hurry!
Duanshu immediately headed toward the bus, but when he looked back, he realized Gao Fei was still standing still, not moving at all.
Gao Fei! Why are you still standing there? Duanshu yelled anxiously. Gao Fei shook his head, his gaze firm. I'm waiting for Tian Chen. Duanshu clicked his tongue, visibly annoyed, then said nothing more and rushed onto the bus. The teacher kept calling out loudly, Gao Fei. Gao Fei from class 2, right? Get on the bus. But Gao Fei refused to move.
He stood there, staring intently at the broadcasting room, his voice resolute, I'm not going anywhere until Tian Chen returns.
Duanshu heard this and couldn't take it anymore.
He turned to the teacher, his eyes calculating. Sir, Tian Chen is a murderer. I saw him kill another student with my own eyes. The teacher was stunned, almost unable to believe his ears.
What?
Duanshu smirked, his tone cold.
We should just leave him behind and close the gate. If we don't, letting those monsters escape would be disastrous.
Another teacher, upon hearing this, immediately agreed with Duanshu's opinion, that's right, we should leave here quickly. As for Gao Fei, stop being so stubborn and get in the car.
Duanshu sneered at Gao Fei, oh, classmate Gao Fei still wants to wait for Tian Chen? Truly a good brother. Then let's die together.
In response to the mockery, Gao Fei angrily said, so you've finally shown your true colors, Duanshu.
You vile woman.
Gao Fei, full of rage, declared war on those around him. What do you mean, close the door? Who dares to close it? I'll kill them.
Upon hearing Gao Fei's insult, Duanshu's face darkened, her teeth gritted in anger. The onlookers were all taken aback.
The two teachers standing nearby were also stunned by Gao Fei's actions.
On the vehicle, the surviving students began to murmur, what's wrong with that person? What's that guy doing?
Knowing they could not persuade Gao Fei, the two teachers hurriedly drove off. We'll pick you up later.
There's no time, we have to get to the city.
It was only then that Gao Fei could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, I really did it. But just then, a hand appeared. It gently grabbed Gao Fei's shirt and pulled him, making him stumble and fall to the ground. The zombie bared its teeth, ready to pounce and tear Gao Fei apart. Fortunately, he reacted in time, swinging his axe to block in front of it. You damn bastard. Gao Fei put all his strength into it, but each attack from the zombie drained him more and more. Damn it, at this rate, I won't last much longer. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Damn it.
I haven't even tasted a woman's scent yet.
I refuse to die like this. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. The zombie's neck was sliced clean off by a sharp blade, and it fell right in front of Gao Fei.
Tian Chen!
Gao Fei exclaimed when he saw his friend appear just in time.
Tian Chen raised his hand towards him. Can you stand up?
Gao Fei grabbed his friend's hand and was pulled up. The two of them quickly ran toward the forest. On the way, Tian Chen reassured him, not getting on the truck isn't necessarily a bad thing. If there were infected people on it, it would be much more dangerous.
Are they heading to the city? Gao Fei growled, I just can't stand Duanshu. She's a filthy woman.
Tian Chen laughed, seeming satisfied. Fei, if you'd gotten on the truck, I'm afraid it would have been a lot worse for you by now. He continued, in my previous life, there was a guy on the truck who had been infected and transformed. He caused the vehicle to crash into a pole. Luckily, everyone managed to get out in time, but that's when the infected were drawn to the scene and came in large numbers. However, Tian Chen and Gao Fei were a step too slow.
The two of them slammed against the door in front of them and shouted, Is anyone in there? Open the door quickly.
Inside, the survivors remained silent, among them Duanshu, who coldly said, Close the door quickly. I'm looking out for myself, forget about them. The door remained tightly shut, with no sign of opening. Tian Chen muttered to himself, trying to reassure himself, it's fine, they'll open the door soon. He turned to say something to Gao Fei but suddenly realized that his friend had tears streaming down his face.
It hurts too much. I can't run anymore. Gao Fei choked, his voice hoarse. Tian Shen, go hide. Tian Shen froze. The sight brought back painful memories, the last time he had left Gao Fei behind and run away alone. Gao Fei's call brought Tian Shen back to reality. Hey, why are you zoning out? Gao Fei handed Tian Shen a loaf of bread. Eat this first. I know a good place to rest.
Tian Shen snatched the bread from Gao Fei's hand, his eyes determined. I've been reborn.
This time, I won't lose anything again. The two continued forward and finally stopped in front of a garage. Gao Fei pointed. This is the shop of one of my relatives. He gave me a spare key. Gao Fei took the key and opened the door, saying, You close the door, I'll go check inside. When Gao Fei returned, Tian Shen asked, What do you want to do now? Gao Fei, holding his phone, stared intently at the screen as he replied, I want to find my parents first. My phone isn't working. Your parents are in G District, right? Tian Shen asked, his gaze thoughtful. I was planning to go there too, but first I have to find a few people, the other replied. Hearing the words find people, Gao Fei was surprised, elbowing Tian Shen and pressing him, find people? Don't tell me. You can't hold back anymore, right? With a mischievous look in his eyes, Gao Fei grinned cunningly, Do you have a girlfriend now? After this, set me up with a few girls, will you? Seeing Gao Fei still making jokes in this situation, Tian Shen let out a helpless laugh. You're really optimistic, aren't you?
As night fell, the sounds from outside grew more terrifying. The zombies continued to scream, pounding violently on the iron door. The thudding and shrill cries echoed inside, as if trying to pierce the silence. Inside, Gao Fei couldn't help but feel anxious as he heard these noises, his eyes darting nervously around the room. Tian Shen placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking softly to reassure him, Don't worry, they haven't broken through the door yet. He paused for a moment, then added, Now, I'll teach you a few things. Tian Shen's face turned serious, his voice deepening. In fact, the virus that these monsters are infected with. Humanity has known about it for a long time. But when the meteorite fell, the virus was triggered and mutated. Upon hearing this, Gao Fei's eyes showed confusion, but he stayed silent and listened carefully. Tian Shen continued, his expression growing more grave. Most of the infected become monsters because their bodies can't handle the virus. But there are a few who can resist it. In fact, they even have the ability to control the virus. Gao Fei blinked, his voice trembling slightly. What do you mean? At that point, their bodies will evolve. Tian Shen emphasized, his eyes dark and penetrating, as though staring into a terrifying secret. They surpass the limits of humans. And may even become immune to the virus. Gao Fei gradually became more curious. Tian Shen, how do you know all of this? Tian Shen seemed unwilling to explain further about turning back time. Don't mind it, just follow me. I'll teach you how to accelerate your evolution. With that, Tian Shen took a deep breath and exhaled, repeating it steadily. Breathe evenly. First, you must control the virus within your body. At this moment, a reddish-orange mist began to rise around Tian Shen's body. The bandages wrapped around his palms fluttered in the air. Maintain this position and calmly control your body. If you notice any changes within yourself, don't panic. That's because the virus hidden in your body is being controlled. It will accumulate and appear in one area of your body. That's the spot that will help you evolve. Tian Shen extended his hand. Red spots appeared on his palm, and a faint mist hovered at the tips of his fingers. Tian Shen pondered deeply, just like in my past life. The palm of my hand is the evolution point. Most of the time, when evolution happens, this point is activated. Low-level evolution does raise the overall capacity of the body, but only to an average level. To be blunt, it's practically useless. But it's not completely useless. I've studied this, and this method allows the highest potential for evolution in times of crisis. Tian Shen took a large gulp of water. He slammed the bottle of water down on the table, his eyes shining with a fierce belief. With the knowledge from my past life, I don't believe I'll fail again. Even though I'm a failure, heaven has granted me an advantage that no one else has.
That's 10 years of combat experience in this great hell. Back to the time before his reincarnation, Tianshan and Xianxian were running for their lives.
Their panting breaths echoed through the stillness. Xianxian couldn't keep up with his pace, tripping over her own feet and falling hard to the ground. Her expression was one of intense pain.
"Are you okay?" Tianshan asked anxiously, his eyes focused on her leg.
Xianxian struggled to reply, her voice weak, "I think I've sprained my ankle."
Tianshan glanced around.
The zombies were gathering in greater numbers, their growls adding to the tension of the situation. Their bloodthirsty eyes were fixated on the two of them, eager to tear them apart.
With no other option, Tianshan hoisted Xianxian onto his back.
"Don't worry, I'll carry you."
Xianxian blushed, feeling both embarrassed and anxious. "Tianshan, just leave me behind, go quickly. If it's just you, you'll definitely escape."
There was no way Tianshan would abandon her.
His face showed pure determination. "Don't say that. No matter what, you must survive,"
Tianshan said and then sped up, quickly escaping the pursuit of the zombie horde. He immediately stopped, as there was no path ahead. The bridge was broken in two, impassable. It was a deadlock, with a mass of zombies rushing toward them from behind.
"Damn it, it's a dead end," he thought to himself. Xianxian realized the urgency and insisted, "Quick, put me down." "No way, there's no other choice, I'll take you with me." Tianshan took a step back to gain momentum, not forgetting to tell Xianxian to hold on tightly.
He jumped with a great leap, and miraculously, he landed on the other side of the bridge. Tianshan had landed safely, but Xianxian lost her balance at that moment. Tianshan immediately turned back, reaching out his hand to grab her, but couldn't reach her in time.
Unable to save Xianxian, Tianshan could only watch as she fell into the river, hopelessly screaming, "Xianxian, no. Don't, Xianxian." The nightmare jolted Tianshan awake.
His eyes opened, but he was still calling her name, Xianxian. Tianshan was panting from the nightmare, with Gao Fei by his side, clutching him tightly, her face pressed against his chest. Gao Fei was in a dream, but unlike Tianshan, who was in a nightmare, Gao Fei was quite excited. Didn't they say not to? This damn perverted bastard, get out of here."
Half awake, half asleep, Gao Fei rubbed his eyes. "Huh? What time is it?"
He still hadn't realized that he had left Tianshan with emotional trauma. "Next time, don't even think about sleeping with me."
Morning arrived, and Tianshan had already picked a vehicle to head out. Gao Fei seemed uneasy. "Tianshan, are you really going?"
"Yeah, she's someone very important to me," Tianshan said firmly.
"Tianshan?" Gao Fei called. Tianshan turned back at the sound of Gao Fei's voice.
Gao Fei flashed a bright smile and gave a thumbs up, encouraging him, "You definitely have to bring her back."
"Humph, do you need me to say it?" Tianshan replied, uninterested.
It seemed that there was no infected person outside. At that moment, Tianshan was starting up the green motorcycle he had found in the garage.
Still uneasy, Tianshan reminded him, "You stay home and be extra careful. Don't open the door for anyone except me. No matter what happens, don't open it."
He responded, "I'm not a child, you don't need to remind me." The garage door opened, and Tianshan immediately revved the engine.
Gao Fei then said, "Leave early, come back early."
As soon as Gao Fei finished speaking, Tianshan sped off.
Gao Fei could only pray, he must come back safely.
While driving, Tianshan realized something. "I never told Gao Fei that the person I'm looking for is my soulmate from a past life, did I? Xianxian, she is the most important person to me. But right now, she and I are just two strangers who have never met." Despite this, Tianshan accelerated even faster, eager to meet her. Along the way, Tianshan stopped by a convenience store. "I've forgotten the way." He sarcastically muttered to himself, "Well, no surprise. It's been 10 years, and I haven't passed by here." Before he could step inside, a can of soda rolled towards him, suddenly drawing two zombies that rushed at him, intent on tearing him apart.
Tian Chen gripped the crowbar tightly. These damn trash.
He swiftly made a clean cut, taking out both zombies in one go.
Blood splattered everywhere. Die for me.
This place really is crawling with infected. Suddenly, he heard a loud scream nearby. Someone was still alive. A group of zombies was surrounding the car. Inside, two sisters were hugging each other, their faces filled with fear.
The mother was trembling but still trying to comfort her children. Don't be afraid, we'll be fine.
Outside, more and more zombies gathered, relentlessly banging on the car doors. Seeing this, the mother's panic only grew. Suddenly, with a crash, a zombie managed to break through the car door. It approached the two sisters, ready to tear them apart. Tian Chen grabbed a piece of scrap metal nearby and threw it forcefully at the zombie. Get away! The throw was so powerful that the zombie flew up and slammed into the nearby wall. The two sisters were stunned by Tian Chen's sudden appearance, speechless.
Tian Chen had appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of the car door.
More zombies were closing in on him, but he quickly elbowed one in the face and kicked it away, sending the zombie flying far off. The little girl inside the car, witnessing Tian Chen smashing the zombies into pieces, seemed to have lost some of her fear.
She exclaimed, "This person is amazing."
Tian Chen continued approaching another zombie, locking it in a tight hold around its waist before taking a deep breath.
He then flipped over, slamming the zombie's head into the ground.
The bloodshed was getting worse by the minute, but the little girl didn't seem scared. Instead, she looked at the boy in front of her with admiration. "You're amazing." Another group of zombies lunged at Tian Chen, but it seemed that his reflexes, strength, and speed had improved. "Anyway, I evolved earlier and faster than others. Although it's only a low-level evolution, my current strength is already far beyond that of ordinary people." The little girl watched Tian Chen fight intently, her face beaming with a smile. At that moment, two zombies were charging toward Tian Chen, but he showed no hesitation, continuing to provoke them. "Come here." At Tian Chen's feet, blood and zombie corpses were scattered everywhere. He had been fighting a horde of zombies, and it seemed like he was getting tired, his breath coming in heavy pants. The older sister stepped out of the car, genuinely thanking him.
Tian Chen immediately responded, "No need for thanks. For now, this place is no longer safe. We should escape first." The girl frowned and asked, "Escape?" Tian Chen pointed ahead. "There's a convenience store up ahead that's relatively safe. Quickly take the little girl there, and as for me." "Don't worry, I'll follow right behind you," Tian Chen reassured her. The older sister hesitated for a moment but then decided to take the little one with her. "Let's go." But what about my teddy?" "Forget it, we need to keep ourselves safe first." Once the two of them entered the convenience store, Tian Chen somehow managed to find a can of gasoline.
He poured it all over the car where the two sisters had just hidden. "All my instincts are becoming sharper.
It's probably due to the early stages of evolution.
Even though it's subtle, I can still feel them coming." The two sisters couldn't help but feel worried.
The little girl innocently asked, "Sister, do you think he's safe?" "I don't know either." She only had the uneasy feeling that something wasn't quite right.
At that moment, she noticed a large knife in the store. "Stay here, I'll go check outside." The little one refused. "No, I want to go with you." The older sister tightly held the little girl's hand. "Then you have to stay close to me and not wander off, understand?"
"Yes."
Outside, Tian Chen had attracted a horde of zombies rushing toward him. Each one tried to get past the car in hopes of devouring him.
Tian Chen, cigarette between his lips, exhaled in boredom, sighed, and then turned away.
He flicked the half-smoked cigarette toward the car, which was covered in gasoline. The car exploded, and at the same time, it blew up the group of zombies. Tian Chen looked up and saw the two sisters who had been standing right behind them, their faces betraying their surprise. The older sister was holding a large knife, seemingly ready to fight.
"Who is this person, really? Didn't I tell you to stay put in the convenience store?"
The three of them turned back into the store.
Tian Chen rummaged through his bag while asking the little girl, "Is that person your mother?" No, she's my sister. Ah, here's your teddy bear. He found it in the car's trunk. The little girl saw the bear and immediately brightened up. Oh, that's great. She hurriedly thanked her brother. No need to be polite. As Tianchen was drinking water, the little girl asked, "Do you think my sister is beautiful?" Tianchen answered honestly, "She can be considered a beauty." Then, will you marry into our family? My sister still doesn't have a boyfriend.
Hearing this, Tianchen nearly choked on his water. He was so embarrassed, his face turning crimson, and he scolded the little girl, "Children should stop talking nonsense." After a while, when he finished resting, Tianchen packed his backpack full of food and water. This made the kind-hearted girl with glasses scold him, "Aren't we supposed to return these? We haven't paid for them yet. How can we just take them like this?" Tianchen couldn't help but feel amused. The world has changed, you know. If we don't take it, someone else will. Why torture ourselves? The girl, hearing this, couldn't hide her sadness. Maybe you're right. The world has changed. Just a few days ago, I was still a teacher, but now. Suddenly, Tianchen seemed to realize something about the girl in front of him. You were a teacher? Was it at a girls' school called Stargirl? Taken aback by the sudden question, the girl answered honestly, "Oh, yes, I was a teacher there." Unable to hide his joy, Tianchen grabbed her by the shoulders and pulled her closer. "Then do you know someone named Xian? Can you please take your hands off me first?" It was only then that Tianchen realized his mistake. "Oh, I realize I've been rude, I'm really sorry." Both seemed a bit embarrassed, and they turned to face each other. "You were Xian's teacher? Do you know her?" "Well, we could say we were somewhat friends, but honestly, I haven't really gotten to know Xian yet, and neither has she with me." "If you're looking for Xian, I think she should be at school. I finished my lessons early that day and left, while the students stayed behind to study." She reassured him, "Don't worry too much. Xian is a smart student. I'm sure she's still alive." Tianchen couldn't hide his sadness and didn't respond to the girl's words. "Is it because of a woman that you've gone through so many dangers? Could it be that she's your lover?" "I don't think so." The girl then placed a kiss on Tianchen's cheek. Tianchen, flustered, turned red. "Hey, what are you doing?" The mischievous girl explained that it was a kiss to thank him for saving them. "Now we don't need your help anymore. You can go do your own thing." Upon hearing this, the little girl started to cry, shaking her head, and clung tightly to Tianchen. "Sister, can't we follow him? He's really amazing. Won't he protect us?" "I'm sure he will protect you and me, right?" The older sister, who was very understanding, comforted her little sister. "Come on now, he's already helped us a lot, we shouldn't trouble him any further. Besides, he has things to do. We'll see him again soon." Seeing the little girl act so clingy, how could he just leave? He reached out and patted the child's head. "Do you know how to drive?" "Yes." "Then what are you standing there for? Let's go." Hearing Tianchen's words, the little girl was overjoyed. It wasn't long before all three of them were squeezed onto Tianchen's motorcycle. The girl wondered to herself, why has the world become so terrifying? The reason, roughly speaking, was a kind of virus, somewhat similar to the zombie movies she had watched. Still uneasy, the girl asked again, "Where exactly are you planning to take us?" He stopped the bike in front of a car, seemingly intending to take it to accommodate more people. Tianchen asked her, "Do you know how to steal a car?" Then, he proudly demonstrated his skill. "If not, watch this, I'll break into this car for you." However, the girl was a teacher, and her moral code wouldn't allow someone like Tianchen to steal this car. "You're a student, that's illegal." Hearing this, Tianchen was taken aback. How did she know I'm a student? Oh wait, I'm still wearing my school uniform. No wonder. And if you want to find Xian, it's best to go to the police. No matter how skilled you are, the school is still very dangerous. Tianchen sneered. "The police? Do you think they can find Xian for me? It's still up for debate."
With that, Tianchen pointed behind her. I don't suppose the police look like that, do they?
Indeed, there was someone in a police uniform, but they were staggering, their face devoid of expression. It seemed this officer had already been infected.
Tianchen scared this teacher half to death. What's your name? Tianchen asked as he stepped forward, approaching the zombie cop. I'm surnamed Luo. Luo teacher, let me tell you something.
Tianchen took a run up, his steps so powerful that they cracked the concrete. This world has become a much scarier place than you can imagine.
With a slash, Tianchen split the zombie's face in half.
The three witnesses each had different expressions as they watched the scene.
The younger girl looked up to Tianchen's strength, while the older girl was left in stunned silence.
After dealing with the zombie, Tianchen put on its police armor, which fit him perfectly. His luck wasn't bad. The armor was solid gear, though it didn't come with a gun.
For now, the monsters couldn't break or bite through it. Tianchen handed the baton included in the police armor to Luo teacher. Quick, take this, Miss Luo. This is your weapon. Never leave it behind. Luo teacher responded wearily, got it. Tianchen gave her another warning, remember, there's no one to protect you now, no police, no law. If you want to survive, you'll have to rely on yourself. I've already fixed the car, so you just need to start it and follow my instructions. I can't go with you for now. I need you two to find my friends. Just tell them that Tianchen sent you to find them. Luo teacher immediately asked, is your name Tianchen? Yes, it's me.
Tianchen replied, and then she said, my name is Luo Xiaoyu, and my younger sister is Luo Xiaoshui.
Remember this, you must be careful. Same to you.
With that, both Luo Xiaoyu and Tianchen started their cars. Before leaving, Luo Xiaoyu reminded Tianchen once again, promise me, you'll come back safely.
Do I need to say it?
By now, Luo Xiaoyu and Luo Xiaoshui had already driven a little way. Luo Xiaoshui was playing with a stuffed bear. At that time, I should have confessed to him, now the chance is lost.
I understand, but right now, I don't even know what I should do. Adults are so hard to understand. Tianchen was heading in the opposite direction from them.
At this moment, in front of Tianchen was a long line of cars stuck in traffic. It was so quiet, not a sound to be heard. Tianchen had no choice but to leave his car behind, knowing that with such a traffic jam, it was impossible to get through. Since he couldn't drive, he decided to walk instead. At that moment, Tianchen saw a police car in front of him. This is great, there might be a gun in there. Tianchen cautiously approached the police car and glanced through the window, confirming that the police officer inside was dead. He looked inside and saw the gun. There it was. Suddenly, a zombie lunged from the inside of the car, moving aggressively. Tianchen was also startled by the scene, taking a step back. The zombie immediately used its head to smash through the car door and jumped up, instantly escaping from the vehicle. It was now desperately eager to bite him. This is bad, there's nothing but cars around, I can't escape from this monster now. When the zombie was close enough to grab Tianchen, it bared its teeth, intending to tear him apart. Tianchen reacted quickly, using his hand to push its head away. But his action caused another problem. The zombie's head slammed against the nearby car, shattering it. Damn it, this is bad. The car's alarm blared loudly, echoing everywhere. The zombies would definitely come rushing toward them. Tianchen realized, this is not good, but no matter what, I need a gun. He quickly pulled out a knife and drove it straight into the zombie's skull. After confirming it was dead, he grabbed the gun from the car. Meanwhile, the female students were eerily quiet. Inside classroom 1, grade 4, the girls could only sit still, the atmosphere in the room heavy with worry. At this moment, another female student heard a noise from outside. She looked out the window and suddenly noticed something. Look, boss, there's someone alive out there. Her words immediately caught the attention of the other two girls. They seemed to feel a glimmer of hope and rushed to the window to look outside. It looks like he just killed one, maybe the horn earlier was because of him. It must have attracted the monsters.
Another female student couldn't help but feel worried when she saw a horde of monsters surrounding him. At Tianshan's feet, bullets were scattered all over the ground.
He focused on the result he had just acquired: 2 silencers and 35 rounds of ammunition. With monsters surrounding him like this, the situation was untenable. It would be difficult to deal with that many monsters. Tianshan decided to jump off the police car's roof and quickly made his way toward the bus. The female students inside, seeing this, felt uneasy. There's no way out. He's really surrounded now. As he jumped onto the bus's roof, they couldn't help but feel confused. Why isn't he running? Why did he climb onto the bus roof? Has he lost his mind from fear? It's safe up there, but not for long. Another zombie followed Tianshan's move and managed to climb onto the bus roof as well. It seemed Tianshan had been waiting for this moment, standing in front of it. He growled in anger, "Did I give you permission to climb up here?" With that, he swung his crowbar and struck the zombie hard. There's too few bullets. Unless it's an emergency, it's best not to use them. After killing this one, another zombie immediately ran up and grabbed him. The number of zombies kept increasing, but Tianshan remained resolute in conserving his ammunition, trying to smash these monsters with nothing but his strength and a crowbar. Tianshan seemed to have lost his mind as he shouted loudly, "You beasts, come here and see if I can kill you all." The zombies, drawn by his shout, kept running toward him in increasing numbers. The murmurs of the female students grew louder. What is this situation? This is incredible. I don't even know which side is the real monster. It's so extraordinary. Should we ask him for help? But the blonde girl still remained cautious. Wait, we don't even know who he is, whether he has good or bad intentions, and we should see if he survives this. At this point, the monsters had surrounded Tianshan completely, not leaving even a single opening. Tianshan could only rely on himself and his crowbar. The sky had already turned to dusk, with zombie corpses scattered across the street, none left intact, blood splattered everywhere. Tianshan's figure appeared to be standing firm, but in reality, he had run out of breath and was panting heavily. The last one is all that's left, just finish it and it's done. I can't stand anymore. I really just want to lie down and sleep right here. At that moment, the monster charged toward him at full speed. Tianshan quickly took a crowbar and shoved it into its mouth, preventing it from advancing any further. Tianshan seemed to go crazy, summoning the last of his strength. "You, who haven't even evolved yet, want to kill me?" He raised the crowbar and delivered a crushing blow to the zombie's head, then coldly tossed it off the roof of the car. Tianshan didn't stop there. He immediately drew his gun and fired a bullet straight into the creature's skull. "That's the last one," he said, but Tianshan was already feeling exhausted. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, the sensation of complete fatigue overwhelming him. I clearly just pushed myself to the limit. Could it be that I'd broken through my limits? If so, this is the perfect time to absorb virus resistance. The girls at the school looked out, astonished at his abilities. One of the female students shouted, "Boss, come here quick, he's killed all the monsters." What? How could that be? There were so many of them. The female student couldn't hide her astonishment. "He's been sitting there this whole time, probably resting." Another girl wondered, "Do you think he'll come to save us?" They continued to watch Tianshan from afar, hoping he might rescue them. But unfortunately, one of them sighed, "Probably not. It's so dark, and he's already exhausted. He surely doesn't even realize we're here." Outside, Tianshan was unaware that the girls were watching him from afar. He focused all his energy to meditate, feeling every cell in his body. "That's right, this sensation is even more intense than last time." He told himself, "Focus on controlling the mutated cells from the Ebola virus, push them to evolve." Suddenly, a misty smoke enveloped Tianshan. A red mist surrounded him as if he were undergoing a powerful transformation. When the first stage of evolution was completed, the virus in his body gathered, forming a complete pathway, enhancing his physical strength. Immediately, energy lines began to spread from his palms up through his arms, the powerful sensation radiating throughout his body. Tianchen could feel his newfound strength. Now, dealing with those unevolved monsters will be a piece of cake. He thought, the power of a thug, twice that of an ordinary person. Although other abilities had yet to be tested, Tianchen was certain they had increased as well. He took a deep breath, trying to regain his strength, virus resistance, and finally, awareness. This was the special ability of the omnipotent system, allowing him to sense any movement within a 5-meter range. Although he couldn't move while using this ability, at the highest level, the sensing range would extend to 20 meters. Recalling memories of Xian, Tianchen couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Compared to the mental system, my abilities are still far behind. I still remember how Xian could sense a 1-kilometer radius back then. Thinking of her, he felt an even stronger longing. You must be in there, right? Xian. Tianchen looked directly at the school in front of him, his heart stirring with waves of emotion. At this moment, he was filled with determination. I'm here to save you. The night had fallen without anyone noticing. Tianchen began to close his eyes, focusing his energy, activating his awareness to scan the surroundings. Right now, he could only sense a few monsters in very close proximity. His activation range was still quite small, and it seemed unlikely he could extend it beyond this. However, Tianchen was confident in his newfound power. He threw a water bottle at the wall with great force, the sound of it hitting the surface echoing. The noise caused the monsters to react, and they gathered in a swarm around the source of the sound. At this moment, Tianchen stood from a high vantage point, observing the situation. 5 of them are still unevolved. Dealing with these should be too easy, right? And just at the right time too. I haven't tested out my other abilities yet. Suddenly, Tianchen jumped from above, aiming to land right in the middle of the group of monsters. He was eager to test his new strength. With a single landing, Tianchen swiftly killed 2 of them, his reflexes and coordination now 3 times sharper than before. The remaining monsters immediately rushed towards him. Tianchen, undeterred, charged toward them. Oh, looks like my speed has significantly increased too. With a powerful kick, Tianchen sent the heads of the last 3 monsters flying. He turned back to look at the bodies of the fallen creatures, seemingly satisfied, and said, Now, these undeveloped monsters are definitely no match for my Tianchen. At this moment, inside the classroom, the 3 surviving girls seemed unable to hold on any longer. They had run out of food. At this rate, they would die from starvation before the monsters even got the chance to kill them. They realized they couldn't stay here any longer. The 2 other girls insisted on going outside. Boss, there are no monsters in the hallway now. Wouldn't it be great if we went outside right now? But the boss still wanted to stay inside, adamantly refusing to go out. Too dangerous. If we don't go outside to find food, we'll die. Isn't starving just as dangerous? In the end, the girl called boss relented. Alright, fine, go get the flashlight. The 3 of them quietly opened the door and cautiously stepped outside. They discussed their strategy. You 2 go to classroom 2, there's a fat guy there who likes to snack, there must be some food. I'll go to classroom 3. Be careful, understood? The girl, called boss, removed a backpack. She needed to find some food. The little mouse seemed to be her pet, continuously rubbing against her shoes. Xiaobai, stop messing around. After searching for a while and still not finding any food, she began to lose her patience and grumbled, all this fighting, not even a piece of cake. In the midst of her despair, the boss glanced to the side. What's this? Fortunately, she spotted a bottle of water. A bottle of water? That's great. Before she could even rejoice, a loud scream came from outside. The sound startled both the boss and Tianchen downstairs. Someone was up there. The boss was alarmed. There's a monster here, this is bad. The little mouse kept rubbing against her leg. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the boss said, Xiaobai, run. But when she looked out into the hallway, it was her friend, being chased by a monster. The boss quickly ran after the creature. Damn it, this is bad. The boss shouted. Before her stood a horrifying sight: the monster was chewing on a corpse. The boss took a step back, but at that moment, she accidentally bumped into something. Turning around, she saw it was her friend. Her friend was dead, lying sprawled on the ground, blood splattered all over. The boss was stunned when witnessing this scene with his friend. He knew there was a monster in front of him, but he was so horrified and weak that he called out his friend's name, Ling Ling. Unfortunately, the monster heard the sound. It lifted its head, and its eyes met the boss's. The two of them found themselves in another chase down the hallway. The boss was running while screaming, "Help!" The boss's scream had attracted the monsters, who started running toward Tian Shen on the lower floor. He realized that in a situation like this, he had no choice but to use a gun. Tian Shen fired a few shots at them, hoping to end the situation quickly. He suddenly noticed something on the monster's body.
So this one is in the process of evolving.
From what I can tell, it should fully evolve in about 2 days. The situation was getting worse, and Tian Shen only had 25 bullets left. I have to use them carefully.
Suddenly, there was a sound of knocking on the door echoing down the hallway. Huh? The monsters are trying to break down the classroom door. It looks like there must be someone inside.
Tian Shen then used his abilities, activating his perception to scan the area within a 2-meter radius.
He quickly noticed someone sitting behind the door.
Based on his intuition, he thought it was her.
With a glimmer of hope, Tian Shen thought, could it be her?
The boss sat behind the door, startled when she heard a knock. She could only tremble and pray, "Please, don't come in."
After a while, the silence returned. Have they left?
The knock came again, causing the boss to jump and step back from the door. This time, Tian Shen's voice came from outside, "Don't be afraid, I'm human."
Open the door quickly.
The boss was deeply moved, her eyes welling up, as if she had seen a glimmer of hope.
Really?
She joyfully opened the door and was overjoyed to see the young man in front of her.
Upon meeting Tian Shen for the first time, the boss immediately asked, "Do you have any food?" Tian Shen was at a loss for words.
As soon as Tian Shen handed the girl some food, she devoured it eagerly, eating without stopping.
"Do you know anyone named Xian Xian?"
The boss answered honestly, "Yes, she's the beauty queen of the school."
It was then that the girl remembered she had been rude. "Aren't you going to eat? Aren't you hungry? It's still good." The boss continued, "When the monsters appeared, the whole school fell into chaos.
Many people managed to escape, but some have died.
Xian Xian must have escaped too." Tian Shen turned to look at the girl and suddenly noticed a very familiar necklace around her neck. He yanked it off her neck and shouted, "Where did you get this?" She yelled, "Let go, it's mine." Tian Shen still refused to give up and continued to approach her. This made the boss blush in embarrassment. "What are you doing?" Tian Shen, on the other hand, was extremely serious. "Your father is Luo Hang, right?"
The boss was taken aback upon hearing this.
You know my father?" Tian Shen nodded lightly. "You could say we're friends." The girl, still half in disbelief, had to ask again, "Friends?" At that moment, Tian Shen stood up.
He placed a hand on her shoulder. "Follow me, I'll help you meet your father."
Unexpectedly, she declined, "I don't need to meet him.
On the contrary, I have a condition.
If you give me food and protect me, then I'll go." Tian Shen seemed satisfied, fully agreeing with her terms.
He then told her to give him her hand.
They held hands, symbolizing their cooperation.
At this point, the scene shifted to the future world, Tian Shen's past life. Tian Shen was walking with another tall man, and they were chatting as if they were very close. "The gas in the capital is so thick, no wonder there are so many monsters here."
"It's quite peaceful, though. Next time, we might have to camp here."
Tian Shen suddenly heard a noise coming from somewhere. It turns out the buzzing sound is coming from a nearby abandoned factory.
Tian Shen realized the situation was not looking good. "It seems like it's going to be hard to get out of here. I thought you didn't know anything, but I've felt it from the beginning." A monster approached them, its steps heavy.
Its massive body was covered in greenish skin and it had sharp claws.
This creature was completely different from the zombies that had appeared in the story before. Tian Shen was extremely frightened. Luo Hang, there's still another one. The man named Luo Hang, on the other hand, remained extremely calm.
He had already gotten into a combat stance, holding two swords. I must have some grudges with this one.
Don't worry, just stand back and watch me finish it off. Tian Shen obediently did as Luo Hang told him. Let's see then. Suddenly, whoosh! Luo Hang moved with incredible speed. Even Tian Shen, who was strong, was taken by surprise.
In the blink of an eye, he saw Luo Hang standing right in front of the monster, dispatching it swiftly. He made a single slash with his sword, cutting the creature all over its body. The monster let out a sharp, pained scream. It flailed around, using its hand to block Luo Hang's next strike.
Luo Hang had to block its counterattack with his sword. Realizing it couldn't defeat Luo Hang, the monster quickly turned and fled.
At that moment, Luo Hang signaled for Zhou Tian Shen, who was standing off to the side, to coordinate.
He quickly drew two guns and aimed them at the monster. Die for me.
Saying that, he fired countless shots at the creature. But with its body, these shots were nothing. It turned around and saw Tian Shen, who, unfortunately, had run out of ammo at that very moment. This is bad. How could I run out of bullets now? The monster realized Tian Shen was a much easier target than Luo Hang, so it leapt in front of him.
Tian Shen thought this would be his final moment, but Luo Hang, with incredible speed, instantly decapitated it.
Luo Hang wasn't satisfied yet. He took a few steps back and slashed at it several more times, turning the monster's body into shredded meat. Go to hell.
Tian Shen couldn't believe his eyes. Is this really a human? Luo Hang immediately asked, Are you alright? At that moment, Tian Shen only wanted to know about the power of the man before him. What was that speed just now? Luo Hang then took off his outer jacket. Tian Shen was shocked to see a pair of wing-like markings on the man's back. You've evolved to a new level? I can't believe it's happening again. You really are a monster. Even the 1st Battalion couldn't defeat you. You're too kind. Isn't it all thanks to your breathing method?
Outside, it was nothing but devastation, with only dust and makeshift huts left standing.
Luo Hang and Tian Shen took a drag from their cigarettes. What are you staring at so intently?
In Luo Hang's hand was a necklace identical to the one worn by the girl.
He stared at the chain.
This was a birthday gift from my daughter.
She gave it to me back then. She kept one just like it. It's kind of like a talisman.
It was the first time Tian Shen had heard that Luo Hang had a daughter.
He had never known. What's her name? Luo Lan.
I'm a soldier, enlisted early, and I never had time to care for her. As he spoke, Luo Hang's eyes welled with tears.
She's probably 18 now. Even a strong man like Luo Hang couldn't hold back his tears. If only she were still alive. Tian Shen could only listen intently to Luo Hang's story.
When the pandemic broke out, I left her at home to carry out a mission with my unit.
If I hadn't gone, she'd still be alive.
Hearing this, Tian Shen immediately tried to comfort Luo Hang.
Don't worry. With a strong father like you, she surely wasn't weak. Back in the present, Tian Shen was teaching Luo Lan how to evolve.
Orange smoke and orange tendrils were wrapping around her. Tian Shen was quite surprised to see the girl manage it. Good, we'll continue tomorrow. At this point, points had started to accumulate around Luo Lan's shoulders. Good, the virus is beginning to accumulate. She really is the daughter of Luo Hang. Even though this is her first time, after just 3 tries, she's already managed to accumulate the virus. Tian Shen turned to the window, lit a cigarette for himself, and pondered, my friend and also my teacher, Luo Hang, he paid a heavy price to develop this breathing method.
Now that I've been reborn, I run into his daughter again. Is this a sign?
Elsewhere, in a blood-soaked basement, the air was heavy and gloomy.
A monster was lying in the corner.
Its body suddenly began to emit smoke, with wires wrapped around it. Inside its veins, everything was boiling intensely. Now, the monster had officially evolved, and Tianqian's journey was about to become that much harder.
At this moment, Tianqian handed Luo Hang a gun. Do you know how to use this?
Yes.
My father taught me how to use it.
I've learned to rely on myself. Always remember to stay safe, because danger is always lurking, no need for you to remind me. Tianqian teased her. You really do understand the current situation.
Of course, I've seen so many people die right in front of me.
He said, stay here and practice.
As long as you don't make any loud noises, you'll be safe. Luo Lan immediately asked, is it because of this breathing technique that you're able to defeat so many monsters? Tianqian was surprised. You saw that? Impressive. But wait, I'll get stronger than you. If you want, you can practice here. Where's your dad's room? It's in the basement, behind the storage room. It's really dark down there, you'd better bring a flashlight. After finishing, there were almost no infected nearby. Safety first, I need to use my perception to check the surroundings. But finding that room is also very important. Walking through the hallway isn't a good idea, but fortunately, I got this rope from the police car. Definitely worth it.
Tianqian threw the rope out the window, but since this was the third floor, it looked like it would be a bit tricky. There were too many monsters in the hallway. Although not dangerous, it would waste too much time.
Tianqian slid down the rope from the third floor.
At this point, Tianqian had reached the schoolyard and there was no movement. I have to check inside. Standing in front of the basement door, he activated his spiritual sense. No signs or feelings of infected individuals.
Did I make a mistake?
It was indeed strange, so he opened another room, but so far there was nothing else.
This basement is bigger than I thought.
He thought, maybe my perception isn't fully developed yet, so I'll have to be more cautious. But Tianqian had no idea that just a few steps behind him, there was suddenly a creature with blood-red eyes growling at him.
At this moment, Tianqian saw the electrical system room ahead.
As he opened the door, he sighed, I really am unlucky, there's another monster inside.
Fortunately, it's a low-level one, so it shouldn't be too hard. Tianqian immediately drew his gun and shot it right in the middle of the head.
Just then, the creature sitting in the corner, seemingly having waited long enough, appeared right behind him and threw a punch.
I'm done for.
The mutated creature evolved from infection. The two monsters swung their fists at incredible speed. Fortunately, Tianqian managed to dodge in time. The power of this punch is really strong, and the speed is insane. If I hadn't dodged in time, my flesh would have been shredded to pieces. The second stage infection had transformed the creature's body into an almost indestructible skeleton, especially its skull. Damn it, if only I had a heavy weapon in my hands. At this point, Tianqian took out his familiar crowbar and slammed it hard against the creature's head. However, there was no sign of damage.
Damn it, hitting it like that and it didn't even leave a scratch. This isn't good, I need to run. Tianqian ran straight up the stairs. The monster, seemingly displeased, growled loudly, do you still think you can kill me? In a place as spacious as this, I have plenty of room to fight and dodge your attacks. The monster didn't even understand what he was saying. Without hesitation, it used its extraordinary speed to catch up with Tianqian. Tianqian immediately grabbed a crowbar and swung it at its jaw. The force of the blow caused the monster to spin in the air several times before crashing down to the ground with a loud thud. The monster lay motionless on the ground, blood splattered everywhere. After a brief silence, it seemed as though it had died, but unexpectedly, it got back up. It turned its head and let out a loud growl towards Tianqian. Its roar was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire school. The sound earlier had startled Luo Lan as well. The noise came from outside, or a horde of monsters was approaching. Their steps were slow, but their numbers were overwhelming, like ants swarming. The crowd kept growing larger, piling up as they seemed to be drawn in by the roar of the second-level monster. In the basement, the monster kept roaring incessantly, its growl growing louder, seemingly calling for reinforcements. Tianchen jumped down swiftly, thinking to himself, "You think I'll just let you do this?" He struck down with all his might, hitting the monster squarely in the head. This time, it seemed that the creature had lost its strength. A dent appeared on its skull, and its body shook, struggling to rise. Tianchen seized the opportunity to land several more blows to its head, each strike echoing with a loud crash, "Die, damn you!" At that moment, the sound of footsteps descending the stairs was heard. Tianchen immediately looked up. The monsters had gathered around him at some point. Unfortunately, the level 2 monster had managed to recover and was now snarling at him again. This situation can't drag on any longer. I need to get to the upper floor and think of a plan. The monster launched a lightning-fast punch toward Tianchen's face, but he managed to dodge it just in time. He thought, "You want to hit me, right?" At that moment, Tianchen sprinted ahead. "If you're so capable, then come after me." The monster, seeing the intense battle, was left speechless as it suddenly ran off. Inside the school, the monsters, led by the second-tier monster, followed to find Tianchen. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 are following that guy, the rest aren't after him. This is my chance. Tianchen thought to himself, it seems this monster hasn't fully evolved to its peak state yet. Normally, a second-tier evolution could summon 10 infected ones. Tianchen kicked the wall hard. "Hey, you guys!" The noise attracted the attention of several monsters, who turned to look. Out of nowhere, Tianchen leaped out, holding a gun and aiming at them. He pulled the trigger, and the bullet flew straight into the forehead of the second-tier monster. Then, he grabbed the familiar crowbar and chopped through the remaining low-level monsters. The second-level monster looked up, only to see that all the monsters trailing behind him had been completely torn apart. It growled again. Tianchen thought to himself, a short revolver like this can't possibly kill a second-level infected, but when I shoot it, the monster's reflex speed and movement will slow down. That's when the opportunity will come. Tianchen quickly gathered his momentum, leapt towards the second-level infected, and struck it hard in the head with the crowbar. Blood splattered everywhere. Tianchen succeeded. He had broken through the armor on its head. The monster was severely injured by his blow and collapsed. He sneered, "Second-level infected are really strong. The most troublesome part is their toughness and their ability to call for reinforcements, but unfortunately for you, you ran into me." With that, he said, "Now, it's time to continue with what needs to be done. Time to head back to the electrical room." Tianchen looked down and saw a group of low-level monsters gathered together. "Looks like I should thank that second-level infected. Thanks to it, all the first-level infected in the school have gathered here." He glanced to the side and saw the infirmary. "Haha, what a stroke of luck. You carried out a first-aid kit and thought to yourself, it's true what they say, even a blind cat can catch a fish. My luck really is good. This stash of medical supplies will be very useful." The alcohol bottle arrived just in time. With that thought, Tianchen didn't hesitate to throw the alcohol bottle out of the window. It landed right in the middle of the monsters. Clink! The loud breaking sound caught the attention of the creatures, and then several more alcohol bottles fell down. Tianchen lit a piece of paper and stuffed it into the bottle. "You shouldn't have gathered here." He threw the bottle down at the monsters, saying, "Goodbye." The fire, having made contact with the large amount of alcohol, created a huge explosion. It burned all the monsters gathered nearby. Luolan stood at the window on the upper floor, looking down at the fire, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive, oh, we have power now." The loudspeaker outside also broadcasted a message, "Ahem." The voice belonged to Tianchen. "Huh, why can't I hear anything?" "Oh well, never mind." Luo Han, hearing the awkward announcement, was left speechless. "Xian, no, Su Ruo Xian, I'm here to rescue you. If you're still at school and can hear this, wait for me at the school gate tomorrow morning. Although we're strangers, I hope you can trust me." Tianchen continued to pray, "I pray to the heavens, you must live." Tianchen returned to the classroom where Luolan had been. The girl immediately said to him,
I heard everything just now, so you're not acquainted with senior sister Sue.
Tianchen coldly replied,
She continued, I see now, you're not someone who knows senior sister Sue. I had already suspected and figured out who you are. On a beautiful sunny day, in the midst of a crowded street, you accidentally locked eyes with senior sister Sue and fell for her. Luolan continued to elaborate on her imagination. You fell in love at first sight. You're a stalker, and after that, you kept following her.
Ha, I told you, I'm spot on.
Upon hearing these ridiculous words, Tianchen angrily gave Luolan a sharp knock on the head. Stop spouting nonsense, go to sleep, we're leaving here tomorrow.
Luolan, after being knocked, obediently agreed, yes. Finally, morning arrived.
Luolan woke up from her sleep. Seeing this, Tianchen immediately urged, it's morning, get up now. Luolan, half awake, looked toward the window and then noticed someone outside. Tianchen, there's someone outside the gate, it might be Xian Xian.
Hearing the name Xian Xian, Tianchen immediately ran off quickly.
Luolan saw this and called out to him, Tianchen. The two quickly ran outside, where two girls were standing by the school gate, waiting. As soon as Tianchen saw the figure of the girl with orange hair, he couldn't hide his happiness. Finally, I found you again. Tianchen immediately called out to Xian Xian, never before had he felt such happiness. However, when the two girls turned around, they asked, who is this? Clearly, it wasn't Xian Xian anymore. Tianchen stood there frozen, and seeing the faces of the two girls shattered his dream. He fell silent for a moment, then composed himself and asked, forget it, let me ask, does anyone know who Su Ruoxian is? The two girls looked confused and replied, no, we don't know. Luolan, seeing this, said, it seems like they're here to ask for your help. At some point, each of the two girls had clung to one of Tianchen's arms, gently stroking him. Sweetheart, how about you help us out? We won't treat you badly, we'll definitely repay you. The action of the two girls just now was downright creepy, and Tianchen, disgusted, said, scram. The two people seemed unable to believe their ears that this person had just rejected them. For some reason, at this moment, the girl with orange hair suddenly started trembling, her face darkened as if she wanted to say something. At that moment, Luolan's hamster suddenly squeaked loudly, chit chit chit. Luolan saw it keep squeaking and immediately tried to calm it down. Shangbiao, stop it, don't make a fuss. Tianchen seemed to have noticed something unusual as well. He looked down at the girl with orange hair. Did you get bitten? The other girl, hearing this, couldn't help but feel scared. You got bitten? Why didn't you tell me? The girl with orange hair denied it. No, it's just an external wound. Tianchen continued, it seems like you were bitten about 20 minutes ago. So, according to my calculations, in less than an hour, you'll mutate. The girl with orange hair kept denying, no, I wasn't bitten, I was just scratched by them. Her friend, seemingly unable to take it any longer, angrily shoved the girl with orange hair down. You're going to die, you almost killed me. Then, the other girl ran to Tianchen, showing fear, take me with you, I wasn't bitten. You like me, let me strip for you to check, please take me with you. The girl with orange hair saw this and immediately became angry, grabbing her friend's hand. You ungrateful girl, I gave you everything and now you're treating me like this. She scolded the girl with orange hair, let go of me. That's something I'll return to you when I go to hell, don't keep me here. The friend kept pleading with Tianchen, take me with you, I'll repay you with my body, don't leave me with this monster. Hearing the word monster, the girl with orange hair went mad. What did you call me? She then bit her friend. Tianchen and Luolan, who witnessed the scene, were both shocked. She screamed, that hurts, I'll kill you, let go of me. The girl with orange hair responded, haha, daring to call me a monster? If I die, you can forget about living. Ha ha ha. Tianchen analyzed the situation. She's probably completely gone mad now, she's starting to transform, and it's happening quickly. The bitten friend also began to crumble, only able to kneel helplessly. No, it can't be, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Seeing her friend like that, the other girl felt a sense of satisfaction. Tianchen, however, was blunt. Xian Xian isn't here, let's go quickly.
Tianchen and Luo Lan's figures gradually disappeared into the distance. At the parking lot, Tianchen couldn't find his car. Huh? This is bad. My car's been taken. Looks like I'll have to walk from now on.
At this moment, Tianchen noticed the little mouse on his shoulder, and the two of them stared at each other with 4 eyes locked. The mouse's name was Shang Biao, and he said, "It seems special. It will definitely be useful in the future." Luo Lan was delighted upon hearing this. "Are you serious?" Tianchen replied, "I can sense something inside Shang Biao's body. It might have mutated." Luo Lan asked in confusion, "Mutated? Are you talking about Shang Biao?" He responded, "I'm not sure. My research and judgment come from experience. There could be many things I don't know yet." Luo Lan was still puzzled. The pandemic just started 4 days ago. How could you know so much?" He turned to her and asked, "What if I told you I traveled back from the future to be here? Would you believe me?" Luo Lan firmly replied, "Of course, just pretend I didn't say anything. Anyway, Shang Biao might be stronger than us in the future.
Who knows?" Suddenly, Tianchen heard an unusual sound. What's that? Is that gunfire?"
Luo Lan hurriedly said, "I can't hear it, but there's a police station nearby."
Tianchen said, "A police station? Let's go check it out." Luo Lan agreed, "Good idea. It should be safer with the police around, right?"
Tianchen chuckled at the naive words of the girl in front of him. Haha.
The police station was in complete chaos. Gunshots rang out incessantly.
The officers were fighting against numerous zombies, and for every one that fell, another would rush forward. The battle between the police and the monsters grew more intense, with no end to the gunfire.
2 people, hiding behind the wall, witnessed the brutal scene unfold.
Luo Lan seemed very frightened and confused, while Tianchen remained calm, lighting another cigarette. At this point, the police had begun to realize the severity of the situation.
"Old Lin, it's no good, we're out of ammunition. We can't hold out much longer." The man responded resolutely, "We can't give up now. We need to hold them off so the civilians can evacuate. Focus on defense and switch to Plan B."
Seeing this, Luo Lan collapsed in fear, trembling all over.
"I thought it would be safe here." "You should go help them." Tianchen scoffed and said, "Safe? Is there safety in this world? If you want to live, you have to rely on yourself." With that, Tianchen threw his half-smoked cigarette to the ground. He and Luo Lan moved toward a nearby building. "Wait for me, where are you going?" Luo Lan asked. "Up there," he replied. Luo Lan questioned, "Are we really not going to help them?" Tianchen noticed something unusual and signaled to Luo Lan, "Shoo, stay quiet." He closed his eyes, focused, and began to use his perceptive abilities. In an instant, Tianchen detected 4 monsters hiding nearby. He turned to Luo Lan and instructed, "Stay here, be cautious of your surroundings." After speaking, Tianchen quickly advanced toward the monsters. The creatures growled and roared in threat upon realizing his presence. Grr. Grr. Without hesitation, Tianchen drew the familiar crowbar from his back and swung it forcefully, decapitating one of the monsters. The next one was knocked down with a swift kick. Behind him, Luo Lan hid carefully behind a wall, quietly observing his fight. Meanwhile, the rat Shang Biao perched on Luo Lan's shoulder suddenly began to squeak repeatedly, "Shit shit shit." Luo Lan softly comforted, "Quiet now, Shang Biao." On the other side, Tianchen continued to deal with the monsters. He delivered a vicious blow to one of their faces, causing it to scream in pain. But just as Tianchen was about to land the finishing blow, an unsettling feeling surged within him. He immediately turned his head toward Luo Lan. In front of Luo Lan, from the shadows, a massive monster suddenly appeared, its grotesque face so horrifying that it made her blanch, unable to utter a sound. Tianchen yelled loudly, trying to warn her, "Luo Lan, behind you." Luo Lan trembled as she turned her head, horrified to see the monster standing right next to her.
Its ferocious face froze her in place. A surge of rage filled Tianshan's eyes. He growled, "Beast!" Tianshan was about to rush over to save her, but the giant monster raised its hand, blocking his path. Furious, Tianshan shouted, "What?" Without hesitation, he used all his strength to shove its hand aside and landed a slap so powerful it sounded like thunder. The monster screamed in pain, and Tianshan smirked, whispering, "Yeah." The blow was incredibly powerful, causing the monster's blood to splatter everywhere. He continued to grab its head with one hand, twisting its neck with a sharp crack. Tianshan realized that he wouldn't make it to Luolan in time, so he shouted, "Luolan, shoot now." At this moment, Luolan was extremely scared, her hand trembling as she pulled out her gun. "Don't," she said. Luolan hesitated, still too afraid to pull the trigger. "Don't come here." The monster let out a loud roar and lunged toward her. Luolan finally fired, the bullet striking directly into the monster's head. With that shot, its head was drenched in blood and it collapsed in front of her. Luolan was still in shock, only allowing herself to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew. Tianshan saw that she had done well, reaching out his hand to her with a smile. Luolan took his hand and slowly stood up. "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings." He smiled kindly and replied, "It's fine. What matters is you're alive. Next time, be more cautious." Looking at the monster's corpse lying before her, Luolan still felt guilty, hesitating. But Tianshan patted her on the head and said, "No buts. You, girl, will definitely be stronger than me one day." Hearing these encouraging words, Luolan's mood immediately improved. Tianshan said, "I've already calculated it. From this position, we can observe the entire battle." Luolan asked, "Why aren't you helping them?" He replied, "Firing aimlessly like this not only has no effect but also attracts more monsters from the surrounding area. If they keep doing that, they'll only die sooner." She responded, "But they have guns." He answered, "Even a 7-year-old child wouldn't be foolish enough to fight in that situation. 10 people fighting against thousands of monsters, helping them is no different from suicide." Luolan seemed to still want to help the officers, "So why don't we help them run to another place?" Tianshan calmly lit another cigarette. "Wait. When they either die or manage to escape, we'll go and take their weapons." Luolan, upon hearing those cold-blooded words, was left speechless. Outside the police station, the battle continued. The sounds of gunfire never ceased, no matter how many times they shot. On the police side, one officer reported, "Old Lin, they're coming at us in too great a number. We can't hold on much longer." He replied, "All right, inform everyone to retreat quickly. All units, pay attention. Everyone, retreat and stick together." Luolan, still observing them from above, immediately ran over to Tianshan upon hearing this. "Tianshan, they're starting to retreat." He replied, "All right, pack your things, we're leaving too. I've searched everywhere here, mostly just essential supplies that aren't very useful, but this knife might be of some use in a fight. Take it quickly, and there's also a car key. It still has a signal with one below in the basement, it might be able to work." She said, "Got it, let's go." Tianshan then handed Luolan a fresh magazine. "I'm out of ammo, this is the last one. Only use it when absolutely necessary." She responded, "Okay." Luolan La Nu suddenly had an idea, mischievously saying, "As for this knife, catch this," she said, then lunged the knife toward Tianshan. Tianshan only used 2 fingers to block her sudden attack, saying, "I've told you, only when you truly participate in a real fight, pushing your body to its limits, will you evolve." Indeed, a tiger's cub follows the tiger. A red mark appeared on Luolan's cheek, as if Tianshan had slapped her. She pouted, "I just don't want to be a burden to you. I want to get stronger." "Didn't you say the monsters evolved too? Why haven't we encountered any so far?" He replied, "Actually, I have encountered one before, but it wasn't fully evolved. The number of second-level infected individuals is only about 1 or 2 out of hundreds. While second-level infected are enhanced in both physical strength and defense, they are still within the limits of humanity. The most concerning aspect of them is their ability to call for reinforcements and their incredible defensive capabilities. Despite their nearly absolute defense, a heavy-duty weapon can still kill a second-level infected.
Higher tier ones are even rarer to appear. Luolan asked curiously, so, how long does it take for the monsters to evolve to the second level?
He answered, a regular one takes about 1 week to a month to evolve to the second level, depending on the genetics of each individual. The second level one I encountered in the basement was a special case, but its evolutionary state is still not at its peak.
She simply replied, I understand. He continued, as you can see, the monsters only know how to chase after people and the sounds they make without needing to identify what they are. That's it, let's move quickly.
Night had fallen without them noticing.
Luolan asked, how is the situation now? Tianchen responded, it's fine. They've all gone.
The two of them walked toward the car parked outside the building. Tianchen pressed the key fob, and the car finally started, its lights shining brightly, the engine rumbling.
Luolan smiled with joy, wow, amazing, the car is working perfectly now. Quickly, grab the supplies and anything necessary. Let's get in.
A while later, the two of them drove up to the police station, where the place was now deserted. Tianchen instructed, there might still be monsters inside, so be careful.
Luolan replied,
no need for you to remind me, I'm not a child. He added, leave Shangbiao and the stuff in the car.
Luolan obeyed immediately, huh?
Okay. She left the mouse behind, not forgetting to coax it, be good, Shangbiao. At the same time, someone above was watching their every move.
Another man spoke in a fearful tone, boss, the monsters and the cops are gone.
But
the young man sounded pleased, but what?
The previous speaker responded, a man and a woman just entered, and there's a girl who looks pretty decent.
The boss then looked out the window, cursing angrily, damn it.
The other man said, don't worry, our people are already inside.
The boss thought to himself, are you messing with me?
Meanwhile, the subordinate just kept laughing, ha ha. They all looked terrifying, and the boss turned to his other two lackeys, saying, get ready to go in, grab some guns, and let's take that girl too. The four thugs, their faces menacing, each holding a weapon, were ready to face off against Tianchen's group. On the other hand, inside the police station, corpses lay scattered everywhere, with no body intact. Tianchen spoke up, it looks like the police have already cleaned up this place.
Let's go check the warehouse. Luolan suggested, then let's split up and take action. He responded, alright, I'll go up to the second floor. You make sure to stay safe on your own.
Luolan gave a thumbs up to signal that she understood. At that moment, Tianchen walked up the stairs, his eyes closed as he activated his power, there are no more bodies around.
This must be the warehouse. Tianchen tried to open the door, but it was locked.
He kicked the door with his foot, and after taking a heavy hit, the door fell down.
Inside the room, the atmosphere was very gloomy. Tianchen seemed to have spotted something interesting and immediately showed a delighted expression, wow.
He approached a box in front of him, good, I found a treasure.
He opened it to reveal several pistols inside, aren't these the same type the police usually use?
Tianchen then noticed a piece of paper beside the box and said, looks like these are confiscated items that haven't been processed yet.
I've struck it rich this time. Tianchen secretly smiled, keep searching, all of this is good stuff.
In another place, it seemed Luolan had also reaped a good harvest, scout gear, bulletproof vest, baton, helmet, these are all things I can use.
She sighed wearily.
At that moment, a loud noise came from outside.
Luolan thought it was Tianchen and rushed out, Tianchen.
In front of her were four thugs, each of them looking very menacing. The ringleader directed the others, second brother, third brother, you two go upstairs. Fourth brother, come out front with me. Luolan, frightened, pressed herself against the statue, readying her gun, there are people here, I need to hide now. The room was now completely empty, not a sound to be heard. Luo Lan quietly cracked the cupboard door open and peered outside. The thug had entered the room and shouted loudly to his teammates, "Boss, there's a storage room here." The boss smacked his underling and scolded him, "Keep it down, don't let those two find out." The man who had been slapped yelped, "Aya." Luo Lan's face turned pale. "They know that Tian Shen and I are here." The boss ordered, "Go inside and take a look." The subordinate replied, "Yes, boss, there's nothing good here." The boss said again, "What?" "Let's go, let's find another place." The subordinate responded, "Yes, boss." Suddenly, the boss flung open the door where Luo Lan was hiding. At that moment, their eyes met, and Luo Lan trembled in fear. Spotting his prey, the man flashed a mysterious smile, and no one knew what he would do with Luo Lan next. Meanwhile, Tian Shen was rummaging through something in his bag. "Can't open it, better go find Luo Lan." Tian Shen suddenly heard a strange noise and immediately sensed that something was wrong. He quickly pressed himself against the door. The two men outside were chatting as they walked, unaware that Tian Shen was hiding nearby. One of them spoke up, "Second brother, isn't that brat hard to deal with?" He replied, "What's there to be afraid of? The boss is the mixed martial arts champion. Who in this place can do anything to him?" The other man was still uneasy. "What if he has a gun?" Second brother answered, "We have 4 people. What's there to be afraid of? He's out in the open, or hiding in the dark. When the time comes, we'll take him down from behind." As he spoke, the man swung his stick around wildly, scaring his companion. Suddenly, the other man screamed, "Second brother, watch out." Unable to see anything, the second brother arrogantly retorted, "Do you see anything? It's like this." Tian Shen took advantage of their momentary lapse and suddenly appeared from behind to launch a surprise attack. He didn't even need to use a gun, he simply struck the man with his hand, and he collapsed immediately. Tian Shen observed the scene and said, "It seems there are more than just these two. The boss they mentioned must be here too. This is bad, Luo Lan is in danger." On this side, Luo Lan was facing these two dangerous men. She had only one gun to defend herself. The two men appeared to cooperate, raising their hands in surrender, but their mouths never stopped grinning maliciously. "Little girl, if your hand is tired from holding the gun, just put it down." Seeing that Luo Lan remained silent, they continued, "We don't mean any harm, we just want to chat for a bit." She gritted her teeth and said, "There's nothing to talk about. You guys can leave now." But they wouldn't let her go. "Stop pretending, put the gun down, and we'll go look for the things together." She noticed that they were exchanging glances, looking at each other and grinning, which made her realize something was wrong. "Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot." Luo Lan pulled the trigger, and the click of the gun echoed. The two men were startled by the sound. Although Luo Lan had pulled the trigger, nothing happened, which made her feel a little panicked. The man approached Luo Lan, flashing a sly smile. He grabbed her hand and pulled her closer. "Little sister, let me give you a little lesson. Before firing a gun, you need to release the safety lock." He then stuck out his tongue and made a lewd face. "That way, you might be able to roll with me in the future, huh?" Luo Lan suddenly placed her hand over his, thinking he expected her to comply. His face brightened, pleased with his assumption. "Let me tell you something." She kicked him hard in the groin. "My knees don't need a safety lock." The man, already in pain, collapsed to the ground. His subordinate quickly asked, "Boss, are you okay?" Clutching his groin, the man groaned in agony, "Ah." Luo Lan panted heavily, the force of the kick having drained her energy. Seizing the moment, she tried to escape from them, but the boss shouted, "Catch her, don't let her run." Before she could get far, the man grabbed the collar of her shirt. He locked his arms around her waist, preventing her from escaping. "Little brat, come back here." Luo Lan struggled with all her might. "Let me go." This guy seemed to have lost his patience. He immediately pressed the gun to her head and stood still. "If you move, I'll shoot." Suddenly, a noise came from somewhere.
causing him to pay attention. Huh, what the hell was that? Shang Biao, Luo Lan's little mouse, appeared in a very cool way. The guy sneered, "TCH, it's just a rat."
Shang Biao crawled slowly, making its way up his leg. It bared its teeth and bit down hard on his thigh. The thief cried out in pain. Up above, Luo Lan also worked in unison, baring her teeth. She bit down on the man's hand. Startled, he quickly pulled his hand away from her and fell down. Luo Lan seized the opportunity and ran away. The thief grabbed Shang Biao and squeezed its neck in anger. "You little bastard, you're so annoying." But this mouse was no pushover. It bit his hand again, causing him to scream in pain. Then Shang Biao scurried away and escaped from him. Luo Lan, from the other side, shouted, "Shang Biao, come here." The thief, furious, yelled, "You're making me do this." Luo Lan was surprised. "Huh? I don't know what he's planning to do anymore." Saying this, the man drew his gun and fired several times at Luo Lan. She could only panic and run. On this side, the thief seemed to be enjoying her fear. He laughed maniacally, "Ha ha ha." Luo Lan was fortunate enough to make it behind a wall, blocking his gunfire, but at that moment, she tripped. Luo Lan fell heavily onto the stairs, lying there, gasping for breath. Weakly, Luo Lan tried to crawl to her feet, and at that moment, a familiar hand reached out toward her. It was Tian Chen. Zhou Tian Chen signaled. On this side, Luo Lan immediately became anxious. "What should we do now?" Tian Chen quickly reassured her, "Don't rush, how's your leg?" She replied, "There's nothing major, it's just a little painful." Hearing this, Tian Chen stretched his arms out. "Come on, get over here, I'll carry you." These words made Luo Lan's face turn red with embarrassment. Tian Chen said, "Hurry up, there's no time for shyness." She nodded, "Okay, yes." As he carried her, he added, "We can't waste time. That gunshot was so loud, they must have heard it." Luo Lan, in Tian Chen's arms, blushed even more and did not respond to his words. Unfortunately, the two thugs, second brother and third brother, had somehow blocked their way. Each of them was holding a gun aimed at Luo Lan and Tian Chen. Seeing this, Tian Chen could only curse. He turned his head to find that the two of them had somehow appeared right beneath them, grinning maliciously, "Hee hee." In a desperate situation, Tian Chen and Luo Lan were surrounded by four of them. One of the thugs said, "Boss, there's more guns in the warehouse above. Once we deal with these two, we'll be rich." The boss sneered and said, "Kid, put the gun down. 2 against 4, you don't stand a chance." Tian Chen, seeing the situation, finally felt regret. Had he known it would turn out like this, he would have resolved it earlier. Looking down, he saw Luo Lan's face full of fear as she hid behind him. She looked as though she was struggling to hold back tears. Seeing her pitiful expression, Tian Chen realized there was no turning back now. At that moment, the leader, observing the scene, couldn't help but be surprised. Around Tian Chen's hands, a glowing aura formed, and pressure slowly spread up to his palms. Tian Chen focused his energy, the threads and light gradually accumulating around his wrist. Tian Chen's eyes, filled with fury, darted toward the group. The man wearing glasses immediately sensed the threat in his gaze and was startled. "Second brother, be careful." Tian Chen gathered momentum and jumped straight into the air, right above the man with glasses. His fist clenched as he charged toward him. The man, caught off guard by Tian Chen's speed, had no time to react, and before he realized it, Tian Chen was already above him. The man raised his gun and pulled the trigger. With his newfound strength, Tian Chen easily dodged the bullet with a slight sidestep. Watching this, the man gaped in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Tian Chen didn't hesitate and threw a punch straight into his face. The punch caused blood to spurt everywhere, sending him flying into the beam. The man now looked truly barbaric, his body drenched in blood, and he appeared to have lost consciousness, with blood streaming from both of his eyes. The third brother, seeing this, panicked. "Damn it." Taking advantage of Tian Chen's momentary distraction, he aimed a gun from behind him, preparing to pull the trigger. However, before he could do anything, Tianchen kicked him straight in the head. The kick was so forceful that he lost his balance and tumbled down the stairs. Seeing that the situation seemed to be under control, Tianchen called out to Luolan, "Hey, hurry up and come here." She replied, "Aha." The fourth brother, seeing the two of them running away, angrily fired his gun. "I'll risk my life to take you down."
"Third brother, are you okay?" The gunshot almost hit Luolan. She screamed in fear, "Ah."
The man on the other side shouted, "Big bro, they've gone upstairs, let's go kill them all." At this point, the two of them had found an open window, which was the perfect opportunity to escape.
Tianchen told Luolan, "It's not safe here.
Jump down quickly and hide in the car." Luolan looked down and saw two bins filled with trash, causing her to hesitate.
He shouted, "Jump, jump down, stop wasting time, hurry up." Luolan obeyed.
The more she looked down, the more she felt that she couldn't jump, but she continued to hesitate. At that moment, the others had already found their way to where the two of them were, and they were over there. Tianchen, in a hurry, pushed Luolan and forced her to jump. She fell directly into the pile of trash, angrily cursing.
Tianchen turned around to look at the other three.
Each one of them looked imposing, not to mention they were armed.
He thought, "I can't activate Allah for long, I need to end this quickly."
He then drew out the twin blades from behind his back. Without hesitation, Tianchen charged straight at them. The three men immediately began firing their guns. "Here he comes, shoot him dead."
However, with his strength, Tianchen skillfully dodged every bullet.
The leader, seeing that none of the bullets could hit him, asked, "Are you a monster?"
Tianchen didn't answer, coldly slashing at the man's arm.
The arm was severed, and the man couldn't help but scream in pain. Feeling that it was still not enough, Tianchen kicked straight into the middle of his opponent's face. The thug immediately fell unconscious and collapsed onto the floor. The other two, upon seeing this, hurriedly ran over, panicked, "Boss." At that moment, Tianchen, like lightning, appeared before them, holding a pair of twin blades. The two were stunned by his godlike speed, unable to believe their own eyes. Then, Tianchen swiftly severed their fingers, blood splattering everywhere.
They couldn't bear the pain and screamed out in agony, "Ah! Ah!" Tianchen continued to grip their throats tightly. He lifted them off the ground, their mouths foaming, unable to breathe. He didn't like killing, and remained calm as he said, "Why do you guys always seek death?"
His grip tightened, growing stronger with each moment, and the two began to suffocate. Suddenly, a group appeared outside. Upon seeing the blood everywhere, it looked like a pack of monsters was approaching.
Tianchen sensed something ominous, this feeling.
He immediately dropped the two thugs onto the ground. "Killing you would dirty my hands. You'll either live or die on your own." He then frowned. "The gunshot earlier was too loud, this place is no longer safe."
"They're coming."
Indeed, outside, the monsters were attracted by the noise and quickly gathered in large numbers, surrounding the police station.
Tianchen jumped out of the window and landed right in front of the monsters.
"You're fast," he said. He drew his sword.
"Even more of them, a minute is all I need."
Tianchen swiftly slashed through the monster in front of him, then moved on to the next one, cleaving it in two. At this point, marks on his arms began to glow with a stronger red light.
He was feeling a bit tired. Retaliation. They came fast, didn't they?
The more he looked, the more monsters seemed to appear, and Tianchen was running out of strength. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shot through. The light was so intense that it blinded him. He was stunned by the sight before him, a car with its headlights blindingly bright, speeding toward him and crashing into the monsters in front of him. Luolan rolled down the window and mischievously winked.
"Tianchen, I didn't get in your way, did I?" Tianchen was saved.
He praised her, "You did great.
That was the perfect move." Tianchen quickly climbed into the car and asked, "Can you drive?"
She answered, "I used to have a permit, I've driven a few times." He trusted her.
"Then let's go."
While they were still not here, Luolan quickly reversed the car to escape. The two men inside the police station looked down and saw Tian Chen and Luolan driving away. One of them said, "Third brother, they're running." The other man replied, "Humph, fourth brother will be back sooner or later." The first man continued to stare out the window, calling, "Third brother."
This time, the man sounded a bit annoyed. What now? His face turned pale. Zombies. The other man was taken aback. What? He said, "We're surrounded." When did the sky begin to brighten? Tian Chen and Luolan had parked the car in the middle of the street to rest. Inside the car, Luolan was woken up by the sunlight streaming in. It was already daylight. She groggily sat up, rubbed her eyes, and looked up at the front seats. She wondered, where's Tian Chen? Suddenly, she heard Tian Chen's voice counting from outside, 992, 993, 994, 995, 996. She called out, "Tian Chen." Tian Chen was doing push-ups outside, drenched in sweat. When he saw her, he answered, 997, wait a minute, just 3 more. 998, 999, 100. Done. He stood up, showing off his muscular, 8-pack abs, and said, "Humph, still not as good as before, but I sweated a lot this time." Luolan, hearing that, found it quite ridiculous. "Were you even human before?" Tian Chen, putting his shirt back on, explained, 1,000 is normal. If it weren't for using the power of Abila last night, I would have finished those 1,000 a long time ago. Luolan asked, "How's your recovery now?" He replied, "About 70 or 80%. It's not dangerous. Once we find a place to rest for 2 days, I'll fully recover." Luolan felt relieved upon hearing that. "That's good." He gestured, "Let's go. There's a gas station ahead. Let's head in and check it out." Luolan appeared very confident. "All right, then. You better hold on tight. Old driver here is taking the wheel." With that, she stepped on the gas, speeding ahead toward the station. Before long, they had arrived. Tian Chen and Luolan got out to investigate. Tian Chen still had his familiar red crowbar in hand. He spoke, "Wait, there's someone here. There are 2 iron bars behind the door. There must be someone alive inside." She complimented him, "Your eyes are really sharp." He said, "Take the gun and go check it out." With that, Tian Chen closed his eyes and used his ability. Luolan asked, "What's going on?" He answered, "There's one person, I can't tell if they're alive or dead." "A zombie." Luolan immediately became worried. Tian Chen, on the other hand, seemed very confident. He said, "It's nothing, I can handle it." He took his red crowbar and struck the glass door forcefully. It shattered into pieces. As he slowly moved in, he suddenly noticed something strange. This was a mutation. A man lay unconscious on the floor, his body covered in blood. At that moment, the man, hearing the noise, opened his eyes and looked at Tian Chen. He whispered, "Help me," and reached out with a trembling hand. Tian Chen was surprised. "He's still alive." Luolan asked about the situation. "How is he?" He replied, "I don't know. I've never encountered anything like this before." "Does he have any injuries?" The man weakly answered, "Yes, my right hand." Tian Chen tore the fabric from that part to examine the wound. "To survive a mutation like this," he muttered. Tian Chen then froze. "What is this?" Something was protruding from his wound. He took out a knife and, without forgetting to warn the man, said, "Take it slow." Then, he used the knife to make an incision along the wound. Luolan, standing beside him, couldn't bear to watch and could only grimace. He discovered something and said, "As I guessed, I was right. This is a piece of the meteorite that fell from the sky." Luolan still didn't understand what was happening, so she repeated, "The meteorite from the sky." He asked her, "Do you still remember the meteor shower last time?" She answered, "I remember, that's when the zombies appeared."
He explained, this is a fragment of the meteorite that carried the Ebola virus. The people of us who are still alive must have some resistance. As long as we don't come into contact, nothing will happen. This is a valuable item, and it will definitely have great use in the future. Luo Lan was still worried about the man and asked, then what should he do? He replied, he's already dead. It's quite strange, actually. It's a miracle that he's lasted this long. Suddenly, the man's finger twitched. He was still alive. Tianchen sensed something was wrong and told Luo Lan, step back. The man slowly opened his eyes. He struggled to get up but felt his posture was no longer normal. Tianchen shouted, Luo Lan, run quickly. At this moment, the man had turned into a monster and dashed quickly toward Tianchen, intent on devouring him. Tianchen reacted swiftly, using his bare hands to force him against the wall. He drew his gun and shoved it into the man's mouth. He pulled the trigger, and a loud bang echoed, followed by blood splattering everywhere. I can't hold on any longer. Luo Lan was worried, brother Tianchen. He immediately reassured her, I'm fine, really. I never imagined I'd be this lucky. In my past life, a single piece of meteorite could be sold for a high price. Now, this item is useless, so I'll just keep it for now. Let's go, we need to get some gas, our tank is empty. Luo Lan responded, yes. Curious, Luo Lan asked Tianchen, brother Tianchen, what exactly is the use of the meteorite? Is it dangerous to keep it here? Tianchen answered, do you know who invented the virus manipulation technique I taught you? The first person to merge with a meteorite. Luo Lan was surprised, merging with a meteorite can turn someone into that? He explained, no, humans don't have the precondition to merge with a meteorite. At most, they can undergo 3 stages of evolution. Once the human body completes 3 transformations and reaches its maximum limits, it can absorb the power of the meteorite and use it. Luo Lan asked, has anyone ever merged with a meteorite? He replied, not yet. She asked again, then how do you know? He answered, I told you, I traveled here from another world. Luo Lan agreed, that makes sense. He thought, in my previous life, even when I was about to die, I still couldn't find a single piece of meteorite. But now, it's so easy to find one. This time, I will definitely reach the peak. At that moment, Tianchen and Luo Lan had also returned to the garage. Gao Fei was overjoyed, finally, you're back. When Gao Fei saw the girl in front of him for the first time, his face froze, is this your sister-in-law? Tianchen immediately denied, no. Gao Fei teased his close friend, so you only know how to talk. Nice. Since when did you start liking Lolas? Tianchen only said, stop talking nonsense. Gao Fei continued to tease, don't be shy. As expected of a brother, your tastes are quite common. Luo Lan became furious upon hearing these words, her eyes blazing with anger. She stomped hard on Gao Fei's foot, causing him to scream in pain, damn, it hurts, damn it. Tianchen was helpless, I told you not to talk nonsense. Tianchen changed the topic, has anyone come over these past 2 days? Gao Fei answered, no, it's been very quiet. Besides, you told me not to let anyone in. Tianchen thought of Luo Xiaoyu and Luo Xiaoshui, I wonder where they are. Why didn't they come? Gao Fei heard Tianchen muttering and was curious, who? Who hasn't come? Tianchen ignored him, it's nothing. Let me introduce her. Her name is Luo Lan, she's the daughter of my benefactor. Gao Fei, this is my brother. Gao Fei, being friendly, raised his finger to make a high sign. Luo Lan seemed still upset with Gao Fei for teasing her earlier and made a face. Gao Fei asked Tianchen, didn't you find your sister-in-law? He replied, in a city as chaotic as this, how could it be that easy? Gao Fei asked, what should we do next? Tianchen answered, didn't you say you were going back to your hometown? Let's go there and see how things are. Gao Fei felt grateful, Chen, thank you. Tianchen said,
but you have to be mentally prepared. Gao Fei looks serious, I understand. It was already dark outside. While Gao Fei and Luolan were still fast asleep, Tianqin continued his meditation. The last time I broke through to Abila, I could already feel the marks spreading across my hands. This time, during the Abila breakthrough, the evolution will accelerate, but the side effects are clear. Being injured and weakened is a minor issue. The most important thing is that it will increase the infection rate of Abila within the body. If my body doesn't have a resistance to viruses, I might get infected, and my entire body would mutate. Tianqin practiced until he was exhausted, sweat pouring down his face. It's manageable now. Before reaching stage 3, it's better to use as little as possible. However, the biggest gain this time is this. Tianqin rummaged through his bag, took out the fragment of the meteorite, and felt it. About 200 grams isn't too little, right? Looking at the meteorite fragment, Tianqin was reminded of his lover from back then. Back then, the only one who successfully fused more than 100 grams of meteorite was Xin Xian. Suddenly, Gao Fei, who was in a deep sleep, mumbled in his dreams as he turned over, "Sister, that place isn't good." It was unclear what Gao Fei was dreaming about, but his face was flushed, and blood was running from his nose. Nurse. Seeing his best friend in such a state, Tianqin couldn't help but smile. "Humph, you heartless, clueless fool." At that moment, Tianqin finally lay down to rest, while Gao Fei continued to mutter in his sleep, No, we can't do that, we should rest." And so, another night passed. By the time the sky outside had begun to brighten, Tianqin took advantage of the fact that both of them were still fast asleep and managed to do nearly 3,000 push-ups, 2,996, 2,997, 2,998, 2,999, 3,000. At this moment, his uncle was trembling, gritting his teeth and holding on until the last push. "Very good, you're recovering." The sound from Tianqin woke Luolan, who had been sleeping beside him. She slowly opened her eyes. When Tianqin saw that Luolan had woken up, he urged her, "You're awake, get up, we're getting ready to leave." He continued, "Before we set off, I'll give each of you a few self-defense weapons. These 5 guns, I'll take 2, and the 2 of you will each take 1. There are some other supplies in the vehicle as well." Luolan immediately felt it was unfair and pouted. "No, I want 2 too." He replied, "Your strength and control over firearms aren't enough. 1 is enough, it could save your life at a critical moment." It seemed reasonable, so Luolan had no choice but to agree. Tianqin handed a set of clothes to Gao Fei and said, "This combat suit is perfect for you, wear it for protection." Gao Fei took the armor, looked at it, and immediately criticized, "This is so ugly, it's terrible." Tianqin said, "Humph, what's important is that it can save your life when you're in danger." Gao Fei had no choice but to pout and agree, "Fine." Then, Tianqin handed each of them a dagger. He instructed them, "Keep this knife on you at all times, it could." Before he could finish his sentence, Luolan and Gao Fei both spoke in unison, "It could save your life in a dangerous situation." He said, "It's good that you know." Tianqin spread out the map, and the 3 of them began discussing their plan. Gao Fei suggested, "The shortest route to Ji County is 900 km. It will take about 12 hours to drive, so we should arrive by night." Tianqin rejected the idea, saying, "No, the shortcut will take us through a big city. This is one of the largest cities in the central region, and we must go through it." Luolan asked, "Why? If we pass through a big city, we'll find a lot of supplies?" He explained to her, the level of radiation contamination from the meteorite is 80%. 12 million people. Think about how many zombies are there? 9.6 million. It's a playground for zombies, a hell for humans. We could take a detour. Although the route is a bit longer, about 1500 km, and there's a mountain section, it's definitely safer. At this point, Gao Fei became worried, "But we don't have enough fuel. Right now, we only have about 100 liters of gas, and this car is pretty heavy." Tianqin seemed to have anticipated this situation. He said, "I hope there's a gas station along the way. If not, we'll just have to walk a bit, but as long as we're alive, everything else will be easier."
Gao Fei, finding this reasonable, agreed, alright, the daily route is about 8 hours.
The remaining time will be used for rest and training.
If things go smoothly, we should reach Ji County the day after tomorrow.
Tianshan suddenly stood up, speaking with determination. While we're still here, there's one thing we must do.
Luo Lan and Gao Fei were puzzled by his sudden shift in behavior. He spoke as if giving an order, each of you do 500 push-ups, and then run 200 laps. Luo Lan and Gao Fei, hearing this crazy plan, immediately protested in unison, no way. But in the end, they still followed Tianshan's orders.
Exhausted, they collapsed on the floor, gasping for air. Gao Fei groaned, I want to die. Luo Lan wasn't much better off, I feel the same. Tianshan remarked, everyone has already learned how to use the virus, and you're already this tired after just this much? Gao Fei, on the verge of tears, couldn't believe his ears.
He said, Boss, are you sure you're not mistaken?
500 push-ups? Are you even human?
Luo Lan then recalled to Gao Fei, the day before yesterday, he did 1,000 push-ups in front of me, and yesterday morning, he did 3,000.
Gao Fei froze. Tianshan said, depending on the training time, the guiding technique will get longer, and everyone's physical training will improve. The record for push-ups in 1 hour on Earth is 3,877.
Once everyone completes 2 rounds of evolution, breaking that record will be a piece of cake.
Alright, stop sulking and get in the car.
The 3 of them settled into the car, ready to depart.
Tianshan said, let's go.
Once again, the familiar sights appeared. Gao Fei and Luo Lan fell asleep on the car, exhausted, while Tianshan remained wide awake, seeming to be fully focused on driving.
Gao Fei only woke up after a long time, looking worried about Tianshan. He said to his close friend, Tianshan, how about I drive for a while? You can take a nap. Tianshan was half suspicious, do you know how to drive? Seeing his friend doubting him, Gao Fei pouted in frustration, what are you talking about?
I was driving my dad's car when I was 10.
Tianshan didn't want to let him drive, this involves the risks of driving.
Gao Fei insisted, my driving skills are excellent, not worse than yours. When Tianshan saw Gao Fei lean forward, he was startled, oh my god, stop joking, it's dangerous.
Be careful driving, don't scratch my car. Gao Fei replied, I got it.
Tianshan moved to the back seat, now finally able to lie down for a bit. Suddenly, Gao Fei slammed on the brakes, causing Luo Lan to wake up with a jolt, her body slamming forward.
Tianshan, who hadn't even had a chance to nap, fell off the back seat. Tianshan said, who told me your driving skills were so good? Luo Lan, irritated, asked him, what's going on?
In front of them, a long line of cars blocked the road completely.
Gao Fei answered nonchalantly, there's a traffic jam ahead.
Luo Lan, dissatisfied, retorted, that's still no reason to stop the car suddenly.
Tianshan suddenly felt something was wrong. He sat up and warned, Gao Fei, drive quickly.
Out of nowhere, a black hand grabbed their car door. The 3 of them looked out to see a zombie trying to break the door open, nearly scaring them to death. More and more zombies began to swarm toward their car, blocking the way, roar, roar, roar. Seeing them, Gao Fei's mouth dropped open, tears streaming down his face. Luo Lan, beside him, could only laugh through her tears.
Her smile twisted into something grotesque, why are there so many of them? Tianshan added, what are you waiting for? Open the gas tank for me. Gao Fei replied, okay.
He slammed the accelerator hard and with all his might, swerved the car around. Luo Lan and Tianshan sat in the back seat, struggling to stay steady because of the situation.
Their car successfully turned around and sped out of the zombie encirclement.
Gao Fei saw the dead end ahead and turned to Tianshan for help. There's a fence ahead, what do we do now?
He replied, what else can we do? We crash through it.
Their car took a risky chance, smashing through the fence in front of them, which allowed them to escape from the zombies behind. Tianshan rolled down the window to assess the situation outside, speed up, they're almost catching up.
Gao Fei was helpless in this situation, shit, this road is full of gravel, we can't go fast here.
Tianxian cursed angrily, damn it, grab the guns and get ready to fight. At that moment, the car's top opened, and Tianxian took out his guns, aiming at the zombies chasing them from behind.
With both guns in hand, he fired non-stop, shouting, "Die, all of you!"
The zombies chasing them were like wild animals, starved and desperate, clawing to catch the moving target that was their only prey. They howled and flailed, trying to catch up to the car.
But Tianxian, with his two guns blazing, unloaded a hail of bullets into the zombies.
Now, they were nothing more than moving targets for him to practice shooting at. The sound of gunfire echoed through the air. Luo Lan saw him shooting randomly and jumped in to shoot as well. One by one, they fell, some had their heads shattered, others their stomachs pierced, some lost their legs, all dropping like flies. Yet, they kept charging in like moths to a flame. It was truly a case of 49 meeting 53, with the undead chasing them from behind and a waterway appearing in front. In their panic, they turned to each other.
Luo Lan shouted, "What do we do now?" Tianxian didn't hesitate and told her, "Step on the gas, we'll cross it." She yelled back, "Are you crazy? If we fall, we're dead."
He retorted, "There's no time to be picky. Right now, we have to leave it to fate, because this is the only way.
If we don't do anything, we'll die anyway."
So, one kept shooting, the other clutched the steering wheel tightly. Together, they prayed they would make it out alive, flooring the accelerator to the point where the gauges were maxed out. Along with the sound of gunfire filling the air, the engine roared louder and louder. The car was truly flying at this point.
With a thud, it hit the ground.
The impact sent both of them bouncing in their seats like tossed shrimp.
After the landing, the vehicle was also severely damaged and could no longer move. Tianxian, frustrated, cursed, "Damn it, it can't end like this."
At this moment, Tianxian turned his gaze to the distance and noticed that there was a village nearby.
He kept looking at it.
The people on the vehicle had just started crawling out, and the young man with blonde hair sighed, "We're alive, really lucky, but the vehicle's heavily damaged, looks like we'll have to stay here tonight."
Tianxian stepped forward and suggested, "Let's leave the vehicle here for now, grab some things, and head into the village ahead." Luo Lan, quick-witted, agreed.
So, the three of them dragged their weary bodies into the village. The sun had now set, and Tianxian looked around cautiously. After a moment, he spoke up, something's not right here."
Luo Lan, puzzled, asked, "What's going on?" He, still wary, whispered, "Don't you notice?
It's so quiet here, not even the roar of a monster can be heard." The three of them continued walking deeper into the village, their thoughts adrift. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence, making them alert. Tianxian drew his gun and chambered around. At that moment, the sound of someone's footsteps was getting closer and closer to the group. Immediately, Tianxian pointed his gun at the source of the noise.
The other two people couldn't help but feel uneasy and exclaimed.
It turned out to be a man with a half-moon-shaped hairstyle. He raised his hand in surrender and said, "Don't shoot, I'm a human."
Luo Lan and the other two finally regained their composure and exclaimed, "Oh, that was a real shock." Tianxian, still on high alert, insisted that the man drop his weapon before approaching.
Once the man complied, Tianxian cautiously moved closer and began to check him over.
The man then spoke up, "I really don't mean any harm." Tianxian frowned and replied, "Stop talking so much and be quiet."
Gao Fei, seeing how thoroughly Tianxian was checking, spoke up, "Tianxian, he's a good guy."
Tianxian asked back, "A good guy?"
The man grinned widely, his face flushed as he answered, "Heh, too much praise, too much praise."
Finally, Tianxian allowed him to join them.
On the way, Tianxian quickly inquired about the situation in the village.
He asked him, "Are you here alone?
Where are the others?" The old man also answered his question, "That's right, I'm here alone, everyone else has left, and the rest are all dead. I'm the last one still in this village, many people have already gone, the children went to school, the adults went to work, and only the elderly stayed behind." At this point, the old man sighed thoughtfully and said, "I am Ding Pang, I run a small general store."
I never expected the world to turn out this terrible. Luolan, with her curly hair, hurried over and asked, "Can we spend the night at your house?" The two of them smiled widely, asking him without any hesitation. The old man immediately agreed, "Ha ha. Ha, of course, of course. It's been a week since I saw anyone else alive like me. My house is nearby." Seeing this, the two quickly thanked him. "Thank you, great hero. Gao Fei will never forget this kindness." Seeing how the two had no guard up with a stranger, Tianchen immediately pulled them aside and whispered into his ear, "Wait a minute, it's best not to go." He then turned to the old man and said, "This village is quiet anyway, how about we just pick any house to rest? We don't want to trouble you." Gao Fei, seeing his reaction, also pulled him close and whispered, "You're being overly cautious. He doesn't look like a bad person at all." He said firmly, "It's better to be cautious." Luolan, seeing that, also chimed in, "Tianchen, he's really a good person. We should be polite as well." Seeing the three of them whispering and arguing among themselves, the old man with the patchy gray hair just stood there, staring blankly. As their voices grew louder, they continued, "Tianchen, you're really overthinking this. He's genuinely a good person, and after all, four people are better than one." In the end, he had to give in to their two mouths. "Alright, fine, but we still have to be on guard with him." Gao Fei, seeing that he had finally compromised, threw his arm around his shoulder and smiled cheerfully. "Sorry about that, my friend here is a bit shy, please understand." The old man then put on a friendly ambassador-like expression and smiled broadly. "It's fine, it's fine." About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the house of the old man. "Dingpang, we're here, please come in." A little while later, the old man served them a hot pot full of tofu, beef, and herbs. The fragrance spread throughout the entire house. Gao Fei and Luolan, who hadn't had such luxurious food in a while, immediately brightened up and eagerly dug in. Seeing this, the old man said, "Ha, I'm not that good at cooking, so don't criticize it." The four of them sat around the dining table, expressing their admiration, with each slurping and munching sounds filling the air as the chopsticks clinked continuously. Luolan spoke up loudly, "The cooking skills are really impressive." Old Dingpeng shouted, "Everyone, feel free to eat. Don't hold back." Gao Fei buried his face in the food, his cheeks stuffed with more. As he chewed, he said, "I won't hold back. It's been a long time since I've had hot pot." Only Tianchen did not react as dramatically as the others, he remained as indifferent as usual. The old man turned to him and said, "Hey, don't be shy, just eat comfortably." He replied nonchalantly, "Thanks, I can eat on my own." The old man grabbed 2 bottles of wine and moved closer. "You know, we're really fortunate to meet like this, it's fate. How about we have a few drinks together?" Tianchen's expression shifted slightly, his gaze momentarily lowering as he murmured, "Fate? Shen, I wonder if I'll ever have the fate to meet you again." At that moment, Ding Peng suddenly stood up and coughed loudly, "Everyone, our meeting is fate. Today, let's add more dishes, add more bowls. Let's raise our glasses." With that, the four clinked their glasses and shouted, "Cheers." No one knew how much time had passed, but by now, the group was completely drunk. Tianchen, who was being carried by Luolan, was yelling, "I'll kill all you monsters. Ha ha, you dogs." At this moment, Luolan, her legs weak, said, "You've had too much to drink, you're too heavy." Both of them were drained of all strength, so they just threw Gao Fei and Tianchen onto the mattress. Tianchen, utterly drunk, was mumbling, Xian. Seeing him like this, Luolan helplessly said, "You're this drunk and still thinking about senior sister Sue, you really are." Gao Fei, who was standing beside them, spoke up, "Sorry about that, my place is small, so I don't have enough beds for everyone. Would you mind sleeping in my bed?" Luolan replied, "Sorry to trouble you so much." Ding Peng, who had been watching, looked at her with a strange expression and asked, "Your alcohol tolerance is pretty good, isn't it? You've drunk so much and you're still not drunk at all." Luolan, sensing his questioning gaze, glanced away and softly said, "Oh, I can't drink, so I just poured all my alcohol into their cups."
Suddenly, his expression darkened, and he gave a strange, almost eerie smile before speaking in a voice laced with something unsettling. I understand now. Done, he turned around and said, I won't disturb you any longer, you should rest. I'm going to sleep. At this moment, Luo Lan was still unaware of the danger and smiled at him, thanking him. The sound of footsteps dragged on, echoing through the house as they moved from one place to another. Eventually, he stopped in front of a certain room and pushed the door open. Inside the room, the floor was stained with patches of blood. Tools like knives, sickles, and axes were still covered in bloodstains. It seemed that this room was used for torturing or killing people. He stepped in, his action smooth and methodical as he picked up a knife and donned gloves, as if he had done this hundreds of times before. He mumbled, I should have killed them as soon as I met them. It's that damn kid who got in the way. That little brat is really strong, the tranquilizer didn't work on him, and he has a gun too. As he mumbled to himself, he walked over to the refrigerator, which was still stained with blood, muttering, TCH, who cares? I'll kill him anyway. Xiao Yu is hungry, I need to bring food back for her. At that moment, Gao Fei, heavily drunk, was dreaming of Miss Chang Yi confessing her love to him, grinning with a silly expression on his face as he said, No, please, I don't like it. He kept getting louder and louder, haha, I told you not to do that. With each passing moment, his tone became increasingly lewd. Luo Lan and Tian Chen, one of them wrapped themselves in a blanket to muffle Gao Fei's voice, while the other gritted their teeth and endured. But there is a limit to how much a person can tolerate. Luo Lan, irritated, transformed into a demon. Truly, whoever gave her the chance to be kind-hearted. Annoyed, she suddenly kicked Gao Fei straight in the head, shouting as she did, Damn it, can't you let me sleep, you little bastard? But this guy didn't seem to feel any pain at all. Gao Fei turned toward her and let out a muffled sound, causing Luo Lan to stand there, scratching her head and clicking her tongue. I really can't deal with this guy anymore. Ugh, cursing this crazy bastard is making me thirsty. So, she slipped on a pair of butterfly-patterned slippers and went to find something to drink. In the pitch-black house, as dark as the inside of a chicken coop, she fumbled her way around, muttering, Water, water, where's the water? Yet, for some strange reason, she ended up in a room full of blood and human entrails scattered everywhere. Luo Lan was stunned by the disgusting scene before her. She pinched her nose to avoid inhaling the stench of blood and rotting organs. As she held her nose, she muttered, It's so foul, is this a slaughterhouse? Then, a refrigerator caught her attention. She walked over and swung the door wide open. The sight before her made her shudder, and her eyes went wide as if she had just seen something terribly horrifying. She stood frozen, her face darkening as she muttered, This is. She slammed the door shut as if she could not bear to look at it for even a second longer. Unable to control herself, she blurted out, I ate this earlier. How? Suddenly, a hoarse male voice rang out, Don't worry. The voice made her jump and turn toward the source of the sound. At that moment, a figure stood in the doorway, not yet entering the room, but speaking in a hoarse tone, What I fed you earlier was pork. After saying this, he slowly stepped into the room, followed by threatening words, I was planning to give you a way out. He stepped closer, holding a cleaver in his hand, his face expressionless. He continued, But given the situation, it seems you won't be able to leave anymore. At this moment, Luo Lan was so terrified that she almost lost her mind, thinking to herself, This is bad, I left my gun in the backpack. She immediately reached out, grabbed the knife still stained with blood, and yelled, Stay away, you pervert. In the end, this twisted pervert revealed his true nature without hiding it anymore. He simply took the knife and advanced toward the place where Luo Lan was barricading herself. He spoke in his hoarse voice, Do you think a brat like you can kill me? She heard him insult her, spit in her face, and furiously shouted, You piece of shit, so full of yourself. We both have weapons, so why should I be so sure you'll kill me? At this point, she couldn't help but marvel at how Tian Chen's breathing techniques had worked wonders, as she had previously been unable to even hold the knife. Her gaze now was as sharp as a blade forged in an eternal fire, and her courage soared to the heavens. She thought to herself, But he has a weapon too, and I'm not as strong as Tian Chen.
I'll have to use strategy to threaten him. With that thought, she swung her arm and threw the knife directly at the pervert. The force of her arm caused the knife to spin in the air, almost like a boomerang with a sickle blade attached to it. He witnessed this scene and was equally shocked, as she was just a girl but could strike with such force. In a flash, the knife was thrown straight at him, hitting something with a loud crash that shattered the silence. It turned out the knife had missed its mark and embedded itself in the wall. He sneered contemptuously and mocked her. "Oh, wow, that was dangerous." Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Lan swung her steel fist and shouted, "Where do you think you're looking?" She landed the blow, and instantly, the perverted man spat out saliva and groaned. His eyes were bloodshot, and sweat poured from him like a waterfall. The pain was so intense that he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Taking advantage of the moment while he was still reeling, Luo Lan hurriedly dashed off to find a way out. In the heat of the moment, she suddenly remembered that the two drunks were still fast asleep. How do I stop him from hurting them? At that moment, footsteps echoed. It was the crazy man, standing by the door with a machete in hand, cursing at her. "You little brat, you want to wipe out my whole family, huh?" She turned around and raised her pinky finger, mocking him. "You're as small as a rat." Just these few words that reached his ears felt like thousands of arrows stabbing into his flesh. He was furious, absolutely enraged. She quickly turned and ran, causing him to chase after her while shouting, "Stop right there, you little brat. Today, next year, will be your death anniversary." Suddenly, she stopped, looking around, and realized that it was a basement. She was certain he hadn't caught up to her yet. Without another word, she ran down into the depths of the basement to hide. At that moment, in the window of the dark room, a shadow of a woman was trembling uncontrollably. The scene before her was rather horrifying. In the middle of the gloomy room was a girl covered in blood, bound to a chair. Luo Lan stepped forward and called out, "Is someone there?" She then noticed the ropes wrapped around the girl's body. Luo Lan rushed forward, saying, "Were you captured by him? Don't worry, I'll get you out of here right away." However, the only response she got was the savage screams of the zombies. The girl before Luo Lan was no longer human, she had transformed into a zombie. The lifeless eyes of the creature stared at her as it shrieked at the top of its lungs. In the midst of panic, she now encountered this damn thing. Luo Lan couldn't take it anymore, screaming loudly and collapsing to the ground. She was stunned as she witnessed the scene, muttering, "What is this? A mannequin?" As she crawled backward, she grabbed something, and the faint moonlight illuminated it. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Huh? Is this a human hand?" Without hesitation, Luo Lan threw the cursed hand aside and screamed, "That's disgusting." The zombie, feeling abandoned, let out a loud roar. She stepped closer to assess the situation. This is definitely a mutated monster. Suddenly, there was the sound of rapid footsteps approaching. She thought to herself, "He's here." So it was that sicko. He kicked the door open and shouted, "You little brat, get out here." When no one responded, he began to enter the room, searching around determined to find Luo Lan. At this moment, Luo Lan was hiding behind the wall, her heart pounding loudly in her chest. He was getting closer to her hiding spot, muttering, "No one's here?" He stopped in front of the monster and raised his voice, which was both hoarse and sickly, saying, "What's wrong with you, my dear?" The zombie, for some reason, trembled all over. It was probably more afraid of the man standing before it than of any demon. He gently called out the name Xiaoyu, and even the sickly man's face flushed slightly. Then, he began to touch the monster's body while sniffing and muttering, "You've suffered so much." Luo Lan, standing nearby, witnessed the whole thing. She felt like throwing up everything she had just eaten. She couldn't help but think, he treats a monster as his wife. What a perverted freak. The man still didn't stop. He became even more melodramatic. "I'm so sorry, my dear, I had no choice but to keep you in this basement. But don't worry." The monster couldn't speak, but if it could, it would probably curse this filthy bastard without a second thought.
The man even knelt down as if the zombie in front of him was an unparalleled beauty in the world, gently caressing its face and saying, "I will visit you often, I promise." Suddenly, he dropped something. It was the arm that Luo Lan had thrown earlier. He frowned but chuckled, muttering to himself, "Looks like we have a guest." The perverted man began to stand up, his disgusting voice ringing out, "You think you can still hide in there?" Luo Lan froze at his words. Instantly, she jumped out and shouted directly at his face, "You're beyond saving if you're in love with a monster like her." Hearing this, he screamed back, "She's my wife."
What's wrong with a husband caring for his wife? There's nothing wrong with it, she'll always be my wife.
The more he spoke, the louder he shouted, "She's my wife, she'll always be mine." Seeing that this mad dog was hopelessly delusional, she tried to reason with him, "Wake up, she's dead."
But he wouldn't listen, instead shouting, "Nonsense, you little brat."
Then, he turned and walked towards the zombie, saying, "She can still move, run, and eat." He pressed his face close to the monster, wearing the expression of a madman, and solemnly declared, "She's still alive, and above all, she's still my fiancée." After that, he grabbed a blood-soaked knife and walked towards Luo Lan, saying, "My wife hasn't had fresh meat in days. She's hungry, so you better behave and let me feed her." At this moment, Luo Lan's mind was in a state of complete shock. The perverse man had now stood right next to her, causing her to sweat profusely. He cast a disgusted look and sickening thoughts upon her. Luo Lan gritted her teeth and frowned, cursing under her breath. Without hesitation, she launched a powerful kick toward him. The force was so strong that her sandal flew off, but he simply sidestepped, effortlessly dodging it. He reached out with his repulsive hand and grabbed her foot. Luo Lan could no longer hold back and shouted angrily, "Let go of me." He chuckled maliciously and sneered, "You still think you can escape?" As he raised the knife, he taunted, "I'll chop you up and feed you to my wife." Just then, with a whoosh, as he was about to bring the knife down on Luo Lan in her moment of terror, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the knife directly, distorting its blade. Luo Lan turned her head and laughed joyfully, as if she'd found a lifeline. The perverse man, completely bewildered, followed her gaze. It turned out that Tianchen had finally snapped out of his daze. Standing there striking a pose, he cursed loudly, "You damn pig." Although he looked cool, his face was still drenched in sweat as he secretly thought to himself, "There must be something in the alcohol, I let my guard down too much. Is it possible that I can't recover if I'm poisoned?" Seeing himself at a disadvantage, he immediately seized Luo Lan in a tight grip and brought the knife closer, threatening, "Put the gun down, or I'll kill this girl." It was then that he suddenly remembered, cursing himself for his oversight, "I forgot there's a window here. Looks like you must have come in through that." He saw him and cursed back, "Let her go." The man taunted him with a sickening laugh, "Are you threatening me? What do I have to fear with a hostage? Put the gun down." His eyes were cold as he spoke, "You want to use her as a hostage?" He didn't bother to look back, but pointed the gun straight at the head of that cursed creature and said, "I have a hostage too, you bastard." Seeing him threaten his wife like that, the man screamed, "Wife!" He flew into a rage, pressing Luo Lan tightly against himself and cursing right in his face, "Damn it, put the gun down." And so, the two of them stood there, yelling at each other. Tianchen said, "Release the person first." The other man defiantly shouted, "Don't even think about it." Tianchen, furious, pressed the barrel of the gun close to the zombie's head and said, "Then I'll send this monster to the afterlife." At that moment, the creature seemed to be stirring, its survival instincts kicking in. Is it trying to survive? It sensed the danger to its own life, squirming and growling, its mouth screaming Roah. Suddenly, that sick man started crying like a child missing his mother, groaning, "Please don't shoot, I beg you. I can't live without her." In a cold voice, he replied, "Then release her. I give you my word as a man that this creature will not die." The man now realized he wasn't joking, and quickly said, Okay, I'll exchange the hostage with you. Just don't shoot." While the two continued to argue, the zombie still wriggled and struggled uncontrollably. The two of them gradually walked closer, and the expression on the face of the monstrosity turned a deep shade of purple. Neither of them said anything more, only the sound of their shoes echoed, clopping along the ground. Suddenly, a tearing noise rang out from somewhere. It turned out that the creature had torn apart the cloth that had been binding it. It resembled a wild animal that had been chained for a long time, and it began to howl as if it had never had the chance to do so before. The three of them were like trees rooted to the ground at the sight before them. After struggling for a while, the creature finally freed itself from the tangle of ropes. It let out a roar like an unvaccinated beast. Tian Shen, noticing the strange noise behind him, turned around. The perverted man, seeing the monster he called his wife thrashing around, immediately screamed, "My love!" Taking advantage of his distraction, Luo Lan bit into his hand, causing blood to spurt out. He clenched his hand tightly, groaning in anger, "Ah!" Luo Lan seized the opportunity and ran away from this deranged man. At this moment, Tian Shen's face was colder than ice. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon and aimed it directly at the creature's face, freezing it in place. Oddly enough, the zombie-like creature didn't charge at him but just stood there, staring. The cruel lover rushed over with a panicked expression and shouted loudly, "Stop!" Bang! The sound of a gunshot shattered the atmosphere, and it seemed like the bullet had struck the head of the zombie. However, the soldier used his own body to shield it. If it weren't for the global pandemic, he would surely have been a good husband. Yet, life is never like a dream, for the wife he loved now was nothing but a soulless zombie. Standing before this heartbreaking sight, Tian Shen and Luo Lan were left stunned and amazed. After the deafening gunshot, the force of the bullet caused the man to lose his balance and fall heavily to the ground. His face looked as dry as a monkey's. A few minutes later, drops of blood trickled down onto the ground. Struggling, he managed to crawl to his feet and said, "Honey, are you okay?" The monster slowly moved toward him. The moonlight was shining down as if it were illuminating the twisted love between monster and man. Suddenly, he remembered the time when his wife had first been infected. Her hands had trembled with fear. She whispered to her husband, "Please, please. Kill me. I can't live anymore." He gently comforted her, "Don't say that. It will never happen. You'll be fine." Her tears flowed like a river. She lowered her head and begged her husband, "Kill me, I don't want to become a monster that kills you." He simply held her tightly and whispered in her ear, "Why would you say that? No matter what, you must live." Back to the present, they were just like before, but life is inherently unjust. The wife, whom he had loved so deeply, was no longer in this world. In her place was a monster that only knew how to bite. He stared in horror. The monster wasted no time and bit straight into the man's neck, causing a gush of blood to pour out. Tian Shen and Luo Lan, who stood outside witnessing this scene, were both startled. Luo Lan even stood there, mouth agape. The man was pinned to the ground by the monster, gnawing at his flesh as if it had been starving for billions of years. Although he had lost all consciousness, his eyes could not close, with veins of blood clearly visible in his pupils, as though he had suffered the greatest shock of his life. Tian Shen and Luo Lan stood frozen, watching the scene before them, the monster gnawing on the body of the man who had once been her husband. Tian Shen raised his gun and aimed directly at the monster's head. With a single shot, the bullet struck its head, ending its miserable life. The mood of both of them had plunged to the lowest point. Luo Lan even lowered her gaze, displaying a look of pity for this family. Seeing her in such contemplation, Tian Shen also stood by to comfort her, "Don't think too much. That guy and her were already dead, they had no emotions or feelings at all." He turned his back and spoke aloud, "Let's go." Luo Lan quickly followed Tian Shen. She unconsciously turned her head and looked back at the corpse of the man. Suddenly, her voice trembled as she softly spoke, "Why has the world become like this? If there hadn't been the pandemic, Ding Bing would have lived happily with his wife." Tian Shen replied, his tone somewhat cold, yet there was a trace of comfort in his words. He said, "You're right. If there hadn't been the pandemic, surely you, I, and Gao Fei would be living normal lives.
perhaps we'd be attending school right now. He took a cigarette from his coat pocket, slowly lit it, and said, but this world has been overrun by the pandemic, and that is the truth. He looked up at the sky, exhaled a puff of smoke, and spoke to her, Luolan, listen, right now, just remember one thing, which is to do whatever it takes to survive. In the stillness of the night, the two of them pondered their lives. It was unclear how long it had been or when Tian Shen's group had returned to the broken-down car parked by the riverbank. At this moment, Tian Shen was taking a drag of his cigarette, while Luolan was diligently working on the car. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of Luolan and shouted, Wrench, hurry up. It turned out to be Gao Fei's voice. Luolan pouted and replied, are you sure you know how to fix it? He adopted a pompous tone and answered, didn't I tell you? When I was 10, I already knew how to fix a bike. The camera angle shifted down to the soft, delicate legs of Luolan. Below, Gao Fei's face was completely red, and he wore a lecherous expression, even laughing stupidly. Luolan, upon seeing the perverted man leering at her, stood frozen with her mouth agape, her eyes wide open at the situation. She immediately threw the wrench right at Gao Fei's face and yelled, what are you pervert looking at? Behind the car, the sound of insults still echoed throughout the area, yet Gao Fei didn't back down and retorted, you think I want to look at those flat chests of yours? Luolan, furiously enraged, cursed back, how dare you talk about my flat chest? I curse you to marry a wife with a chest as flat as two parallel lines. Ha ha. Tian Shen, who was smoking, sighed deeply. These two really are something. Then he stood in contemplation, raising his hand thoughtfully, since I successfully reached level 1 in evolution, I haven't made any breakthroughs. Maybe these kinds of fights aren't enough to level up. Time passed by just like that, when suddenly the sound of Gao Fei's voice broke the silence. It turned out that he had finally finished fixing the car without having another argument with Luolan. Beside him, Tian Shen also complimented, that was fast? Gao Fei scratched his head and replied, what do you mean? I can even disassemble a tank. This car is nothing, like drinking milk. Before he could enjoy his moment of pride for too long, Tian Shen interrupted, alright, let's go. Gao Fei, surprised by his response, awkwardly said, huh? At least you could compliment me a little? Scene change. The three of them had reached the gas station. There, monsters were walking down the road as if they were casually strolling in a parade. On this side, Tian Shen was standing in a pose, using binoculars to survey the situation. Gao Fei, noticing that he hadn't spoken for a while, asked, what's over there? Tian Shen replied, a few monsters, nothing too dangerous. Luolan sat there, unresponsive. Suddenly, Gao Fei felt something was about to happen to him and instinctively glanced at Tian Shen. Tian Shen met his gaze. Their eyes locked for about 5 seconds, and Gao Fei's expression turned teary, as if he was about to cry. Meanwhile, Tian Shen wore a malicious grin, looking back at Gao Fei. He unconsciously snapped, what are you looking at? Tian Shen remained calm and, with a disgruntled tone, said, don't mind it, I was just sharing some good ideas earlier. Upon hearing this, Gao Fei nervously lowered his voice, don't be like that, hee. A while later, Gao Fei was equipped with 2 knives, but strangely, he was trembling like a dog that had just been splashed with cold water. Tian Shen truly was the savior of this group. He sat confidently on top of the car, puffing on a cigarette and said, if you want to evolve quickly, the best thing is to join the fight. Gao Fei, feeling disheartened, replied, do we really have to do this? Luolan, hearing him, jumped in, you're a man, aren't you? What are you afraid of? Before Luolan could continue, Tian Shen raised his hand toward her and said, don't worry, this beauty will come with me. Hearing him, she jumped up in surprise and exclaimed, huh? What? Her face turned ashen as she said, why do I have to go too? Meanwhile, Gao Fei's soul was floating in the clouds, and Tian Shen wore an indifferent expression as he said, just go. Don't waste time. There are only a few useless monsters anyway. Hearing Tian Shen speaking, Luolan immediately pointed at the group of monsters and shouted, these are just a few?
He took a drag from his cigarette and said, "None of them have evolved yet, they move very slowly, in the end, they're just small fry." Luolan still couldn't accept that she had to go into battle, and she kept pleading with Tian Chen. He coldly replied, "There's no buts about it." After saying that, he raised his gun and chambered around. With a gleeful smile, he said, "Remember, survival comes first." Luolan, once again, looked baffled, not understanding what he was trying to do. With a boom, the sound of the gunshot shattered the air, startling the birds nearby, which quickly scattered to find shelter. Luolan and Gao Fei were left open-mouthed at Tian Chen's actions. The monsters, disturbed by the loud noise, started rushing toward Tian Chen's group. Meanwhile, in another house, eerie screams could be heard from inside, revealing a monster crawling around in a blood-stained room. Suddenly, something strange started protruding from its back. A little while later, it broke through its outer layer and emerged. The scene before them seemed somewhat extravagant. The monster appeared even more ferocious now, with its spikes having grown longer than before. Perhaps this was the evolutionary form Tian Chen had mentioned earlier. Suddenly, a monster's severed arm was seen flying up into the sky. Not stopping there, the person also thrust a knife straight into the monster's mouth, causing it to spit out blood. Its eyes were bloodshot, and with a quick swipe, the knife in his hand easily claimed the monster's head. It turned out that this was Tian Chen's group, and the person who had taken the monster's head was Gao Fei. The two of them were now standing on top of a car, holding their ground against the wave of monster attacks. Unable to bear it any longer, Gao Fei shouted, "How many more of them are there?" Beside him, Luolan, while firing her gun, yelled, "Don't ask me." Suddenly, a zombie lunged from behind, catching Gao Fei off guard. He only managed to turn his head and exclaim, "We're screwed." The zombie charged at him like a wild animal, but before it could reach him, it was stopped by two blades from Gao Fei's knives. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Someone, hurry up and help me." Hearing the cry for help, Luolan turned back and said, "There are too many over here as well." Just then, a bullet shot through the zombie's head, leaving Gao Fei momentarily stunned. He turned his head in the direction of the bullet, curious to see who had just fired. It turned out to be Tian Chen. He was casually lying back with his legs crossed, sipping water, looking completely unfazed. Truly the image of a master who was squeezing every last drop of energy from his workers. Seeing Gao Fei in a daze, Tian Chen immediately shouted, "What are you looking at? Losing focus in the middle of a fight will get you killed." Gao Fei didn't have time to react because a horde of zombies was chasing him from behind. So, the two of them, Gao Fei and Luolan, worked together. One used two swords to take down a monster, the other fired two bullets to drop one. They fought from dawn until dusk, not knowing how many zombies had met their end, only that by this point, both of them were so exhausted they collapsed, panting heavily. Gao Fei asked about the situation, while Luolan could only weakly mutter that he was still alive. When they had finished off the monsters, Tian Chen jumped down to finalize things for them. He approached and said, "No rest yet, we're going to refine the virus through breathing exercises, get up now." Hearing this, both of them complained, "You're so cruel, have you lost all your humanity?" Tian Chen, unfazed, continued, "You're already whining after just this? Well, then I'll make you train even more. Also, when did your hatred flare up like this? I'm sure you didn't eat the mara fruit, did you? And why are you both shouting in unison now?" Tian Chen immediately entered a cold, indifferent state and shouted, "Do it now, make their momentum dissipate." After some time, the two of them finally agreed to cultivate. Tian Chen stood in the middle, observing their progress. The streaks of blood, seemingly alive, moved throughout Luolan's body. Tian Chen, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but sigh, indeed, like father, like son. Just like Luo Hang, it's the speed of evolution. Suddenly, he turned his gaze elsewhere, landing on Gao Fei. He hadn't shown any progress yet. At this moment, his expression slightly changed as he pondered, maybe he needs to be in a different place for him to evolve? The more he thought, the more it gave him a headache. He couldn't help but rub his head, how could evolution be this random? It's definitely not possible. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual and directed his gaze toward that spot. So it's the house with the monster from before. He stood there, thinking silently to himself about his two companions. This feeling is hard to put into words. He left Luolan and Gao Fei behind to search for an opponent, not forgetting to take a little vitamin to boost his lung power and slay. By this point, he had arrived at the house. The area around the house was quite clean, with no sign of the monster anywhere. Suddenly, Tianchen noticed the smell of blood rising from inside the house. He opened the door and began to step inside, gripping his knife tightly in his hand. On the floor, dismembered corpses were scattered everywhere. He walked through the house, stepping over the bodies. Just then, something lunged at him from behind, startling him so much that his soul almost left his body. He literally flew. Something had crashed into him with such force that it smashed through the window, sending him flying outside. The impact was so strong that he coughed up blood. Perhaps for the first time since being resurrected, he was in such agony. He had no strength left to retaliate and tumbled a few rolls on the ground. Even so, he still gripped both knives tightly and cursed, "Ah, damn it, it hurts so much." Tianchen used both his hands and feet, summoning every ounce of strength to stand up. He looked toward the interior of the house and shouted angrily, "Who did this?" It seemed something had gotten into his eyes, and his expression changed. From a battle-hardened gaze, his eyes now reflected astonishment as he stared at the creature before him. It was a monstrous being with 12 spikes protruding from its body, resembling a mutated durian. The creature's arms were adorned with sharp barbs, and its mouth twisted into a sinister grin. Tianchen couldn't stay calm and cursed directly, "Damn it, the monster in front of me is a special type of mutation, a beast that prefers to fight alone, but it's incredibly strong." Tianchen was also serious about fighting, knowing that it was unlikely he would make it out of this alive. The beast seemed to understand his fear, and it gleefully puffed out its breath, which hadn't seen a toothbrush in years, mocking him. Whether Tianchen could smell it or not, his face turned completely dark. Suddenly, it charged at him, throwing a punch in his direction. The scene in front of him was no different from an ant trying to take on an elephant, with their difference in size being massive. On top of that, it was a mutant species. His wounds hadn't even healed, and now he had to fight again, his face contorting in pain worse than a monkey's backside. Its punch knocked him down, and he rolled a few times before stopping. Quickly, he used a tree stump for leverage to push himself up and retaliate. With a swift motion, he gripped his knife tightly and charged at the monster. Tianchen immediately executed a surprise attack from behind, aiming to catch it off guard. With a swish, he sliced off several of the monster's spines. The zombie sensed the pain, its eyes narrowing into a glare as it turned to look at Tianchen. Tianchen, after delivering a strike, hadn't even had time to fully process what had happened when, with a loud thud, a monster punched him straight in the stomach. The tremendous force shattered his sword into countless pieces. But that wasn't all, he also coughed up a mouthful of blood. The impact of the punch sent Tianchen tumbling, rolling like a shrimp coated in batter, ready to be thrown into a frying pan. The beast strutted over to where Tianchen was lying on his back, helpless, as if ready to put him on the chopping block. Tianchen, clutching his stomach, cursed through gritted teeth, "Damn it, the gap in strength is just too huge." At this moment, the zombie stood right in front of him, grinning grotesquely. Tianchen was still struggling to get up after the punch when the zombie let out a shrill roar and raised its muscular, veiny fist toward him. Just then, a gunshot rang out loudly, causing Tianchen to be momentarily stunned. If it weren't for that shot, he would have been on his way to the afterlife by now. The zombie howled like a rabid animal, its red eyes now pierced by the bullet. It stood there, screaming uncontrollably. The shrillness of its cries was so intense that Tianchen could barely keep his balance. As he looked past the creature, his eyes widened in shock, and he blurted out, "What's that? That figure looks so familiar." And so, Tianchen's expression was one of bewilderment. He couldn't help but exclaim, "That's..." So it turns out that Gao Fei is a womanizer. His face looked completely bewildered, utterly stupid. He was still holding two guns, the smoke still rising from the barrels. Tianchen couldn't help but exclaim, "Gao Fei."
Before he could say more, Gao Fei proudly spoke up. He didn't expect that, did you? I can be useful sometimes, you know. Suddenly, he stopped goofing around and, instead, fired rapidly while shouting, Tian Shen, get out of the way. The gunshots rang out continuously, but it was unclear what was happening. It turned out that while Tian Shen was still stunned by the scene, the zombie had seized the opportunity to ambush him. Instantly, dozens of bullets were shot into the zombie's body. Tian Shen dodged while turning around to assess the situation. He thought, even from this distance, how is he able to shoot so accurately at the monster's head? The gunfire didn't stop, and more bullets kept piercing into the zombie's head, while Gao Fei fired haphazardly, shooting everywhere. Tian Shen ran while shouting, find its weak spot. Immediately, Gao Fei responded. The two worked together smoothly, coordinating their efforts. Gao Fei knew what needed to be done and called out, hold it off. From somewhere, a stone was thrown straight into the zombie's face, causing it to shriek like a pig being slaughtered. Tian Shen did not forget to turn around and say, I'm here. At this moment, the zombie seemed to come back to life. Although both of its eyes were blind, it could still sense the human presence around it. Without hesitation, it immediately adopted an attacking stance and swung its fist toward Tian Shen. The force of the punch sent Tian Shen soaring into the air, with debris flying in all directions. However, being tossed up like that didn't cause him to lose his advantage. Tian Shen quickly adapted and reacted. He focused on the zombie's head and kicked it straight in. Before he could stabilize his position, the zombie grabbed his leg, causing him to lose his balance and pulling him back toward it. This creature was clearly meticulous. No longer toying with him, it swung its fist at Tian Shen, intending to take his life. Tian Shen used every ounce of his strength to dodge, knowing that if he took another blow, his life would be over. The zombie began to torture him, dragging him back and forth. Tian Shen continued to scream, praying that Gao Fei would come to his rescue. Meanwhile, Gao Fei stood at a distance, observing the zombie's every move, looking for its weakness. I wonder if this monster was a Marvel fan before, it's reenacting the scene where Loki is being tossed around by Hulk. Then Gao Fei, as if sensing its weakness, suddenly opened his eyes wide as if enlightened by the party, so that's where it's wounded, at the neck of the monster, injured by the shots just now. He shouted at that very moment, and immediately, dozens of bullets were fired straight towards the zombie. Instantly, two bullets followed one another and lodged directly into the creature's head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Like a puppet with no more strings, it collapsed to the ground. Tian Shen finally broke free from the zombie's grip and collapsed, gasping for air. Gao Fei, unable to hide his joy, exclaimed, "Did I really do it?" The zombie, still clinging to life, trembled. Tian Shen struggled to get up and walk toward it, saying, "You're a tough one, huh?" He then grabbed its head, using all his strength to squeeze. After squeezing for a while, he pulled its head back up, making the zombie seem as if it feared nothing. But now, it realized its life was about to end, and it raised its hands, begging Tian Shen. Then came the scene of Tian Shen, straining every muscle in his body, pulling at its head. After much effort, he finally managed to tear its head off, taking the bones with it. Without hesitation, he threw the head away like a pile of trash. Gao Fei hurried over and asked Tian Shen, "Are you okay?" He brushed off the question and spoke up, "I've succeeded." Breathing heavily, he continued, "So, is that your ability after the evolution?" Gao Fei didn't respond but instead stared directly at him. He bent down, picked up a stone, and then said, "Do you see that leaf falling?" Seeing that the question was completely unrelated, Tian Shen also asked, "Huh?" They both waited until the leaf detached from the tree. Immediately, Gao Fei inhaled deeply, gathered momentum, and flicked the stone from his hand, sending it flying toward the falling leaf. Thud! The stone hit the leaf and pinned it to the tree. Tian Shen was a bit surprised by the scene. As for Gao Fei, he struck a pose and asked, "What do you think?" Tian Shen immediately pulled him toward himself and ruffled his hair, praising, "So you really are impressive." Gao Fei grinned widely, pleased, hee hee. At this moment, if we were to look into his eyes, we would see the wide-eyed, innocent look of a fawn in Gao Fei's gaze. It seemed like Tian Shen was training him. He spoke up, asking, "Do you see anything there?" He quickly responded, "Yes, yes." It turned out he was measuring the distance that Gao Fei could see. Having figured it out, he read out the numbers clearly, 52, 6, 18. He confidently patted his chest and said, "This distance is no longer an issue." After evolving, the movements of those monsters now appear slower to me, while everything around is much clearer, even a fly is distinguishable. Tian Shen explained to him, "That's a breakthrough in eye power, an evolution of the nervous system, not the limbs. You're truly not ordinary." Tian Shen placed his hand on Gao Fei's shoulder, as if encouraging him, and said, "Let's go rest now. I'll get you a sniper rifle." At this moment, Gao Fei's gaze faltered slightly, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. He clenched his fist and spoke, "Finally, I can be of help to you." Hearing him speak so softly, Tian Shen immediately slapped him on the back and said, "What are you talking about? We're friends, after all." Gao Fei lowered his head, pondering for a few seconds. Finally, he smiled gently and extended his hand toward Tian Shen, saying, "Tian Shen, no matter what the future holds, I'll follow you." Seeing his friend, who had once risked life and death, act like this, Tian Shen was somewhat surprised. In the end, neither of them needed to say anything further, both of them smiled faintly, and deep down, they surely both knew that they would forever be good brothers. On Luolan's side, her complexion changed slightly, as it seemed the evolution process had slowed down more than usual. She remained seated, meditating amidst the mountain of monster corpses, completely motionless. Suddenly, the aura around her shifted, and the blood veins that were spreading across her body began to rise. In an instant, her eyes opened wide, and her pupils were no longer normal, turning a dark purple-black, giving off a very eerie vibe. She could no longer bear it and screamed uncontrollably. Around her, smoke began rising from her body, billowing into the sky, with a sizzling sound, as if her flesh was being roasted. Upon noticing that something was wrong with her, Tian Shen's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth. Both of them immediately rushed to where Luolan was and shouted, "This isn't good." In a hurry, they asked, "Luolan, what's happening?" Tian Shen explained, "The process is too fast, her body can't handle it and is going berserk." Hearing this, Gao Fei couldn't stay calm and shouted, "What should we do now?" Tian Shen sat down next to Luolan and said, "There's no other choice. We have to use it." With that, he raised his hand, gathered momentum, and slapped her, as though a mother were punishing a child who had been sneaking off to play video games. A slap made Luolan spit out a mouthful of saliva, scattering it everywhere. However, Tian Shen's expression showed no sign of regret. This must be how effective the physical therapy was. Luolan immediately regained her senses and cried out, "It hurts, it really hurts." Right after that, she screamed and cursed, "You're crazy, Gao Fei. How dare you hit me?" Gao Fei, who hadn't even touched her, was completely baffled, but he ignored her accusations as she continued, "Who else is planting sweet potatoes in this land?" Meanwhile, the real culprit was casually standing by, smoking and taking in some lung-cleansing, tuberculosis-killing puffs. He was just watching the two birds argue. Gao Fei repeatedly denied it. "It wasn't me, it was Tian Shen who did it." But Luolan firmly insisted, "You nasty piece of work, Tian Shen would never hit me, would he?" Seeing that things were spiraling out of control, Tian Shen, exhaling smoke, said, "Stop hitting him already. If I hadn't slapped you back then, you'd probably be crazy by now, turned into some kind of monster." Upon hearing that, Luolan stopped. However, Gao Fei's face had turned unrecognizable. Who knew if his parents would even recognize him now? After venting her frustration, she said, "I'm letting you off the hook just for Tian Shen's sake." Gao Fei, feeling wronged, sighed, "This is personal vendetta." Tian Shen turned around and spoke, "Let's go, tonight we'll sleep at the gas station, and tomorrow we'll set off." Suddenly, the scene shifted back to the past, and now there were the hands of someone. It was Gao Fei when he was young. From the situation, it was easy to tell that he was being bullied by a group of kids. The girl that Gao Fei had affected screamed loudly, "Ah, pervert.
As for him, he was still confused because he had only reached out his hand, but the fat kid had sneered and pushed him forward, making things even more chaotic. The two other boys saw this and burst into laughter, saying, "Gee." She continued to shout, "Your son, the little rascal, dared to molest my daughter. You people should just die." Gao Fei couldn't bear it anymore and spoke up, "But aunt, I really didn't do anything. Someone pushed me." She immediately screamed, "Liar. I will definitely report you to the school and have you expelled." Gao Fei's mother couldn't take it anymore and pulled him away, saying, "Hey, I haven't finished talking yet. Who gave you the right to leave?" At that moment, the two of them walked out of the unjust school. Suddenly, the soft voice of his mother spoke, making Gao Fei widen his eyes in surprise. "Mom believes that I didn't do it." The image of his gentle mother appeared in his mind, her hair half platinum blonde like a princess from the snow-white forest. She continued, "I know my Gao Fei would never do something so despicable." Unable to hold back his tears from his mother's comforting words, they streamed down his face. Seeing this, his mother sat down and gently comforted him. "Let's go home. What would you like to eat tonight? I'll cook it for you." Breaking out of his reverie, he opened his eyes, and the scene changed. Now, the three of them were sitting in the car, heading somewhere. Seeing Gao Fei lost in thought, Tianchen asked, "What are you thinking about?" He replied indifferently, "Don't mind it, just old stuff." Tianchen immediately noticed that there was something strange in his brother's words and attitude, so he also changed his expression. Eventually, the three of them made their way to G District, following Gao Fei's directions, and stopped at a certain apartment complex. They stood there, observing the situation. 2 minutes later, Tianchen spoke up, "We have to be very careful, there are definitely monsters around here." He turned to his pet and said, "You stay here." Then he walked up to Gao Fei and said, "If anything happens later, pay attention to my orders." "Got it?" Gao Fei, loading his gun while pouting, his face tense, replied, "I'm not sure if my parents are safe." Seeing that Gao Fei had lost all resolve, Tianchen reassured him, "They will be fine. Now, focus on what's ahead." After finishing their weapon preparations, Tianchen reminded them once more, "Pay attention to every movement. No matter what happens, we must not let the monsters detect us." However, the scene before them was nothing like they had imagined. On the ground was a pile of monster corpses, all of them dead, their bodies scattered throughout the hallway. The three of them were puzzled and asked, "What's going on here?" Tianchen answered coldly, "Someone has been here. Looks like they've already left." Gao Fei, sensing something bad, turned pale and shouted, "No." Gao Fei ignored the previously discussed plan and ran straight towards his house, not sparing a second to look back. Seeing him act this way, Tianchen and Luolan also called after him, shouting, "Where are you running off to?" They continued chasing after him, yelling loudly, "Wait up, you fool!" The sound of their footsteps pounding up the stairs echoed relentlessly, as though they could hardly breathe. Tianchen still tried to call him back, knowing there could be more danger lurking in the house. Suddenly, both of them stopped in front of a group of monsters sprawled out on the ground. They stood there, glancing around, searching for where Gao Fei had gone. Tianchen spoke up, "He's fast, isn't he? He should have been here." Just then, a scream echoed throughout the house, coming from a room brightly lit by a lamp. The two of them sensed that something was terribly wrong and rushed to investigate. As they ran, they called out, "Over here, Fei's in this room." Before their eyes was a scene of continuous gunfire, with smoke billowing from the gun and filling the entire room. It was Fei, in a frenzied, panic-stricken state, shooting at something. By now, Tianchen and Luolan had entered the room where Fei was wildly firing. Tianchen stood frozen, his eyes wide, and whispered, "Fei?" In Gao Fei's eyes, there was the silhouette of someone, a figure illuminated by something blindingly bright, their limbs twisted unnaturally. He could no longer maintain his composure, his face turning ashen. His legs could no longer maintain balance and gave way, collapsing onto the ground. As if that weren't enough, he let out a cry of pure agony, "No!" Before him was something that caused a man who always wore a smile to break down in tears and scream in despair. Tianchen immediately ran over, asking, "What happened?" Suddenly, his gaze shifted toward something, his eyes locked onto the bathroom, the place that had caused Gao Fei to lose control.
It was horrifying.
Before him stood what seemed to be a bathroom, yet surrounding it were the dismembered corpses of monsters, their bodies hacked beyond recognition.
In the center hung a woman, chained and suspended upside down.
Gao Fei collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. He cried out in anguish, "That woman!
She's my mother."
Her body was no longer whole, with bite marks from the monsters scattered across it.
Tian Chen and Luo Lan, standing nearby, could hear Gao Fei's heart-wrenching cries echoing with pain.
He continued to sit there, sobbing uncontrollably, mourning the loss of the mother who had always protected him, always loved him, and was now gone. Luo Lan stepped forward to comfort him, while Tian Chen approached the corpse, saying, "Someone must have fed something to these monsters, causing them to tear her apart."
Gao Fei had yet to calm down, his tears and snot flowing uncontrollably.
Tian Chen silently turned away, for he was the leader of the team. If he broke down, no one knew who could lift them up again. At this moment, Luo Lan couldn't hold back and gritted her teeth, cursing, "What kind of beast could be so?" Suddenly, Gao Fei fell silent and slowly stood up.
Luo Lan, not understanding what he was about to do, called out, "Gao Fei, what are you planning to do?"
Without a word, he brushed past Luo Lan and walked towards Tian Chen. He approached the body of Gao Fei's mother, tears continuing to fall from his eyes. He reached out with trembling hands towards the corpse, calling out her name. Suddenly, the pupils of his mother's corpse moved, and her eyes slowly opened. Tian Chen immediately sensed something was wrong and rushed to stop Gao Fei, knowing that his mother had already transformed into a monster, with no thoughts left in her mind.
What he witnessed left Gao Fei in a daze.
He stood frozen, staring at the figure before him, the woman who had once been his mother, now transformed into a monster, rushing towards him to tear him apart. The monster bared its teeth and howled wildly at the people in the room. Gao Fei couldn't accept this cruel reality, and his breath slowed for a moment. He could only lower his head, refusing to acknowledge the harsh truth, murmuring, "No, no, mother." A moment later, he clenched his fists tightly and muttered, "Damn it." It seemed that he had turned his pain into hatred. His gaze was now more dangerous than ever.
He ground his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, you bastard." Then, without saying another word, he turned his back and ran out of the room.
Tian Chen and Luo Lan both spoke up, trying to stop him. Seeing their efforts were in vain, he raised his gun to the ceiling and fired. After the gunshot, he finally stopped and listened to them.
Tian Chen spoke first, pressing, "Where are you going now?"
Gao Fei coldly replied, "I'm going to find that bastard." He screamed, "Kill them all." His eyes burned with bloodshot fury.
Hearing his words, Tian Chen responded loudly, "That's nonsense. Do you even know where they are? How many of them? Do they have guns? Do you know? Don't be reckless like this. Do you want to die?
I know you hate them, but blindly rushing in like this won't solve anything." Seeing that he had calmed down, Tian Chen lowered his voice, walked over, closed the door, and said, "Now, we're going to do this." He then aimed the gun at the room and said, "Rest in peace." And then, the sound of the gunshot rang out. Everyone knew that this would be the only way to bring relief, and also to let Gao Fei's mother rest in peace. They silently sympathized with the plight of the mother and son, and Luo Lan's gaze lowered in sorrow. As for Gao Fei, his mood had undoubtedly reached rock bottom at this point. The scene shifted, and the sunset began to descend. The three of them had finished building the grave where Gao Fei's mother would rest. He still couldn't stop crying because this was the mother who had raised him since he was a child. Tian Chen approached to comfort him, saying, "Don't be sad, it seems like you've forgotten something.
Your father isn't dead."
Hearing this, Gao Fei suddenly came to his senses and remembered his father.
He immediately rallied and said, "That's right, my father must still be alive." Luo Lan also spoke up, "Gao Fei, has your family ever had any enemies?" He stood up and pondered, "Enemies?" A little later, at some abandoned place, the sound of beating and punching could be heard. A man was being tortured by a group of people to the point that his face was deformed,
his body covered in bruises. At that moment, two men entered the door and said, "Boss, we brought the old man here." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps stomping loudly shook the house, followed by a shout, "Gaoji!" The man struggled to crawl up to see who it was. As soon as he saw this person, he cursed, "So it's you." In front of him stood an obese man with a rooster-colored hair, puffing out smoke from his cigarette. He gritted his teeth and said, "You dog." The man bared his golden teeth and sneered, "Ha, I never expected a dog like you to end up like this." He lost his composure and rushed toward the man, cursing, "Beast with 12 assholes, I'll risk my life to deal with you." But before he could reach the obese man, he was struck by a powerful punch, crashing to the ground, blood flowing freely. The man cursed, "You're truly a fool." At that moment, several of his lackeys dragged Gaoji out of his sight. The man then turned to the one with the youthful, short hair and asked, "What about his wife?" The man with the cruel smile replied, "I followed your instructions, tied her up, and let him witness his wife being devoured alive by a monster." The obese man bared his pig-like teeth and grinned, "Huh, good, good." Then he pulled out a shining golden watch and showed it off. "Boss, this old man isn't so bad. I found this brand new one." Yet the obese man was unfazed and said, "You've worked hard, just take it and use it." The young man with the short hair grinned with pleasure and replied, "Thanks, boss. In that case, I can only obey your order." Scene change. At this moment, the car with the three people inside was speeding along at a terrifying pace, and there were still voices coming from the car. "Fatty Wei, never heard of him." Gao Fei, holding his head, said, "He's a competitor of my father's company. He has a criminal record from back in the day, known for being a big shot in the underground world. In short, he's despicable. He had some backing but still lost to my father. He was involved in selling counterfeit cigarettes and alcohol, and my father caught him. When the police were called, he ended up in prison. In the end, only he holds a grudge against my father." Tianxin spoke up, "In this situation, a normal person would break into your house to steal food, necessities, and weapons, but no one would go so far as to hang someone up to be eaten by monsters. This is definitely an act of revenge. Grudges have a source, debts have a master, and he must have a grudge against your parents." Gao Fei then said, "My parents are very easygoing, friendly, so it must be that Fatty Wei, no one else." Suddenly, Tianxin slammed on the brakes and sharply turned the wheel, causing the car to spin 360 degrees. His expression hardened as he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, give me the map." The map appeared, with 3 areas circled in red. 1 was the flour mill, 2 was the dam, and 3 was the old city. Tianxin spoke up, "I've marked out 3 locations. Let's head there now." Luo Lan took the map and asked in confusion, "The dam, the flour mill, and the old city. Why these 3 places?" He began to explain, 2 weeks have passed since the catastrophe, and these are the only 3 places left in G District where people might be hiding and still alive. They must be there. Gao Fei gritted his teeth and said, "Fatty Wei, where the hell is he?" Tianxin replied, "We don't know his exact location yet, but finding him is just a matter of time." "Which building around here is the tallest?" Suddenly, from the towering building, the sounds of a fight and gunfire erupted. Whoosh! A monster was hurled into the sky, and with one more kick, 2 more monsters were sent to the scoreboard. It turned out to be Gao Fei, slaughtering the monsters as if he were venting his frustration. Tianxin stood quietly, watching him. Luo Lan asked, "Brother, do you think Gao Fei will be alright?" He slowly replied, "Right now, there's nothing we can do to help. Let him kill freely, it's probably good practice for him." The scene unfolded with a staircase full of the corpses of monsters. By this time, the trio had reached the rooftop. Tianxin spoke up, "This place isn't bad at all, from here you can clearly see the dam. Moreover, we can observe the other 2 locations as well." Gao Fei suddenly said, "It's them." Tianxin turned to ask, "Have you seen your father?" "Look over there." Tianxin puzzled, "Is that the flour mill?" Gao Fei replied, "Yes, do you see that white car? That car belongs to my father. I'm sure after they killed my mother, they took him away.
Tianchen fell silent, then said, "It seems infiltrating there won't be easy. The defenses are very tight. If we're not careful, we'll be detected, and things could get worse."
Gao Fei slammed his hand down on the railing, gritting his teeth. "Even if I have to die, I'll kill all of you vile bastards." Tianchen patted his shoulder, speaking softly, "I didn't bring you here for you to commit suicide.
You have to stay calm, only then can you save your father."
Suddenly, Luolan excitedly shouted, "You two, look over there."
They quickly rushed over and asked, "What's going on?"
Luolan continued pointing in a certain direction, urging them, "Hurry up." As soon as he glanced at the place, Tianchen exclaimed, "This is the supply shipment." 1 week after the outbreak of the pandemic, the governments of many countries began sending relief supplies, and our country was the first to receive these aid packages. Tianchen quickly urged the group to go to the warehouse to unpack the goods. "Now let's see how our luck holds up. Let's just open it and hope there are some essentials. There are explosives, ammunition, canned food, everything you could think of. This is great." He picked up a gun in his hand and sighed, "Not bad, an automatic rifle with a maximum range of up to 15 meters. This is really suitable for your enhanced eye power." After saying this, he handed the rifle to Gao Fei, surprising him a little. Gao Fei stood there, staring at the gun, while Luolan and Chen Fei continued rummaging through the supplies to see if there was anything else useful. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and he exclaimed, "This is..." He brought the scope in front of Gao Fei and asked, "You know how to use this, right?" Gao Fei hesitated before replying, Yeah." After a while of fumbling, he finally managed to attach the scope to the rifle and stood there, admiring it. Tianchen continued, "Luolan and I will go there first, you stay here." Hearing that he was being left behind, he suddenly shouted, "Stay here? What do you mean by that? Tonight, I'm the one who should avenge them." Tianchen calmly lit a cigarette and said, "Use the gun properly. When the time comes, you can call me a friend. Your enemies are my enemies. Once the revenge is done, it's done." Tears welled up in his eyes after hearing Tianchen's words, and he shouted, "Tianchen, this favor, Gao Fei, will never forget. You also said it once, brothers, always brothers, don't hesitate." The scene shifted to nighttime, with patrolling soldiers and cameras keeping strict watch at the entrance. The three of them crouched behind a car and whispered, "Do you see anything?" He responded, "Yes, my eye power now can fully observe in the dark." His eyes glowed like a pair of night vision glasses. The image revealed 3 men, all armed, but it's strange, they're only carrying Type 97s. They should have been equipped with more weapons. Luolan frowned and said, 3 rifles? This definitely requires a plan." Suddenly, Tianchen stood up abruptly, startling Luolan a little. She immediately whispered, "What are you doing? Hurry up and crouch down, or they'll notice us now." He looked down and replied, "Just wait until you reach stage 1 of your evolution, and you'll understand in situations like this." As he turned his back, he said, "No need for a plan." At this moment, the guard on duty was fast asleep, while the young-haired guard walked up and said, "Night shifts really are tough." One of them yawned and said, "I just want to sleep for a bit, but there are monsters everywhere, we can't leave our posts." This guard yawned so hard that tears came to his eyes, but something made him startle. Below him, Tianchen was walking towards them. The 3 guards were now asking each other who this little devil was. The bearded, strange-hatted guard then shone a flashlight on the approaching figure. The light hit Tianchen as if a top-tier celebrity was stepping onto stage. They were shocked to see he was human. One of them yelled, "Kiddo, what are you doing here?" He ignored their threats as if they were nothing more than barking dogs, casually putting his hands in his pockets. The bearded guard screamed, "Stop! If you don't, we'll shoot your head off." He stood tall, hands still in his pockets, unfazed by their barking threats. The young man lost all patience, raised his gun, and said, "Humph, time to die." Before he could pull the trigger, a bullet suddenly shot through his brain. The 2 others, still confused, hadn't figured out what was happening. In unison, they shouted, "It's a sniper!"
It turned out the bullet was fired by Gao Fei. Tianchen crouched down to gather momentum, then, with a swift move, he leapt up to their wall. He landed on the ground like a superhero. Seeing him standing there in the open, they immediately raised their guns, ready to shoot him on the spot. But before they could get close, he quickly grabbed the collars of both of them, yanked them back, and slammed their faces into each other, knocking them unconscious. The two guns fell to the ground, and Tianchen glanced over at Gao Fei. When he signaled that the situation was handled, Gao Fei confirmed that it was safe. Tianchen then turned back to retrieve the guns, replenishing his team's weapons. After a moment, he gathered with his group, ready to move on. He felt the noise from within meant they might have been heard. Turning once more, he added, "Be careful when I come back later." Gao Fei, while reloading, replied, "Don't worry." His gaze hardened, "I'll kill them all. Not a single one will escape me." At this moment, the scene unfolds with the overweight man squeezing something. It turns out that a woman is lying on his belly, saying, "You're really mean." The overweight man chuckles, delighted, and laughs in a high-pitched voice. Suddenly, a bearded man rushes in, shouting, "Boss, there's trouble." The overweight man, still not lost in his desires, responds, "Speak quickly." The man shouts back, "We've been attacked." Immediately, the overweight man throws the woman off the bed and yells, "What? Who's attacking? Lin Shan?" The bearded man quickly confirms, "I don't know, they're sniping at us. We've already lost 4 men. As he quickly puts on his clothes, the overweight man is astonished, "What? Sniping?" He then screams and curses, "Gather all the men quickly, move fast." The scene shifts to the guard gate, where many soldiers are gathering on either side of the entrance. 2 men are arguing and pushing each other to see what's happening. One of them curses, "Are you trying to get me killed? I want to live a few more years." The man, unable to take it any longer, shouted, "Useless scum, I don't believe there's any monster or anyone daring enough to come here." As soon as he finished speaking and stepped out the door, a bullet struck him straight in the abdomen, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. He collapsed to the ground, and the other man, standing in the doorway, trembled so violently that his face turned pale, like a bullet had just passed through him. It was Gao Fei's shot. His gaze grew sharper as he counted the lives of their enemies. The overweight man, using binoculars, cursed, "How many of them are there, damn it?" The henchman trembled and replied, I don't know." He immediately slapped him hard across the face and cursed, "Useless trash, is this why I keep you around?" Then he yelled out, "All of you, move out now." The sound of heavy footsteps rapidly approached Gao Fei's group. He observed the situation and said, "This is bad." Luo Lan, puzzled, asked, "What's going on?" At this moment, about 20 men were charging toward them. They rushed forward like ants swarming out of their nest, heading straight for the spot where Gao Fei's group was hiding. Luo Lan's face darkened, and he said, "There's too many of them. What do we do now?" Gao Fei immediately shouted, "Run now." A man wearing a banner labeled Leaf Village saw only 2 people and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" He then pointed toward them and shouted, "Look over there, it's them. Hurry, chase after them." At that moment, the man with a dumb expression and the one with his head down, face buried, rushed to chase after the 2 of them. Tian Shen, standing high above, observed everything, with the moon behind him adding to his impressive presence. Meanwhile, the 2 subordinates were lighting cigarettes and whispering to each other. "I just heard gunshots. It sounds like there's a fight at the main gate." The other replied, "Looks like it's Lin Sheng again. He's the cop who has been causing trouble for the boss repeatedly. It seems there's another fight. But the boss only caught the first guy, Gao Ji." Tian Shen, by now, had jumped off the wall and rushed straight toward the 2 subordinates. One of them, sensing something strange, gasped loudly. It turned out he had unknowingly found himself standing between them. He then threatened, "Don't move, don't scream. If you do, I'll break your neck. This place. It's called the Spine, right?" He pressed his sword against their backs as a threat.
The two men, now as pale as babies' bottoms, dared not utter a word. Tianchen continued, I didn't study medicine, but I know one thrust through here, and a person becomes a vegetable. Then he smiled and said, how about I deal with you first? The man was now sweating profusely, his voice trembling as he replied, no, I don't want to. Seeing that they had started to fear, he asked, I have 3 questions I want you to answer. Is Gaoji still alive? Where is he? Who is Lin Sheng? The man stammered, this. Tianchen then threatened, spill it quickly. The cowardly man quickly confessed, I'll tell you, Gaoji is still alive, he's locked up in the factory warehouse. He immediately questioned, a warehouse? The man pointed towards a building and said, over there. He asked again, then who is Lin Sheng? The man, now trembling, answered, he's from the county police station, very capable. He helped the police find the stronghold near the ancient city walls, saying something about building a new civilization. Tianchen pondered, Lin Sheng, huh? I've never heard of this person before. He then continued with a cold tone, I have one last question for you. The 2 men immediately nodded and replied obediently, we won't hide anything. Tianchen then asked in a chilling voice how they wanted to die. The 2 men turned pale upon hearing this, and one even frowned deeply, looking like an angry monkey. With a sudden motion, his sword was stained with blood. And of course, these 2 had no lives left to spare. He immediately walked towards the building where Gao Fei's father was being held, prioritizing the rescue first. A moment later, he stood in front of the door, silently thinking to himself, this must be the place, but why does this workshop feel so strange? Just as he was feeling confused, a quarrel echoed in the distance. Even if this little brat Gao Shi wasn't dead, he must have gone insane by now. It turned out that one person with paddy field-like hair and another with a crew cut were talking as they crossed the valley. I wouldn't last a day in this place either. I can't believe the boss actually managed to find this cursed place. The other person gestured for him to speak quietly, saying, shut up, are you tired of living? Tianchen quietly crept behind the 2 and made his way towards the warehouse. He stood there for a long time, sensing that something was definitely off about this place. He raised his hand to the door, muttering, 7, 8, 9 cents. A few seconds later, his eyes snapped open in panic as he gasped, inside, there's a horde of bloodthirsty monsters, and the man is trying desperately to escape. At that moment, the man seemed to be completely exhausted, having been beaten to the brink of death and now facing a pack of monsters. It was already midnight, and there were still sounds of shouting and whispering from the group. The man wearing glasses spoke first, who goes up first? Then the bald man shouted loudly, what are you so angry about? Everyone go up, even if it's just him, he can still wipe us all out. The man from the back spoke up, what if there's an ambush inside? He might be waiting for us to go up there. The bald man immediately responded, if we can't take him down, the boss won't spare us. The group then followed each other into the building. Suddenly, a bullet struck the head of one of them, another success for Gao Fei. The others stood around the body, confused. In Gao Fei's eyes, anyone who moved now would have to die. Then the bald man shouted, he's up above. As soon as he finished speaking, the group started firing wildly, forcing Gao Fei to flee. He turned back to provoke them, and they shouted to each other, chase him, he's alone. The overweight man, furious as if bitten by a dog, yelled, damn it, I can't stand this anymore. Gather another group and capture him. If we can't kill him, don't come back here. A man immediately ran over to report, boss, it's bad. He has his hands clasped behind his back and says, what's going on now? Then he shouted loudly, all the brothers guarding the workshop are dead. At this moment, the anger caused this obese man to become so furious that veins were popping out on his pig-like face. What the hell? Damn it! Bring someone with me. The man behind immediately complied, yes, yes. Suddenly, a fist broke through the reinforced glass door. It turned out to be Tianchen, who was looking for Gao Fei's father. Finally, he found him. He was hiding on top of a light bulb, while below, a whole group of monsters was waiting, ready to devour him alive.
He called out, "Gao uncle." Gao uncle, hearing a voice instead of the usual monster howls, murmured, "A person." Tian Chen, noticing Gao uncle's reaction, explained, "I'm Cao Fei's classmate, Tian Chen." At this point, the man, physically and mentally exhausted, mumbled, "Gao Fei." Tian Chen bent down and said, "Sorry for the trouble." He then lowered a rope and descended to where Gao uncle was hiding. The landing didn't go smoothly, causing the metal plate to shake. He gritted his teeth to maintain his balance. Below, the whole group of monsters was waiting for them to fall, ready to kill them instantly. He immediately stepped forward and called out, "Gao uncle, I'm here to save you." He then extended his hand towards the man. At that moment, the man suddenly reacted abnormally, quickly retreating in fear and shouting, "Don't come any closer, don't come here." Finally, the man had crawled nearly right up to the metal sheet. He shouted loudly, "Gao uncle, stop right there." He stepped forward and pinned the man down, saying, "It's dangerous ahead, don't move." He silently thought to himself, he's been tortured so much that his mind is unstable. The man continued to struggle to break free. As he held him down, he thought, no wonder ordinary people go mad in this place. Breaking off his thoughts, he struck the man hard at the back of his neck, "Sorry about this." With that blow, the man lost consciousness. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and they were even bringing swords with them. He also noticed and said, "That was quick." By then, the group had gathered in full. The overweight man bared his yellow teeth and said, "Not bad, you've got some skill. Daring to save someone right in front of me." He set Gao uncle down and coldly said, "So you're Fatty Wei, huh? I was just wondering where to find you, and now you've walked right into my trap. Truly a fat pig." The bodyguard following immediately tore his shirt and said, "Boss, don't get angry, let me handle this kiddo." Then he started massaging and squeezing, speaking to the man in front of him, "Kiddo, do you think you can beat me by yourself? Served in the army, or are you just some kid who just popped up at a martial arts school, that's why you have the guts to come here and stir trouble? Haha, what's this about defending justice? You've been watching too much TV, haven't you? Let me tell you, killing people is no longer illegal." Before he could finish, he took a punch straight to the face that left his teeth and lips a mess. The force of the punch sent him flying about 5 meters. And now, who knows if his parents would even recognize him? The obese man and his subordinates, at this moment, either feared or were furious as they witnessed the scene. After taking that punch, he instantly lost consciousness, his teeth and lips all mixed up. Tian Shen, with his fists still smoking, turned to the group and said, "That's right, killing people is no longer illegal." He pulled out his 2 swords and struck a slashing pose. Standing in front of him were the group of people now drawing their guns and swords to intimidate him. The obese man then commanded, "What are you standing there for? Go deal with him." But Tian Shen wasn't afraid of anything, because to him, these people were no different from ants fighting with an elephant. He charged forward, using his first breath, "I am your father." One by one, he requested their heads, and even their limbs. The obese man kept ordering his subordinates to take his place, but the more they came, the more fun it became. With every strike of his sword, 1 life was taken, with 2 swords, 3 lives were claimed. Then, someone tried to sneak up behind him, raising a gun and sneering. Tianchen glanced behind, flicked his sword, and the man's head flew off like popcorn popping fresh from the pot. The obese man immediately opened fire, shooting relentlessly. "Die, die. It's death for all of you." Tianchen then unleashed his 7th technique, "All things give birth to life, I will kill every last one of you." One by one, they fell, some split in half, others decapitated. The obese man winced like a monkey's backside as he watched his subordinates drop one by one. He wondered to himself, who the hell is this stray dog? Tianchen cast a deathly glare at the obese pig, causing him to squeal like a pig, preparing for the slaughter. Scene change. At this moment, the battle of Gao Fei's group is still ongoing. "Bang Z brother, are you sure they are still here? It's way too quiet here." This guy, drenched in sweat, spoke up. Didn't I already tell the people up ahead? Then they entered the room.
Luolan immediately spoke, Gao Fei has another team now.
He replied, I see it.
One man kills another, and before them lay the bodies of the henchmen who had fallen.
The group entering then said, no way, it's this horrifying?
Suddenly, one of them entered Gao Fei's line of sight, but the watch that came into Gao Fei's camera lens made him frown for a moment.
Luolan noticed his unusual expression and asked, what's wrong? Gao Fei replied, that's my father's watch.
Luolan slowly began to understand and furrowed his brow, it's him.
What does this mean? Gao Fei couldn't hold his composure anymore and shouted, you damned dogs, I'm right here.
Gao Fei gritted his teeth and cursed, bunch of bastards. The guys below, still unaware that death was about to visit them, mocked, I thought it was someone important, turns out it's just Gao Ji's idiot son. He immediately asked, where is my father? They stood there, laughing as they replied, if you want to see your father now, it's fine. The man stuck out his tongue like a dog and mocked him, now, if you obediently cross your arms and endure the restraint, I'll let you and your father reunite. Anger surged through him as he clenched his fists, causing blood to spill out. Luolan, seeing his state, quickly stopped him, Gao Fei, don't get agitated.
He's deliberately trying to provoke you.
The man below, hearing a woman's voice, lifted his dog-like snout and said, there's another girl here. Gao Fei lowered his head and said, don't worry, I'm very calm now, calmer than ever.
He then spoke, I ask you all, is it you who are behind what happened to my family?
The man let out a vile tone and said, you saw it yourself.
Then it's great, isn't it?
Trying to enrage him further, the man raised his voice and continued, your mother is tied up over there. Then, she was bitten to death by zombies. Hearing the despicable words coming from that bastard's mouth, Gao Fei bit down hard on his lip. Deep inside, he was certain that he wanted to crush this bastard. Luolan, standing beside him, called his name, hoping he would calm down. He stood there, red-colored energy swirling around him. Gao Fei immediately said, quick, go find somewhere to hide. With that, he grabbed a gun and said, all of you must die. Then, he jumped down and charged toward them, aiming for their faces. The group, seeing his reckless actions, immediately turned pale with fear. He didn't just hold one gun, but two, and rushed toward them, firing relentlessly. Two of them, who were waiting for the situation to escalate, took bullets to the head, while the third one almost wet himself in terror. As Gao Fei hit the ground, two more fell dead. They raised their guns and began shooting back fiercely. But for someone like him, evolved beyond ordinary limits, it was like swatting flies in front of an eagle. He immediately began analyzing the trajectory of the bullets, seeing them all coming clearly. He dropped to the ground, dodging their shots, and fired back, shouting, die. The sound of a gunshot rang out, and one of them fell lifeless. Now, they understood fear, their faces darkening as one muttered, this is impossible, is he even human? Gao Fei continued his massacre, and the room was now littered with corpses. One of them, terrified, dropped his gun. Gao Fei stepped closer, like the Grim Reaper approaching to claim a soul. The man, now only capable of groaning, begged for his life. On Tian Shen's side, the obese man was tied up and writhing like a pig about to be slaughtered. The ground was still littered with the bodies of his soldiers. As usual, he kept screaming, what do you want to do? I have plenty of food here, let me go, and I'll give you everything. Tian Shen didn't answer. He dragged him somewhere. A moment later, they arrived at the room where Gao Fei's father had been held earlier. Upon seeing this familiar scene, the obese man groaned in terror. He yelled, the keys to the food storage are in the basement, in the safe. Don't throw me down there. Tian Shen approached him coldly and said, I'm not interested in your little food supplies. I'm here for revenge for Gao Fei. The obese man muttered, Gao Fei? Tian Shen threatened, I want to know how Gao Fei's mother died. Today, you will pay for everything. With that, he kicked the man down. At this point, the man could no longer act arrogantly. His teeth had been knocked out, and his body was bruised beyond recognition. He kept screaming as if it were his last time. And waiting for him was a pack of monsters eager for a hearty meal of this fat pig. Tianxin stood above and observed, then said, "Those who create their own karma cannot survive. It's time to go back and find Gao Fei." On this side, there were trembling hands begging for mercy from someone. It turned out that it was the young man with the twin-colored hair, whose face had completely distorted by now, with teeth and lips all mixed up. Gao Fei smiled and proudly showed off his six-pack, with red streaks of evolution visible beneath. He coldly asked, "Who else is in my household?" The man managed to crawl up awkwardly and murmured, "Almost all of them have been killed. The remaining ones are with Mr. Wei, not at the place of the fat man." He sat down and said, "Then it seems the blame falls on you, doesn't it?" The man immediately cried out, "No, it's that fat man. He ordered me, I was just a gopher. Spare my life, I was just a gopher. Please." He continued to kneel, banging his head on the ground in atonement. Luo Lan, standing beside him, could only call out Gao Fei's name. Gao Fei grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up, saying, "You don't have the right to bargain." After saying that, he raised his fist toward him and shouted, "Go die." Suddenly, the red marks vanished without a trace, which took him by surprise. He spoke in pain, Is this the rebound effect?" Luo Lan immediately ran over to assess the situation. "Gao Fei, you're in pain," and collapsed to the ground. The man saw this and immediately ran off. "Don't worry about me, go after that guy." He then said, "Luo Lan, hold on, I'll be back soon." She reloaded her gun and said, "Kill him." He pointed towards the man running away, and Luo Lan instantly gave chase. Meanwhile, Gao Fei, his face covered in sweat, gasped for breath, exhausted. Eventually, he collapsed unconscious. At that moment, the man with the messy hair took a sharp turn and sprinted away. He used all his strength, as though drawing from every ounce of energy since the day he was born, hoping to escape Luo Lan's pursuit. Then, a gunshot rang out from somewhere, and a bullet struck him square in the hand. The pain shot through his brain, causing him to scream out in agony. He glanced at his face, which was bruised and swollen, and turned to see who had fired, so it was Luo Lan. While firing, she yelled at him to stop. The man, his hand throbbing with pain, could only curse as he kept running, "Damn it, I'm being chased by a little brat." Then he curled his legs up and started running again. Luo Lan didn't give him any chance to escape. She kept closely following behind and shouted, "Don't even think about running." At this point, he was cornered, and whenever he saw an alley, he would dive into it without thinking. Suddenly, he screamed out loud. It turned out that he had fallen off the building. At that moment, Luo Lan also arrived, not quite understanding what had happened. Then something caught her off guard. It was Tianchen, carrying Gao Fei's father on his back. She shouted, "Tianchen?" She rushed over and asked, "Is this Gao uncle?" He confirmed, "Yes, that's right." Then he turned to look at the person lying unconscious on the ground and asked, "Who is that?" She explained to him, "That's the culprit who harmed Gao Fei's family." He looked down and snarled, "Him?" Suddenly, there was a coughing sound from behind. Luo Lan sighed in relief and said, "Gao uncle is awake." But the man's attitude was a little strange. He jumped off Tianchen's back and yelled, "Don't come here, don't come closer." He hid in a corner, muttering, "Spare me." Luo Lan asked him, "Why are you acting like this?" He immediately explained to her, he is experiencing some agitation, and it's possible his mental state is a bit unstable. She cursed aloud, "What a scumbag, truly despicable." Suddenly, the man, the leader of the gang, moved his limbs again, and he sighed, "What a lucky life, still alive." But what he didn't know was that right before him was Tianchen. He opened his eyes wide in shock, and for a moment, his face turned pale with astonishment. Tianchen raised his sword and said, "There's no chance left." The gang leader raised his filthy hand in surrender, begging for mercy. Suddenly, a figure appeared from somewhere, shouting, "Bastard!" Both of them are also confused, not understanding what's going on. It was Gao Fei's father. He struggled to stand and said, "Is it you? Is it really you?"
He charged forward, grabbing the scumbag by the neck, shouting, "It's you, isn't it?"
The man had no strength to resist anymore and muttered, "Gao Ji." Then he took a punch directly to the face.
As the punch landed, the father cursed, "You bastard."
Each scene unfolded with him applying physical therapy to his face, each punch causing him to spit out all the blood.
He punched him as though to vent his anger, having witnessed his wife being devoured by those monsters. Tianchen and Luolan could only stand outside, witnessing this scene.
After a while, he had descended to the netherworld court. Gao Fei's father, at this point, also stopped, his tears soaking his shirt. He could only groan, mourning for his late wife, "It's all your fault, you're useless."
Luolan, seeing this, spoke up, "It seems like he's remembered now."
He then reminded her, "Be quiet, we need to find Gao Fei and gather."
She ran over to help him back.
By this time, the sun had begun to rise. Gao Fei, with the light shining into his eyes, slowly regained consciousness.
Lying on the bed, he wondered, "Where am I?" Next to him, someone was sitting by the bed.
He turned his head in surprise. It was none other than his father, the one he had always longed for.
He shouted loudly, "Dad!"
Hearing the familiar voice, his father rubbed his eyes and murmured, "Xiao Fei." He rushed over to grasp his son's hand and said, "Xiao Fei, you're finally awake." The two of them continued like that, one calling the other father, and the other calling the other son. They embraced each other tightly and shared their love. He immediately asked his father, "This is great, you're still alive.
Did Fatty Wei do anything to you?
You were seriously injured, has the beggar sect dealt with it yet?" His father then explained to him what he had been through. "Seeing you wake up, I can finally relax. Luckily, you had two good friends, your mother's grudge has been avenged." At that moment, Luolan brought in some water and food and spoke up, "Brother Tianchen was right, you really have woken up."
Gao Fei turned to call out, "Luo brat." She put the food down and said, "You're hungry, aren't you? Eat something."
Gao Fei smiled faintly and thanked her. She happily replied, "It's nothing, just something I should do." His father spoke again, "You've been unconscious for 3 days.
I was afraid you wouldn't wake up."
Gao Fei was about to take a bite of the cake but had to shout, "It's been 3 days?"
He then asked, "Where is this place?"
His father answered, "A hotel.
It's been abandoned, so we made use of it.
We found these things in the hotel kitchen."
Impressive, huh? He then snorted, "So that's how it is."
A low voice suddenly echoed, "You're really too emotional."
Gao Fei immediately shouted, "Tianchen." He walked up and continued, "Didn't I tell you?
You should only use Abila as a last resort." He then explained, "At that time, I found out that he was the one who killed my mother.
I just couldn't hold back." He added, "Forget it.
Luckily, you've always been practicing breathing exercises. The resistance to the virus has already reached a high level. By the way, I still haven't asked, where did all those spots on you come from?" The other person blushed deeply and said, "Ah, that."
Tianchen immediately spoke up, "Don't be shy, where exactly did those spots come from?"
He turned his face away, puffed out his cheeks, and said, "Right here."
Tianchen kept teasing and asked, "Where exactly?"
This made the other person shout loudly, "It's right here, the man's place."
Upon hearing this, Luolan and Tianchen were both stunned.
They puffed out their cheeks and tried to hold back their laughter, but they eventually couldn't control themselves and burst out laughing.
"Fei, you're truly a talent."
"Ha ha." Luolan laughed so hard that he hugged his stomach, "Really, you're like a rare herb, your face is so red from embarrassment."
He blushed deeply and snapped, "Stop laughing."
Tianchen, on the other hand, was laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face, saying, "This is the first time I've seen you like this. Once you're fully recovered, I'll help you out." Gao Fei, annoyed, retorted, "I don't need your help." Seeing them joking around like this, Gao Fei's father felt a bit reassured. He then called out, "Xiao Fei, you kids keep talking, I'm going back to my room."
Gao Fei quickly responded, "Yes, Dad."
He walked toward the door but glanced back. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes. However, seeing his son laughing and chatting happily with his two good friends, he couldn't help but smile contentedly.
At this point, both Gao Fei and Luo Lan sat down to meditate. Tian Chen spoke up, "It's almost time." Hearing this, both of them opened their eyes. He then commented on each of them individually. "Luo brat, your body has taken another step forward, but your ability hasn't awakened yet." She lowered her head and said, "Yeah, I feel like my body is changing more and more." Tian Chen continued, "As for Fei, your training on the antivirus still needs improvement." He nodded seriously in response, She then asked curiously, "So, what about you, Tian Chen? What level have you reached now?" He was startled and asked again, "Me?" Then he raised his hand and pondered, "According to the plan, I should be reaching level 20 soon, but the result has dropped by 2 levels. If I encounter someone as strong as Fatty Wei again, I won't be able to handle it." Gao Fei, spinning beside him, was in awe and stood there hesitating for a while. Tian Chen also noticed something strange about him, so he turned to ask, Fei, what's wrong with you?" He was rubbing his hands together and asked, "Tian Chen, can you teach my dad breathing exercises?" He replied, "Of course I can. If you hadn't been unconscious, I would have already taught Gao uncle breathing exercises." Gao Fei shouted in joy, "Really?" Tian Chen smiled and confirmed again, "We're brothers." Then the three of them went to the room and knocked on the door. After knocking for a long time without any response, Gao Fei knocked harder and yelled, "Dad, open the door." "It's Xiao Fei, Dad, it's me, Xiao Fei." Seeing something odd, he pushed Gao Fei aside and rushed forward. He kicked the door, and the force caused the door to fly off. But the scene that greeted their eyes was a bit unusual, leaving them both staring in shock, mumbling, This. Gao Fei stood frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. The two people rushed forward to observe more closely. What a tragic scene it was! The father and son had only just reunited not long ago, and now, in front of Gao Fei, hung the cold, lifeless body of his father, who had long since taken his own life. The world before Gao Fei's eyes was now shrouded in gray. He had just lost his mother not long ago, and now, his father as well. His eyes, which had barely dried from the last tears, were once again washed with sorrow. He fell to his knees, screaming his father's name. Tian Chen and Luo Lan could only stand beside him, offering what little comfort they could. Suddenly, Luo Lan found something in an envelope. It turned out to be the suicide note that the father had written to his son. He picked it up and began reading, his tears falling freely. In the letter, the father wrote, "This world is changing too quickly, making it impossible for me to go on living any longer. Perhaps I should have died at the fangs of the monsters, or fallen to the bullets. If you hadn't saved me, I truly wouldn't have made it this far. Before you arrived, I had witnessed too much bloodshed, brutality, and death. I have always been waiting for the chance to see you one last time. Now that you have such great power and good friends, I am happy and at peace." Tears kept streaming down his cheeks. "This is just a broken watch that your father deeply cherished. It is also the engagement gift from your mother and me. I leave it to you as a keepsake, carry it with you and live on. Xiao Fei, cherish the friends around you. Your father is old now, I can no longer support you." Gao Fei continued to kneel before his parents' tombstone, crying in sorrow. He carefully remembered his father's words and vowed to live strong. He struggled to stand up and said determinedly, "Let's go." Tian Chen called his name, as if offering him encouragement. Gao Fei asked him urgently, "What is this world like? Killing, betrayal, cruelty, danger everywhere. Will we always live in this world?" Tian Chen took a drag from his cigarette and replied, "To be honest, I don't know. The world has turned into this, and I am powerless to change it, don't even know how to change it. Some people choose to let fate take its course, leaving safely, while others struggle against their destiny." Gao Fei asked, "Then what do you choose?" Taking a deep puff, Tian Chen answered, "I don't choose. I just want to live on with all of you, because only living brings hope." Gao Fei said, "Only by living can there be hope. He then handed a cigarette to Gao Fei. Gao Fei reached out for it. He trembled slightly, and Tian Shen immediately comforted him. Tears streamed down Gao Fei's face as he began to cry. Tian Shen spoke, "Let's go, it's time to go home." It had been a month since the death of Gao Fei's parents. Luolan and Gao Fei were now having a sparring match on the rooftop. Luolan seemed to have developed more than before, while Gao Fei's gaze had become much sharper. With a whoosh, Luolan gathered all his strength and charged toward Gao Fei. Gao Fei only needed to glance at him, and before the punch could reach him, he sidestepped smoothly, successfully avoiding it, not forgetting to comment that Luolan's strike was too slow. She spun twice in midair before landing, wearing a very smug expression as she said, "Now, watch carefully." After saying that, the lines on her shoulders rose once again. She crouched down to gather momentum and prepared to launch herself. This time, she was about to deliver a spinning kick. Gao Fei sneered, "Too fast, huh?" He simply extended one arm, effortlessly blocking the incoming strike. But Luolan immediately launched a sweeping strike. He had to be startled by the speed. In an instant, both drew their knives from their sheaths and pressed them against each other, one aiming at the stomach, the other at the throat. Tian Shen used binoculars to observe somewhere, but also made a remark, "Both of you have improved, Fei, your reactions are faster than before. At this speed, you'll catch up with me." He then stepped forward and asked, "I feel like you've been taking out the binoculars to look at something these past couple of days." While observing, Tian Shen explained, "I've made a new discovery." Gao Fei immediately realized it was the workshop of Fatty Wei. Tian Shen said, "For the past few days, there have been people loitering around the workshop, and many vehicles have been stolen." Gao Fei said, "They're trying to steal supplies from Fatty Wei." Then, Tian Shen suggested, "We've rested enough, it's time to set off." Gao Fei said with a hint of sadness, "Do we really have to leave Ji County?" Tian Shen replied, "Yes, the supplies here are limited, we can't stay for long. Besides, I still need to continue looking for her." Luolan, upon hearing this, was confused about who he was looking for. After a while, even Gao Fei was left speechless, astonished. He just kept smiling, probably signaling that something was about to happen. Somewhere that looked like a palace, a man who seemed to be part of a pyramid scheme, along with a girl whose curves were as perfect as they come. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Leader Lin, this opportunity is too good to miss." The blonde man then asked, "Has Yihao returned yet?" The subordinate answered, "Not yet. But before, we sent someone to check, and Fatty Wei's factory has already been taken over by someone." He snapped, "I feel like all of this is happening too quickly." The subordinate asked, "Leader Lin, what crimes has Fatty Wei committed that caused him to be chased down without mercy? We need to move the supplies quickly." Leader Lin asked, "Yun, do we still have manpower?" She replied, "Didn't we just get those university students a few days ago? It's a perfect time to have them move the goods." At that moment, the man with slicked back hair had a slightly twisted expression. He said, "These kids only know how to eat and drink. Shouldn't we find them something else to do?" The two of them agreed. He gave her an order, "Li Yun, go arrange it." She quickly responded, "Got it." Meanwhile, a car was on the move, and voices from inside could be heard arguing. One person complained, "They clearly called us out here to do hard labor." The other replied, all right, we're just squatting here for now. What's wrong with doing a little work?" The guy with the arrogant scholar appearance said, "Hey, can I have my own opinion? Anyway, you're the elite of the university." The blonde-haired guy immediately denied, "Don't mention it. I was supposed to have secured a position at Wei Jean Company. It was a great opportunity, but now it's all so boring." The guy in the blue shirt chimed in, "I'm even more unlucky than you. My parents want me to study abroad, and the application has already been accepted." The guy wearing glasses raised his hand and said, "Well, now this is great, totally confusing." The girl with a ponytail finally spoke up, "What's the point of talking about this now? We can't just hang around and freeload. Anyway, we have to get something done." The guy with glasses sneered and said, "So you're willingly going to do the hard work? I can read you like a book." The girl with glasses immediately reacted, "What the hell are you talking about?" Suddenly, the car abruptly braked, causing everyone to fall backward. The guy with glasses yelled out, "Damn it, what kind of driving is that?" The driver nonchalantly replied, "We're here." At that point, the group hesitated outside the door, unwilling to enter. The girl with the ponytail said, "I can't be bothered to argue with you, let's just go in." The group of Tianchen was also in this area gathering supplies, get more food, prioritize those that can be stored for a long time. Suddenly, his gaze became a bit unusual. It turned out that their group had run into his. Some of them were scared, some frowned, and whispered, "Huh? Someone else? Has someone come already, so soon?" Tianchen and Gao Fei stood in a domineering way, and anyone who dared to show an attitude would immediately be confronted. They exchanged looks of disdain. Luolan couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up first, "What should we do?" Tianchen immediately responded, "Everyone continue moving the goods, I'll handle this." Gao Fei and Luolan laughed, pleased, and chimed in unison, "Everything's going to be fine." The guy wearing glasses, seeing the two of them walk off as if nothing had happened, was startled. He shouted, "Wait, you don't need to move the goods anymore." He walked toward Tianchen, who was still leisurely smoking a cigarette. The man said, "Hey, buddy, the stuff in this warehouse is ours, we saw it first. Could you please step aside?" Tianchen's tone turned cold as he replied, "Ridiculous. My things are almost moved out, and now you're saying you found them first?" Seeing that he couldn't intimidate Tianchen and was instead being intimidated himself, the man mumbled nervously, We have to go back and drive. Anyway, we were the ones who discovered this place first." His gaze darkened as he asked, "What do you mean? You want to monopolize these items?" The two girls immediately said, "Forget it, this storage is so big, even without them, we can't move everything." He turned to shout, "But they're about to take all the good stuff." One person spoke up, "There are only 3 of them, and they're even bringing a child. It's really pitiful, let it go." The man with glasses cursed, "I don't care. Who's going to pity me? If it weren't for the virus deterrent, maybe I'd be studying abroad by now." The blonde girl, seeming to understand, spoke up, "Looking at the 3 of them, they don't seem that old. Why not let them join our group? We can help each other out." Then, the girl with the ponytail stepped forward and suggested, "You guys don't seem to be that mature yet. The current situation is tough, and you're not safe like this. How about joining our group? If you face any difficulties, we can help each other." He turned his back and said, "No need. You take care of your own things, and we'll take care of ours. Our waters don't mix with yours." Continuing to move, Luolan and Gao Fei were still transporting supplies. The man with glasses seemed to lose it and yelled, "Humph, you don't want the wine I offer, but you want the punishment wine?" The girl with the ponytail immediately stopped him, "What the hell are you doing? Getting angry at the kids?" Then they began arguing again, and he said, "Isn't it better to just catch them and throw their stuff back? We have so many people, are we really afraid of them?" She retorted, "They're all lost souls, struggling to survive. Why must we do this?" Someone else chimed in, "Exactly, stop being so petty." Gao Fei and Luolan exchanged loving glances and said, "I really want to teach them a lesson, daring to look down on us." Tianchen spoke up, "They're all just ordinary people. Why do we need to calculate every little thing?" Meanwhile, the guy with the glasses kicked a can of soda away in frustration, cursing, "Everyone's a good person, but I'm the only bad one." Suddenly, with the sound of the can rolling, he seemed to notice something. In front of him was a new warehouse. At that moment, the call for Leader Lin echoed down the hallway, "Yihao, you finally came back." He asked, "Leader Lin, haven't you sent anyone yet?" The man, confused, asked in return, "Sent someone where?" The young man, panting, replied, "To Fatty Wei's workshop." "You still haven't sent anyone over?" He immediately said, "I've already had some college students move the supplies over there."
Wiping sweat from his forehead, he added, "It's all over now."
Leader Lin quickly asked, "What's going on?" The man said, "Fatty Wei's workshop is breeding monsters. The entire workshop is filled with them." His face darkened, and he asked, "What?"
"Call a Yun over here, quickly." The Tianxin group was going through the supplies they had gathered, including bags, water bottles, and biscuits, all of which were sufficient.
He walked over and asked, "Got any cigarettes?" Gao Fei immediately held up a box and said, "A box of 1916, how about it?" He smiled and replied, "Not bad. Enough to smoke for a while." Finally, they decided to set off.
Out of nowhere, a girl with a ponytail ran up and said, "You guys should come with us.
We have a safe haven.
It's safer if we stick together."
Hearing the name, he grew a bit cautious and asked, "Safe haven? How many people do you have there?" She replied, "Probably about 100 now. Many of them are strong."
He smiled and said, "Forget it, we can manage on our own." She fell silent at his response. Then, suddenly, she ran off somewhere, saying, "Wait here for a moment." Her words left him somewhat puzzled. She then took a gun and said, "You all take this, just in case you need it on the road." He was surprised by both her kindness and the way she treated him. She then reminded them, "The current state of affairs is not good, and you are still minors, so it's better to be cautious." He accepted the gift and thanked her.
Tianchen walked over to Gao Fei and called out to him.
He leaned in close and whispered, "Leave some medicine for them."
Gao Fei agreed. The vehicle finally started moving. Tianchen was resting his eyes a little, while Gao Fei would take over the driving. Luolan looked out the window and saw the two people from the team earlier fumbling with a door, and she muttered, "What are they doing?" The vehicle had moved for a while, and Luolan said, "Brother Tianchen, those two just now seem to be opening the workshop door." He quickly sat up and asked, "The workshop? Which workshop are you talking about?" Luolan casually turned around and replied, "It's the workshop you can see from the front door." He suddenly panicked and said, "Isn't that the one Gao Fei was just asking about, wondering what's going on?" Luolan innocently responded, "Is there something valuable there? Why don't we go back and take a look?" Tianchen, holding the gun in his hand, recalled how the ponytailed girl had treated him so kindly and made the decision, "Stop the car, let's go back and save them." At this moment, the two boys were still struggling to pry open the door. Then the blonde-haired one spoke up, "I've been feeling something strange since this afternoon." The one with glasses, while still trying to unlock the door, replied, "What's strange about it?" "Who knows, there could be a lot of supplies inside this storage room." "Damn it, this lock won't budge. The stuff they show in those TV dramas is all fake." The blonde-haired one stepped forward, picked up a gun, and said, "Use this to smash the lock." The scene had now turned to evening. The group, still busy moving supplies, suddenly heard the sound of a gunshot, making them wonder why the lock had been removed. As soon as the door opened, a foul stench of rotting flesh filled the air, causing them to wonder what the smell was. The guy with glasses started to step in, covering his nose, and muttered to himself, "What exactly is this place?" Suddenly, from his footsteps, a hand emerged, and a zombie lunged at his leg, biting into it. He screamed in pain, howling. The blonde-haired one shouted, "Help!" The people outside noticed the commotion and turned to look. Behind the two attackers, a horde of zombies, hungry and desperate, was rushing toward them. Everyone scrambled and shouted at each other to run, fleeing from the pursuit of the infected people who were growling and screaming. The brown-haired man shot flames at the zombies. Two girls ran ahead, panicked when they realized the road in front of them was a dead end. Su Zhao ordered them to quickly grab their weapons and prepare to fight. Seeing that Lu Shi seemed hesitant, Su Zhao fired his gun and asked, "Lu Shi, where's your gun?" Lu Shi replied, "I gave it to those three kids." She was holding a stick she had grabbed for self-defense. Su Zhao became angry, "Humph, our weapons aren't enough, and you're going out of your way to help them." The man wearing a hat turned back and told him, "Stop talking. We'll discuss it after we get through this phase."
A zombie growled and moved closer, causing Lu Shi to clench her teeth in fear.
She waved her hand and yelled loudly, "Don't come here."
But the zombie bit another person's arm, and he screamed, "Help me!" Several zombies swarmed around him, attacking as he screamed in despair.
Lu Shi, horrified, saw a zombie standing right in front of her. "No, no."
The zombie snarled, its mouth wide open as if preparing to devour her. She screamed, "Help!
Help me!"
Lu Shi thought she was surely going to die, but then a gunshot hit her temple. The zombie nearby immediately collapsed to the ground.
Lu Shi was confused and looked toward the group of 3 people she had just met. Isn't that them?
The gun in Tian Shen's hand was still smoking.
Gao Fei and Luolan quickly followed with their own shots. "Take the shot, Liang Fei Fan."
The zombies that were hit began to weaken. Lu Shi's eyes widened in surprise as the 3 of them moved toward the zombies. The male lead gave an order, "All right, ammo is limited, switch to melee weapons." The other 2 grabbed knives and followed, replying, "Understood, no problem." Together, the 3 of them overwhelmed the zombies, beating them to a bloody pulp. Lu Shi's group watched in amazement, noticing the bloody hookstaff in Tian Shen's hand.
Lu Shi asked, "Is everyone okay?"
She hesitated before offering her thanks. The 2 kids were playing with the creature, and Luolan affectionately teased, "Shuang Biao, give me a smile."
Gao Fei pouted, "What smile?" "Cry for me." Tian Shen found it really troublesome, these 2.
He handed the gun back to Lu Shi. "Here, take this back." Lu Shi waved her hand to decline.
She said, "Huh? How can that be? I already told you, if I give this to you, it's yours."
He continued, "Stop refusing, I have plenty of guns." Su Zhao snatched the gun from Tian Shen's hand.
He said to Lu Shi, "Don't be so polite, it's a kind gesture from him." Having seen Tian Shen's strength earlier, he didn't forget to invite him. "Hey, bro, how about you guys come back to the camp with us? It's easier to take care of each other when there are more people." The male lead declined, "No need, I don't like crowded places." This guy cunningly urged Lu Shi, "Lu Shi, that kid seems to like you a lot. Go say a few words to him, maybe it'll work." Shuang Biao started practicing his speech. Tian Shen glanced at Shuang Biao, who was babbling, and then realized something unusual. He asked Su Zhao, weren't you bitten?" Su Zhao was frightened. "What?" He asked again, "What did you say?" "I don't understand." Tian Shen lifted the blood-soaked stick and advanced toward him. "I'm asking you, could it be that you were bitten by a zombie?" Su Zhao stubbornly denied, "No, no way." Tian Shen looked at the bloodstain on his ankle and demanded, "Is that so? Roll up your pants and let me see." He was panic-stricken. How could this be? Tian Shen continued, "The wound treated by Abila heals quickly, and the pain will soon subside. It's very normal to get hurt like this." He realized he couldn't deny it any longer, so he raised his gun and pointed it at the male lead's head, trying to intimidate him. "Don't come any closer." The male lead remained calm. "You should know what happens when a zombie bites you, so there's no need for me to say anything more. This gun is slower than my hand, so you might as well cut it off yourself." Hearing that, he was filled with fear. "Impossible, I won't die." "No way." He fired the gun and repeated, "I won't die." Fortunately, Tian Shen managed to pull Lu Shi down in time, avoiding the bullet. The man, fearing that everyone would force him to die, fled. Luolan was about to chase after him, but Tian Shen stopped him. "No need to chase, he's as good as dead." Gao Fei announced, "Tian Shen, something's coming, over here." Tian Shen replied, "I know." From afar, a blood-curdling scream echoed. Lu Shi's eyes widened. That's Su Zhao's voice. Su Zhao, whose eyes were wide open, was in a tragic state under the hands of the zombies. This marked the infection of 2 levels of people. The zombie dragged his body away through the hazy smoke. Su Zhao had also turned into a zombie, and everyone was terrified, pointing and shouting, "Monster!" Tian Shen looked at the monster and urged Lu Shi, "You 2 go ahead." Lu Shi anxiously asked, "What about you?"
The male lead coldly replied, "It's more dangerous for both of you to stay here.
Go quickly."
The blonde girl also urged Lu Shi, "Hurry up, if you stay, it'll be too late."
With that, she quickly grabbed Lu Shi's hand and ran.
Lu Shi turned back and told everyone, "You all hang in there, I'll go find help."
The zombie looked very ferocious.
Tian Chen hit the monster with great force. "Shut up, stay quiet." The zombie was knocked to the ground and rolled over, groaning in pain. "Ugh, ugh." Luo Lan and Gao Fei were surprised by this.
Tian Chen explained, "This is a second stage infected that has fully evolved. It can attract other infected nearby."
He smiled victoriously, "But the thing is, we've already wiped out almost all the infected around us. Even if it screams with a hoarse voice, it won't help."
Tian Chen puffed out a puff of smoke from his cigarette. "Leave it to you two. You've been training for so long, it's time to put it into practice. 2 against 1, no guns, don't lose." The two confidently moved forward. Luo Lan held a knife and said, "Humph, watch how formidable this is."
Gao Fei, with a sword in each hand, was determined to complete the mission. Both of them charged forward, swinging their knives and guns to attack the zombie.
A black car sped along the road. Inside the car, Li Yun urged Oldly, "Hurry up a bit more." Oldly responded, "Sister, I'm going as fast as I can."
Looking ahead, Oldly was surprised.
"Ha!
That's..." He quickly told Li Yun, "Sister Yun, look, it's them."
Li Yun also saw it.
"That's right, stop the car." Lu Shi poked her head out and shouted, "Hurry up and save them." Li Yun got out of the car and responded, "Don't rush, speak slowly, let's see." Lu Shi was in a hurry. "There's no time, get in the car, I'll explain." After hearing the story, Li Yun loaded her gun and praised, "Those 3 kids are that formidable? They wiped out the entire zombie army?" Lu Shi anxiously continued, "But now there's a monster appearing, it's the same one you all surrounded and attacked back then."
Li Yun was shocked. "What did you say?"
Finally, they reached the base, and the group stood watching in front of the entrance.
Li Yun ordered, "Maintain formation. After entering, follow my instructions." The subordinates shouted loudly, "Understood."
Sister Yun bent down to signal for the lead gunman, urging them to move quickly inside.
Lu Shi asked, "Is this the place?" One person answered, "Go past the intersection ahead, and you'll arrive." Li Yun wondered, "Why is it so quiet here?" Lu Shi was anxious, could they have? Li Yun raised the muzzle of her gun and ordered, "Follow my countdown. 3, 2, 1, go."
The whole team immediately took up their positions, aiming with professional precision. However, upon seeing the scene before them, Li Yun was extremely surprised. A monster had collapsed, lying motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, the other 3 were either sucking on candy or smoking, casually sitting next to a zombie. After the battle, Tian Chen commented, "The coordination between the 2 of you is just average. Close combat isn't your specialty, so why did you fight alongside Luo Brat? You'd be invincible if you leveled up one more time." Gao Fei explained, "It's not that I didn't want to show off my strength, you know?" Luo Lan, who was eating candy, couldn't help but chuckle at Gao Fei being scolded, hee hee. Before she could laugh any longer, she suddenly yelled, "Aya!" As Tian Chen landed a punch on her head, "Don't laugh either. How do you compare strength with 2 advanced level zombies?" Luo Lan pouted in dissatisfaction, "No, I just wanted to try a little." Tian Chen assessed, "In short, I am very dissatisfied with the outcome of this practical exercise. If I hadn't helped you both by delivering an extra strike, you 2 wouldn't have done well, and it's possible that that hybrid bastard would have already killed you." The 2 of them lowered their heads, "Yes, boss, you're absolutely right." Gao Fei glanced towards the door, saw a shadow, and reported, "Tian Chen, someone's coming." Tian Chen reassured him, "Don't panic." The male lead remained calm, puffing on a cigarette. He asked the newcomers, "What's going on?" Li Yun pointed a gun straight at his face, cautious, "Who are you?" Tian Chen, still holding the cigarette in his mouth,
looked at Li Yun with a feeling of familiarity. You are.
Lu Shi saw the scene and immediately rushed over. Sister Yun, we're all on the same side, don't shoot. She stood between the two, spreading her arms to block. He's a good person, he's helped us.
Li Yun double-checked. You three killed those zombies and another monster too, right? Tianchen stared at Li Yun and confirmed, that's right, it was her. Hong Dai noticed Tianchen remained silent, so Li Yun asked again, what are you staring at? I'm asking you.
The male protagonist was still thinking. Hong Dai, the #1 assassin in the world, once slaughtered 5th-level powerhouses without a scratch. In her previous life, she was already a significant figure.
Looking at it, she had even saved me once. Li Yun waited for a long time without hearing Tianchen say anything and seemed impatient. Kid, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? What's wrong with you? Only then did he speak. It's nothing. You just remind me of a friend of mine, I mistook you for her.
Li Yun thought Tianchen was trying to flirt with her, so she crossed her arms and turned away with a sarcastic tone. Kid, this pickup line is so outdated, isn't it?
It's really nothing special.
Lu Shi stood in the middle, listening to the conversation between the two, and could only smile helplessly.
Tianchen noticed that this person was still the same, always speaking bluntly. Lu Shi asked her opinion. Sister Yun, how about inviting him to the base? He's very capable. Sister Yun replied, I know. Li Yun suggested, hey, do you kids want to come to the base with me?
Luo Lan, being called a kid, immediately felt disrespected.
She shouted, who are you calling a kid?
This maid stared at Sister Yun's chest in a daze. She angrily swung her knife, her eyes bloodshot. Damn it, what's wrong if mine are small?
They're 1,000 times better than yours, with your big chest.
Tianchen had to use both hands to hold her head still, calming her down.
Tianchen asked Li Yun, are you the leader of the camp?
She replied, no, our leader is Lin Shang. Tianchen thought to himself, Lin Shang again, this person can suppress Hong Dai, definitely not an ordinary character.
The male lead was surprised. Red butterfly case. Gao Fei explained, it's understandable that you don't know. This is the largest serial murder case in RG County.
The victims are either nobles or wealthy merchants, and every time someone dies, a red butterfly is found beside them.
After hearing this, Tianchen commented, that killer must be really skilled, right?
Gao Fei laughed and replied, not really, but he couldn't beat the criminal team leader Lin Sheng at the time. He single-handedly, with a single gun, captured Hong Dai. The male lead compiled the key data. Criminal team leader, Hong Dai, assassin, police, could it be?
He walked over to Li Yun and said, we accept. Li Yun was also quite surprised. You really agree to join our side? Tianchen joked, can't hear clearly? Or have you changed your mind? Li Yun replied, no. Tianchen said, then let's go. In another scene, a pickup truck sped down the road.
Inside, 3 men were smoking cigarettes, discussing, damn it, Fatty Wei's warehouse has been cleared out so quickly.
What should we do now?
The boss said we need to be careful, not act on our own, but we can't go back empty-handed.
They asked the man sitting in the back of the truck, second brother, do you have any good ideas? If we go back now, the boss will definitely punish us. Second brother, holding a gun, got irritated, what's all the noise about? Didn't we find that convenience store earlier? Let's go in and search.
The truck stopped in front of the convenience store. Second brother grabbed his gun and ordered, take weapons, just in case. Entering the store, second brother saw that the shelves were nearly empty, and both the floor and shelves were stained with blood. He raised his gun into a ready position and ordered, go in, start moving the goods. After going out to scout the situation, he heard some noises, and second brother immediately raised his gun in defense. Who's there?
Come out here, or my gun doesn't have eyes.
2 trembling hands were raised, don't shoot, we are humans. One of them laughed loudly.
It was a great beauty.
A girl stood up, raised both hands in surrender, stammering, please, don't shoot. The other girl hid behind with a look of fear in her eyes. As night gradually fell, at the base, a delicious hot pot looked very appetizing.
The feast began with cheers as glasses clinked. Tian Shan and Gao Fei drank their full glasses of beer with delight.
The gathering was lively, and Captain Lin Sheng politely said, "Brothers, we don't have much to offer, so if there's anything lacking, please forgive us."
Tian Shan smiled, "No need to be so formal, I think it's great."
Everyone ate and drank joyfully, while Tian Shen looked at Lin Sheng and thought, "I guessed right, this Lin Sheng is indeed the biggest leader of the camp. Hong Dai is his trusted confidant. His luck is really good, to meet Hong Dai with Captain Lin Sheng here." Lin Sheng asked, "I look at everyone, and although they are not very old, their skills are so good.
Have they studied somewhere?" Tian Shen replied, "We trained on our own, it's our hobby."
The team leader praised, "Then you three are indeed talented."
Lu Shi added, "Tian Shen and they killed that monster, impressive, right?"
The man with the hat confirmed, "That's right, when they killed the zombie, it was one strike, one kill, really impressive." The man sitting next to him was not convinced.
Lin Sheng, recognizing Tian Shen's talent, admired him and then offered, "Brother, how about staying with us?
We could work together in the future, and we could assign you the position of patrol team leader."
The man with the hollow cheeks turned pale. The buzzcut man, dissatisfied, said, "What? Leader Lin, didn't you say the patrol team leader position is for me?
This is the best combat strength in our camp, how could you just give it to an outsider?" Lin Sheng looked at him angrily and sat down.
"You can talk like that in front of guests?"
He still wasn't convinced. "I don't care, the patrol team leader position is the fate of our camp. I don't agree with you giving it to someone else, and I certainly don't think they're just kids with milk breath." Luolan heard that and scowled as he stood up. "A kid whose mouth still smells like milk, show me your skills by retaking the test."
He taunted, "Am I supposed to be afraid of you?
You little kid, still smelling like milk." Luolan, with his quick temper, lifted a chair. "I dare you."
Tian Shen ordered, "Stop." Luolan immediately frowned, showing his displeasure.
Gao Fei, holding a cigarette, tried to calm her down. All right, if you get angry, you'll get wrinkles." The skinny man slammed the beer mug down. "Leader Lin, I have other business, I'll go ahead." He dragged the buzzcut guy with him, leaving quickly, ignoring the captain's call. Seeing his subordinate's disrespect, Lin Sheng quickly apologized to Tian Shen. "Tian Shen, my two subordinates are a bit strange, I hope you don't mind."
The male lead shook his head, "It's fine, it's fine. To be honest, Leader Lin, we didn't come here to join your team. We're here to make a deal." Lin Sheng asked, "A deal?" Li Yun instructed Lu Shi, "You take them outside. We have something to discuss." Lu Shi replied, "Understood." Lin Sheng asked again, "What kind of deal do you want to make with us?" Tian Shen answered, "We need equipment, ammunition, heavy artillery, and sniper rifles."
Shang Biao, upon seeing some delicious food, immediately started nibbling on it, completely uninterested in anything else. Everyone else was still discussing the current state of affairs.
Tian Shen continued, "Weapons are essential for preserving life, I know.
That's why before coming here, I prepared valuable items for trade."
Leader Lin asked, "What kind of items?" Tian Shen held the cigarette he was smoking and replied, "Medicines. These aren't any cheaper than guns." Li Yun inquired again, "Medicines? What kind of medicines?"
Tian Shen responded, "Antibiotics, cold medicine, bandages, medical alcohol, and so on."
Li Yun seemed hesitant. "Shang, what do you think?"
Lin Sheng calmly picked up his cup of water and replied, "It's not bad, but I'll need to discuss it with the guys in the camp first." As for Lin Sheng's subordinates, they were still upset as they walked down the hallway.
"Humph, they're just a bunch of kids still breastfeeding. What is Leader Lin really thinking?" The skinny man appeared worried. "If the patrol team gives those kids the chance, do you know what that means?"
The man with the shaved head scratched his nose, confused.
What do you mean?"
The skinny man, looking dangerous, said, "There are 3 patrol teams in the camp, one under Leader Lin, one under Li Yun, and the third one is in our hands."
Do you really think Leader Lin would give the patrol team to them? The chubby man was stunned and said, Our people, how can this be?
No way, they just met and immediately became the third brother of the barracks.
I won't accept this, I won't accept it.
His eyes were filled with resentment. I fought desperately and killed to get a position like this, and now these kids, still smelling of milk, come and take it away. He shouted, I don't care, my patrol team will never hand it over.
The skinny man yelled at him angrily, Keep it down, they're here.
The chubby man quickly covered his mouth. The two of them hid in the corner of the wall, eavesdropping on their leader's conversation. Lin Sheng sent Tianchen off, Brotherswa, your alcohol tolerance is really good.
This time, I didn't entertain you properly. Next time, we'll definitely have a few more drinks.
Luolan and Gao Fei were already drunk, and Tianchen was slightly dizzy, rubbing his stomach. No, Leader Lin, you're too polite.
The skinny man gritted his teeth, You little brat.
Leader Lin instructed Li Yun, Brotherswa, and them, you arrange for them.
I have other matters to attend to.
Li Yun accepted the task. Don't worry, leave it to me. As Lin Sheng went inside, he reminded Li Yun, arrange according to the guests, try to satisfy them, and it's best to keep them here.
Li Yun confidently replied, Got it. Li Yun walked ahead and called the other three to follow. Hey, you kids, I'll take you to see the room. Gao Fei, upon hearing this, couldn't help but blush with excitement.
Li Yun led them to a luxurious room. Luolan, with great interest, looked around from one place to another. Wow, your place is so beautiful. Gao Fei, knowledgeable as ever, explained, the old fortress here used to be a tourist spot in Ji County, designed by a prince from the Ming dynasty. That's why inside the fortress, there are still some pavilions with ancient architecture.
Tianchen, equally impressed, commented, Not bad, huh?
Li Yun added, A Sheng said this is a historical relic and should be preserved.
Today, as an exception, we can stay here.
Luolan, holding a vase and playing with it, was somewhat intimidated by this information.
Li Yun bid everyone farewell, you all should rest early. Tianchen, expressing gratitude, said, Thank you, thank you.
The two henchmen standing outside were seething with jealousy. Leader Lin let them stay in that room. The short one remarked, Yeah, and here I am still stuck in a tent.
The chubby one, rolling up his sleeves in anger, was ready to confront them, immediately interacting with Tianchen's group. The thin man grabbed his sleeve, What are you doing? They're Leader Lin's guests. The fat man, ignoring the warning, retorted, I know my limits. He walked up to the door of Tianchen's room and shouted loudly, Where are you? Come out here. Li Yun had not left yet and turned to ask, Ali, what are you doing? He clenched his fist and said, Sister Yun, don't worry about me, I'm here to find them.
The skinny man crossed his arms and sneered, Fool, there's a good show to watch now.
Ali stared at the male lead, You must be Zhua Tianchen, right? The male lead answered indifferently, So what? He raised his hand, his face smug, I'm Ali, let's get acquainted. Tianchen asked in return, You want to shake hands with me? Ali replied, What's wrong with that? I understand etiquette too.
Li Yun intervened, Ali, don't do this, they are guests.
Ali responded to Li Yun, So what if they're guests? Can't I show some friendship? Luolan and Gao Fei, who were witnessing the scene, were speechless. Ali laughed defiantly, My hand strength is 170 kg, let's see if I can crush you, you annoying little brat. Tianchen looked at him with an indifferent gaze and extended his hand to shake, Hello. Li Yun didn't know what else to say.
The fat man smirked, Watch this. He spoke, then used all his strength, his veins bulging, deliberately trying to crush Tianchen, but it had no effect.
His face froze, Huh? What's going on? Why is this brat not even a bit affected?
Gao Fei, noticing the tense atmosphere, shoved a cigarette into Tianchen's mouth. Tianchen, here, smoke this to calm down.
Tianchen, with the cigarette in his mouth, asked Ali, Can you let go?
Ali, his face turning red with anger, blew smoke out of his nose, This isn't over yet.
Ali refused to give up.
He gritted his teeth and tensed his body, Let's see how long you can endure.
Tianshan remained unfazed. Your muscles are pretty good, huh? Shang Biao pretended to be displeased. Ali, with his nose running, looked terrified as if he had seen a ghost. Ali fumed, how is this possible? This kid's hands feel like they're made of iron, I can't crush them. Luolan, irritated by the sight, turned to the fat guy, your name's Ali, right? She extended her hand with a friendly smile, my name's Luolan, let's get to know each other. She walked toward Ali with a murderous look on her face, he. And soon, Ali couldn't withstand the strength of the small girl Luolan, let go of me. Seeing Ali walk outside with tears streaming down his face and a runny nose, looking utterly miserable, the thin guy asked, Ali, are you? Wiping his tears and running quickly, he replied, don't say anything, I just want to be left alone. Sob, this is so humiliating. Li Yun had been standing behind him for who knows how long. She called the thin guy's name, Wei Dong. She reminded him, don't cause trouble for me. Wei Dong stammered, what? Li Yun stepped down from the platform, offering no further explanation, you should understand. Wei Dong glared at Tianshan's group through the window, seething, you little brat, just wait and see. On the grass field, the brothers were working hard at their practice. Wei Dong twisted Lu Shi's arm behind her, assessing, your reflexes aren't good enough, you need to practice more. Lu Shi, clutching her elbow in apparent pain, said, thank you, Brother Dong, for the guidance. Wei Dong told her, take a break for now, we'll continue training later. His face darkened as he saw the three of them, humph, it's those annoying brats again. When Lu Shi saw the male lead, she happily called out, Zhua Tianshan. She quickly ran up to them, Zhua Tianshan, what are you doing here? Li Yun replied, I brought them here for a quick tour. Sister Yun asked Tianshan, how is it? This is our training ground, is it okay? Tianshan commented, not bad, it's fine. Li Yun invited him, saying, Leader Lin is a talented leader, as long as everyone is here. Before she could finish her sentence, Tianshan interrupted, let's discuss the deal a little. The younger disciples in the training field started whispering when they saw a stranger appear, who is this person? One replied, that's Zhua Tianshan, he came here too. He's the expert who saved us the other day. Another person said, it's them. I heard those three killed all the heads of the local gangs, is that true? Li Yin turned to Tianshan and said, it seems that your popularity is quite high. Tianshan closed his eyes and acknowledged, feeling a bit troubled. The younger disciples in the training field treated Tianshan like a celebrity, all of them greeting him enthusiastically, please, Zhua Tianshan, could you teach us? Or would you consider becoming our instructor? You'd definitely be stronger than Wei Dong. When Wei Dong saw Tianshan appear, he felt invisible, boiling with anger, this little brat is back to steal the spotlight. He used his authority to scold in frustration, lazing around here again? Hurry up and go back to training. The younger disciples quickly responded, understood. He also declared his authority in front of Tianshan, hey, buddy, this is a training ground, outsiders aren't allowed in. Lu Shi saw Tianshan being bullied and immediately spoke up in defense, Zhua Tianshan is the great benefactor who saved us. Wei Dong stubbornly insisted, today is a personal match, we can't let anyone. Before he could finish, Lu Shi snapped, Wei Dong, don't go too far. Li Yun also objected, I'm the one who decides what happens here. Luolan mocked Wei Dong, with your lousy skills, who'd care? Wei Dong turned red with anger, what did you say? Tianshan and the others, Gao Fei and Luolan, turned and started to leave, let's go, they're not welcoming us. As they walked away, Luolan stuck her tongue out teasingly, Pht. Wei Dong, unable to do anything, shouted, you. Li Yun quickly caught up with them, Zhua Tianshan, don't be angry, I'm really sorry, Wei Dong is hard to manage. Tianshan said sincerely, it's fate that we met, so I'll honestly advise you, that guy will sooner or later kill someone. Li Yun, unable to believe it, asked again, what are you saying? Wei Dong. He answered, no mistake. Wei Dong stood behind and heard everything that Tianshan had just said. He gritted his teeth and snarled, you little brat, who do you think you are? I've sacrificed so much for the camp, and yet he just arrives and gets promoted right away?
He clenched his fists tightly, damn it. Before Tianchen could leave, he called out, wait.
Wei Dong threw off his shirt and tossed it to the ground, challenging Tianchen. Zwa Tianchen, do you dare to fight me?
He laughed, his 8-pack abs on full display. If you beat me, I'll give you the training grounds.
Tianchen, not wanting to cause trouble, quickly replied, I take back what I just said. Li Yun was surprised, huh? Tianchen muttered under his breath, only an idiot would seek their own destruction like this. Wei Dong, hearing that, was even more enraged. What did you say? He raised his fist, full of fury. Damn it, say it clearly.
But before his fist could reach Tianchen, it was blocked by a hand. Gao Fei's hand.
Gao Fei threatened Wei Dong, if you want to fight Zwa Tianchen, you'll have to beat me first.
Wei Dong, fearless, tried to kick Gao Fei to take him down. I'll make it easy for you. However, Gao Fei was too fast and too dangerous. With a spinning kick, he sent Wei Dong flying backward. Li Yun also admired, so fast. Wei Dong dropped the bag to the ground. Tianchen ordered, that's enough, let's go. Wei Dong disagreed with Lin Shang's arrangement, saying, Leader Lin, we can't let an outsider act so arrogantly like this. Lin Shang replied, Zwa Tianchen saved our people, he's not an outsider. Wei Dong shouted, even so, we can't let him manage the patrol team.
Lin Shang reprimanded, Wei Dong, what's wrong with you?
I told you back when we were at the police station, never to pressure newcomers.
Wei Dong retorted, this time is different. Lin Shang defended Tianchen, he has the ability. What about you? And don't forget about Ali.
If you keep doing things that cause internal discord, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Wei Dong still pleaded, Leader Lin, you're misunderstanding.
Lin Shang turned to leave, enough.
I understand your temper, but you need to think before acting.
He left, frustrated but powerless, only able to swallow his anger.
He replied, I understand, Leader Lin.
At the base, people were gossiping, have you heard? I heard Wei Dong got a taste of his own medicine today.
He deserved it. Wei Dong swore to take revenge, sooner or later, I'll make you pay.
He sat in the car, ordering the gate guards to open the door.
The guards, seeing his anger, were also terrified. Brother Dong, does Brother Dong want to go out? Wei Dong raised his voice, what? Do you have a problem?
The guard immediately opened the gate for him. No problem, please go ahead. Wei Dong drove the car at full speed on the road. Sitting in the car, Wei Dong gritted his teeth, that little bastard, I won't let you live in peace. In the garden, Lin Shang and Tianchen had just finished a round of beer.
Lin Shang complimented, brother, your drinking capacity is pretty good, huh? Tianchen yawned and responded, it's okay, Leader Lin isn't bad either.
Lin Shang still tried to persuade Tianchen, brother, I'm serious, stay here.
Our camp really needs someone like you.
As long as you stay, everything else in the camp is yours, no problem.
Tianchen exhaled a puff of smoke, it's still not worth it.
I don't like places like that. Besides, I have another suggestion. G County is a small place after all, with scarce resources, imports, and equipment. Half a year is fine, but a full year would really be tough.
Leader Lin said, so you think the same way? Tianchen praised, it seems that Leader Lin is a very intelligent person. The captain wanted to hear Tianchen's opinion, bro, do you have any suggestions?
Tianchen recalled events from his past life. I remember that later on, you settled in Huabei City, but life was tough and full of challenges.
Should I remind you about it?
Seeing Tianchen hesitate, bro, if you have something on your mind but it's hard to say, just speak up.
Tianchen suggested, what about Huabei City? Leader Lin asked back, Huabei City?
Tianchen explained, Huabei City is one of the largest cities in the country, and it's located near Huabei mountain range and rivers. It has 2 natural shields, and more importantly, it has a military district with fully equipped weaponry. Lin Shang found the answer and was visibly happy. Great, that's wonderful. Bro, you should stay here. Tianchen still declined. thank you, I appreciate it, but I still have things I need to take care of. Lin Shang felt disappointed and lowered his head but didn't insist on keeping him. Alright, if you face any difficulties in the future, you can come to us. I, Lin Shang, will never turn you away.
Tian Shen expressed his gratitude, thank you. The male lead brought up the matter of the transaction. As for my weapons, Leader Lin spoke sincerely, well, we're also very lacking in equipment, we only have 2 pistols. Tian Shen looked up, understanding, is that so?
The two of them discussed the matter, and Leader Lin said, but if we are brothers, and you can help us, we can give you the pistols for free.
Tian Shen thanked him, thank you, thank you. Lin Shang asked further, do you know about the hydroelectric station? Tian Shen had never heard of it, hydroelectric station. Gao Fei and Luo Lan were strolling by, and overheard the conversation. Gao Fei, curious, asked, what's going on? Upon hearing about the hydroelectric station, Gao Fei rushed over to ask, are you talking about the hydroelectric station next to Ji County? Tian Shen turned to Gao Fei and asked, there's a hydroelectric station in Ji County?
Lin Shang replied, that's right, before you came, Ji County had 3 main forces, Fatty Wei's workshop, our old city, and lastly, Long's people. They took the hydroelectric station as their base.
Tian Shen thought the hydroelectric station wasn't too bad.
Lin Shang added, that Long guy may be crazy, but he's very smart, works quickly, and decisively.
Tian Shen understood, you want me to help you eliminate them?
Lin Shang acknowledged, exactly. Lin Shang said, that crazy person's name, working tirelessly, everyone benefits, and often launching surprise attacks. But over the past year, we've been working hard in Ji County.
Tian Shen interlaced his fingers and thought, He called a Fei, and a Fei raised both hands, I didn't hear anything. Tian Shen then asked Luo Lan, what about you, you silly girl?
Lala shrugged, I didn't hear anything either.
Lin Shang thought Tian Shen's group had agreed, and he was overjoyed. If that's the case, it's easy to do. Brother Zhua is indeed straightforward.
But then Tian Shen made him lose hope, I refuse.
Lin Shang was shocked, huh?
Tian Shen explained, I can't risk my life over a few guns to deal with a crazy person. Leader Lin, you keep the guns yourself.
Tomorrow morning, we will leave the base. Lin Shang responded, this.
With that, Tian Shen and his subordinates left, let's go, get some sleep. Lin Shang respected his decision, Brother Zhua, as I've said before, if you encounter difficulties in the future, come find us.
We will definitely help. Tian Shen raised his index finger, I will definitely thank you.
Outside the barracks, a group of thugs armed with guns gathered. The leader, with red rooster-colored hair, shouted loudly, is everyone here?
When you hear my command later, move up. Hearing the strange noise, Lin Shang looked around and asked, what's going on?
Someone hurriedly ran over to report, Leader Lin, it's bad.
Brother Long's gang is here to rob. Lin Shang couldn't believe it, what? How is that possible?
The sound of gunfire rang out, and the battle was fierce.
Second brother of Brother Long's gang commanded, everyone, move up. The boss stepped forward and asked, second brother, what's going on?
He inquired about the situation, in half an hour, the internal force will show up. Second brother was uncertain, it's not easy to say, but the first time we attacked the city, we killed a lot of people. This time we're helping others fight, so everyone involved is loyal.
Captain Long assessed, the subordinates under Lin Shang aren't bad either. Someone had given an order to the gang, this area is yours.
You must take it down for me. Move up, destroy them, and the city, food, and women will all be yours.
Everyone, move.
It turned out that the informant reporting to Brother Long was Wei Dong.
Standing in a dark corner next to a truck, Wei Dong saw the gang leader approach and asked, Brother Long, what's going on?
Long said, this time, we've successfully stolen it.
The credit will go to you. He rejoiced, thank you, Brother Long, thank you. Long grabbed his collar and threatened, but what if we fail? He stammered, fail? Long growled, didn't you say that now is the time for you guys to change shifts? Why has it taken so long for my men to breach the city and yet they still haven't taken it down? He was terrified. Brother Long, inside, even though it's a pond, it's still Lin Shang. Moreover, the first time we failed, we still had some results.
Along slammed him to the ground. Listen carefully, I don't want results.
I want outcomes. I want their food, population, and equipment.
I'll give you a team, send reinforcements to the south gate.
Success is the only option, failure is not allowed. He cowardly replied, I understand. I will definitely complete the mission.
Along narrowed his eyes, then hurry up and go.
He quickly ran off.
Second brother rushed to report, Brother Long, although we're ahead, those cops from Lin Shang are no pushovers. Along calmly lit a cigarette, don't worry, I've made preparations already.
Along gave orders to his subordinates, once the city is taken, find a place to kill Wei Dong. Don't let anyone know. Just say he died in battle. The subordinate obeyed, yes, sir. Ali was trying to shoot at the group of people from Brother Long's gang. Everyone, just die already. The group scattered, running to avoid the bullets.
Wei Dong stood behind a tree, impatient. Damn it, this bastard Ali's firepower is strong.
Wei Dong asked his subordinates, can you guys shoot well?
Hurry up and climb the trees to shoot that guy down.
One of the snipers replied, let me do it.
Ali was still very aggressive, you guys are like turtles hiding in their shells. Don't think you'll live to leave here, all of you will die.
Ha!
In the sniper's line of sight, Ali was already in position, the rifle was aimed, and the shooter had his finger on the trigger.
Just then, Tian Shan ran over and shoved Ali aside, move. A bullet hit the wooden door, leaving behind smoke.
Ali was grateful to Tian Shan, thank you, brother, for saving my life.
The missed shooter cursed, disappointed, damn it. Tian Shan calmly said, Afei, it's your turn.
Afei, standing on the wall with a rifle, responded, understood. Afei aimed through the scope at the target, noticing someone was also aiming their gun at him. Humph, you little brat, you dare challenge me? The man below, seeing someone aiming at him, was frightened, this is bad. And then the gunshot rang out, and he died on the spot.
His comrades, seeing him lying motionless, were terrified, he's dead. Luolan stood next to Ali and asked him, is your hand all right?
Ali, at this moment, realized they were not bad people, everyone. Tian Shan, wiping his gun, said, this is our area to handle, you take your people and go help Leader Lin. Ali was a bit hesitant, but Luolan was already stretching and warming up before the fight, heh.
Gao Fei confidently looked at Ali, don't worry, just go, tonight is a lucky night.
Tian Shan and Luolan, guns in hand, jumped down from the city walls, the sound of gunfire still ringing, smoke from the gunpowder filling the city. Leader Lin, while shooting, ordered, hold your ground, we must not let them succeed. One person spoke up, Leader Lin, the south gate has fewer people, you should send someone there to assist. Leader Lin, helpless, replied, we don't have many people left to send for reinforcements.
Lin Shang asked Li Yun, Yun, are you sure you can eliminate that long guy?
Li Yun looked through the binoculars and answered, not sure, it's hard to say. Through the binoculars, she saw Long reading a book, and she commented, this bastard is very cautious, there's not a single opening.
Not only that, he's very calm.
Li Yun, feeling helpless, wanted to ask Tian Shan for help, but Lin Shang refused, forget it, they're guests, we can't let them face danger with us. If there's trouble, we deal with it ourselves. Brother Long sat in the truck cabin and gave orders, take a team, you don't need to kill many, but you must pressure them to fight.
The subordinate obeyed, yes, Brother Long. He called over his teammates, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and follow me. Another subordinate reported, Brother Long, shooting like this is really a waste. If we keep fighting like this, sooner or later we'll run out of ammo.
Brother Long commented on the shooting, in terms of combat experience, the Lin Shang police are better than us.
Do you think you can kill them if you go up? The underling scratched his head, well.
Brother Long gave the order, lure their main force to the north gate, that way the people at the south gate will be able to assault more easily, completing the flank attack.
He lowered his head, leaning in. Brother Long, you're so wise.
Brother Long told him, don't flatter me, the job isn't done yet.
Lin Shang and Li Yun pressed themselves against the wall to avoid the gunfire. Damn it, do they ever run out of ammo? This isn't going to work, we have to hurry and send reinforcements to the south gate. Ali arrived, angrily firing his gun. You bastards, your grandpa is here.
Lin Shang was as happy as if he had struck gold. Ali
cheerfully replied, Leader Lin, I came at just the right time, didn't I? Lin Shang asked, what are you doing here? How is the south gate? Ali answered, I came up from there. Zhuo Tianchen told me to come here to support everyone.
They're already at the south gate, dealing with those annoying guys. Luo Lan, holding two guns, looked incredibly stylish, while Tianchen performed an impressive series of flips. Tianchen used a fat enemy soldier as a human shield, continuing to shoot with his gun. The enemy's teammates, seeing this, were furious. This bastard is using our own man as a shield. He was about to attack Tianchen from behind when Gao Fei shot him.
Standing among the motionless bodies, Tianchen complimented Gao Fei, not bad.
Gao Fei noticed a familiar figure who seemed to be running away.
Gao Fei shouted, that guy, Tianchen, that's Wei Dong, he's a traitor. Wei Dong.
Tianchen ordered, damn it, capture him alive.
Luo Lan moved like a wave, got it, watch how amazing I am. Tianchen praised, the speed has increased quite a bit. Wei Dong ran for his life. Damn it, what kind of joke is this? The people in this gang are too twisted.
I must not let them catch me, or I'm definitely dead.
As he was running frantically, he encountered Luo Lan, who was hanging in front of him. Hi, hello, where are you going? Luo Lan jumped down to the ground in front of Wei Dong.
He gritted his teeth, you damn bastard.
Luo Lan laughed provocatively, hee hee hee.
Under the lights, Wei Dong's desperate voice could be heard, you little girl, let me go, let me go.
Luo Lan, hands on hips, looked up, don't even think about it.
If it wasn't for Tianchen stopping me, I would have beaten you up yesterday.
It turned out that Luo Lan had suspended him on a streetlight pole.
He struggled, let me go, damn it, if I get out of here. Luo Lan ignored him, just stay there and wait for Tianchen to come and capture you.
Tianchen stepped forward, Luo brat.
Luo Lan turned to look at him.
Tianchen, Gao Fei, looked up at Wei Dong, didn't think it would end like this. Tianchen interrogated, did you bring that bastard, Long, here?
I came specifically to inform you about their city siege situation.
Wei Dong still hadn't repented, so what if I did? Tianchen replied, I, Tianchen, despise traitors like you. Wei Dong, enraged, said, what do you understand?
I've sacrificed so much for the camp.
You all just arrived and are already dreaming of stealing from me. If I don't have it, you won't get it either. Gao Fei and Luo Lan burst into laughter, saying in unison, fool. Tianchen ordered, let him down, this fool is still useful.
Luo Lan protested, it wasn't easy to hang him up in the first place. Tianchen turned around and walked away, repeating, stop playing around, the war is urgent.
Luo Lan sighed in resignation, fine.
Wei Dong, with a pitiful expression, pleaded, hey, wait a minute.
Luo Lan ignored him and gave the rope a tug, causing it to snap.
Wei Dong fell freely to the ground. Luo Lan didn't let up, holding onto the rope still tied around Wei Dong. I'll drag you along just for the fun of it.
The three of them walked together, with Luo Lan dragging Wei Dong, stumbling along the road.
One of Brother Long's subordinates, using binoculars, was watching them. Wei Dong's been captured.
Those three are really twisted. I must tell Brother Long. Gao Fei turned around and noticed they were being watched. He immediately raised his gun, they're really asking for death.
Through the binoculars, the red-headed man saw Gao Fei preparing to shoot and panicked. A shot narrowly missed the pink-haired man, hitting the door behind him. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it inside in relief. That was really close, my little life almost slipped away. Looking back at Tianchen's group, the pink-haired man was frightened, those guys are really terrifying. Luolan, feeling relieved, thought the stalker was dead, but Gao Fei corrected him, not yet, he managed to dodge.
Tianchen calmly said, "It's fine, let's focus on the main task first."
At that moment, the two gang leaders came face to face. Lin Shang glared at Brother Long angrily, while Brother Long grinned, seemingly pleased, hee. Brother Long appeared confident of his victory. Lin Shang, open the door and surrender, I might consider letting you go. Lin Shang firmly replied, not a chance.
Standing above, Lin Shang refused to back down, do you see? My people outnumber yours, and we have more guns. You won't be able to hold out for long.
Brother Long tried to recruit Lin Shang to his side, I see you're a talent. We could enjoy this together, come join my team. Lin Shang sneered, I'll never surrender to someone like you. Ali and the group of followers from Lin Shang, who were quick-tempered, said, if you want to fight, then fight.
Let's see who wins and who loses.
The other guy chimed in, that's right, who's afraid of you?
If you're good, come over here.
Mr. Long sneered, what a bunch of fools.
He asked his subordinates about the news from the south gate.
One of them reported, I've sent Scar over there to check, he should be back soon. Mr. Long triumphantly said, once the south gate falls, we'll definitely win.
Tianchen had already returned from the south gate and was now standing before Mr. Long. He asked, are you Mr. Long? You don't seem all that impressive.
Your men in the gang have already been dealt with.
Mr. Long frowned, huh?
Lin Shang saw Tianchen and immediately called out, bro, everyone.
Tianchen said, don't worry, Leader Lin.
The south gate has already been taken care of. Tianchen pulled a person out from behind the wall, come over here.
Tianchen then asked Mr. Long, do you recognize this person?
Wei Dong, who had a broken tooth, was squinting, his face bruised and begging, Mr. Long, please save me.
Lin Shang recognized him as one of his subordinates, Wei Dong.
Mr. Long remained silent.
Wei Dong desperately pleaded, Mr. Long, please save me.
Mr. Long adjusted his glasses, not caring for the cries for help, useless trash.
Li Yun asked, Zhou Tianchen, what exactly happened?
Lin Shang darkened his face, isn't it clear as day?
Wei Dong is the one who caused all of this.
Lin Shang looked at Wei Dong, you're the one who leaked our confidential information.
Wei Dong was filled with fear.
Leader Lin Li Yun, upon realizing this, became furious and pointed his gun at his head, damn it, you're really bold.
Has the camp ever treated you badly?
Wei Dong glared at Tianchen and Gao Fei, bitter, this kid just got here, so why does he get such special treatment?
Why?
He admitted, that's right, I told Brother Long everything about the equipment, the food supplies, and the manpower.
I reported everything to him.
I couldn't stand being underestimated by you guys. Wei Dong stubbornly still believed in Brother Long, wait and see, Brother Long will kill all of you. The women and the treasures will be ours, and I will be the one who has done the most.
Ha ha ha.
With one shot, a bullet struck the traitor Wei Dong in front of the shocked Li Yun, Lin Shang, and Gao Fei's group. The person who fired the shot was none other than Brother Long, the one Wei Dong had trusted, who had betrayed Lin Shang to follow him. He coldly shouted, shut up.
Tianchen commented, it seems like this guy Long is truly a madman.
Long arrogantly said, Lin Shang, it looks like you're not fit to be a commander.
Let me take over and manage these people for you.
Lin Shang looked at him with resentment, nonsense.
He continued to smile, why are you looking at me like that?
You should be grateful that I've taken care of this traitor for you. Lin Shang cursed, scum. Tianchen advised, Leader Lin, don't let him provoke you. For now, just focus on defense. Lin Shang realized he had been too hasty, you're right, I was a bit reckless. Lin Shang ordered Li Yun, Yun, take some people and go check the situation inside, be careful, and retreat immediately if needed. She responded, understood.
Lin Shang said to Long, all your men sent to the south gate are dead. Shouldn't you retreat by now? Long, still unaware of any retreat, looked up and laughed loudly, retreat?
Why should I do that?
So what if all the men at the south gate are dead?
I still hold the upper hand here.
Do you think it's difficult for me to occupy this place with so many people? Gao Fei asked Tian Shen, should we go up? Tian Shen replied, don't get excited. They have so many people and guns. If we act recklessly now, it will only lead to death. Gao Fei held his gun and surveyed the situation. All right, just give the signal if needed. By the way, where's your scope? Gao Fei coldly replied, oh, do you think that toy is better than my eyes?
Brother Long, standing at the bottom with his subordinates, shouted, Lin Shang, it's not too late to surrender now. Lin Shang, standing above, shouted back, don't even think about it. Brother Long grinned perversely, then don't say I didn't warn you. He then gave the command, bring them out. A group of masked individuals with their hands tied were brought forward. Brother Long's gang shouted, move it, get over there and follow orders.
Tian Shen was surprised, huh?
One person struggled, causing the bag over his face to fall off.
It was old Mei.
Lin Shang, seeing a familiar face from above, called out, what are you doing? Brother Long smugly spread his arms, Lin Shang, these are your subordinates.
There are even some civilians among them. So, how does it feel to see them again? Moved? Lin Shang, furious, asked, what do you want?
Brother Long raised his hand, giving the order, take off their masks. The masks were removed, revealing that they were all Lin Shang's underlings, who began shouting for mercy, let me go. Leader Lin, where are we? What are you going to do to us?
Tian Shen was surprised, what? How are they here?
It turned out that Tian Shen saw that Luo Xiaoyu and Luo Xiaoshui had also been captured. Luo Xiaoshui comforted her sister, sis, don't be afraid, I will definitely protect you. Long brother pushed up his glasses and laughed loudly, Lin Shang, either you surrender, or these rats will die immediately.
The Luo sisters, upon seeing Tian Shen, called out loudly, Swa Tian Shen. It's Tian brother. Tian Shen was furious, damn it, how are they here? Gao Fei teased, Ayu, Tian brother, looks like you're quite the romantic.
Long brother smirked, so you two know each other. Seems like taking hostages is quite a brilliant idea. Lin Shang gritted his teeth in anger, damn it.
Long brother grew more arrogant, Lin Shang, do you think you're a good person? Creating rules, regulations, and order?
His face turned vile, it's all trash. In this world, blood, weapons, and violence are everything.
He pressed old Mei's head down and asked, this old man, is he one of your subordinates?
Old Mei refused to yield, Lin leader, you must not surrender. Seeing that old Mei wouldn't listen, he immediately shot him in the temple.
Lin Shang gritted his teeth, damn you, Long Ting, I will never forgive you. Long brother provoked, you can't even save this dog's life, and you still want to be a hero?
Tian Shen, hearing Lin leader call Long brother as Long Ting, suddenly remembered something, damn it, how careless.
I remember now.
The one who opposed the leader before also had the surname Long. It must be him, the expert Long Ting.
Gao Fei, seeing this, immediately asked, what's wrong? Did you recognize someone?
Long Ting threatened, either you open the door, or I'll send all of them to heaven. Tian Shen recalled events from his past life. Back then, in order to raid other people's strongholds, they had gathered millions of zombies, creating a formidable army. At that time, they had to flee because they were being chased by the zombies. Looking at the two sisters Luo Xiaoyu, Tian Shen thought to himself, I must not let these people harm them. Luo Xiaoshui, crying, said, Tian Shen, come save me.
Tian Shen got into position, let's go. Follow me, we're going to rescue them.
Lin leader, provide support for me.
Gao Fei, agreed. Luo Lan, excited, I've been waiting for you to say that.
Lin Shang, not forgetting to remind, Tian brother, don't rush, there are a lot of them. Before Lin Shang could finish, Tian Shen had already charged down.
Lin leader panicked, everyone. Long brother's subordinates laughed at Lin Shang charging down, is this guy really jumping?
How foolish, he's so high up, he'll definitely die.
Long brother was also intrigued. This name is really interesting, make sure to leave it a way out. Several subordinates wielding swords fiercely declared, watch me split your head in half.
But before they could do anything to Tian Shen, they were struck by a powerful force and sent flying. Ah, that's too strong.
Long brother remained cautious, this kid isn't simple.
Li Ba rushed over to report, Long brother, there's a change.
Long brother calmly replied, are you scared? Do you want to know what's down there with Wei Dong?
The battle was intense, and Tian Shen instructed, Luo brat, stop fighting, prioritize rescuing people first.
Understood. Long brother looked at the bloody battlefield in disbelief. What? Just those three and they wiped out an entire team? How could that be? He quickly ordered, retreat immediately, take the hostages. Yes. Long brother's subordinates captured the two sisters, Luo Xiaoyu and Luo Xiaoshui. Stop screaming. Luo Xiaoshui struggled, let me go, you all better let me go. Luo Lan reported, brother Tian Shen, they've taken the hostages. Tian Shen signaled Gao Fei, and he quickly spotted them. He fired a shot that hit the one holding Luo Xiaoshui, sending him spinning, and Luo Xiaoshui was tossed high into the air. Luo Xiaoyu looked at her anxiously and called out her younger sister's name, Luo Xiaoshui. Fortunately, Tian Shen rushed over in time to catch Luo Xiaoshui before she fell to the ground. Luo Xiaoshui, Tian Shen. Fei intended to do the same to save Luo Xiaoyu, but he realized it wasn't feasible, this is too dangerous. The person who shot the woman was someone Luo Xiaoshui admired as she looked at Tian Shen. It seems like your strength has improved a lot. Tian Shen ordered, Luo brat, you keep an eye on Luo Xiaoshui, I'll go save Luo teacher. Luo Lan responded, understood. Tian Shen ran at full speed. Meanwhile, the others were still anxious. Long brother, you need to give the order, we'll shoot that kiddo. Long brother remained calm, don't rush. Don't you see that this guy is very special? Special? Long brother didn't offer further explanation, hurry up. We don't have much time. They were preparing to take Luo Xiaoyu away. Tian Shen shouted loudly, Luo teacher. Before they closed the car door, Luo Xiaoyu didn't forget to remind him, Zhua Tian Shen, don't worry about me, protect Luo Xiaoshui. Tian Shen angrily kicked away someone blocking his path, get out of the way. The sound of gunfire echoed through the sky as Tian Shen skillfully rolled several times, evading the bullets. He remained unscathed amidst the storm of bullets and flames. Long Ting's convoy had already moved, and voices from inside the car could be heard discussing, Long brother, don't you think we're letting him off too easily? You're unaware that he's going to find us soon, came the reply. Without any hint of doubt, Luo Xiaoshui sat on the seat, her face filled with displeasure. Luo Lan brought over some snacks, you must be hungry by now. Come here and have a bite. The steaming buns looked very appetizing. Luo Xiaoshui, still sulking, didn't intend to say anything. Luo Lan coaxed her gently, come on, you're tired too. Eat a little. Luo Xiaoshui turned her head away and said, I don't want to. Luo Lan comforted her, really, don't worry about your sister. We will definitely help you rescue her. Luo Xiaoshui seemed to dislike Luo Lan, who needs to meet my sister. Where's Tian Shen? I want to see him. Luo Lan changed his tone, come on, eat something, and then I'll take you to see Tian Shen. She just took a bite of the delicious dumpling and said, not bad. Luo Xiaoshui thought, wasn't that for me? Seeing this, Luo Xiaoshui cried even louder, I don't want it, I only like Tian Shen. When Tian Shen appeared and saw Luo Xiaoshui crying, he immediately asked, what's the matter? Luo Xiaoshui happily said, Tian Shen. She ran over and hugged Tian Shen tightly, Tian Shen, you really came. Tian Shen asked about the situation, Luo Xiaoshui, did your sister listen to me and go find Gao Fei? She replied, she said you had someone to find, so she didn't want to cause more trouble for you, so we didn't go looking for your friend. After that, Lan Jia and I went into a convenience store to get some food and met those bad people. Luo Lan understood, I see. Tian Shen sat down and comforted Luo Xiaoshui, do you really believe what I said? Luo Xiaoshui answered, yes. Tianqin patted her head, then be good and eat well, I will definitely help you find your sister. He instructed Luo Lan, Luo Brat, make sure to take care of Luo Xiaoshui. I'll go save someone later. Luo Lan replied, don't worry, I'll make sure she eats well. Tianqin reassured her, then leave it to me, I'll wait for both of you in the car later. Luo Lan replied, no need to worry. As soon as Tianqin left, Luo Lan turned around and was met with an unexpected sight. Luo Xiaoshui was angrily devouring 2 large bao buns, and it seemed like Luo Lan had already gotten a handle on the situation. She teased, this little kid really knows how to pretend, huh? Ah, pretending to be pitiful so that brother Tianqin will come to the rescue, right? Luo Xiaoshui turned her head, refusing to acknowledge it, no, not at all. Luo Lan grinned widely, alright, I won't tell brother Tianqin. Luo Xiaoshui looked displeased, humph. Luo Lan reassured her, kid, don't worry, I'll still take you back. Who would have thought that brother Tianqin would be so soft-hearted? Luo Xiaoshui asked her, did Tianqin come to school to save me? So I'm the woman that brother Tianqin is risking his life to save. Hearing this, Luo Lan's face turned red, what? Luo Lan teased again, are you jealous? Luo Xiaoshui puffed up her cheeks and replied, no. Luo Lan was delighted, so that means I understand now. You actually have feelings for Tianqin. Luo Xiaoshui vehemently denied it, I don't. Luo Lan stopped teasing the little girl, her face looking somewhat sad, but the truth is, you were wrong. The woman that Tianqin is looking for is definitely not you. Luo Xiaoshui remained silent, saying nothing. Luo Lan left the room, go ahead and eat, we'll make sure to find her for you. Luo Xiaoshui still had something to say. Luo Lan turned back and asked, what is it? The girl reluctantly replied, thank you, truly. Luo Lan was satisfied, you fool. Gao Fei drove the car, taking Luo Lan and Tianqin to visit Longting. He asked, how is Luo Xiaoshui? Luo Lan replied, she's still doing great, eating well and healthy. The car was moving quickly, and inside, they discussed business. Do you think we will succeed? I can't say for sure. Longting is not like Fatty Wei, this man is far more powerful and cunning. If it's just about saving someone, that's a small task, but if we want to kill Longting, we'll need more people. So, what do we do? Tianqin looked out the car window, wait. Gao Fei and Luo Lan were confused but waited. A car was following them. Looking in the rearview mirror, Luo Lan saw the car and recognized it. Isn't that Leader Lin's car? Gao Fei asked, what is he doing here? Tianqin replied, Lin Leader is an intelligent person, he knows exactly what he is doing. Hai Kei asked again slowly, so what exactly is he doing? Tianqin's car blocked Lin Leader's car. Tianqin said, he's here. Lin Leader complimented, it seems Tian brother already guessed where we were headed. Tianqin was clever, Lin Leader was a cunning person, and he would definitely not miss this rare opportunity to deal with Longting. Lin Shang was rummaging through the trunk of the car, and modestly said, you flatter me, Tian brother. You've helped us without expecting anything in return, so I must give you this gift. Lin Leader pulled out a modern gun, which looked very high-end, and said, your friend seems to be a marksman, so I've decided to give him this. Gao Fei, seeing the new gun, was as happy as if he had won the lottery. Lin Leader is indeed generous. He held the gun and jumped up, haha, a new weapon. Luo Lan also wanted to try it out, let me see it. Tianqin expressed his gratitude, thank you, Lin Leader. Lin Leader happily replied, no need to be polite. You've gotten into trouble for our sake, so this is nothing. Ali agreed, saying, that's right, you are truly our benefactor. Lin Sheng introduced 2 of his subordinates, this is Ali, you've met him before. Though he looks like this, he's actually a pretty good shooter. Ali scratched his head and smiled, oh, I'm too embarrassed. And this is Yun, she's very capable, probably the most promising one among us. I've had someone investigate the Longting's base. Don't worry, we'll definitely help you all the way. Sorry, because my men are injured, we can't bring too many people. Tian Shan asked the leader Lin, do you want to rescue someone? Leader Lin replied, of course, I do. Tian Shan ordered Gao Fei, quickly give the gun back to leader Lin, we need to leave now. Tian Shan repeated, Fei, quickly return the gun to leader Lin. Everyone was surprised, really?
Gao Fei wiped away his tears, suppressing the pain, and handed the gun back to leader Lin. Leader Lin, please take it.
Lin Shang was confused, Tian brother, what's going on?
Tian Shan replied, if we're really going to save someone, it would be very difficult with just the three of us. And I don't want to cause trouble for others, so there's no need for you to act, leader Lin. Gao Fei ran to a corner and cried in regret, Ho-hoo, my gun. Leader Lin thought Tian Shan was worried he was causing trouble for him, so he explained, Tian brother, you misunderstood, I really want to help.
Ali also added, benefactor, don't be so polite, we truly just want to help. Tian Shan still crossed his arms and refused.
Lin leader, we really don't need your help.
3 of you are too much for us. Lin Shang didn't understand, what exactly do you mean, Tian brother?
Tian Shan reassured, if Lin leader still considers me a friend and trusts me, then please take your people back to the camp.
Tian Shan's face was filled with resentment, I will definitely eliminate them once and for all. At the dam, the Long Brother gang was sitting and discussing, what exactly happened? Didn't we agree to wipe out Lin Shang's group? And with Wei Dong acting as the insider, how could we fail?
It should have been that way, but Long Brother changed the plan and withdrew, so we couldn't destroy them.
Fatty the Third criticized, you're useless. If you can't do it, then step down and let me take the second position. Ko the second wasn't having it, no need for you to meddle.
Worry about keeping your own position. The true man also spoke up, failure is failure.
Kiddo, you better not end up as a useless person while still wanting a reputation. The second and the true man faced off, dare to call me useless? Fine, let's fight and see. Do you think I'm afraid of a useless person like you?
Long Brother has appeared, he ordered to sit down for me. Seeing Long Brother appear on the screen, the 3 of them lowered their heads respectfully, Long Brother.
Long Ting shouted, are you deaf? I told you to sit down. The 3 obediently sat down without daring to say anything.
Long Ting spoke about the current situation, our troops are currently short on ammunition and have lost 30 brothers.
As for Wei Dong, I have dealt with him personally. Does anyone have any objections? The third and second shook their heads, no objections, sir. I am the same as the third.
The true man flattered, Long Brother is indeed wise and insightful. Long Brother continued, as for you, you're dismissed.
Stay at the base from now on. Understood, sir.
Fatty cursed angrily, damn it, after such a big failure, why does Long Ting still keep this guy?
The man reminded him, do you want to die?
You should remember this place is under surveillance, and there's a bug installed. Inside the base, Ko the second hesitated, Long Brother, what you're doing isn't right.
Those 2 definitely won't accept it.
Long Brother explained, the man is cunning, he definitely won't take any reckless actions.
As for Fatty,
he smiled perversely, well, he knows what needs to be done.
The agile man quickly stood up, got it, I'll leave right away.
Long Brother called him back, wait, there's no need to rush, I still have something to tell you. Listen carefully, tonight, the Lin Shang group will be coming here, and of course, that kiddo will be with them.
The man was terrified, how can it be so fast? We haven't even had time to prepare.
Long Ting remained calm, don't panic, we have a plan to handle them.
Just follow the orders. Understood.
Long Ting felt reassured, good. Long Ting sat observing Luo Xiaoyu, who was being illuminated through the screen.
A person reported, Long Brother, this woman will wake up soon.
Long Ting nodded approvingly, then hurry up and begin.
Understood.
Luo Xiaoyu gradually opened her eyes, realizing that she was being suspended in midair, her hands bound. Where is this place?
Luo Xiaoyu swung in the air, let me go. Someone, help me. Let me go.
A voice came from the speaker. Finally, you've woken up.
Let's get started. Luo Xiaoyu glared, who's there?
The screw that had secured the iron bar holding her up fell out.
She crashed to the ground. She looked at the screen and asked, what is going on? Long Ting spoke to Luo Xiaoyu through the screen. Hello, Luo teacher, do you still remember me? It's you. What do you want?
He replied, I'm not interested in you, but the kid who is determined to save you is another matter.
I'm talking about Zhuo Tianchen. Long brother now learned Tianchen's name, and he asked, is he your relative?
Luo Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, I don't have to answer you. He grabbed a young girl by the hair and pressed a gun to her head, then let's make a deal.
Her answer cost a life, what now?
Luo Xiaoyu screamed, disgusted, you want me, don't drag others into this.
Long Ting refused, Luo teacher, you're really greedy, aren't you? If you don't agree, then so be it.
He then brought out the hostages he had captured earlier. Well then, how should I deal with these people?
Ha ha. Luo Xiaoyu was furious, what exactly do you want to do? Long Ting repeated his question, what do I want?
Ha, what I want most is to see the faces of those so-called good people when they're threatened. But I also enjoy their stupidity and weakness. I can't understand why they like to sacrifice themselves for others.
Luo Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, this crazy bastard.
Long Ting gave her two choices, there are 3 barrels of acid in this room.
One is for you to answer me, the other is for me to dip these people into it. Choose quickly. What?
She was furious, this pervert.
She asked again, what do you want to know?
Luo Long smirked through the screen, her decision was the right one, it's simple, just answer me.
Why is Zhuo Tianchen so powerful? Luo Xiaoyu was confused, powerful? Luo Xiaoyu asked again, powerful, what are you talking about?
Long Ting replied, that kid, with just 3 people, wiped out my entire team, not a single one left alive.
Do you think he's still human? She retorted sharply, obviously, Tianchen is just human.
Seeing the child, who had been taken hostage, crying and making noise, the man in the white shirt with frizzy hair shouted, shut up. Long Ting continued, as far as I can see, there's no person who has achieved such strength, not even those with developed physiques or martial artists.
Luo Xiaoyu finally understood his intention, you want Zhuo Tianchen's power? He admitted, that's right.
She replied, but even I don't know where his strength comes from.
Besides, Tianchen doesn't easily give away his strength.
Long Ting stepped closer to the camera, if she were human, she would definitely be weak.
She is a prime example.
If Tianchen has risked his life to save her, sooner or later, he will come here. Luo Xiaoyu fumed with anger, I despise her, that wretch. Long Ting smiled dangerously, it seems you really don't understand the power of that kiddo.
It's still early, so let's play a game. If you can escape my maze, you will definitely be rewarded.
But if you fail, the punishment will be severe.
She was taken aback, what? He laughed, oh, because her answer didn't satisfy me.
So, he pressed the red switch. She widened her eyes, worried, stop. Immediately, in the room on the other side, 3 barrels of acid were poured down from above.
The people there panicked. Through the screen, she saw the hostages being burned black from the acid.
Luo Xiaoyu sat helplessly, watching, no, stop it, please.
Long Ting grinned with satisfaction, what's wrong? Isn't this fun? There's a knife in the room. You could use it to untie yourself, couldn't you? Are you still standing there?
Hurry up, or I'll show you some more interesting performances.
Hurry, don't make me do it myself.
She turned pale, all right, let's go.
Tianchen's group headed towards the dam.
Li Yun observed, this dam has 2 exits, both located on the mountain.
Tianchen responded, I see.
The guards here are indeed very vigilant. If this continues, we'll be dead for sure. Li Yun suggested, we can jump from above.
It's already dark, and they probably won't notice us. The plan isn't bad. But what if they open the gate? The damn gate, I mean. If that's the case, this entire area will be submerged.
Long Ting surely isn't foolish enough to do that.
Tian Shen asked, why do you think he wouldn't do it? A person like Long Ting wouldn't hesitate to do anything. Suddenly, Lin Shang's voice sounded, Tian brother is right. We can't be sure that Long Ting won't open the damn gate, so we've decided to avoid attacking. The sound from the earpiece was so loud that it made Li Yun's hair stand on end. She screamed, damn it, you scared me to death. Lower the volume. Didn't you just need to lower it on your end? Lin Shang continued, do you see that screen door? Inside it is the control room. I found it a few days ago. How impressive, right? Tian Shen assigned Phi to go inside and defend it. If anyone barges in, should we kill them? No problem.
He said, Lin leader, Ali, please create something that will make them panic and distract them. At that time, the security will be loose, and we will have an easier time infiltrating.
Lin Shang understood, Tian brother, rest assured. Ali smiled smugly, attracting them? This is my specialty. As for the rest, I'll leave it to Yun's sister to lead the way. Li Yun made an okay gesture, do I even need to say it? The mission is all set.
Tian Shen concluded, rescuing people is the priority, but for now, our side can only make them waste a few bullets.
The team is ready. Let's go.
Long Ting's underling came to report, Long brother, our men have found Lin Shang's vehicle.
Long Ting had already anticipated this, that was quick. So, is everything prepared? Report, everything is completely ready, not a single mistake. Long Ting was satisfied, very good. Now, go ahead.
He grinned sinisterly, hee, finally, something that interests me. Lin leader was hiding behind a tree where Long brother's men were ambushing with guns. Lin Shang gave the signal to attack, and Ali understood. The two of them shot into the crowd. One man, his face covered in hair like a monkey, was hit by several bullets but didn't die.
He wondered, are we being ambushed? Ali couldn't believe his eyes, is he a saint?
The Tian Shen group successfully climbed over and entered the base. Lin leader, it's begun, we must leave this place quickly. Understood, they've reached the entrance of the base. On the concrete beam above the door, there are two words, welcome.
That's a message from Long Ting to Tian Shen. Luo Lan read it, feeling frustrated, welcome? He's really looking down on us.
Li Yun thought, it seems they already knew we were coming.
Tian Shen kicked down the red door, and the three of them looked inside the base. It looked large and seemed very new.
They walked straight in, passing by a small screen, which suddenly emitted a sound, Zwa Tian Shen, I've been waiting for you.
Long Ting smirked smugly, since you're here, why not play a game?
Tian Shen jabbed his stick straight into the screen and spoke bluntly, either you release the hostage, or you die.
Long Ting didn't expect Tian Shen to be so reckless. Are you trying to threaten me? Or have you lost your mind? Tian Shen wasn't one for talking much.
He simply struck the screen with his stick, shattering it. After kicking the broken pieces aside, he said, let's go inside.
On the other side, Long Ting angrily slammed his keyboard, damn it, why can't I see anything?
The curly-haired man trembled, that kid already destroyed the cameras.
Long Ting ordered, get new ones and replace them now.
They had reached the third floor. Li Yun announced, the control room is in the southwest, we still have to pass through 3 more doors.
Tian Shen replied, all right.
At this point, Long Ting's voice came through the wall-mounted speaker, Zwa Tian Shen, my Long family has been very polite to you.
Tian Shen was irritated, you're talking too much. You're such a rude kid.
At least let me finish what I'm saying, Long Ting retorted. Before Long Ting could finish his sentence, Tian Shen fired a decisive shot, blowing the speaker to pieces. So noisy, he muttered. Long Ting snarled, you fool.
Tian Shen responded through the recording device, you'd better not get in my way. Do whatever you want, I don't care. Do you dare to look down on me?
Long Ting demanded. Furious, he ordered his subordinate, open the first cage. The trembling subordinate stammered, cage. The first cage.
Long brother. Do we really have to? I told you to open it, so open it. Stop asking questions, Long Ting snapped. The frightened subordinate replied, yes, I'm going right now.
The three of them, Tian Shen's group, stood frozen, staring blankly.
Tian Shen asked, why is Xiaobai here? Luo Lan replied, don't ask. I just brought it along because it seemed useful.
The sky gradually darkened. The three of them had an uneasy feeling that something bad was about to happen. Xiaobai noticed something, let out a few cries, and then ran off. Luo Lan, seeing this, immediately chased after her.
Xiaobai, you little rascal, come back here. She called out.
She felt something was off. This feels like there are a lot of zombies around.
Yun's sister, not having seen anything yet, asked, where are the zombies? Tian Shen gritted his teeth. We're surrounded. The entire horde of zombies was closing in on them.
Tian Shen knew that the other two had never fought in the dark, so he instructed them to escape using the elevator.
Li Yun, worried about him, asked, what about you?
We'll split up, Tian Shen replied. He used both hands with all his strength to pry open the elevator doors. He puffed up his cheeks to gather force, and finally, the doors were wide open.
What are you still waiting for? Go! He yelled. But Luo Lan pushed Li Yun into the elevator, reassuring her, trust Tian Shen, we need to go quickly. Saying that, Luo Lan helped Li Yun climb inside. Tian Shen looked at the approaching zombies without fear.
Perfect timing, I haven't exercised in days. He grabbed his staff and charged forward.
Come at me.
A subordinate reported, Long brother, this kid really made it to the third floor alone. Long Ting moved closer to the screen.
I see it.
Long Ting touched Tian Shen's face on the screen. This person hasn't even opened his eyes, yet he managed to eliminate so many zombies.
Truly a monster. I told you from the very beginning, this kiddo is not simple.
The curly-haired man anxiously said, damn it, if we don't take care of this kiddo now, the consequences later will be huge.
Long Ting laughed loudly, what do you know? I need this person's strength. He creates a horde of zombies for me every 2 minutes.
I don't believe this kiddo won't get tired.
The subordinate replied, understood. He inquired about Ko, second Ko, how's the situation on your side? Elling 1 is almost dealt with. Second reported, we're almost done on our side too. We're still looking for Fei.
Long Ting urged, hurry up and finish, I need to get to Elling 2 as soon as possible.
Got it. Second walked over and asked the men standing by the door, where's the third? I need to talk to him. They replied, second, the third is inside, it's not convenient to talk right now. Second got angry, you talk too much.
I told you to call him, so call him.
The enemy is here, open the door quickly.
Two men, still puffing on their cigarettes arrogantly, said, this is really tough for us.
When the third one gets in the mood, it's hard to stop him.
The second man, both hands holding guns, aimed them at the heads of the two men, and they immediately feared, second company.
The second man stepped into the room.
On the table were 2 packs of cookies, one of which had been opened. Fatty was busy with a beautiful woman in bed. Come on, give me a kiss.
Fatty, you're really something.
The second brother, seeing this depraved scene, walked up and scolded, it's this hour and you're still doing that.
The fat man angrily retorted, dare to ruin my good time?
He immediately aimed his gun at Fatty, who was caught off guard. Go tell that to the Grim Reaper. Just like that, second company got hold of the switch. Here it is, this is it.
Fatty and his woman met their end on the bed. Second company reported, Long brother, the mission was completed excellently, we can head back now.
He obeyed the order, stepped out of the room, and passed by the bodies of the 2 guards from earlier.
After dealing with the zombies, Long Ting sat down to relax. He lit a cigarette and took a puff. Does Long Ting want to waste his strength? Too bad, those who waste it will never know. Xiao Bai appeared. Tian Chen called Xiao Bai.
The mouse ran close to his gun.
He scolded, "You're really bold to dare come here?" Xiao Bai quickly grabbed the gun and ran off, leaving Tian Chen stunned. "Damn it, what are you doing?" He chased after. "Xiao Bai, come back here." It turned out that the mouse wanted to lead him somewhere. This isn't the right time for a game of tag. Tian Chen still didn't understand, and scolded. Xiao Bai kept jumping around signaling. He looked up. "This is great, it's a motorcycle." Tian Chen was thrilled, so interesting. With a beautiful bike in front of him, Tian Chen immediately took advantage of it, revving the engine and blowing out smoke. Tian Chen floored the gas and rode the bike through the building. In front of him, a group of zombies was waiting. Tian Chen charged through the middle of the zombie crowd, using a stick to hit each one and kill them off. "Just like this, you keep going and you'll run into another batch of zombies." Long Ting, watching through the camera, saw Tian Chen riding his beloved bike and got furious. "You thief, hooligan." He looked pitiful, almost in tears. "My Yamaha 6. The curly-haired man comforted Long brother, stay calm, it's all right. In every misfortune, there is a bit of luck. That woman has quickly reached the second trial. Long Ting snorted coldly, "Humph." He reverted to his terrifying expression and laughed loudly. "Really? Ha ha. Very good." Luo Xiaoyu looked at the sharp thorns she was about to face and felt exhausted. Her whole body ached, her clothes were torn to shreds, and each part of her was cut a little. "Hang in there, just a little more, we're almost there." Luo Xiaoyu tried to run as fast as she could. But human strength has its limits, and she no longer had the strength to continue. She staggered, breathing heavily. "I can't go on." Luo Xiaoyu collapsed, kneeling on the ground. "I'm so tired, I'm exhausted." Long Ting taunted, "This is just the beginning of the first trial, and you're already like this? What will happen in the later trials then?" She gritted her teeth in frustration. "What exactly do you want to do? Is this just some sick game to you?" "That's right, but this game is just one part of it. Isn't it wonderful? For example, something like this." Luo Xiaoyu panicked as a steel cage suddenly fell from above, landing right on top of her. "Wow." Luo Xiaoyu found herself trapped in the steel cage, hanging in mid-air. She felt utterly helpless. Long Ting spoke to her. "Luo teacher, I have both bad news and good news for you. Which one would you like to hear first?" She struggled to prop herself up and replied, "Neither of us wants to hear it." He denied it. "No, here, everything is decided by me. You never had the right to choose." He chose to deliver the good news first. Zhuo Tianchen had quickly come to rescue her. Luo Xiaoyu was immediately uplifted when she heard Zhuo Tianchen's name, but Long Ting also reminded her, "Don't get too happy, don't forget I still have bad news for you, because unfortunately, he will either live or die." She rebutted, "You're the one who will die. You were never a match for Zhuo Tianchen, and you didn't dare to fight him, so you used me as bait, didn't you? You want to learn Zhuo Tianchen's strength secret to become the strongest, but even if you were as strong as him, someone like you will never be the strongest." Hearing Luo Xiaoyu insult him, he became furious. "How dare you humiliate me?" He slammed the keyboard, venting his anger. "I didn't say anything. Who gave you permission to speak like that? Damn it, I hate stupid women like you the most." Luo Xiaoyu covered her ears. I can't hear. He was surprised. "You dare argue with me?" This sick man, now enraged, began typing furiously, preparing a new strategy. "Damn it, fine, let's see how long you can keep talking like this. Watch my power." The round lights came on, and the light illuminated the iron cage surrounding Luo Xiaoyu. She was blinded by the light and shielded her eyes with her hand. Gradually, she opened her eyes, and when she saw her surroundings, her eyes widened in surprise. Here, all around her are many other iron cages holding hostages like herself. Below, a group of vampires, hungry for blood, howled in a maddened frenzy. Long Ting let out a sick laugh. "Ha,
this is something I specially prepared for you.
Enjoy it, let's get started. Long Ting taunted, this is an entertainment game I specially designed for you. So, what do you think? No need to thank me. Luo Xiaoyu, fuming with rage, spat, what do you want from me?
You should stay quiet and listen as I explain the rules of this game, Long Ting replied.
Do you know what my favorite TV show is? It's a quiz show.
Because on that show, the questions decide the fate of the contestant, even a tiny mistake will make them lose everything.
How do you like it? Isn't it fun? Ha ha.
Luo Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and muttered, I despise you. Long Ting was unconcerned, go ahead and say whatever you want, but no matter what, you'll have to play this game, no exceptions.
Ha ha.
The rules are simple, if you answer all 20 questions correctly, everyone here will be set free. But if you get even one question wrong, their lives will depend on my mood.
The other hostages in the cages voiced their discontent. What kind of rule is that? It's ridiculous. I won't accept it. Long Ting asked Luo Xiaoyu, Luo teacher, do you want to answer all the questions? She looked up at the camera and asked what the question was. Long Ting looked at her with a tender gaze, and the first question was, Luo teacher, do you like eating oranges? Luo Xiaoyu found the question meaningless, huh?
Another hostage angrily shouted, damn it, he's trying to kill us.
How can there be a correct answer to such a question?
This is ridiculous. Long Ting showed no patience, Luo teacher, please answer quickly, or I won't be happy if it takes too long.
She hesitated over the question, really, is this guy trying to deceive me? He started counting, 1. Oh no, I don't know how to answer, she thought. 2. No, I must answer no matter what. 3.
She quickly gave a random answer, my answer is yes, I do like eating oranges. He laughed loudly, not bad, I also really like eating oranges.
Luo Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, thank goodness.
But Long Ting's face turned sour, like a cracker soaked in water, but unfortunately, your answer is wrong. The correct answer is I don't like. Seeing this bastard's trickery, the other hostages started cursing, are you trying to send us to our deaths? Damn you, asking such a question is clearly trying to kill us from the start. Damn it, go die, you four-eyed freak. Seeing this fat man talking too much, Long Ting immediately dropped an axe with a loud thud onto his iron cage. He screamed, what do you mean by this? Long Ting mocked, your luck isn't bad, you even got an axe, take it easy, don't die too soon. He could only react. What the hell? Then he was dropped into the area where the zombies were frantically searching for prey. He screamed in agony, help. Long Ting said to her, what do you think? Their lives are all in your hands. Ha, you can only curse at beasts. He comfortably leaned back in his chair and laughed, saying, that's right, I am indeed a beast, but what can you do to me? The curly-haired man holding an iPad came to report, Long brother, there's been a slight change in our side situation. Long Ting looked at the screen. He saw Luo Lan and Li Yun standing at the second building. He wondered, huh? How did they end up here? The subordinate reported, they just escaped from Cage 1 by the elevator about 10 minutes ago. It seems they intend to go directly from Building 1 to Building 2. Long Ting ordered, quickly informed the brothers guarding Building 2 to be extra cautious of the surroundings. He hurriedly ran off, got it. At that moment, Second Ko also stepped forward, Long brother, the task you asked, I've completed it. He handed the USB to Long Ting, here it is. Long Ting grinned, very good. As long as we have this, no matter if they have immortal beings backing them, they won't stand a chance of leaving here alive. Upon reaching Building 2, Li Yun said, we're here. Is this the second building? Luo Lan, while scanning the surroundings, commented, this is bad. There are at least 10 of them here. They also have guns. Li Yun turned to ask, Luo Lan, do you think you can take them all down? Luo Lan briefly shook her head, not very confident, it's hard to say. They are better equipped than my team, and there's almost no real chance of winning.
Li Yun suddenly had an idea, and his voice became excited. I have an idea. Meanwhile, the guards nearby seemed bored.
A few of them walked around in a daze, while others were nodding off.
The leader glanced at the one who was sleeping and shouted loudly, "You dare to sleep? Get up, now!" The one sleeping grumbled, "Aren't you bored? If you'd bring some women up here, I'd be awake in no time."
Suddenly, another guard heard a strange noise. Oh!
They're in an uproar. What's going on? Is it zombies? A girl stepped out, causing the two men to panic. What? They saw the beautiful girl and, with widened eyes, threw all sense of propriety aside in a greedy manner. Wow! Isn't that a petite beauty, Luo Lan, looking gentle and completely different from her usual image?
The petite beauty, Luo Lan, gently braided her hair on both sides and began telling her story. Brother, both my parents were attacked by monsters.
Now, I'm all alone. Could I stay with you too? Tian Chen asked over the intercom, how's the situation on your side? It's a bit difficult, they're resisting fiercely. Lin Leader, while firing, responded, what about you? Any new developments?
No, Tian Chen replied.
I'm still fine, though those two have split up to do something else. Lin Leader teased, you young ones really know how to stir up trouble, don't you?
Tian Chen continued, Lin Leader, I feel something's off.
The area you're holding will be very disadvantageous. It would be better to withdraw quickly. Tian brother, don't worry, we can hold them off a little longer.
For now, prioritize saving the hostages.
Leave the rest to me. Tian Chen felt reassured. Understood, I'll leave it to you. Remember to be careful. He then asked about the situation with Gao Fei. Fei, how's it going on your side? Any changes? Nothing unusual.
However, the people at the other exit are all retreating.
Gao Fei was still lying on the grass, aiming. There's a tree blocking the line of sight, so I can't see clearly. Tian Chen continued, did you find the place where the hostage is hidden? No, I haven't. In my opinion, the hostage is probably hidden inside.
Tian Chen replied, looks like we'll have to ask them ourselves.
Gao Fei asked, do you need my help? No need. Tian Chen added, remember to keep an eye on their every move.
We mustn't let them have the chance to move the hostage.
On Luo Lan's side, two guards from the girl's squad rushed towards her.
I'm coming, don't be scared, little girl. Luo Lan smirked slyly, mission accomplished, but luckily for those two, they were stopped by the leader here.
You two should stop, can't you see how suspicious it is?
Li Yun, who was hiding behind the wall, was watching the situation, and the two fools hadn't heard the warning. What's there to worry about?
I'll take responsibility.
It's been a long time since I've had a taste of a woman, especially a cute little girl.
Ignoring the advice, the two guards kept approaching Luo Lan. Hey, little one, do you want to come with us?
Luo Lan pretended to be pitiful. Guys, I'm so hungry.
They looked at each other and then laughed perversely.
One of them lowered his head to the petite beauty. Brother, there's a very big sausage here.
Do you want to try it? Luo Lan pretended to be excited. Sausage? Where?
The long-haired man pulled her closer and calmly said, lie down here.
We'll bring the sausages out for you. But just then, the loudspeaker announcement rang out, Building 2 has received orders. The enemy is approaching your location.
Any unfamiliar face, whether a human or a male, is to be killed on sight.
The leader here was furious. What? The two fools were also surprised. Huh? Luo Lan sighed in frustration. Looks like my luck isn't so good today.
She had no choice but to reveal her true identity, drawing two guns and glaring at them threateningly. Don't move, or I'll shoot. The leader, who had spotted the enemy, thought it was an easy win, and he smirked arrogantly. So that's how it is. Brothers, get ready to fire. The two idiots argued. Damn it, I'm still here, save us first, damn it. The leader glanced at them. What a pity, if we lose this place, Brother Long will definitely not let me off.
Guess I'll have to sacrifice you too. Li Yun appeared from behind, pressing a knife to his throat. It seems you are the leader here.
She threatened, order your men to retreat, or your head will roll. Reluctantly, he commanded his subordinates to obey her, quickly taking down the 3 men who were aiming at her. However, they didn't seem too happy about it. Boss, we don't have the guts to go against Long Brother, if not, we'd be dead.
We're really sorry.
The leader, who was afraid of death, cursed, you bunch of dogs. Li Yun sneered, it seems like the team spirit here isn't very good. He angrily retorted, holy shit, if I survive, don't think you'll leave here in one piece. They raised their guns, reloading, and preparing to fire. Li Yun and Luo Lan were in a perilous situation, hanging by a thread. At that moment, Tian Chen rode a motorcycle out of the house, crashing through the glass door, shattering it into pieces. He leapt off the steps to rescue the 2 girls.
Luo Lan's eyes lit up, Tian Chen. Li Yun complimented, this guy's entrance was really slay.
Tian Chen used his baton and gun to take down all the guards, their bodies piling up on top of each other. Done, he got back on the motorcycle, retrieved his stick, and sped toward Luo Lan and Li Yun, surprising the 3 remaining survivors.
Stopping the bike, he asked Han, are you 2 okay?
The 3 surviving enemies stood in a line, their hands raised in surrender.
Luo Lan asked, Tian Chen, what should we do with these 3 now?
Tian Chen immediately shot and killed the 2 who had teased Luo Lan, causing the leader to cower in fear. He pleaded, please don't spare me. The gun was still smoking. Tian Chen aimed it at him and said, answer 3 of my questions.
First, where is Long Ting? Second, where are the others? And lastly, where are the hostages you're holding? The man turned pale, sweating. I really can't say. Tian Chen asked again, huh? What do you mean? The man knelt down, crying. Please spare me.
If I say a word, Long Brother will definitely not spare me.
Tian Chen directly aimed the gun at his head and said, answer, or it's your life.
Go ahead, if not, before Long Ting kills you, you'll die by my hand. He sweated. The curly-haired man reported, Long Brother, I'm afraid those guys will reveal everything.
Long Ting, furious, slapped him across the face, do I need you to remind me?
Long Ting threw the USB that the 3rd gave him to the 2nd and ordered, 2nd, take this and go unlock it. 2nd grabbed the key, obeying, I understand.
The curly-haired man hesitated, isn't that the 3rd's USB?
Long Ting asked him, you know about this too. Looks like the 3rd has told you quite a few things.
He knelt and replied, yes, sir.
He smiled at his subordinate's foolishness, too bad he's already dead.
Now I'll control the whole 2nd tower. The curly-haired man asked again, the 3rd is dead?
Long Ting furiously manipulated the keyboard. The curly-haired man asked Long Ting, Long Brother, don't tell me you're planning to release those monsters.
Long Ting laughed sinisterly, that's right, I want to see which is stronger, the monsters fighting with the mutants Zhou Tian Chen, or us?
He still had some humanity left, trying to stop Long Ting with his hand, Long Brother, please, stop.
We shouldn't do this. We lost more than 20 people when we locked the monsters in. We can't release them.
Long Ting said sternly.
So you want to teach me what to do?
The man knelt down and bowed his head. I beg you, my brother was killed by those monsters. I saw him crying with my own eyes, it was pitiful.
I beg you, don't release them.
Long Ting smiled at him, his tone softening, Xiao Feng, I know you are a kind-hearted person.
I understand. I won't let anyone end up like your brother.
Hearing this, the man stopped crying, his face filled with happiness, Long Brother, thank you. Long Ting handed him a bullet, sending him to the afterlife, oh, don't thank me.
It's a pity you won't see anyone die like your brother again. Because you're already dead. Xiao Feng lay motionless on the floor, a pool of blood near his head.
Long Ting looked at the screen, now it was just a matter of waiting.
That leader really, truly wasn't here. Luo Lan shouted loudly, he's not here. So where is he? He's at the observation tower.
It has a passage leading to this dam.
Li Yun understood. No wonder we couldn't find him when we came here. Is he there? Tianchen asked further. What about the hostages with the other guys?
The man could only confess everything. The hostages are locked in the basement of Building 3, while the other henchmen are being monitored by Long Ting.
Tianchen was surprised. Follow me.
Long Ting has just ordered to immediately kill those who are being used as bait.
Li Yun was horrified. What?
Luo Lan turned pale. Lin Leader is in danger.
Tianchen immediately used the intercom to check on Lin Shang's situation. Lin Leader, can you hear me?
Lin Leader, damn it. Tianchen gave orders. Both of you, hurry and go help Lin Leader. I'll handle things here.
Alright, be careful. Tianchen continued to interrogate. Answer quickly. How many zombies has Long Ting locked up? Do you know anything about the zombies? Tianchen pointed his staff at building number 1. All the zombies in this building have been killed. The leader couldn't believe it. What? Tianchen looked at him with eyes like bullets. So you don't want to answer my question?
The man hesitated. I'll talk.
They are zombies from the basement of buildings 3 and 2. Long Ting said they were for defense, so that's all the zombies there are.
Tianchen sneered, nothing different from his perverse and twisted nature. He ordered the man, lead the way to the hostages.
All right.
The man walked ahead, leading the way and explaining, buildings 3 and 2 are connected, only this door leads to that place.
Tianchen followed with, all right, continue.
Long Ting reappeared on a large screen. Zhua Tianchen, you really know how to surprise others.
Ah, just a little and you've taken down hundreds of zombies. Impressive.
The leader, upon seeing Long Ting's face, looked as though he had seen a ghost. Long brother, Tianchen aims his gun at the screen.
Looks like you're everywhere, huh?
Long Ting chuckled. Huh, kiddo, you're in such a hurry, do you still want to save the hostages?
Let me take care of it. Luo teacher, is this your woman?
I told you earlier, I'll play a game with you, but you were too reckless, didn't even let me finish, and now I'm really not pleased.
Tianchen, irritated, cut to the chase, spit it out already.
He replied, the rules are simple, just find her, the faster the better, otherwise she'll die.
Ha ha. Tianchen once again shot the screen, turning to the leader, lead the way.
But the man stood still, as though he hadn't heard anything, so Tianchen turned back and knocked him on the head. Damn it, hurry up, what are you standing there for? Upon closer inspection, the man's face began to show flesh wounds, and his eyes were dazed, no longer aware of his surroundings. He had been infected with the virus.
Tianchen panicked. Has it been infected? Since when? The man punched and kicked, spinning around to attack Tianchen, causing the gun and baton in his hands to fall. But how could Tianchen be easily thwarted? He grabbed the man's cuff, lifted it high, and praised, strong, but still far from enough. Tianchen immediately used his hands to slam the man to the ground.
What surprised him even more was a small green creature lying on the leader's back, sucking something from his neck.
It was a parasite. The parasitic creature, a form of mutation, was extremely rare.
Its ability to hide was remarkable, and it was hard for ordinary people to detect. Its most unique ability was to latch onto a host and control them. While it was weak and not directly dangerous, it significantly enhanced the host's strength.
Oomph, so disgusting. In a fit of rage, Tianchen punched the parasite with pinpoint accuracy.
The creature was pummeled, its head swollen, and it released the host before fleeing.
But escaping was not that easy. Tianchen grabbed its head and squeezed.
Once finished, he threw it aside. Looks like Long Ting has quite the strength and madness to dare keep something like this in his house. He said, encountering a parasite in this situation is truly a sign of bad luck. Close your eyes and see if you can sense anything around us.
The process of perception began. With my current level of modern evolution, my range of perception has increased significantly, and activation is even easier than before. Moreover, now I can activate my perception while moving, which is incredibly convenient. It seems like the parasitic monsters are hiding somewhere, but how could they escape from my grasp?
The parasites move at lightning speed, but I can still dodge them.
As long as I don't let them latch on, no matter how many there are, they're not a threat to me. However, I feel that something is off. There's a loud sound of footsteps causing the floor to shake. Is someone coming? The parasite has found its new host. Tian-Chen was astonished. Damn it, it's a second-level zombie parasite.
Luckily, I managed to jump in time and dodge their attack. That was close.
Tian-Chen was a little worried. How many evolved creatures are being raised here, exactly?
The zombie moved, causing the floor to shake, with bricks and stones falling down. Once the host evolves, the second-level zombie parasites are controlled by the monsters, and not only do their strength surpass that of normal second-level zombies, but they can also evolve into a new, more dangerous form. Furthermore, knowing this, Tian-Chen was determined to eliminate it before it could evolve further.
He leaped up swiftly to deliver a rapid punch to the second-level zombie. However, the punch only landed on the head of the parasite. The second-level zombie became enraged. It clenched its fist and moved toward him with eyes blazing with hatred. Tian-Chen was struck and flew backward, performing several flips in the air.
Blood dripped from his mouth as he muttered, "It's too strong." A parasitic zombie staggered as it moved forward, saying, "Indeed, parasites are strong, but they always have one fatal weakness: they are very fragile.
Once you kill them, the host will die as well." Tian-Chen charged at the remaining zombie. "You're next."
It bent down, raising both hands to scream.
Tian-Chen panicked. It's trying to summon reinforcements. This is bad.
But it turned out that wasn't the case. It was in the process of mutating into a monster.
Tian-Chen cursed his bad luck. Damn it, what is this bad fortune? There were too many mutated monsters here. Something was definitely off.
Second Ko glanced at the screen and noticed something strange about the monster.
He asked Long Ting, "Long brother, what is that?" "I've never seen it before, but it looks very powerful."
Long Ting remained unfazed as he saw the strange monster.
The man, Ko, continued asking, "Long brother, what if that stinky kid gets killed?"
"By then, it will only be his bad luck that gets him into trouble."
"It seems Zhuo Tianchen has encountered a formidable opponent," Long Ting remarked.
Then Long Ting resumed his disturbing habit. Let's see, why don't we make the game more interesting?" Tianchen immediately understood his intention. "You mean, if I kill this freaky kid, you'll show me the way to the hostages?" Long Ting grinned triumphantly. "That's right, your kid is quite crafty." Tianchen clenched his fists, angered by Long Ting's shamelessness. "You always think you can control everything, Long Ting, but there are some things you'll never win at." Min, not to be outdone, replied, "However, if you want to play, I'll certainly play along." Long Ting scowled. "This stinky kid."
Tianchen delivered a powerful kick at the monster, but it didn't even budge.
He followed up with a second punch, but it was still ineffective. Tianchen then unleashed a final series of kicks, but the monster was only slightly shifted, and it began to retaliate, launching a palm strike that sent rocks flying around them.
Tianchen stepped back, grinding his teeth. This monster is truly not easy to deal with.
This kind of infection is a mutation caused by parasitism. When it infects its host, it grants them superior strength and defense.
Moreover, the arm turns into an axe, which is very difficult to deal with. Its power is even greater than that of an individual combatant. Fei asked Tianchen, "Are you okay? I've seen you inside for a long time. How is it on your side?"
Fei, still holding his ground at the dam, replied, "No movements, everything is still normal."
"That's good. I need your help with something." The monster with the axe approached Tianchen. He couldn't do anything against it.
Tianchen had no choice but to push a section of the wall to break free and flew down below.
Amidst the thick smoke, Fei, on the other side, anxiously called out, "Wow, Tianchen, did you fly over there? Are you okay?"
Tianchen stood up in the smoke. "Don't worry, I'm not dead yet."
"What's up with that monster? Is it really that scary?" "I don't have time to explain."
"Let me tell you the plan now, and you must act immediately."
Tianchen hurried. Long Ting, seeing that the war god Tianqian couldn't defeat the monster, was satisfied. Wow, this monster is really powerful. Second Ko also agreed, yes.
But that's still not Long Ting's trump card. He pulled a box out of the inside pocket of his coat. This is the most powerful thing I have. Anyone who touches this will either die or turn into a monster. He said, inside the box is a red stone.
Long Ting closed the box. Zhou Tianqian doesn't want to play with me.
He continued, then I'll play with him. Our base has been invaded by others, staying here is pointless, so we'll split up. Some will stay, while others will follow me to the warehouse.
Understood, they replied in unison. As long as we have Luo teacher as a hostage, I don't believe you'll dare to play with me.
Long Ting laughed triumphantly, let's go, I'll have so much fun playing with them.
At the Luo teacher's location, a girl who was taken hostage was thrown down into the group of ghouls.
She still wanted to cling to her life.
Please, don't. Stop, save me. She cried.
Luo Xiaoyu felt helpless and could do nothing.
Another hostage, sitting in a cage, trembled in fear. Another one.
He exclaimed, no, at this rate, I'll die. Luo Xiaoyu tried to comfort him, calm down.
We still have a chance. He had no hope left. What chance? We're all going to die.
Luo Xiaoyu still did not give up. No, we still have a chance, there are 5 more questions left, as long as I answer correctly, we will definitely survive. He trembled, living was a luxury at this point, that's right, so let's stay calm. Long Ting, seeing her strong belief, chuckled, ha, Luo teacher, you're quite amusing.
Don't you want to play with this madman anymore?
Stop wasting time, hurry and ask, she urged.
Impressive.
Ha, you're really making an impression on me. To reward you, I'll make things even more interesting for you.
Ha ha. She asked again, what do you mean? The last question, if you answer correctly, I will release everyone, otherwise, I will kill them all. Ha ha.
Luo Xiaoyu cursed him, despicable.
Long Ting provoked her again, how dare you?
Luo Xiaoyu stood up forcefully, what's there that I wouldn't dare?
Ask it.
He praised her, such spirit.
All right, let's begin. Guess where you are, if you get it right, I will release them.
Knowing he was up to something, she retorted, despicable, asking like that, only your grandfather would know.
He pretended to be kind, all right, don't be angry, I'll give you a hint.
A is the first building, B is the second building, C is the third building, D is none of the answers. She thought seriously, this person is cunning, he definitely wouldn't keep the hostages in the main building.
Maybe he wants me to choose option D. But he didn't give her any more time, the deadline is up, answer quickly. He said, it's too fast, you can't be sure. He began the countdown, 3. D.
I choose D, she replied. He complimented her, clever, you thought correctly, this isn't the main building. She felt a bit relieved, then hurry up and release them. But he changed his tone, wait, don't be hasty.
I never said you answered correctly, do you understand?
Ha? You? I just asked you to guess where you're being held, but you said it's not in any of the 3 above, without saying where it actually is.
She was furious, you tricked me? Long Ting frowned, tricked you? I didn't think so at all.
He sat on the floor of the upper level and opened the door leading to the basement. She looked up in surprise, and Long Ting, with a satisfied expression, said, from the beginning, you've been in the palm of my hand. Luo teacher, Tianqian is fighting with a monster.
He said to Fei, that's my plan, do you understand? Fei looked confused, huh, can you explain it again? Tianqian hurriedly looked at them and said, do you think I have time to explain? His plan is a bit complicated, I haven't remembered everything yet.
At this moment, Leader Lin spoke up, Tian brother, I understand your plan now, just leave it to us.
Tianqian was surprised, Leader Lin.
On this side, Ali was lifting Luo Lan up. Lin Sheng expressed his gratitude, thank you for calling them to help us earlier, now we are safe.
Tianchen felt reassured seeing Leader Lin. Thank you so much.
With Leader Lin here, I feel at ease.
Thank you, Leader Lin.
I'm leaving these two fools to you, I hope you can guide them.
Luo Lan yelled, why two? Only Gao Fei is the fool. Gao Fei was displeased, huh? Do you think you're better than me? Tianchen instructed, listen, remember to follow Leader Lin. Now, I'm starting.
Leader Lin drew 2 circles on the ground with a stick. Alright, first, I'll explains what Tianchen's plan again.
Suppose these 2 circles are the dam and the observation tower. We are at this point now. Luo Lan and Gao Fei, you two quickly go to the observation tower first.
If you encounter Long Ting, kill him.
Luo Lan asked, what if we don't meet him? Lin Leader replied, that's a very good question. This is the second part of the plan. Tianchen had already predicted that Long Ting would likely leave soon. So, if Long Ting is really not there, what should we do? The observatory is the highest point around here.
With Gao Fei's sharp eyesight, from there, he can easily observe the surrounding situation.
Luo Lan was surprised, just observe? That's right.
That is Gao Fei's real strength.
With it, we may be able to find where they are holding the hostages. Luo Lan still didn't understand, aren't the hostages in the 3rd building? Tianchen replied, they are not there. I've already checked.
Earlier, I activated my perception alert and checked the whole building.
It's completely empty. Gao Fei was amazed, wow, you can sense that far?
Tianchen taught him, as long as you focus your perception in a straight line, you can scan a wide area, but it's not all-encompassing.
Gao Fei understood, I see. The limitation is that it requires high concentration, so it can't be used frequently. Oh, by the way, Lin Leader, take your people down to the foot of the mountain. There's going to be an ambush soon. Lin Leader asked, an ambush? I think Lin Leader should be clear about this. Why would Long Ting want to lure me in?
Lin Leader suddenly realized, right, I hadn't thought about that possibility.
Gao Fei was overwhelmed. What are the two of you talking about?
Don't worry, you and Luo Brat created a lot of chaos for me while heading to the observatory.
What about you? What are you going to do? Tianchen assessed his own strength. With my current power, I can't kill the monster. I will enter stage 2. Gao Fei and Luo Lan were both confused. Stage 2? Tianchen was still fighting the monster, not paying attention to them.
Just listen to the leader, I'll handle this part. He thought to himself, my current power is at the peak of evolution, as long as I survive these life or death battles, I can evolve further, maybe even break through to the next level. That monster is exactly what I need right now. The monster and Tianchen seemed to be in a one-on-one fight, neither side willing to give in.
Long Ting watched the screen, feeling excited. Ha, this is truly chaotic. Gu spoke up.
Long brother, it seems this Zhua Tianchen has been pinned down by that monster. Through the walkie-talkie, Long Ting received an alert.
Long brother, this is bad. The observatory has been ambushed, we can't hold it anymore.
Second Ko panicked. Long Ting is still calmly watching Tianchen's fight, but why are you panicking? He took the radio and commanded, determined to hold his ground, whoever runs, I'll skin them alive. Second Ko turned pale and said, Long brother, there are too few people over there.
It's likely we won't be able to hold on.
Besides, Lin Shang will definitely bring a lot of people, including many wild beasts.
Long Ting spoke sternly, do you think I haven't considered that? If all of Lin Shang's experts die, it means Ancient City will be left unguarded. At that point, killing them won't matter, it will be easy, right? You bring the brothers, tonight we will definitely take Ancient City. The big guy hesitated, take Ancient City? Fei, who was intently observing, suddenly asked, hey. Luo Lan is rushing over, what's the situation? Fei responded, found it.
Luo Lan immediately blinked and dashed through the enemy, who were lying on the ground, alright, leave it to me then.
Fei stood tall, don't worry. On the observation platform, Long Ting's subordinates could no longer hold up. Long brother, we can't hold them off much longer.
I told you, anyone who dares to retreat, I'll skin them alive.
Fei gave each remaining man a bullet, sending them to death's embrace.
He complimented the gun Lin Shang gave him. This is really something.
Long Ting could no longer hear anything from the walkie-talkie. Humph, it's silent now.
Could it be that he has left? He called out to Second, let's go, he hasn't arrived here yet.
Second hesitated, but if Zhou Tianshen's group finds us, they're all monsters. Long Ting looked at Luo Xiaoyu, who was tied to the chair. What are you afraid of? Forgot we still have a hostage? And even if he finds his way here, how could he get in?
Unless he kills all the guards, but Tianshen is still fighting the monster. The monster's footsteps created indentations wherever it went, and when it threw an axe down, it created a large pit. Tianshen dodged urgently. It seemed like he was getting a bit tired, panting heavily. Looks like I've been fighting this monster for almost an hour now, and there's still no breakthrough.
Can't be that I can't attack yet?
But I can clearly feel it. My body is still maintaining the peak of the first stage of evolution. Just one more step and I'll reach the second stage.
Fei reported to Tianshen, it seems we have found it.
What?
He said, to the north of you, there's a yellow warehouse. It's heavily guarded, so I think that's the place. He reported, you look to the north, how about the warehouse? It might be it.
While he was focused on looking and didn't pay attention to his defense, the monster struck him with a blow that sent him flying.
Fei, hearing the noise, anxiously asked, Tianshen, what happened? Damn, what was that sound? Are you okay? Tianshen was knocked down, sitting in the middle of the forest.
The monster, wielding an axe, was stepping toward him. It seems this monster has reached the highest form of a parasitic zombie. Its strength has become formidable. However, now is the time for my breakthrough. You will experience the process of breaking through. The monster swung the axe at him, but Tianshen managed to dodge just in time, causing the axe to strike the ancient tree nearby, making it fall with a loud crash. Tianshen was confident in his strength. He had broken through. His speed increased significantly.
It's starting now.
Tianshen gathered his energy, preparing for his attack, and he counted 3 direct strikes on the monster. It collapsed to the ground, and Tianshen retracted his fist, flying down. Despite gaining power, he felt a little tired. The same happened in his past life. Every breakthrough was always accompanied by complicated situations arising.
The monster was not dead yet, it stood up again.
Once more, it gathered all its strength and swung the axe towards him. However, he only needed to block with his hand to break through its power, and the axe became as light as a feather.
He looked at his arm, sighing, this is the strength of the second tier.
After advancing to the second tier, controlling the virus is no longer that difficult.
With the strength of second tier evolution, a monster below second tier can't pose any trouble.
He spoke to the monster, don't worry, I'll bury you quickly.
Tianshen delivered a powerful punch to the monster's stomach, sending it flying for miles. The lightning-fast punch made the monster crash into a whole row of trees. Tianshen weaved through the fallen trees.
He wanted to test the strength of his second-tier evolution, thinking, quite strong.
Let's see. The special ability of second-tier evolution, muscle enhancement. Tianshen rushed forward through the smoke.
As he got close to the monster, he leaped into the air and, using his enhanced muscles, punched directly down onto the monster.
Long Ting watched and became furious. Damn it, how can this be? Tianshen was standing next to the monstrous corpse and the pile of rubble, thinking, this is completely absurd, even he can't be that strong.
Long Ting still couldn't believe it. The battle was over, and Tianshen stared at the camera with eyes like bullets.
Long Ting was anxious. Does he know we're watching?
Long Ting panicked. You go and call all the brothers for me.
But we don't have many people left. Long shouted louder, go, call everyone now.
Long Ting broke into a cold sweat. This is bad.
Fei scrambled over the radio, calling out frantically, Tianshen, 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 please respond. Luo Lan ran over to him and asked, what exactly happened to Tianchen?
I don't know either, I can't get through to him.
Luo Lan, worried, we've lost contact? It looks like we can't stay here anymore.
Gao Fei replied, wait, there's something at the foot of the mountain, it must be Lin Leader.
Can you all see each other?
Gao Fei pondered, no, it's too far, I only saw gunfire. Perhaps Lin Leader tried to make contact but couldn't get a signal, and Tianchen didn't seem to make any connection either.
He replied, let me see. Luo Lan, impatient, said, what is there to think about?
Of course, we have to go help them. After thinking for a while, Gao Fei decided, no, we go to save people. What does that mean? Gao Fei explained, Lin Leader has many people, so there's no need to worry.
Zhuo Tianshan is also stronger than me, so how can one monster defeat him?
We don't need to help them, so we just go to save people, right?
Very true, Luo Lan trusts you. Alright, let's get going.
On Lin Leader's side, Mr. Ko had just been kicked to the ground by Yun's sister.
Li Yun pointed a gun at his head and said, quick, where is Long Ting? He asked back, how could you possibly know Long Brother's plan? You haven't answered my question. Lin Leader mocked, Long Ting is just weak, does he think he can control everything? Is Lin Sheng here too, and you're here as well?
Lin Sheng scorned, Long Ting's plan was intercepted and stopped by Tian Brother from the start.
In other words, you guys lost from the beginning.
Mr. Ko grumbled, damn it. Lin Sheng threatened, tell me where Long Ting is, or you will die. He still doesn't know fear, Lin Sheng, once famous, is now asking me for help. Li Yun, angry, tried to bark out another sentence, I'll send you to the heavens.
Threatening. If you want, just kill me. But if you think I'll betray Long Brother, you're dreaming.
Hearing the provocation, Li Yun decided to end his life right then, if you really want to die this badly. Lin Sheng stopped her, no need to rush.
If we go against them, we'll encounter Zhuo Tianchen. As for this guy, there are many people who want him dead. Leave his death to them.
Li Yun softened, then I'll let him live a little longer.
Long Ting gave an order to another underling, you go with Second and bring the brothers back here. The underling reported, boss, Second has gone down the mountain but hasn't returned yet. Should I bring the people over?
Long Ting snapped, even if it's impossible, it must be done.
As long as there are more people, we can definitely kill Zhuo Tianchen. The underling hesitated, what about the defense? Long Ting wasn't worried about defense, did you forget we have the zombies? If we can't block them, we'll release more. The underling still hesitated, is that really okay?
Long Ting shouted loudly, if I say it, it has to be done.
The name of his subordinate turned pale with fear, yes, Brother Long, you're wise, you're wise. He yelled, still standing there, hurry up and go.
He immediately obeyed, I'm going right now. Long Ting gently sat down on the chair, reminding himself, calm down, as long as Second Brother returns, we will definitely be able to kill him.
But why does it feel like it's not as simple as that?
Thinking of Tianchen gaze, he became quite panicked.
He reassured himself, damn it, why am I thinking like this? No, how could I be afraid of that guy?
He slammed his hand hard on the table to regain his composure, how could it be like this? I won't accept it, in my whole life, Long Ting has never been afraid of anyone. That's right, everything in this world is for me, Long Ting, to toy with, there's no mistake. Long Ting was forcing a smile, but the fear and anxiety were still clearly visible on his face. That's right, I will defeat Zhuo Tianchen, uncover the secret of his strength, and finally become the undefeated ruler of this world. A voice suddenly spoke, are you afraid? Hearing Luo Xiaoyu say this, his face turned dark, you're afraid of Zhuo Tianchen, afraid that he will kill you, afraid of death, afraid because you can't predict whether you can defeat Tianchen or not. Although Luo Xiaoyu's life was in his hands, she still dared to provoke him without any hesitation. Long Ting, embarrassed to the point of anger, could no longer maintain the calm demeanor he once had. Nonsense, Long Ting has never been afraid of anyone. Luo Xiaoyu continued, Long Ting, you've committed so many crimes, countless people want you dead, so today, even if you lose your life, no one will come to your rescue.
He retorted, "Don't dream, how could Zhuo Tianchen kill me? Even if he comes here, so what?
I still have you as a hostage, I can still escape."
He suddenly realized something wasn't right.
Long Ting let out a sigh, trying to regain his composure. He stood arrogantly in front of her. "Stop barking nonsense, you're just wasting your breath, I'm not afraid."
Luo Xiaoyu mocked, "Is that so? Are you sure you're not afraid?" His eyes were blurry with fear, but he still forced a smile. "Afraid? Of course I'm not afraid. Ha ha."
His hands trembled. "I'm not afraid of him at all." Suddenly, the intercom crackled with an urgent message. "Brother Long, it's bad.
Zhuo Tianchen is breaking in." Long Ting was startled. "What?"
Long Ting was frozen with fear. Below, Tianchen had used enhanced strength to break through the wall. "Long Ting, come out here."
Two zombies greeted Tianchen.
Long Ting looked at the screen and stammered, "He's here, he's here." His face turned pale. "He's here." The zombies rushed out when they saw their prey.
Tianchen stood on a high branch, watching this scene inside. Looks like Long Ting has a hobby of raising zombies, huh?
He leapt down quickly. "Humph, quick battle, quick victory." Long Ting looked at the screen in indignation. "Cheating, I refuse to accept this. All my zombies have been released by him, there's no way he can win."
Ha ha.
Long Ting was still stubborn, refusing to admit defeat. Luo Xiaoyu saw the situation and advised, "You should surrender now." He slapped her hard, causing her face to turn sideways. "Shut up.
What does this matter to you?"
Long Ting angrily threatened her, "Let me tell you, even if I die, don't think you'll survive either." Luo Xiaoyu glared at him with a face flushed with hatred.
Tianchen had defeated all the first-level Jianshi, and only 3 second-level Jianshi were left approaching.
He thought, it seems Long Ting still has a few backup trump cards. Long Ting looked at the screen, scared out of his wits, but still trying to maintain his pride. He said, "Zhuo Tianchen, as long as you surrender, I'll consider making you my right-hand man. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll end up as the waste left by the monsters."
Tianchen asked him again, "Long Ting, are you really this stupid or just pretending? It seems you've forgotten your place right now."
Long Ting cursed, "Damn it." Tianchen, while fighting, said, "The one who should be afraid and surrender is you."
With just one punch, he knocked away 3 second-level Jianshi with his second-stage evolution full power fist.
His punch had grown much stronger, and with this full-force blow, the second-level Jianshi couldn't resist. "Finally, I have begun to tap into the power from my past life." Tianchen moved forward. "Now it's your turn, Long Ting." Long Ting sat in the chair, looking exhausted, having lost all hope. "It's over, it's too late."
Terrified, he could only mutter, "It's over, it's over."
One of his subordinates reported, "Brother Long, it's not good, Zhuo Tianchen has broken in, he can't be killed by bullets, we can't stop him." Long Ting broke into a sweat, his face blank, but Luo Xiaoyu now had hope of surviving. Long Ting stood up, but he couldn't keep his balance and had to lean on the table.
He walked over to Luo Xiaoyu. "I think I told you before, if I die, I won't die alone."
Long Ting wrapped his hand with cloth, took a red gemstone, and handed it to Luo Xiaoyu. "Here, eat this for me." He twisted her mouth into a cruel smile, and she still wanted to resist. "What?
I'm not eating."
He shoved it into her mouth. "Pity you don't have the right to choose."
Then, he grinned like an animal. "Ha ha."
Afterward, Long Ting quickly covered her mouth to prevent Luo Xiaoyu from speaking. At that moment, Tianchen had arrived at the scene. He knocked Long Ting out first, then rushed to Luo Xiaoyu's side. "Teacher Luo, Teacher Luo." But now Luo Xiaoyu was no longer Teacher Luo, she had transformed.
Tianchen got furious with the beast like Long Ting. "You bastard. Did you make her eat a piece of the meteorite?"
Long Ting laughed uncontrollably. "Ha, others turn into monsters just by touching it, yet she ate that flawed piece. Who knows what kind of freak she'll turn into." Long Ting sat down, gleefully. "I must say, I'm really looking forward to it."
Ha ha.
Tian Shen, enraged, Long Ting, so you really want to die?
I'll make sure you die right now.
Long Ting warned him, I think you should be more cautious of what's behind you. Luo Xiaoyu, behind him, had turned into a dark monster. The black monster had knocked him down, but Tian Shen managed to hold on to avoid injury. He realized, that's black armor, an extremely rare mutated form. The mutated person still retains human consciousness, but their body gets covered in armor scales. I didn't expect Teacher Luo to have used the power of a piece of the meteorite to mutate into black armor. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. I have to find a way to take the piece of the meteorite from her chest, or else Teacher Luo will keep being this aggressive. Long Ting still slowly and hatefully glared at Tian Shen.
Tian Shen felt a bit bothered. Damn, this guy is really lucky.
The black monster jumped up from below, and the two of them fought fiercely with no one yielding. Taking advantage of their struggle, Long Ting ran into the forest. It's over, Long Ting is going to escape. Tian Shen had no choice but to apologize to Luo Xiaoyu, sorry. He thrust his hand straight through her chest, successfully finding the piece of the meteorite. He pulled the piece of the meteorite from her body, and she collapsed. Without the piece of the meteorite, she's finally quiet. Tian Shen supported the unconscious Luo Xiaoyu. Normally, a person would die if stabbed through the chest, but the black armor mutation can heal in just a few minutes. Next, I'll go find Long Ting and settle the score. Tian Shen carried Luo Xiaoyu on his shoulder and went to find Long Ting. He was running through the forest, irritated. Damn it, what kind of joke is this? What kind of monsters are you guys? He stubbornly hoped, I must find Scar and second brother, there's still a chance to turn the tables. But a single line extinguished that hope, you have no more chances. Long Ting looked up, and in front of him were Gao Fei and Luo Lan. Lin Shang, Li Yun, and their teammates were behind him. Lin Shang spoke sternly, Long Ting, you're as good as dead, and you're still resisting? Li Yun smiled like a victor and asked him, do you recognize these two? Scar and second brother had been captured by Lin Shang. Brother Long, we've fallen into a trap. Lin Shang ordered, tie them all up, take them back for a public execution. Li Yun took pleasure in it, that's my kind of fun. Lin Shang seemed to still have something up his sleeve. He slowly raised his head and let out a savage laugh, haha, Lin Shang, do you think you've won? Lin Shang, carrying Luo Xiaoyu on his shoulder, had found their location. Long Ting concluded, alright, everyone's here now. When Gao Fei and Luo Lan couldn't get in touch with Tian Shen, they asked, Tian Shen, are you okay? Luo Lan asked, Brother Tian Shen, how is Teacher Luo? Tian Shen replied, it's a long story, I'll explain later. Tian Shen reminded Lin Shang, Leader Lin, be careful, there might be a trap. Lin Shang acknowledged, that's right, this Long Ting can't be predicted by normal reasoning. Leader Lin ordered, fall back, stay away from him. Everyone immediately retreated, distancing themselves from Long Ting. He laughed arrogantly, fall back, do you think you can retreat? He had an explosive device attached to his body, and he wasn't going to die alone. I told you, if I die, everyone dies with me. Tian Shen deduced, that's a detonator, we can't let him die. Leader Lin repeated, a detonator. He laughed, his face twisted with a savage expression, as if he were about to perish. Long Ting pulled out a gun and shot himself in the temple to end his life. The detonator was activated. In an instant, a massive explosion occurred. The dam broke apart, and water rushed out in torrents. The water flowed so fast that it seemed ready to submerge the entire forest. Tian Shen and Gao Fei were in a panic, and just seconds later, the group was swept away by the rushing water. Tian Shen worried, it's over. The water is rushing so fast, the whole group is being carried away by the flood. Gao Fei desperately waved his hand, calling for help, Tian Shen, I can't swim. Tian Shen encouraged, Gao Fei, hang in there. Luo Lan clung to a tree trunk, swimming closer to where Gao Fei was, and called out, Gao Fei, over here. Seeing a large rock about to fall onto Tian Shen, Luo Lan warned him, watch out behind you, Tian Shen. But it was too late. The rock fell with a splash, submerging Tian Shen. He was pushed down to the bottom of the water. At that moment, a hand grabbed his and pulled him up.
Luo Xiaoyu had managed to drag him to the surface. A container truck was driving down the road. Tian Shan, sitting in the truck bed, slowly opened his eyes, regaining consciousness. He wondered, where is this? A beautiful girl sitting beside him looked at him with concern. You're awake. Tian Shan, startled, sat up and asked, where am I? And who are you?
The girl smiled and introduced herself. You can call me Lin Qin.
We found you unconscious on the road. It seems you came from Ji County.
There was a flood there the other day.
Tian Shan responded, oh, right, I'm from Ji County.
It was then that he remembered, it must have been Long Ting. He triggered the explosion at the dam, causing the flood. I got hit on the head by a falling rock, lost consciousness, and sank underwater.
Tian Shan asked further, did you see anyone else?
She shook her head, no.
Were you separated from your group?
Tian Shan was lost in thought. This is not good. I have to find Gao Fei and Luo Brat, and also teacher Luo and leader Lin. I wonder how they are doing.
Seeing that he didn't say anything, Qin asked, are you worried about your friends? I guess it's impossible to find them now.
The man sitting next to him, with a large scar on his face, said pessimistically, I think you should just give up.
It looks like your group has probably been swept away by the flood.
Qin scolded him for his harsh words. Li Wui, why are you saying that?
Isn't he just really unlucky? He emotionlessly lit a cigarette. Unlucky? Tell me, in this world, is there anyone who's not unlucky?
He put the cigarette in his mouth, tucked the lighter into his pocket, and patted Tian Shan on the shoulder. Kid, you're really too young. Wui pulled out a gun and lectured, look carefully, if you want to survive in this harsh hell, you'll need a gun and bullets, no sympathy.
Tian Shan didn't want to argue with him and stayed silent.
Lin Qin tried to stop him. Li Wui, don't say anymore, he's still very upset.
He rebutted, what are you thinking?
In this world, if you want to survive, you have to think big and act big.
This kid is too naive.
The car suddenly braked, causing the three of them to lurch forward due to inertia. Tian Shan caught Qin and helped her sit back down before shoving the other guy, sending him crashing to the floor, his gun flying out of his hand.
Li Wui shouted, damn it, is this kid crazy or something? Let me go.
The car stopped.
It's time to eat. Everyone, get off the car.
The five of them grabbed bowls and chopsticks, sitting in a circle around the fire.
The pot of noodles was boiling vigorously and looked very appetizing.
Li Wui and Lin Qin stared intently at Tian Shan, while the other two just froze in place.
Tian Shan didn't care about their stares and continued eating voraciously, as if he had been starving. Li Wui asked Qin, how many bowls has he eaten already?
Qin replied, probably 5 by now. He frowned and muttered, damn it.
This guy didn't show any restraint.
He pointed his finger directly at Tian Shan's face.
Are you done yet, kid?
Have you had your fill after finishing our portions? Qin spoke up for Tian Shan, he's really been unconscious for so long.
Being hungry is normal. Wu Yi was angry. You call that normal? Tian Shan, feeling a bit awkward after eating so much, just looked down.
Li Wui stood up abruptly and called out to Qin, kid, come here right now.
I need to talk to you.
The others looked at him in confusion as he called for all of them, you all too.
Come meet me first.
One person in the group awkwardly smiled and said to Tian Shan, brother, just keep eating, and if you're still hungry, there's more on the vehicle.
Tian Shan thanked him, thanks, but I'm good.
He had finished his bowl and set it down. He thought to himself, finally, I have enough strength. Using the ultimate move in the second stage consumes a lot of energy, so as I level up, I'll need to eat even more.
Tian Shan sat cross-legged and began circulating his internal energy to recover.
He looked at his hand and told himself, I need to reach level 3 as soon as possible. If I can get to level 3, I'll be able to absorb the lost energy. But if I stay at level 2, I might end up as a wreck from exhaustion. Then he sighed. From the corner, he could hear them shouting loudly from the other side, "Humph, he should just get lost.
That brat hasn't done anything and yet gets to eat more than all four of us combined."
Li Wuyi, seeing that Tianchen was useless but still eating so much, wanted to kick him out. However, Lin Qin disagreed, he's still exhausted. He was unconscious for so long, so eating more is normal.
Li Wuyi felt that it was none of his business. "I'm not his father, why should I care about him?"
Xin pleaded with Li Wuyi, "Let him stay with us, you're not planning to kill him here, are you?" Another person waved his hand, wanting to maintain peace. "Come on, forget it, it's better for us if there are more people anyway." He still wouldn't relent. "Fine, then next time you can share your portion with him." Tianchen, having overheard the conversation, calmly approached and asked, "Where are you all planning to go? I heard everything you just said. Tell me where you're going, and then I'll consider whether to come along." Lin Qin, worried that he might feel left out, said, "Don't misunderstand, we'll never abandon you."
"It's impossible."
Li Wuyi bluntly said, "To be honest, we have a camp in Longhua City."
"Of course, the camp doesn't need useless freeloaders, so you don't need to follow us."
Xin felt indignant on Tianchen's behalf. "Why did you say that?"
Li Wuyi replied, "What's wrong with what I said?" Tianchen asked back, Longhua, is it the power called Hongyi?"
Wuyi was surprised, "How do you know that?"
Just as Tianchen thought, I knew it.
He recalled the past, May 14th, the day I can never forget, and all those trash from Hongyi. Tianchen made his decision, "I will follow you to Longhua City, and then I will leave on my own."
"What do you think?"
Xin thought, "It will be very dangerous for you to go alone in this situation." She spoke up, "You should come with us to the camp. Longhua City is extremely dangerous, and if you go alone, it will be hard to survive."
Wu Yi disagreed. Xin, have you forgotten? Our camp doesn't take in useless people."
Xin replied, "But we can't leave him alone."
Tianchen turned to walk away. "Forget it, I will go alone."
"If I reach Longhua, I'll have to revise my plans a little."
Xin grabbed his arm. "All right, we will follow your lead.
Now, come with us to Longhua, and we'll talk later.
Although the remaining food is limited, adding a few more people won't hurt."
Li Wuyi reluctantly agreed, "Fine, you can come with us, but only to Longhua.
Don't change your mind."
Xin extended her hand in greeting, "Now we're teammates."
"Can you tell me your name?" Tianchen extended his hand to shake his new teammates, Zhua Tianchen.
Tianchen recalled the past. Jinyu was holding a sword, covered in wounds, yet he still stood proud, fearless of both heaven and earth. Jialin supported him beneath the stairs and shouted loudly, "Zhang Jinyu, hurry up, there's no time left."
But he didn't run.
He simply replied gently, "There's not much time left, you two should go ahead." He smiled at them one last time, then turned to continue fighting the zombies. Jialin and Tianchen shouted loudly, Zhang Jinyu, come back here." Despite being injured, Tianchen stretched out his hand to pull him back.
"Don't go."
Suddenly, he woke up. Tianchen was sitting inside the container truck when he heard someone counting, 492, 493, 494, 495, 496, 497, 498. It turned out that Li Wuyi was working out.
Tianchen stepped down from the truck just as Wuyi finished his workout and stood up.
He was shirtless, revealing a muscular body with firm abs and toned arms.
Tianchen looked at him, evaluating.
Overall, by these standards, this guy's strength is almost at the first level of evolution. The virus has been spreading for over 2 months now, and Li Wuyi's power is at a fairly decent level.
Wuyi put his shirt back on.
Seeing Tianchen staring at him, he became full of himself and said, "Kid, are you admiring me?
You'd better not be jealous. If you train like me, one day you'll have a fraction of what I have." Tianchen shook his head and thought, people with good talent can break through even without the support of breathing techniques.
So, what about those with extraordinary talent? Xin called out, "Li Wuyi, come here quickly."
Wuyi replied, "I'll be right there."
The two of them discussed their upcoming plan. Our initial goal was to reach G County, but there was a major flood there recently.
It seems we'll have to change our destination.
Shin reassured him, don't worry too much, this mission isn't about gathering additional resources, but rather about securing a new supply point.
We still have time.
Wu Yi was still hesitant. The essentials are also very important. This journey will definitely require a lot of fuel and food.
Wouldn't it be embarrassing if we end up returning empty-handed? Shin answered, what about the Manhwa service station? We can rest there overnight, plus they have food and necessary supplies. Tianchen was stunned. The Manhwa service station? Wu Yi, noticing Tianchen's loud reaction, quickly admonished him, you brat, what if there's someone spying on us?
Shin interjected, there's no need to be so cautious.
We're not discussing any top-secret matters. We're just planning to go to the Manhwa service station. Do you know where it is?
Tianchen replied, I've never heard of it, but it sounds a bit familiar.
You think, how could I not know?
Manhwa service station is the largest and most modern service station in Manhwa City, extremely famous. Wu Yi crosses his arms and scolds, you little rascal, you should get out more, stop staying at home playing games.
You don't even know Manhwa service station, how pathetic. He proudly recounts his own experience. Back in the day, I, Wu Yi, cycled all around this nation and I've seen all the service stations.
Shin feels embarrassed for him. He's also somewhat accomplished, but he really likes to exaggerate, hope you don't mind.
Tianchen sympathetically says, it's fine, I understand. He rests his head against the wall and thinks, Manhwa service station, what a coincidence.
In my previous life, the first sharp claw monster I encountered was at Manhwa service station. Among all the level 2 infected, the sharp claw monster is the strongest, with strength almost on par with a level 3 infected.
But right now, it's still no match for me. Moreover, if I can defeat the sharp claw monster, I can also obtain that item. Tianchen stretches out his hand and thinks.
Shin misunderstands and places a red bean cake into his open hand, here.
He's so clueless, it's a red bean cake. Shin smiles at him, you must be hungry, right? Have a bite. We'll eat something else for lunch later. Tianchen thanks her, thank you. Tianchen bit a piece of bread and asked, oh, do you all have weapons? Shin asked, weapons? What kind of weapons? Tianchen explained, you said you came from the barracks. If you didn't bring any weapons, how could you have made it here safely?
He added, if we really encountered a sharp claw monster there, I wouldn't be able to protect them. They'll have to use their weapons to defend themselves. Shin opened a large crate, revealing it was filled with guns. You don't need to worry, as long as we don't run into a large horde of zombies, this amount of weapons should be enough, right? She handed him a stick, oh, here, take this to protect me. Tianchen took the item, this is really a good item. Amid the messy surroundings, Shin sighed, this place looks like a formation created by humans to stop zombies.
It seems like someone else got here before us. Tianchen thought, is someone here? That means the sharp claw monster hasn't appeared yet. Wu Yi stepped off the vehicle, why bother worrying about it? Let's just go inside quickly. He assigned tasks, you two stay here and guard the car. The two responded, got it. Wu Yi continued, Shin, you little brat, come with me inside. All three of them were ready. Wu Yi felt something unusual and reminded, be careful, I feel like something is off here. Shin also reminded Tianchen, Zua Tianchen, you be careful too. Tianchen spoke up, wait a minute. Li Wu Yi didn't listen to him, wait for what? Hurry up and get inside. Tianchen analyzed, there's someone lying in wait at the 3rd floor window, and 3 others are at the 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock positions. Additionally, there are 3 more in the restroom at the 10 o'clock direction. We're surrounded. A gunshot almost hit Wu Yi. Luckily, Tianchen quickly pushed him away, and the bullet only grazed past. Tianchen looked up at the shooter angrily. Seeing him holding a gun on the 3rd floor, he grabbed a stick,
bent down to gain momentum, and threw it with a swift motion. The stick pierced straight into the shooter's face, killing him instantly as he fell from the third floor to the ground. Xin and Li Wui stood stunned, their eyes wide open and mouths agape.
Li Wui exclaimed, "This kid is really strong."
On the enemy's side, upon seeing one of their own get killed, their faces showed, and 3 armed men angrily stepped out. There were also 3 more armed men in the building, all heading toward Tian Shen.
He remained calm. "Wow, quite a few people, huh?"
They aimed their guns at Tian Shen, ready to shoot, firing at him.
Tian Shen quickly dodged, moving behind them. One of them panicked and shouted, "Where is he?" Tian Shen fought them hand to hand, disarming them and easily knocking them out. The enemies, terrified, retreated. The leader ordered, "Surround him quickly."
But unfortunately, before any of the 3 could do anything, they were all hit by Tian Shen's bullets.
Tian Shen finished off 2 more and left one alive.
He pressed his head down, forcing him to kneel on the ground. The man, frightened, slowly backed away, stammering, I surrender." Tian Shen told his teammates, "Tie him up." Wu Yi, still in disbelief, said, "Huh? All right." The chicken-headed brat was tied up and forced to kneel before Tian Shen in a pitiful state. Tian Shen said to him, "I have 2 questions." The man, weak-hearted, immediately started confessing, I'll tell you everything." They are guarding the 5th floor, there are only 2 of them, no one else, really no one. Tian Shen asked again, "Who are they? Who are they?" The man finally realized his misunderstanding, "Aren't you here to rescue someone?" Tian Shen bent down to look at him, "We're just passing through, but first answer me this, have you encountered any infected monsters or anything strange recently?" He answered honestly, "No, everything here is always very normal. The zombies were exterminated by us from the very beginning." Tian Shen turned his head to look at the building, sensing something was off. "That's not right. When I first arrived, I felt a very strong pressure, at least at level 2. Seeing the fearful look in the chicken-headed man's eyes, he thought to himself, this guy probably wouldn't dare to lie to me. Looks like the infected monsters are being hidden in the shadows. Tian Shen wanted to enter the building. Before leaving, he entrusted the enemy to Wu Yi's group. Xin and Wu Yi seemed to take him very seriously now. "Alright, you can rest assured." Tian Shen held his staff and walked toward the building. As he climbed the stairs, Tian Shen sighed, "The energy feels weaker here, it seems like the zombies aren't in this direction." Suddenly, he heard a shrill scream, "Ah, help me." 2 perverts were attempting to assault a girl. They smiled with lewd faces and said, "You're here, don't worry. From now on, we'll make sure you have plenty to eat and drink. We'll treat you really well." In response to the girl's scream, "Let me go, you beasts." One man held her hand and caressed her lower part, while the other one stroked her back. She cried and pleaded with those around her, "Please save me. I beg you." One of them, groping around, turned to ask the others nearby, "Do any of you want to help her get out of this?" They were all too frightened to say anything, afraid for their own lives. He sneered, "Humph. Useless." He turned to the girl, caressed her face, and then smiled perversely, "Beautiful, your body and heart now belong to me. No one will save you." Ha 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 ha. One of the others bravely stood up, Stop it." The 2 men were furious that he had ruined their fun. "Ha!" The 2 men sitting next to the one who had spoken urged him to stop, "Sit down, don't provoke them. What's wrong with you? Do you want to get us all killed?" But he still held his ground, standing up firmly. The man next to him, fearing for his own safety, shouted, "Sit down for me. I still want to live another 2 years, don't drag me into this." The man turned to reason with him, "Zhao Lin, we are classmates. How can you be so heartless and watch them bully her like this? If you give in now, the next ones will be us." The 2 men watched them argue and clapped their hands, laughing mockingly, "Haha, are you having internal conflicts now? Truly a bunch of ignorant animals." The girl, tears welling up in her eyes, looked at the group. The guy who had spoken earlier showed no fear, his tone full of challenge. If you're so good, then shoot.
Go ahead, shoot all of us. Who's afraid of you?
He didn't say much, just fired a shot straight into his stomach. Holding the gun with a satisfied grin, the man watched as the other guy, in pain, could only collapse to the floor, curling up. But the shooter wasn't done. He stepped on the guy's head and pressed it down with a thud.
His face was cold and terrifying. You arrogant little brat wanted to be a hero and save the damsel, huh?
If I didn't want to spoil the fun, you'd already be dead by now.
He looked at the two people sitting next to the injured guy and asked, anyone else want to play hero?
They trembled and raised their hands in surrender. No, even if you gave us 10 times the courage, we wouldn't dare. With a smug smile, he turned away. Then I'll enjoy this myself.
He threw her over his shoulder, and she continued to struggle, shouting, let me go. He coaxed her, look at them, let's change locations for convenience. Ha ha.
The other man gave a lustful glance. When you're done, pass her to me.
Ha ha. She kept trying to resist, let me go. At that moment, Tianchen appeared, hey. He pointed his baton directly at the faces of the shameless people, let her go. The man missed his chance, and he angrily retorted, who the hell are you?
With tears in her eyes, she recognized him, Zhua Tianchen. Her tears streamed down her cheeks as she asked, Zhua Tianchen, why are you here?
A few of her old classmates were also surprised to see him. Zhua Tianchen?
The thugs, seeing that Tianchen was unarmed and alone, sneered, you bastard, are you trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress?
You think just one metal baton can stop me?
He pointed at the blonde guy who was lying on the ground, clutching his injured leg as an example. Look at him and learn, this is the result of trying to show off.
His teammates, sensing something was wrong, stopped him. Wait a minute, don't you notice something strange? Didn't we have a lot of people guarding the area outside? How did this brat get in here? Tianshan's face darkened as he said nothing more. I'll say it again, let her go.
The thug pulled out a gun to reassure his teammates, don't worry, this kid just sneaked in.
The gunshots outside were just a smokescreen. He raised the gun and pointed it at Tianchen, you little punk, if you die, it's because you underestimated your opponent. We have guns, and this is one of them. Tianchen did not say much, immediately delivering a powerful kick to the man.
The lecherous man was seriously injured. The force of Tianchen's kick was so strong that it sent him crashing through the glass door. His teammates, witnessing Tianchen's strength, then took the girl as a hostage. The man pressed a gun to Zhao Lin's head, threatening, you.
Tianchen remained unperturbed, throwing his baton directly at him.
The girl was safe, and the lecherous man was knocked to the ground by the baton.
She was still trembling, her clothes torn by the assailants.
She hugged her chest and sat down on the ground. Tianchen returned to his stance, then moved over to the man who had just been hit with the baton, took his jacket, and walked back to the girl, handing it to her.
Tianchen told her, hurry up and put it on.
She put the jacket on and followed Tianchen, thanking him, thank you.
Tianchen coldly replied, no need for thanks.
The two of them then approached the person who had courageously stood up to protect Zhao Lin. He was still shaking. She supported him from behind, while Tianchen bandaged his leg, reminding him, don't move.
Do you want to lose your leg?
While tending to the wound, Tianchen asked, why are you guys here?
Wasn't everyone supposed to be on the school bus?
She immediately recounted, there was someone on the bus who was turned into a monster, and then the bus had an accident. We scattered in all directions, and eventually, I ended up here.
Tianchen thought to himself, if I remember correctly, several people here, including Qian, died in the car accident. He asked further, is there anyone else still alive besides the people here? She replied, Duan Chu Ro is still alive, but we got separated. Tianchen was surprised, really? That woman Duan Chu Ro is still alive?
He thought, it seems like the timeline has been altered, probably because I was reborn. A person approached and called out to him, Zhua Tianchen.
Long time no see, do you remember me? Tianchen recognized him as Zhao Lin.
Zhao Lin smiled warmly, pretending, what a coincidence, it's fate that we meet here again.
Tianchen didn't like him at all and thought, this guy hasn't died yet?
Zhao Lin complimented him, your strength has improved quite a lot. Tianchen recalled the crimes of this person in his previous life. If it weren't for him, Gao Fei wouldn't have been injured and wouldn't have died.
Seeing Tianchen silent and not engaging in conversation, Zhao Lin changed his tone and angrily asked, what's with that attitude? Tianchen turned away without paying any attention. I just find it strange that someone like you is still alive. Zhao Lin, hearing this, grew even more enraged. What do you mean by that?
Tianchen casually picked up his pack of cigarettes and lighter. It's simple, it doesn't really mean anything.
I was just passing through.
Since you're doing well now, you go your way, I'll go mine.
He clearly showed his attitude because Tianchen thought, so what if we were classmates?
He doesn't even consider me a friend, there's no need to waste time on him.
But Zhao Lin stopped him, wait a minute.
Seeing how strong Tianchen was, he wanted to get closer. Zhua Tianchen, haven't we just met?
Sit down for a bit, let's chat. Tianchen coldly replied, are we close?
Zhao Lin then slung his arm around him, trying to act friendly, but was rejected by Tianchen. I told you, I was just passing by, saw something happen, so I stepped in. From now on, you go your way, I'll go mine. Yet the guy stubbornly put his arm around Tianchen again, laughing loudly. We're classmates, why are you saying that?
Ha ha. Tianchen, with a menacing look, told him, you should let me go. Seeing that Tianchen was determined, Zhao Lin was displeased. Huh? Tianchen immediately pulled his hand away from Zhao Lin.
Zhao Lin realized that he couldn't use the familiar tactic anymore, so he directly proposed the deal. Zhua Tianchen, you're really powerful.
How about you stay here, and we make a deal? What do you think? In his mind, he was thinking, damn it, this bastard Zhua Tianchen dares to act like this with me?
Tianchen, upon hearing this, was also curious about the deal Zhao Lin wanted to propose.
He asked back, a deal? What kind of deal do you want to make?
Zhao Lin then set the terms, as long as you escort me safely to find my father in Longhua City, I will tell my father to pay you 500,000 when the time comes.
What do you think? Tianchen lit a cigarette and repeated, 500,000, huh? The man awkwardly smiled and asked, is that too little? How about 5 million?
In his heart, he was feeling resentful. Zhua Tianchen, in this city, my family's background has some power. As long as you stay here, let's see how I deal with you when the time comes. Tianchen exhaled a puff of smoke and calmly said, foolish. Zhao Lin, seeing that Tianchen was dismissing the money, froze in confusion.
What?
At his breaking point, Zhao Lin shouted angrily, damn it, Zhua Tianchen, don't get too carried away. You're just a worthless bastard with no father.
What gives you the right to act like this? Cursing me? Take a good look at yourself.
Tianchen reached his limit and delivered a spectacular knockout to Zhao Lin. He spat out blood, lying in pain on the ground, as Tianchen continued to drag him by the neck. With a bloodshot face, he said, the thing I hate most in this world is anyone who dares to touch my father. He couldn't breathe, so he opened his mouth and begged, Tianchen, let me go.
But Tianchen was unwilling to relent.
At that moment, their old classmate rushed over to stop him, saying, Zhua Tianchen, let him go now.
If this continues, someone might die.
The girl also spoke up in Zhao Lin's defense. Zhao Lin's personality has always been like this.
Zhua Tianchen, you should know that.
She then told Zhao Lin, apologize to Zhua Tianchen right now. In pain, with tears and saliva flowing, he weakly said, I'm sorry. Tianchen released him, and he fell to the ground with a thud.
Tianchen added, since we're classmates, I'll let you off this time, but next time, don't provoke me.
He replied fearfully, I understand. Tianchen turned and walked away, while Zhao Lin, still kneeling, coughed and tried to regain his composure. The girl called out to him, Zhua Tianchen, I need to ask you for help. There are so few of us, and if things keep going like this, we'll be left with no choice but to wait for death.
Tianchen turned back to look at them, and his classmates gazed at him with a pitiful look. Tianshan reluctantly agreed. Alright, I will take you to Longhua City, and once we get there, we'll part ways.
The girl thanked him cheerfully. Thank you, Zhou Tianshan.
Zhao Lin looked at Tianshan with sympathy.
Xin Xin and Li Wuyi were sitting by the fire. When they saw Tianshan and his old friends walking out, Xin Xin was surprised. Zhou Tianshan.
She asked, who are they? Tianshan replied, I know them, they are my acquaintances.
I think they were captured and held here by those guys.
Now they are saved.
She immediately instructed the younger ones, prepare more food. Tianshan scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. I'm so sorry to trouble you again.
Would you mind taking them across the river to Longhua City?
She agreed without hesitation, no problem.
Li Wuyi, having witnessed Tianshan's strength, immediately changed his attitude.
He cheerfully said, Tianshan, I truly was blind to not recognize how impressive you were earlier.
I'm really sorry. Please forgive me.
Tianshan, being generous, replied, Don't worry, I don't usually pay attention to things like that.
Li Wuyi was overjoyed. That's great. Zhou Tianshan is indeed magnanimous.
Tianshan thought, this Li Wuyi, although his speech is rough, is basically not a bad person. Li Wuyi immediately patted his shoulder. Hee, from now on, Li Wuyi and you are friends.
Ha, Lao Hei, bring me some good wine, I definitely want to drink a few cups with Zhou brother. Li Wuyi asked Zhou Tianshan, who are these kids to you?
Our camp has some rules, which is that we don't allow outsiders to eat or drink anything.
Tianshan then asked Li Wuyi, you can say we know each other, but don't worry, when they arrive in Longhua City, if you want to chase them away or keep them, it's up to you. Wuyi asked Tianshan again, you really don't want to come to our camp?
The commander and the brothers there will definitely like you. Xiao Xian still declined. I'm afraid I can't.
I have some things to do.
Wuyi still sincerely wanted to invite Tianshan to his camp, so he punched and massaged his shoulders. Everyone has their own goal in life. When you get to the countryside, I hope you'll change your mind.
Ha ha.
Then, he quickly turned his face and intimidated Tianshan's friends. Listen up carefully.
I'm letting you join this group because of Zhou Tianshan. You'd better work in the next 2 days, my camp doesn't tolerate lazy people. Anyone who has an opinion, I'll kick them out.
After eating, pack your stuff and get on the truck, tomorrow we'll head to Longhua.
Tianshan fully understood Li Wuyi's personality, so he calmly sat and drank tea.
At night, he meditated alone, and numerous intricate patterns blossomed on his hands. Once he finished, he let out a sigh of relief.
Tianshan stretched and said, since reaching level 2, my cultivation speed has been slowing down.
If nothing changes and I continue at this pace, it will take about a year for me to break through to level 3. My original plan was to take Gao Fei and Luo Brat to the districts around Chu province to gather resources. Once they reach level 2, there will definitely be much more work to do. Zhang Jinyu as well, he lost a hand here in Longhua, and it seems there's some connection to Hongyi. I met Xian Xian in Chu province on June 18th. Chu province and Longhua are not too far from each other. I have already reincarnated, so I just need to resolve everything and then look for Xian Xian in Chu province. He recalled in his past life, Xian Xian and I were chased by a horde of zombies, 100,000 of them. If we made even the slightest mistake, we would certainly lose our lives. Even now, I'm not sure I can handle that situation. Even if I break through to level 3 in a short time, if I head to Chu district alone without Gao Fei and Luo Brat's help, it would still be very risky. Speaking of which, I wonder how those two are doing now. A strong gust of wind blew past him. Tianshan became alert to this sensation, scanning the desolate forest around him. Something's not right. He focused his eyes and then closed them to heighten his awareness. As Tianshan concentrated, he immediately realized it was the second level. He looked toward the tall building. Damn it, this is bad. Inside the building, the girl was working alongside others to clean up. Zhao Lin, irritated, muttered, damn it, this is really unlucky. Zhao Lin approached to check on Xian Xian, who had injured her leg while trying to save her. How's your leg? Xian Xian, leaning on a cane, replied, oh, it's getting a bit better.
Zhao Lin teased. Humph, getting injured is so nice, isn't it? No need to do any manual labor. The girl, seeing his rudeness, snapped, "What did you just say?" Zhao Lin retorted, "Who told you to try to be a hero for a beautiful woman?" He leaned in closer to Qian Shen, provoking her, "You really love to show off, huh? Must feel great. You should be grateful for that injured leg. You lose one leg, but gain a great beauty sounds like a fair trade." While Zhao Lin was busy mocking her, Qian Xian, not looking ahead, bumped into Li Wuyi with a thud. Li Wuyi immediately scolded him, "Kid, what do you think you're doing?" He, with a mischievous expression, responded, "No, it's nothing. It's just that they're lazy and not doing their work, so I just reminded them a little." Li Wuyi, with authority, scolded him, "Whether they're lazy or not doing their work, I believe I can handle it myself. Do I need a kid like you to report on it?" Hearing this, he became terrified and quickly ran off, saying, "It's just a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." Ha ha. Li Wuyi looked down on such a person, a useless man who only knows how to bully the weak. He then reassured the two others, "For people like him, you don't need to use wisdom to deal with violence." The girl thanked him. Li Wuyi even patted Qian Xian's shoulder, praising him, "Kid, I've heard about your achievements. You dare to stand up for women. You're a real man." He trusted him with a gun. "I'm giving you a mission. You take charge here while I go get some rest." After running outside, Zhao Lin sneered at the place, "What? Humph, just wait until we get to Longhua, and you'll see how I deal with all of you." A strong gust of wind blew towards him, causing him to squint his eyes. When the wind passed, he opened his eyes and saw a figure in the distance. He immediately asked, "Who's there?" The monster approached with heavy steps. Zhao Lin, seeing it, was filled with utter fear. The towering creature continued forward, and he screamed in terror, "Don't come any closer." The monster exhaled a thick cloud of smoke directly into his face. Zhao Lin, terrified, threw a bag of water at the creature. The monster merely swiped its hand, and the bottles of water scattered, spilling everywhere. Zhao Lin had no choice but to run as if chased by a ghost. Spotting someone ahead, he pushed through, shouting loudly, "Damn it, don't block the way." Another person quickly followed Zhao Lin, but only Qian Xian, who had injured his leg, fell heavily to the ground. The monster was now dangerously close to him. In Qian Xian's eyes, the monster's claws were reaching out, ready to strike. But suddenly, a bullet hit the monster's temple, causing it to stop. It was his classmate who had fired the shot. She called out to Qian Xian. Her eyes, shimmering with tears, spoke volumes, "Qian Xian, run. I'll hold it back." She continued firing, and the monster, struck by the bullets, remained frozen in place. But the gun was now out of ammo. Zhao Lin clutched the weapon, trembling. She was terrified as she watched the monster approaching her. Its sharp claws were ready to reach her, the prey. But at that moment, Qian Xian used his stick to strike the monster, causing it to turn around. Qian Xian said to her, "Don't joke around, how could I leave a woman to fight this monster alone?" She still urged him, "Qian Xian, hurry up and go." The monster turned and attacked, causing Qian Xian to cough up blood. He collapsed onto the ground. The monster glared at him, but instead of attacking him again, it shifted its attention to the girl. Qian Xian, summoning all his strength, pushed himself up from the ground. He grabbed the monster's arm, while still telling her, "Go quickly." But the monster only needed one hand to throw him back to the ground. In a fit of rage, it prepared to use both of its sharp claws to strike. A loud explosion occurred right there. The spot where the monster had just scratched was nothing but shattered rocks, and Qian Xian had vanished. It angrily scanned the area, searching. It turned out that Zhuo Tianshan had arrived in time to rescue Qian Xian. He was supporting Qian Xian as he stood beside her. Tianshan handed Qian Xian over to her, "You take him and run, leave this monster to me." She worriedly asked, "What about you?" The monster was charging toward Tianshan. He stared at it with sharp eyes. Tianshan landed a fatal kick to its stomach.
She was incredibly surprised by Tianqian's strength. Tianqian said to her, "Hurry up, leave it to me." The monster attacked Tianqian with its claws, but he jumped to dodge, leaving only the ground beneath them shattered. Looking at the monster, Tianqian knew, this is the strongest evolution of a sharp claw monster below the third tier, and furthermore, this sharp claw monster has a lustful pupil. It seems there's a chance of it dropping a beast core of meteorite crystal. Since both of them have already left, there's no need to hide my strength anymore. Tianqian grabbed his staff and charged at the monster. The monster and he, one using claws, the other using a staff, clashed fiercely. Tianqian landed a powerful punch on its face. It turned to look at him with hatred, then retaliated with its claws. After that, the monster retreated, and Tianqian's staff had been snapped into several pieces. He thought, a weapon of this quality really isn't enough, I must find a better one soon. With no other choice, he decided to reveal his true strength. This situation left him no option but to use it. You used muscle enhancement, this is indeed a great opportunity. Taking advantage of this, let's test the limits of muscle enhancement. The two were ready to fight. The monster swiped with its claws, and you countered with a punch powered by muscle enhancement. Your punch landed on the monster's hand. You grabbed its muscular arm with both of your hands. Tianqian had climbed onto the monster's back, but it angrily threw him off. However, one of the arms he was holding onto detached from the monster's body. Damn it, are you kidding me? Tianqian was also surprised, however, a mere sharp claw monster won't be able to stop me now. Tianqian gathered his strength and jumped into the air, delivering a powerful, fatal punch from above. The monster collapsed to the ground, and the area where it fell shattered into debris. Tianqian deactivated muscle enhancement. This fight really took a lot of energy. With my current strength, I can only maintain this maximum enhanced state for 5 minutes. It was a bit challenging, but the reward is definitely worth it. From the monster's corpse, you retrieved a monster core. Almost all level 3 infected monsters drop a meteorite crystal monster core. For a level 2 sharp claw monster, this is a huge gain. Even though it's just a level 3 meteorite crystal, it will be very valuable. In my previous life, even for a level 3 evolver, it was highly needed. The girl earlier had found someone to help Tianqian. She and the others ran hurriedly. Hurry up, this is the place. Tianqian, beside the monster's corpse, looked at them, everyone. The girl asked, Zwa Tianqian, are you okay? Li Wui couldn't believe he could be so strong. I can't believe you defeated this monster. Tianqian stood up and replied, I'm fine. Wui understood what had happened and immediately signaled to Qin Qin. Qin Qin nodded, understanding. She quickly pulled everyone back to the base. All right, everything's fine now. Let's all hurry back to the vehicles. When we reach Longhua City, I'll take you to the camp. Everyone was excited, really? Li Wui waited until everyone had left before daring to ask Tianqian, Tianqian, I want to ask you something. Please don't take offense. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. Tianqian, sensing his hesitation, asked, what's the question? Wui, curious, asked, did you really defeat this monster? Tianqian didn't hide anything. Yes, I did. Is there a problem? Li Wui asked further, do you have a strange tattoo on your body? Tianqian squinted and repeated, tattoo? Do you mean the virus accumulation mark? Li Wui scratched his head, realizing, so it's called the accumulation seal? Does it appear on your body? Tianqian immediately extended his arm, which was covered in red seals, and asked, do you mean this? Li Wui and Qin Qin gasped in surprise and replied, that's right, that's it. So you are an evolver. It's huge, really huge. Tianqian lowered his arm and clarified, what do you mean by huge? It's called the coverage ratio of the self-seal. The two of them chuckled, so that's what it's called. Looks like Brothers Wei here knows quite a bit about it. Tianqian asked again, temporarily setting aside the topic, how do the two of you know about it? Qin Qin quickly walked up to him and answered,
Well, we've seen many strange monsters turn into zombies.
Very few people can defeat them, and our team leader is one of them.
Tian Shen was puzzled. Your team leader?
Xin explained, that's right, our team leader was able to defeat 3 red-colored monsters.
Tian Shen recalled the appearance of that monster and asked, was it the huge reddish-purple monster that can summon all the other ones to its location? Xin confirmed, that's right. Looks like you've fought them before. Tian Shen asked further, so when did your team leader fight those 3 monsters alone?
Xin replied, about a month ago.
Tian Shen exclaimed, time flew by so quickly last month, so where is his virus cluster located?
Xin gestured with her hands, it's on his chest, and it has a shape that looks very much like a triangle.
Tian Shen pondered, a triangle on his chest?
It seems like it's an offensive type of evolution, this person must be at peak level 1, or even level 2. With such a fast rate of evolution, he must be an extraordinary talent, a rare genius.
Suddenly, he thought of something, wait a minute. A triangle on his chest? He quickly grabbed both of Xin hands and asked loudly, what's your captain's name? Xin blushed from being so close to Tian Shen and replied, it's Hu Feng, is that a problem? Tian Shen was surprised, Hu Feng. He then recognized the name, the one no evolver dares to offend, strong enough to take on thousands of zombies, isn't he the level 5 evolver, the mighty emperor? Xin, seeing him deep in thought, asked, do you know our captain?
He shook his head, no, I just think he's really impressive, definitely someone worth meeting.
She happily asked, so, are you planning to come to our camp? Tian Shen confirmed, I will definitely pay a visit.
Li Wui saw that he had changed his mind and immediately joyfully patted his shoulder, that's great. Back when we fought the boss, it was always 10 against 1, but now with Brothers Wood joining in, he will definitely give him a lot of trouble.
Tian Shen thought, if that person is truly the Fist Emperor, then this meeting will definitely be worthwhile. 10 against 1? Isn't that too easy for him?
From Xin's walkie-talkie, someone reported, Xin, there's trouble.
A few people have come to the service station. She grabbed the walkie-talkie and asked, who are they?
The underling reported, it seems to be people from the Zhao family.
Xin looked worried, the Zhao family? Outside the service station, some troublemakers were shouting, all of you here, get out here right now. Li Wui asked, who are those cannon fodders? Xin recognized them as the dogs of the Zhao family. Tian Shen was puzzled, the Zhao family?
Li Wui then explained, Longhua City has always been a chaotic place, where powerful families fight for power with each other. When the Great Plague broke out, the areas far from the city center were less affected.
Because of that, the major families thrived.
But there is still covert fighting, including with Hu Feng from our side and that Zhao family.
And that Hongyi you mentioned is also a gang under Zhao family's control. Tian Shen didn't understand, what's so formidable about the Zhao family's power?
Xin replied, they are extremely powerful, not to mention the gangs under their command, but they also have 4 very capable evolvers. Of course, our team leader, Hu Feng, is still stronger, but 4 against 1 is definitely not easy.
Tian Shen looked down at the field, thinking, 4 of them? Not bad. Perhaps after the apocalypse, Longhua will be the first place to recover.
Even with the situation like this, the forces here shouldn't be underestimated. Li Wui spoke up, Zwa Tian Shen, this is our business, you don't need to get involved. He went to handle it, the Zhao family might be strong, but no matter what, they still respect Hu Feng 3 parts. The cars below the field began flashing their lights.
Li Wui then asked, do the people from the Zhao family recognize me? They responded, aren't you Wui?
Truly, your reputation is well deserved. Li Wui threatened them, don't change the subject. Our boss has his eyes on this place.
If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave now. They weren't easy to deal with either, immediately retorting, what's going on? In this day and age, whoever has the power will control the territory. What if our boss is interested? If you know what's good for you, take your people and leave here. We'll spare Hu Feng a little face and won't make things difficult for you. Li Wui sneered, you want me to leave? Just based on you guys? A red car door opened, and a person stepped out, speaking, if you don't leave soon, I'll really have to take action. Li Wui was surprised to recognize Han Li. Han Li pulled down his sunglasses and arrogantly smiled, long time no see, Li Wui. Li Wui asked him, Han Li, what are you doing here? He confidently replied, asking a needless question, of course, because this is the Zhao family's territory. Li Wui, angered, said, you want to expand your territory? Hu Feng will never agree to that. He laughed loudly, of course, I don't want to start a war with Hu Feng, but I have a golden rule, anyone who stands in my way gets killed without mercy. Zhao Lin ran out from the service station, recognizing Han Li and calling out, Li brother? Han Li also recognized him, is it really Li brother? Zhao Lin joyfully embraced Han Li and asked, Li brother, where is my father now? Han Li looked at him with sympathy and inquired, your father has been busy searching for you these past few days. Tell me, who is the one responsible for this situation? Relying on Han Li, Zhao Lin smugly replied, as long as you're here, I'll definitely get my revenge. Li Wui, witnessing this, was surprised, oh, I didn't expect that little brat to be the son of Zhao Yun. Han Li, with his hands in his pockets, declared loudly, listen here, since you've helped little Lin these past few days, consider it as a favor to the Zhao family. Now we will return to report to the boss, and this place is yours to handle. Li Wui let out a sigh of relief, phew. However, Han Li still had one condition, but before we leave, we'll take care of a few personal matters first. Li Wui was puzzled, matters? Han Li, panting heavily, shouted, that damn dog Zhuo Tianchen, get out here now. Han Li and his men are here to cause trouble, hurry up and call Zhuo Tianchen out to talk to me. Li Wui blocked his path, Han Li, don't be reckless. Zhuo Tianchen is an honored guest at our camp. Han Li openly sneered, so what if you're a distinguished guest? Even if Hu Feng, the big boss, were here today, he couldn't save you. Tianchen, you dog, get over here now. Do you want to act like a turtle hiding in its shell? Li Wui frowned and emphasized once more, Han Li, are you trying to pick a fight with me? Han Li's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, his face full of confidence, yes, I am trying to pick a fight. Who dares to stop me? He began to take off his outer jacket, let me show you something. Li Wui seemed to have noticed something on his body, and everyone was shocked, an evolver? You're an evolver? Xin, watching from outside, said, this is bad, now the Zhao family has 5 evolvers. Zhuo Tianchen frowned, 5 first-tier evolvers with their current combat power. It's not impossible to fight them, but it won't be easy. It seems the Zhao family has some decent strength. Han Li arrogantly walked toward Li Wui, do you think you can beat me now? Li Wui gritted his teeth, helpless, unable to do anything, damn it. Little Lin asked Li brother, what exactly is an evolver? Han Li replied, just understand that Li brother, you are much stronger now, easily able to defeat all those people on your own. Little Lin exclaimed, then what are you waiting for? I've long been fed up with these people. Han Li waved his hand, don't be in a hurry. Didn't you see the beauties upstairs? We need to maintain some dignity. Little Lin suddenly looked worried, perhaps still afraid of what happened last time when he was beaten. Li brother, if you say you can take them all on alone, then why bother with dignity? Just beat them all, keep the women, and we can enjoy ourselves afterward. Han Li grinned, good, looks like Little Lin, you've become a lot smarter. Now, we are the ones in power. I want each of them to kneel down and apologize to me, so they can see the power of Zhao Lin. Li Wui turned around and saw Zhuo Tianchen right behind him. He asked, Zhuo brother, why are you here? Zhuo Tianchen stepped forward, Li Wui, from now on, let me handle this. Han Li arrogantly said, you son of a bitch, you've got some nerve, daring to provoke someone from the Zhao family and still show your face. Little Lin laughed, feeling extremely arrogant at that moment, didn't I tell you earlier? The Zhao family and my father are very powerful here in Longhua. Right, how would a fatherless brat like you understand, huh? Tianchen glared in anger, and Little Lin turned pale, fearfully retreating, what are you staring at?
With Li brother here, you're nothing but trash.
Li Wui cursed, damn it, has the Zhao family lost their conscience? Have you forgotten that Zhuo Tianchen saved your life? Little Lin still spoke defiantly, so what if he saved me? Who told him to humiliate me?
And you guys, daring to make me work and curse me, all of you will die.
Han Li sneered, conscience, huh?
You did save little Lin, and indeed the Zhao family owes you a debt of gratitude. However, since you've offended the Zhao family, you're definitely dead.
Of course, once you've crossed the Zhao family, don't expect to survive.
But if you cut off one arm, and then kneel to apologize to me, it's like nothing ever happened. Of course, you must also hand over the women upstairs to me as compensation. Xin angrily cursed him, shameless.
Li Wui was furious, Han Li, don't push me too far.
Little Lin blocked him.
Li Wui waited, agitated, I can still handle this. Han Li sneered, handle it how? With just this little brat?
Little Lin whispered, Li brother, you should be cautious of Zhuo Tianchen, he knows a bit of martial arts.
Han Li asked him back, huh? You still don't trust my strength?
Little Lin shook his head, no, of course, I have no doubt about Li brother's strength.
Han Li was satisfied, good, then let me show you something.
Everyone, watch closely, I'm going to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Li Wui warned Zhuo Tianchen, you should be more careful.
Han Li is not an easy opponent.
Han Li was originally an underground boxer, and he had been the champion for many years.
Tianchen asked, an underground boxer?
Li Wui explained, actually, Manhwa City has an underground betting ring, run by the Zhao family, and Han Li is one of their trump cards. He's skilled in Muay Thai and is known for his devastatingly fast punches, often called the unnamed steel fist.
Zhuo Tianchen turned back to stare at him, is that so? You little brat, I'll give you one last chance to kneel and beg me. If not, I'll make my move. Just so you know, my punches don't have eyes.
Zhuo Tianchen took out a cigarette, lit it, and then leisurely took a drag. Han Li was furious, damn it, how dare he insult me like this? He charged at Zhuo Tianchen.
Zhuo Tianchen frowned, flicked his wrist, and in an instant, everyone in the room gasped, even the women on the observation floor were shocked. Little Lin and his subordinates turned pale when they saw it.
Zhuo Tianchen retracted his hand, and Han Li's eyes widened in disbelief, not expecting that Zhuo Tianchen could punch right through him. With a thud, Han Li collapsed backwards, blood gushing out.
Li Wui couldn't believe his eyes, one punch took down Han Li? Little Lin shook his head, how could this be? This is too overpowered, it's beyond comprehension.
Zhuo Tianchen turned his head sharply to look at him, and he trembled, damn it, give me the gun.
You, stay back or I'll shoot. Zhuo Tianchen's face darkened as he prepared to deal with him. Just then, Han Li regained consciousness, grabbed Tianchen's leg tightly, stop. Little Lin and everyone else widened their eyes, and Zhuo Tianchen was stunned, he's still alive? Han Li stood up, still bearing large wounds on his body, you brat, it's not over yet.
Han Li had managed to stand up. Little Lin was overjoyed, Li brother. Li Wui thought to himself, this is beyond outrageous. Could this be the power of the evolvers? One person punches through another with his bare hands, while the other still lives even after being severely wounded. The wound on Han Li started to heal, you brat are really arrogant.
What do you think?
This is the ability I gained after evolving Super Restoration.
You're the first one to force me to use it. Zhuo Tianchen remained indifferent, well, I must admit, that's quite a surprise. With such an ability, now I understand why you've been so arrogant.
Han Li smiled, thinking, at least you have some perception, but inside, he was worried, this bastard is really strong.
Looks like he won't be easy to deal with. If I didn't have Super Restoration, I'd be dead by now.
I was too careless, giving him the chance to succeed.
Moreover, with such power, he must be an evolver too. Even though I've shown him my trump card, I still don't know his ability. I have to be more cautious.
Han Li gradually walked forward, then passed by Zhuo Tianchen and headed towards Little Lin.
Little Lin, concerned, asked, "Li brother, what's going on?" Han Li reassured, "Little Lin, there are some things that are not convenient to say right now. Once we get you home, we'll talk." In his mind, he thought, "This kid, I don't know where he came from. I need to report this to the boss as soon as possible.
From now on, Hu Feng's power will rise a level. There are now 2 evolvers, and that guy might even be as strong as Hu Feng. With my current strength, unless I use that ultimate technique, maybe I still have a chance to win."
He picked up his coat and said, "Zhuo Tianchen, I've got to give you credit.
For making me end up like this, I'd say you've got some skills. After all, both of us are evolvers, and fighting each other can only cause harm, not benefit.
So, I'll let this go. This place is yours now. I still have a few things to take care of, so it's not convenient to fight."
In his heart, he was plotting, now is the best time not to act recklessly.
He and I are both evolvers. Moreover, if he knows about my ability, he probably won't dare to make a move. Plus, I can't let my men lose face.
He then turned and grabbed Little Lin's hand.
"Little Lin, let's go now." Little Lin, angry, replied, "Didn't you say he has to cut off one of his hands?"
Han Li tensed up, "Damn it, what nonsense are you talking about?"
Little Lin remained incredibly arrogant, "We have more people, so why should we be afraid?"
Han Li leaned toward him, "Shit, shut up."
Zhuo Tianchen blared, "Who said I would let you go?"
Han Li cursed, "Brother, can you stop making things difficult for us? Just give me a little face today, and we'll pretend this never happened.
If not, things won't end well for both of us." Zhuo Tianchen didn't even acknowledge his threat.
Han Li gritted his teeth, "You, Zhuo Tianchen, are looking down on Zhao Lin.
I've already let you off once. Let's see if you'll live to see the next time."
"I'll never give you a second chance, get ready to pay the price."
Little Lin still retorted arrogantly, "Zhuo Tianchen, don't be so smug."
Han Li stood in front of him, "Zhuo Tianchen, Little Lin is the only son of Zhao Yun. Offending the Zhao family is not wise. Apologize to him, and we'll pretend this never happened." He muttered to himself, cursing, "This little bastard has made me end up like this."
But Zhuo Tianchen ignored the threat, "Shut up."
Han Li was furious, "Who the hell are you to curse at me?
Don't push me too far."
But before he could speak his second word, Zhuo Tianchen flashed past him. It was too fast, and then he punched Han Li, sending him flying far away, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. At this moment, Little Lin was unable to steady himself.
He collapsed, his whole body trembling. "Why you, what do you want to do?"
Tianchen strode forward fiercely, "I'm not beating you because of any friendship, but because I don't want to soil my hands on a dog. However, this dog chose to act recklessly in front of me, so I have no choice but to kill it." Little Lin threatened, "If you dare touch me, my father will never forgive you." Tianchen grabbed his throat with a firm grip, lifting him up, "So if I don't know you, will your father spare me?"
Little Lin's face darkened, then he turned and ordered his subordinates, "Why aren't you all attacking him?"
Although the subordinates approached, their faces turned grim, and none of them dared to take action. Han Li got up, witnessing the scene with tears in his eyes. "Don't look down on others.
We're all evolvers, can't we discuss things? Why must it be an all-out confrontation?"
Zhuo Tianchen turned his head, "That doesn't sound bad, so this will be easy to resolve." Han Li's eyes had become wild at this moment. "The thing I hate the most in this world is a brat like you, arrogant and self-satisfied.
Let me teach you a lesson." Ha ha ha.
Then, he increased his own power.
Zhuo Tianchen said, "You said it yourself." "Fine, then let go of Little Lin. Since you said it like that, I'll make sure to get serious." Han Li took a stance, "Don't be arrogant. Let's see if I can hit you so hard your mother wouldn't recognize you."
He launched a powerful blow, kicking towards Zhuo Tianchen, then elbowing with his foot straight into his stomach. He kept punching and kicking, each strike Zhuo Tianchen was able to block.
Han Li then delivered one final kick. "Haha, how does it feel?"
"When I drop my defense and focus entirely on offense, as long as you make one mistake, I'm sure of my victory."
In an instant, Zhuo Tianchen caught his punch, rendering him immobile. His other foot, which Hanli was about to strike with, was also seized by Tianchen. At this moment, both of Han Li's hands were tightly locked. You want to land continuous strikes? In your dreams, I want to see who is going to get beaten here. Seeing that Tianchen's hands were covered in strange accumulated energy, he asked, Is your accumulation point in your hands? Both of them tried to control each other. Han Li laughed, No matter what, it's useless. As long as I have super recovery, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to kill me. Unexpectedly, Tianchen was powerful, his hands rotating back and forth. Han Li gritted his teeth, Damn it, why is this kid so strong? What are you trying to do? Tianchen continued to apply more force. The bones in Han Li's hand began to crack and eventually shattered completely. He stared wide-eyed, screaming in pain, My hand, damn it. Tianchen turned and walked away, You have no chance against me. Get lost. Han Li, unable to contain his anger, cursed, Fuck, how did it come to this? Hu Feng was already tough to deal with, and now there's this kid. Zhuo Tianchen, I'm not giving up yet. At this moment, his pressure points were fully activated. Have you fully stimulated the pressure points? Han Li stood up as if he had never been injured. This is all the strength I used to deal with Hu Feng. Tianchen thought, he has used too much energy to heal the wound on his chest. Since he hasn't practiced breathing techniques, he had to put in extra effort just to activate the complete pressure point technique. Deaf people are not afraid of guns. Han Li arrogantly said, It seems you still don't know the true power of these seals. Ha ha ha. Immediately, Han Li's entire body seemed to evaporate, and a powerful force spread throughout his body. Tianchen agreed with himself, as expected. At this moment, Han Li had lost control, he was regenerating. Tianchen mocked, You don't have much strength left to control the virus, why force your body to do something it can't? Han Li's eyes widened, his pupils turned blood red, and in the end, he collapsed, unable to endure any longer. Li Wui asked, What exactly is going on? Tianchen explained, It's fallen. Fallen refers to evolved beings who made mistakes during their evolution process. In their ambition to gain power, these evolved beings tortuously forced themselves. The higher their evolutionary rank, the stronger their resistance to viruses, and at the same time, the more intense their seal becomes. However, due to the forced virus within their bodies, their resistance cannot keep up, and their bodies gradually transform, losing their human consciousness. He's gone mad. Quickly step back, or the battle will injure everyone. Because of the first-level evolution failure, he's forcing himself to ascend. Now, this guy's strength is on par with the second level, not to mention his super recovery ability. In this situation, I have to fight him with all my strength. Tianchen transformed his arm into a powerful form, preparing to face off against Han Li. Han Li was as quick as lightning, immediately appearing right in front of Tianchen, throwing a punch. Tianchen swiftly dodged the blow, then counterattacked with his powerful arm. Han Li was sent flying. Above, Qin and the others were observing. Li Wui asked, Do you think Boss Hu can block that punch? Qin frowned and shook his head, It's hard to say, but it doesn't look like it. That was definitely all of Zhuo Tianchen's strength. Tianchen let out a sigh, I just fought with the sharp-clawed one and haven't fully recovered yet. This person doesn't even know when to choose the right moment to attack. My full force strike has already drained 30% of my energy, leaving only 20% of my strength. This battle seems very difficult to handle. At this point, Han Li had turned into a monster, and its recovery speed had significantly slowed down. It seemed that the previous strike had some effect, and if I attack now, I may have a chance. Han Li growled, his eyes glowing bright red, looking terrifying. Tianchen sensed something was wrong, and he circled around behind Tianchen before suddenly running away. Tianchen was startled, that guy is quick. Even though he's turned into a fallen creature, he still retains some intelligence. I had planned to defeat him, but if he uses all his strength to escape, it will indeed be hard to deal with. However, I still need to quickly improve my strength.
Fallen creatures are much stronger than regular infected ones.
The subordinates stood in front of Zhao Lin, their bodies trembling with fear. Tianchen cursed, "Hurry up and go."
The subordinates in Zhao Lin, seeing their chance, immediately turned and fled, shouting, "Run fast, run, young master, let's go now."
Zhao Lin ran while fuming with anger. "Damn it, Zhou Tianchen, just wait until I get to Longhua, I will make sure to repay everything you owe." Tianchen spoke up, "Zhao Lin, did I ever let you go?"
Hearing this, Zhao Lin's eyes widened in shock. Tianchen stepped forward. "I saved your life once, spared you, but when the sharp claws came, you selfishly only cared about your own worthless life, using others as substitutes. It was because of this scoundrel that so many people had to die for him in the past life. This debt you cannot escape, give your worthless life to repay it." At this moment, Zhao Lin was extremely cowardly, clinging to Tianchen and pleading, "Zhou Tianchen, please don't kill me. I will agree to anything you ask, no matter how much money. 1 million yuan, 10 million, 100 million, I will give it all, just spare my life."
Tianchen tightened his grip around his neck. "You are not just a villain, but scum.
If I spare you now, I guarantee your future will be doomed." Li Wui spoke up, "Zhou Tianchen, don't be so impulsive, listen to me. I know Tian brother is a person of great strength, but don't act recklessly. Even a powerful dragon might not be able to overcome a long-established serpent spirit. Stepping out with such great power might not be a good idea."
Tianchen still didn't let go. "You're wrong, Li Wui. Even if we let this bastard go today, he will definitely never let us go."
At this moment, Zhao Lin was being strangled to the point where his face turned pale and his eyes began to whiten. "No, Tianchen, believe me. Even if you gave me 10 livers, I wouldn't dare. Just spare me, and I'll obey you from now on." Tianchen repeated, "I told you, I won't give you a second chance." Finally, he broke Zhao Lin's neck, and the man died instantly before Li Wuyi's astonished gaze. Tianchen walked past him. "Li brother, listen to my advice.
Uncut loose ends, invite chaos." Li Wuyi murmured, "Uncut loose ends, invite chaos."
The sky outside grew dark. Tianchen sat alone in the room, deep in thought. The situation I encountered today is really a bit unusual. I clearly remember detecting 2 high-level monsters, but only the sharp-clawed one appeared. Where are the others? That fallen one has long been out of my perception range, and I don't sense the presence of any other monsters nearby.
Could it be that my perception is still incomplete?
Anyway, my physical strength has recovered now.
If there are any enemies, I can deal with them.
For now, the most important thing is to strengthen my power." He thought, "Now the seal has covered my entire arm, I need to quickly find a new spot to form a seal. Once I enter the second realm, both my resistance and the virus inside my body will have strengthened significantly.
To fully control this power, I must find a new sealing point to refine it."
Being able to form a new seal is the difference in strength between the weak and the strong, the wall that separates the second and third realms. In my previous life, almost every evolved being chose to create a new seal when reaching the peak of the second realm. Surely, this was because the success rate was higher. But it also meant that those who formed a new seal earlier would have a better foundation when advancing to the third realm, their strength would grow with more advantages. In my previous life, since I focused on creating a new seal when reaching the peak of the second realm, I spent quite a bit of time.
But my power was only average.
This time, I will start from the second realm.
Then, my strength won't fall behind anyone.
Tianchen clasped his hands together. With the experience from my previous life, I completely understand how to activate a new seal. However, starting to form a seal at the beginning of the second realm isn't enough. The strength of the virus in my body hasn't fully developed yet. In this situation, I can only use it. Then he took out a red stone. There are many methods to absorb the beast core. Some people swallow it directly, others absorb its power, but the best way is still the blood infusion technique. You just need to cut a wound at the original energy point, then guide the energy of the meteorite crystal into your body through the blood. Normally, with a third-grade meteorite crystal like this, it would be enough for me to break through to the intermediate level of the second rank, but I should still use it to form a new energy seal.
Tianchen closed his eyes, frowned, and concentrated deeply.
Finally, he opened his eyes wide, and his pupils had completely disappeared.
He shouted loudly, "Ah, evil Tianchen, is something wrong?"
When everyone heard his shout from the room, they hurried over, sounding very worried. But when they arrived, everyone was stunned, not understanding what was going on. There was Tianchen, standing by the window, looking extremely calm. As soon as he noticed people coming, he immediately turned his head to look behind.
"I'm fine." Tianchen took a drag from his cigarette. "I just had a nightmare," and shouted out of fear.
Qin sighed, "You nearly scared me to death."
"I thought something bad had happened to you."
She handed him her handkerchief. She said, "Here, take this and wipe the sweat off."
Tianchen also extended his hand to take the handkerchief.
It was already late, so she was about to leave soon. Before she left with everyone, she reminded him, "And you should get some rest soon."
"A lot has happened today, we're going back to sleep now." Tianchen nodded, "All right, you all go ahead."
Afterward, everyone went out, carefully closing the door. Tianchen was left alone in the room, and now he let out a long breath, feeling extremely uncomfortable inside. Thinking back, the process of conquering a new seal was really not easy. I couldn't help but shout. But anyway, the conquest was successful. Having a new seal is like adding another core to control this zombie power. Now, controlling and using my strength will definitely be more flexible than before.
Let's see.
He took a deep breath, and suddenly Tianchen's body changed. Around his arms, something like arm armor grew. He looked at his hands, both of them could transform. This is something I could only achieve after breaking through to the 3rd level in my past life, truly a stroke of luck. He said, even if it takes twice the effort, the strength also doubles, and I can undo the transformation. Although I am still at the beginner level of the 2nd rank, the advantage of having an additional seal is not small. It seems that in the future, I will need to collect more beast cores. The mark on his hand disappeared. Outside, someone approached his window and placed a bag on the ground, making a soft thud. Then, the person picked up a stone and threw it, shattering the window of Tianchen's room. Tianchen sensed the stone coming and, without turning his head, caught it with his bare hands. He picked it up, realizing it wasn't a stone, but a bag of items. He was momentarily confused, opening the bag and murmuring, "These are pieces of alien stone, not just one, but many." Tianchen immediately stuck his head out the window and shouted, "Who is it?" A person in a coat was standing there, but because it was dark, his face was not clearly visible. Furthermore, he wore a hood that completely covered his head. Tianchen looked at the mysterious figure, and as soon as the man realized Tianchen had received the bag of alien stone pieces, he turned around and fled immediately, as if he didn't want his identity to be revealed. "Wait!" Tianchen shouted loudly, immediately flying out of the window to chase after the person. He landed on the ground, but the mysterious person didn't wait for him and continued running. Tianchen had to chase at full speed, but he couldn't catch up with them. The two of them kept running, with the mysterious person continuing to flee. Over here, Tianchen's stamina started to dwindle, and he was breathing heavily. Despite his efforts, he still couldn't catch up. But when he noticed the person's arm, Tianchen immediately recognized a familiar face. "Is it you, Luo teacher?" he said as he ran quickly toward her. Hearing her name, the mysterious person immediately stopped and gave him a look as if she didn't want to meet his gaze. "It really is you," Tianchen said in surprise upon seeing her. He approached Luo teacher and asked, "Were you the one who saved me back then?" She nodded. "Yes." "Why did you run away earlier? Did you want to avoid me?" "It can't be that." Luo teacher replied, "It's just that I didn't want you to see me like this." Tianchen was confused. "What do you mean, like this? No matter what form you're in, I wouldn't laugh at you." Luo teacher turned away again. "I just came to bring you something. I shouldn't stay any longer." "Wait," he called out, stopping Luo teacher. He asked her, "You haven't eaten anything for 3 days, right?"
Teacher Luo hurriedly replied, "Eat? I'm not hungry, I don't want to eat."
Tianchen picked up a knife, and it seemed that it wasn't that she didn't want to eat, but rather that she didn't dare to eat. This surprised Teacher Luo. She extended both her hands, and Tianchen continued, "The mutation you've encountered is the black armor. It has enhanced your strength, stamina, speed, and mental power. The black substance enveloping your body also comes from the black armor. Although it gives you extraordinary power, it does have its drawbacks. Even though the black armor has allowed you to retain your consciousness, you still need to drink fresh blood and eat raw meat." He said things that Teacher Luo didn't want to hear, and she felt uncomfortable with him. "You. Please stop talking. And human blood is the most effective." He directly took the knife and made a cut on his hand, fresh blood flowing out. "You should eat something, or you'll just die from hunger." As soon as Luo teacher caught the scent of fresh blood from Tianchen, she immediately transformed. Her gaze was filled with bloodlust. She rushed toward Tianchen without waiting a moment, but just as she was about to make contact with him, she stopped. Teacher Luo felt a bit distressed. No, I can't do it." Tianchen pressed his bleeding arm close to her face. "If you want to control it, you must first accept it." But then, Luo teacher seemed unwilling. He shouted, "Do you think you can stop your desires? What about today, tomorrow, and the days after?" The blood on his arm continued to flow, and he kept shouting at her, "If you don't act now, what if you suddenly attack everyone later? Who will bear the consequences?" Luo teacher was filled with sorrow, trying to control her thirst for blood while not wanting to hurt anyone. She mumbled, "No." But then, as if unable to bear it any longer, and provoked by Tianchen's words, she bit his hand. Tianchen didn't feel any pain. He silently watched her as she drank a few gulps, and gradually her bloodthirsty gaze returned to its normal state. "What?" Li brother exclaimed the next morning. Li Wuyi was held back by Qin Qin. "Don't be so agitated, let's talk about this calmly," Li Wuyi said to her. "How can I not be agitated? Tianchen suddenly said he wanted to leave?" He scratched his head and said again, "Everyone has truly misunderstood. There's a bit of awkwardness in my tone. I had something to take care of. That's why I needed to temporarily separate for a few days, worried that my absence might delay everyone's journey, so I suggested we act separately." Tianchen Li Wuyi was still very angry. "Don't look down on others. Although I, Li Wuyi, don't have any extraordinary abilities, I will absolutely never abandon my friends. If the Zhao family wants to make things difficult for us, I will be the first to disagree." "That's right, we disagree." Everyone is following Li brother's words. "No one agrees with your decision to separate from the group." Tianchen scratched his head and explained, "Li brother's good intentions are appreciated, but the real reason for me separating has nothing to do with the Zhao family." "Then what is the reason?" Li brother asked, a bit confused. He answered, "I can't explain it clearly. It's a bit complicated." Tianchen, Li brother tells you not to worry about us. If the Zhao family dares to come at us, we will fight them with everything we've got. Qin Qin patted Li brother's shoulder and said, "Brother, calm down. Let's talk things over slowly." He raised his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. "All right, listen to me for a moment. Li brother, our goal is very big." Tianchen explained, "If the Zhao family truly wants to take action against me, it will be very difficult for us to respond. It's better if we split up and take action separately." Li brother was still very worried about him, but his voice showed a slight reluctance. He continued to explain, "Moreover, the most important reason is that I really have something urgent that needs to be dealt with. Secondly, after everyone leaves, I want to ask you to help me find a few people." "Find the person." The whole group was surprised. Tianchen actually has someone to find? After explaining clearly, the group went out to prepare the vehicle for him. Qin Qin was the one who personally repaired the vehicle. Once she finished, she said to him, "I've prepared the guns and ammunition for you, you might need them. Also, there's food, water, and medicine, it should be enough for a while." And this, she handed Tianchen a grenade. This grenade has been modified to have a stronger explosive power.
A precise throw can take out a mid-level second-tier zombie. Tianchen took the grenade and thanked her. This is a good one. Thank you.
Alright, taking the grenade in his hand, he also said his farewells.
These are enough. Qin asked him, how long will you be gone this time?
He replied, at best, a week, at worst, half a month.
In short, I will go to Manhwa.
He reminded her about what was said earlier. Li brother, pay attention to the direction your friends are going.
Li Wui crossed his arms, got it. Gaofei, Luo Lan, and Zhang Tingyu, right?
If they all go to Longhua, I'll definitely keep an eye out for you. Especially Zhang Tingyu, I'm certain he's in Longhua, so if you find him, make sure to let me know. But don't disturb him. Li brother replied seriously, rest assured, I understand.
Then, I'm off. Goodbye. He said goodbye to everyone.
Then, as they got in the car, everyone responded and waved goodbye to him. Alright, travel safely. The two of them were on their way to their destination.
Luo teacher asked him, is the problem with the person really solvable?
She still didn't quite trust him. Tianchen replied, I don't know, but at least it can help ease her. Now we are heading to Anhua Mountain, near Longhua City. It's a primeval forest, and there will be quite a few wild animals. Luo teacher unexpectedly asked, why look for wild animals? She was very curious about him. Tianchen answered, although human blood has a mesmerizing effect, which is powerful for you, the blood of wild beasts can also be a substitute.
Then, does that mean we will only live like cavemen from now on? Luo teacher asked him.
He answered indifferently, you can keep it in a jar and pretend it's wine.
At this point, Luo teacher could no longer ask anything further and fell silent.
The two of them reached the foot of the mountain, where, in a tower, someone was using binoculars to observe. That person immediately reported, someone is driving up the mountain. A man, holding a cigarette in his mouth, muttered, great, the supplies from last time are almost used up.
Maybe we can steal something from them. Another old trap.
The person beside him held a chicken leg, munching on it while speaking. The one next to him smiled faintly, now that second brother is dead, we've each lost a hand.
Perhaps this isn't so bad after all.
He thought of their old enemy and grew angry, his eyes filled with hatred. If it weren't for that mongrel, could we have ended up like this?
Alright, stop saying useless things, fourth brother. The person stood up. Where did they stop? Fourth brother reported back, it seems they've gone into the primordial forest. What?
The leader was shocked upon hearing this information.
Primordial forest? Even they didn't dare to enter there. How are these people not afraid of death? Exactly, they're progressing quickly.
Over here, he was teaching Luo teacher how to control the black armor. Earlier, I explained the basic operation principles of the breathing method. Now, your divine body function has reached the second intermediate level. He explained further, it's a bit late to start cultivating the breathing method now, so from here on, I'll directly teach you how to condense the stripes. For you, the stripes are black lines, and you'll need to control these black lines little by little using the method. He said, gather these black lines, then condense them at a single point.
You can zoom in and out freely now. Do you mean? Luo teacher asked again.
We will gather all these black scales later, and release them when necessary, he replied. That's right, this way the external form can be resolved. Luo teacher continued, as for my craving for blood, I feel that my current state can only be maintained for at most a week. Beyond a week, I fear I will lose control and kill someone. Sighing at Luo teacher's words, he patiently responded, your bloodlust is actually because your current energy source comes from fresh blood and meat. Once you break through to the third level, you'll be able to absorb energy from the outside, and these issues will be solved before long. Practice the breathing method to help suppress your bloodlust. Also, fresh blood from wild animals can serve as a substitute. Your starting point is in your chest. Condense it there, he instructed.
Following his guidance, Luo teacher condensed it at her chest.
Something seemed to glow from her chest. Your starting point is at the chest, condense it there, he repeated. From her chest, a red light gradually emerged. It then emitted countless red lights, with energy gathering at that spot.
On Luo teacher's arm, the black scales gradually flew away.
Her arm could now shift into the shape of a normal human's.
He sighed in relief. It worked, she's been able to control these black scales.
Luo teacher seemed to be in pain during the process, her eyes tightly shut.
The condensation process will be very painful.
If it becomes too much, you can take a break and then continue, there's no need to rush, he explained.
Stop.
Seeing her condition was unusual, he immediately stopped her, you mustn't continue. But it seemed that Luo teacher couldn't stop the process. She was overwhelmed, and blood spurted from her mouth.
Ah!
She screamed in agony. Luo teacher gasped, seemingly under great pressure. He stepped forward, his voice full of concern. I told you, there's no need to hurry. By pushing yourself like this, you'll end up hurting yourself. He wiped the blood from her mouth, but she didn't respond.
He continued to comfort her. Are you rushing because you want to finish sooner? So you can go back to doing your own thing? It doesn't have to be done today.
He said, right now, you can only go step by step, in order. Luo teacher listened to him, remaining silent. Tianchen left. I'll go find something for you to eat, you take care of setting up the tent. As soon as he left, Luo teacher stayed seated. After a while, when Luo teacher had finished setting up the tent, Tianchen returned.
He said, I'm back.
Luo teacher turned around upon hearing the noise, and with a thud, a tiger fell in front of her, seemingly dead, its eyes closed. Luo teacher, upon seeing it, became excited, a tiger, a tiger.
She gasped in disbelief.
He approached the tiger and explained, you are concentrating the black energy, it requires a lot of energy, eat this first, and if you're still not full, I'll go hunt more.
Tianchen took out a cup of blood and offered it to her, drink this.
Luo teacher trembled when she saw the tiger's blood. This is the first time in my life I've ever drunk tiger blood, it seems you don't want to try it. He raised a finger, this tiger should be enough for you to eat for a day.
Earlier, I found a bear den. Let's leave that for tomorrow's hunt.
Hearing Tianchen's words, Luo teacher was able to take a sip of the blood, only to spit it out immediately.
Are you sure about this?
She asked. We only eat one tiger a day, Tianchen replied.
He added, even if we can't eat it all, we still have to.
She could hardly imagine how much energy was required to concentrate the black blood. It's much harder than when I concentrated the 30-meter stripes at level 3, and it still wasn't enough.
But Luo teacher seemed a bit displeased, eating raw fish, I can't do it. He said, how about I try cutting its meat into a salad? Or maybe we should forget it?
Luo teacher rejected his idea, I'll do it myself.
3 days later, the group followed him into the primeval forest.
The leader said, be careful, if you don't do it well, you'll run into wild animals.
One of his subordinates asked, are there really wild animals in this forest? The leader snapped, this is a primeval forest.
Boss. His subordinate said in fear, maybe we should give up.
We've been searching for 3 days and haven't even seen a shadow.
The leader stopped, sniffing the air as if detecting something.
He crouched down and asked, do you smell anything?
Siwon, startled, responded, it seems like the smell of blood is coming from over there.
Could it be that a bear or a tiger is eating something? He immediately imagined a bad scenario.
The leader gritted his teeth. He really wasn't interested in this, but he whispered to his subordinates, stay quiet, let's go check it out. Afterward, the three of them went over and discovered a tiger's head, its flesh completely stripped, leaving only the bones.
The leader sat down and examined it. What kind of bones are these?
The man in the yellow shirt replied, I don't know, but they're much larger than human bones, resembling tiger bones.
The long-haired man said, but why is only the skeleton left?
The senior assessed, it's as if someone has already dealt with it, taking all the edible parts.
Does anyone know who did this? The senior wondered, could it be that the man in the yellow robe, who was terrified, is not the one we're looking for? They are so strong. The long-haired man walked around, studying everything before discovering, come here and look, there are footprints. Footprints? The person turned around to look, and the boss suddenly shouted. Meanwhile, Luo teacher also began to gather all the black armor, and nearly her entire body had returned to its original state. Luo teacher was delighted as she looked at the black armor she had collected so far. She stood up, left the rug, and walked into the tent to search for clothes. She no longer wore the old coat to cover her body, instead opting for her familiar hoodie. Luo teacher was a bit happy, finally, it's almost a success. What a sight for sore eyes. Over there, the group saw Luo teacher and exclaimed, finally, we found her. The three of them immediately ran toward Luo teacher. She looked at the people in surprise, who are you? She asked again, her voice tinged with caution. The group, crying and complaining, said, we were hunting pigs in the forest nearby, but we ran into a pack of wolves. It was only after a lot of effort that we escaped with our lives. Our boss got his arm bitten off by a tiger while saving us. Luo teacher unexpectedly asked, a tiger? The group approached as if trying to win her sympathy. We first encountered wild wolves, then later a tiger. That sounds so dangerous. Yes. His subordinates chimed in, and our poor second brother. The whole group cried together, a bunch of us over there got bitten to death by the tiger. Luo teacher was swept up in their act. She sighed and looked at them, you can't bring the dead back to life. Don't be too sad. Are you hungry? I'll make something for you to eat. Thank you, we are so grateful to our benefactor. The three of them immediately kneeled down without hesitation, which made her feel a bit awkward. Luo teacher left, then wait here for a moment, I'll go get some food. The boss looked towards Luo teacher as she was leaving and smirked lewdly. The man with long hair whispered, boss, this girl seems very easy to deceive, no doubt about it, she's really a fool. Fourth brother, he commanded, go check what supplies are in the car. Fourth brother obediently stood up and went to check. He opened the car, and inside were countless weapons. Fourth brother informed everyone, boss, there are a lot of supplies, we've struck it rich. There's food, water, and also guns, ammunition. These supplies will last us for a long time. Really? The boss was delighted when he heard this. He walked over and picked up a grenade, saying, even grenades, we have those. At that moment, Luo teacher turned around and asked, what are you doing? The boss immediately glanced at Luo teacher. At this moment, she still had no idea what they were planning and was very naive. The boss quickly hid the grenade and said, We. This is fourth brother, he's very clever. He immediately began to cry, my brother loved this kind of car when he was alive. Seeing this car, I just couldn't control myself. That's right, the boss and the others cooperated and started crying along with him. She also ignored it, dropped the bucket of water on the ground, and leaned into the car to search for materials. You guys go over there and start the fire, I'll handle things here. The three of them looked towards Luo teacher, the curve of her figure making it hard to imagine she was a woman. Without saying a word, all three of them blushed, not knowing what was going through their minds. A moment later, the food and soup were boiling loudly. Boss, the one in the yellow shirt whispered, I need to discuss something with you. What's up? The boss immediately understood, I have the same intention, I was thinking the same as you. The three of them openly talked about Luo teacher without any concealment. The youngest underling said, it's been almost 3 months since we last saw a woman, and now we need a beautiful girl like her. Boss, let's settle this quickly, I can't wait any longer. What's the rush? Let it simmer slowly, it will be better that way. After Luo teacher finished cooking everything, she stood up, looked towards the three gangsters, and gently said, the food is ready. The three of them were delighted. All right.
But just as she turned to leave, they exchanged looks and shared their vile thoughts, discussing the plans they wanted to carry out with Luo teacher. The three of them ate like wolves, gulping down their food as if they had been starved for a long time. Luo teacher gently reminded them, "Eat slower, there's still plenty." "What kind of meat is this?" one of the subordinates asked, feeling very curious. Luo teacher replied, "It's tiger meat, hunted by my friend." The three of them were startled. The one who seemed the most frightened asked, "So, the tiger was hunted by your friend?" Luo teacher nodded. "Have you ever met that tiger?" "No, how could we have met it?" The three of them choked up. "We're just particularly sensitive to tigers." The subordinate immediately tried to defend himself. "This arm of mine was offered to the tiger's mouth. I will never be on good terms with it for the rest of my life. Please, don't provoke me." Luo teacher comforted them, urging them to remain calm. It was then that the long-haired subordinate asked, "What's your friend's name?" Luo teacher answered, "Zhuo Tianchen." "Why?" "Zhuo Tianchen?" The boss pondered. Luo teacher noticed their strange expressions and asked, "What's wrong? Do you know him?" The subordinate forced a smile and replied, "How could we know him? My boss feels that the name Zhuo Tianchen sounds very rough, but also somehow familiar." They were very fond of telling clumsy lies. However, Luo teacher believed their awkward lie. She smiled and said, "You're really funny." They were praised, and the person felt as if they had a smile inside. Their nose also seemed to lift up as if they remembered something. Luo teacher said to them, "I'll go get some water for you." Then she left. The subordinate, thinking about when Luo teacher had praised them, said, "Oh boss, I can't hold it in anymore, I really want to be with her right now. You guys come here, the boss is calling." While Luo teacher went to get the water, the three of them gathered together to discuss how to approach her. "When she comes out later, we will." The words were filthy and malicious. After a while, she returned, drank some water, and handed it to the three of them. They looked at Luo teacher, having already planned their move, and smiled at her in a strange way. They immediately knelt down, begging her, "Miss, we have something we need your help with." "What are you talking about?" She hurriedly tried to help them up. "Quick, stand up." The boss cried uncontrollably and said, "If you don't agree, we won't stand up." Teacher Luo, puzzled, asked, "Then you need to tell me beforehand what this is all about." Seizing the opportunity, all three of them began crying. "We really can't hide it. In our house, there's still a mother who is seriously ill, and the old woman only has a little breath left. We have no medicine, and we know nothing about medicine. Right now, all we can do is try anything we can. Please, come and save her with us." She spoke, her tone somewhat awkward, "But I must wait here for my friend. I really have no way to leave." The three of them knelt again, their tone urgent. "Please, we beg you." Teacher Luo, being kind-hearted, had no other choice and agreed to their request. "All right, wait for me to get some common medicine, and then I will go with you to see her." "Thank you, benefactor." Upon hearing Teacher Luo's agreement, the leader immediately sat up straight. He was overjoyed inside. "Once we get to our place, you won't be able to refuse. Truly a demon saving people, and the person will pay the price." She walked over and picked up a heavy bag. "Take these," she said, "these are just some common supplies." Thank you, they still tried to pretend. Luo teacher announced, "Let's go, we are departing." "Where to?" Just as she was about to leave, Tianqin turned around, carrying a large bear and walking towards their group, looking incredibly terrifying. The group of people saw him and, frightened, took several steps back, their mouths agape. He threw the bear onto the ground with a thud, and seeing this, no one said a word. Tianqin looked at them. Luo teacher explained, they were attacked by wolves and tigers in turn, leaving them with numerous injuries. "I just gave them some food." He said, "Is that so? Then what's that bag on your back?" Luo teacher continued, "They also have an elderly family member who is seriously ill. I know a bit of medicine, so I'll go with them to take a look."
really? Using the old methods, huh? He sneered, and the boss murmured, you are Zhuo Tianchen. He immediately recognized him. He told them, you all have great luck, it's surprising that you managed to escape from that place. The three of them whispered among themselves, the situation is changed, we need to make plans immediately. It's that kid, what should we do? Third brother, you come up with a plan quickly. He asked you asked who? All three of them were trembling in fear. Luo teacher was still incredibly naive, not understanding what was happening, what exactly is going on here. He explained, can't you see? They tricked you. 3 months ago, we disabled their hands. The blood was just freshly spilled, and there were no elderly people involved. You guys are really greedy, not only tricking them for supplies and food, but even wanting to deceive people. If you manage to escape from here, consider yourselves lucky. However, meeting me here today means it's all over for you. The man in yellow was frightened and fell to the ground. Please, don't kill me, what are you so scared of? The boss shouted at him, irritated by how cowardly his subordinate was, get up. Luo teacher stepped forward to intervene, how about we just let it go? She seemed unwilling to let him harm them. He unexpectedly retorted, let it go? That's a bit sarcastic. Luo teacher said, they can't harm me, and since I've stopped them in time, it's fine. You're such a good person, even in the end times, you still want to save the bad ones. Tianchen said, if I hadn't been here today, what would you have done? He explained to her in a serious tone, things now are not like before. So, rein in your maternal instincts and don't trust anyone too easily. If you don't take action today, in 2 days, they'll go on to harm others. The group of people was terrified. They were scared to death and immediately said, we won't dare anymore, we won't dare. He continued speaking to Teacher Luo in a tone devoid of any emotion, but his words might be the lifeline that saved Teacher Luo later. I won't let you harm yourself because of pity. You now have abilities that are not weaker than mine, but it seems you are still unworthy of them. Therefore, I hope you can handle today's matter on your own. He left with his final words, from now on, no matter what happens, I won't intervene. These two are for you to deal with. After speaking to Teacher Luo, regardless of whether she understood or not, he turned and walked back to the car. The three people were stunned. What's going on here? It seems Zhuo Tianchen wants to train a girl to fight back against us. What? He's using us as practice? Their boss swallowed hard and said again, what are you panicking for? This is our chance. As long as we seize it, we'll have a way out. Tianchen, they said, addressing him. They spoke, encountering you is our misfortune, but today we will not admit defeat so easily. You want to use us for her practice, no problem. If we win, we'll be allowed to leave. The group shouted loudly, hoping to save themselves. Tianchen took out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, then replied to them, I think you've misunderstood something. First, if I don't step in, you're no match for Luo teacher. Second, I didn't bring you here for you to fight, I want her to deal with you. Upon hearing these words from Tianchen, the leader gritted his teeth. What? Who is she that you speak of her like this? He snarled. Third, from the very beginning, I never intended for any of you to survive and leave. He looked at them as though they were prey, sneering, there's no humanity in this. Tianchen, don't push us too far, or don't blame us for not being polite. Upon hearing Tianchen's words, the group stepped back, their voices trembling with fear. He moved forward, handing them something, then said to Luo teacher, what are you waiting for? Go ahead. Luo teacher was still extremely reluctant, she stepped back as if wanting to leave. But those people had already backed up to the car. The boss threw the gun to two of his subordinates, telling them to grab it quickly. When Luo teacher saw them get hold of the gun, she panicked, it was over. She said, don't come here, don't come here. As soon as they got the gun, they immediately opened fire on her, without hesitation, even though she was the one who had previously fed them and given them medicine. After firing a round, the senior member noticed something. Cold sweat poured down his face. Huh?
Looking towards the smoke that was dispersing, there was actually a figure within it. Both of them were extremely bewildered. It shouldn't have been possible. When the smoke cleared, the figure of Luo teacher appeared, wearing black armor, her clothes torn to shreds.
The cowardly man immediately screamed, "What the hell is this?"
When he saw Luo teacher clearly in her black armor, he screamed, "Monster, it's a monster!" Over there, Tianchen just smoked a cigarette, not getting involved in the matter.
He remained silent, knowing Luo teacher would handle everything.
After firing a full round at Luo teacher, the gun ran out of bullets. They threw it to the ground and immediately begged for mercy, trembling all over, unable to even stand. "Monster."
Luo teacher looked at their appearance and said nothing. Truly, they were human.
But even so, Luo teacher spared them. "You may go."
She said, "I really don't want to kill anyone."
She turned to Tianchen and said, "Zwa Tianchen, let them go."
"I really don't want to kill anyone. Let them go."
He put out the cigarette and walked towards them.
He said, "If you don't act, I will."
Luo teacher truly disappointed him. The group immediately knelt down. "Please, spare our lives. Please, we were just taking advantage of our strength, afraid of the stronger ones.
We were cowardly."
Luo teacher stood in front of them and said to all three, "You all should leave quickly.
I will stop them." But they still didn't give up.
The leader looked at her with a cold stare, then pulled a dagger from his pocket, without a word, and stabbed it directly into Luo teacher's chest.
Blood poured out like a stream.
It was because Luo teacher had gradually withdrawn the black armor, so she couldn't defend. Luo teacher seemed to not believe her own eyes. She widened her eyes, and the senior man cursed, "Still pretending to be a good person in front of me.
How disgusting."
Then, with such a fatal wound, Luo teacher collapsed to the ground. Tianchen, the boss's name, held a grenade in front of him and threatened him, "Don't come any closer, at most we will die together."
"The grenade, you can see what's in front of you."
"That's right," the leader responded.
"I found it on your vehicle."
"I know you're powerful. Even if I use a gun, I can't beat you, but if you dare to come over here, I'll detonate it immediately." Tianchen smiled faintly. "Let me educate you on some basic knowledge, the dangerous parts of the black armor." Immediately, the group of thugs felt a chill running down their spines. They turned around. Even though they hadn't agreed beforehand, it was the head. He said Luo teacher had come back to life, her eyes bloodthirsty. It was also because of the earlier wound that had to recover, making her hungrier than usual, and the bloodthirsty state instantly emerged. One slash, and the two subordinates behind the leader immediately fell. Only the boss holding the grenade remained, and at that moment, he realized what had happened. As soon as Luo teacher received fresh blood, the wound healed instantly, leaving no trace.
"Ah!" The leader screamed loudly. "Luo teacher is almost out of her mind now."
She muttered, "Blood, blood." Her gaze was full of killing intent as she slowly walked toward the boss. The leader fell to the ground, his body trembling. He still tried to pull out a grenade to threaten them. Don't come here." Tianchen noticed and frowned. "It's over, it must be because of the injury earlier, triggering the instinctive reaction of the black armor.
She could be dangerously violent at any moment."
Don't come here," the boss stammered, still holding the grenade out like a last-ditch attempt to save himself. "If you come any closer, I'll detonate it." Tianchen spoke to Luo teacher, "Stay calm, don't let the bloodlust take over." As soon as Luo teacher heard Tianchen's words, she stopped moving. She no longer walked toward the leader. Instead, she looked at her hands, which were covered in blood. "Luo teacher, I'm scared. I've killed someone. I've killed someone." She appeared utterly panicked. The leader immediately recognized this as his chance to escape. He quickly ran away, throwing in a curse, "You idiot." This seemed to trigger something in Luo teacher. Upon hearing his words, she immediately turned to look at him, leaping as if she had vanished from the ground, instantly catching up to the leader with a terrifying appearance.
The leader was scared and didn't know what to do, repeatedly saying, Don't come here, I'll risk my life with you."
That leader then pulled the pin of a grenade. Tianxian saw what he had done, so he immediately ran towards Luo Teacher to take cover. Before the grenade exploded, he grabbed Luo Teacher, then held her in his arms to shield her from the impact of the grenade. However, this also caused Tianxian to suffer a tremendous amount of damage. The two of them were blasted forward, rolling several times, and the smoke from the grenade filled the air.
Tianxian took the brunt of the injuries.
He collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain, unable to move, and could only lie there waiting for time to heal his wounds. The car continued its journey. Luo Teacher began to regain consciousness.
Noticing the movement from Luo Teacher, Tianxian asked her, "You're awake?"
He told her, "You've been unconscious for 3 days."
3 days? Luo Teacher seemed unable to believe her ears. "I'd been unconscious for that long? That's unbelievable." Luo Teacher looked ahead at the road, then asked, "Where are we going?"
He said, "Longhua City, the plan has changed."
"You have to go with me." "I'm going to Longhua with you?" she asked in confusion.
He didn't bother explaining, and while driving, he told Luo Teacher, "You should check for yourself." Luo Teacher realized she took off her jacket, and there was another red piece in her hand.
Luo Teacher seemed not to believe her eyes. She was confused. What is going on here? It was only when Luo Teacher saw that red piece that Tianxian explained, "It's not just that, there is also one on your leg, and in addition, on your chest, there are a total of 5 black scales. Your black armor is expanding again." Luo Teacher was bewildered. Why is this happening? Wasn't I about to successfully condense it?
He sighed. The red scales of the black armor resemble the initial points of human evolution.
Normally, most people have one as their starting point, and I am of the all-purpose system. My starting point is 2, so condensing new patterns is harder for me than for others. Luo Teacher slowly understood, so now my starting point has turned into 5, right? He nodded. Fortunately, Luo Teacher understands quickly.
5 starting points condensing at the same time, with your current abilities, it's absolutely impossible for you to accomplish. So, during this time, you should stay by my side.
As for your problem, I will think of another solution.
But Luo Teacher told him, her voice seeming somewhat reluctant. He frowned, his voice somewhat cold. "I know what you're thinking.
Although there is flooding in Ji County, the ancient city wall is the highest area in Ji County.
Xiao Shui over there will not be in any danger. Besides, with your current state, even if she were by your side, she might not be safe, but I am still worried. If the black armor on you is not controlled well, you might never meet her again in this lifetime."
What Tianxian said is the truth. Hearing those words made Luo Teacher feel sad. If you are impatient to leave, aside from me, no one else will be able to control you. Therefore, right now, your only choice is to come with me.
Luo Teacher also accepted Tianxian's words. She didn't need to feel discouraged.
"This time won't be wasted," he said.
"You have already managed to control the black armor around the initial point, so at least among the crowd, you won't draw attention. Adjust your state a little." He reminded her, "We will soon reach Longhua, and that's not a safe place."
Luo Teacher asked, "I can see the urgency in you. Are you going to Longhua to find Xin Xin?"
He dismissed her words. "No, this time going to Longhua is for something else."
Luo Teacher was surprised. "Something else? There's another reason?"
Tianxian said, "First to repay a favor, then to seek revenge." He gritted his teeth. "I must pay off that debt as soon as possible."
They got out of the car.
The two walked towards the residential area, and he stopped the car, then said to her, "The next part, we'll walk there."
Luo Teacher got out of the car, feeling confused. "Isn't driving faster?"
He replied, "Wait a moment, you'll understand." Then he tossed her a face mask to wear.
Luo Teacher was puzzled. "What is this for?" He answered, "Sometimes it's troublesome when one is born too pretty."
Although Tianxian's words were reproachful, Luo Teacher didn't feel upset. Her face turned red, and she muttered, "This guy. The group in front of the gate, walking in a line, were all heading towards the city.
The guard shouted loudly, telling everyone to prepare their supplies for submission.
Each person from our Azure Mountain gang entering the city must submit 10% of their supplies, as a form of tax.
Everyone was dissatisfied. What? 10%? Are you going to rob us instead? That's right, these are the supplies we painstakingly gathered. What gives you the right? That's right, we're not satisfied. They were all dissatisfied, so they immediately started clamoring. Shut up! The gatekeeper shouted, if you're not satisfied, leave.
If you have the guts, go to another city.
The group couldn't do anything, they could only endure. Teacher Luo followed behind Tian Shen, whispering to him, no wonder you only brought out a little bit of stuff.
If we had to hand over 10% of our supplies, just thinking about it would be heartbreaking.
He replied, it's the usual rule in city bases, submitting supplies before entering the city is actually less here.
Some places even require submitting half or more.
Teacher Luo asked again, is there another way to sneak in?
He replied, there is, but we don't lack supplies at the moment. If a problem can be solved with money, there's no need to waste time on unnecessary schemes. Just then, a vehicle came driving up. Tianqin heard the noise and immediately turned to look behind, seeing the group startled and quickly running away. Luckily we ran in time, no one got hit. The car also stopped, and someone stepped out from it. Leading the way was a man with slicked back hair, followed by two subordinates, exuding an air of great authority. Everyone was furious. Who are these people? Why are they taking the car? So aggressive, so reckless, it's unbearable. But the gatekeeper showed a different attitude. He seemed somewhat pleased to see the three of them, immediately calling out, Brother Xian, what brings you here? The man seemed a little embarrassed upon encountering such a prominent figure. Brother Xian, as the gatekeeper called him, asked, what's wrong? You're not welcoming us? The gatekeeper spoke quickly, of course not, how could we not? Open the door for Brother Xian, no rush. He smiled. Brother Xian smiled back, slightly mocking, then I won't stand on ceremony. The gatekeeper grinned, Brother Xian, if you have any instructions, we will do our best to fulfill them. Brother Xian, truly the kind of person you'd expect from a band of thieves, immediately spoke up, this gate will belong to the Red Jacket Gang from now on. You all should scram. When Tianqin heard those words, it felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck his body. He looked toward them, recalling that it was they who had severed Zheng Tingyu's left arm that year. Teacher Tianqin Luo, sensing his change, clenched his fists and asked, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm doing great, better than I could ever be. No need to go looking for them, the enemies come to us on their own. Two birds with one stone, too easy. Brother Xian. The gatekeeper said to the man in the red jacket, didn't we agree to join forces with Tan Sen and the Red Jacket Gang? What's going on? Brother Xian laughed and said, kid, are you really that stupid, or are you just pretending to be? With the little resources that the Azure Mountain Gang has, what makes you think you can join forces with us? Brother Xian. The gatekeeper continued, don't forget, our boss is also an evolved one. Aren't you afraid he'll take revenge? That's right, you're absolutely right. Brother Xian smiled faintly, your boss has already been taken care of by us. Brother Xian tossed a severed head onto the ground. The gatekeeper was terrified. He immediately rushed over to the head of his boss, shouting in a heart-wrenching voice, Boss! The man named Brother Xian walked up to the gatekeeper and said, I will judge your loyalty, and it is worthy of praise. He held the boss's head in his hand, and frustration surged within him, Boss, but your loyalty has not done a single thing good for me. He immediately struck the gatekeeper's head with his hand, and the man bled before dying instantly. Listen up, everyone! Brother Xian said loudly, starting today, there is no longer an Azure Mountain Gang at the Longhua border. From now on, this area will be under the control of the Red Jacket Gang. Now, hand over all the supplies you have on you. Do you all want to rob us? The crowd shouted, down with them.
Yes, it's unfair, it's robbery. Hearing those two words, Brother Xian smirked. Go ahead. He waved his hand, and his group of men advanced toward the crowd. Father, they are beating the people without any mercy. The cries echoed. What are you doing? Wife. Husband. Now this is what you call a robbery, Brother Xian mocked. He walked ahead and pretended to speak. I won't make things difficult for you. If you want people, then trade them for supplies. If you don't have supplies, then go collect them now, or we will take these people with us. The group really had no other choice, everyone was silent. Brother Xian then glanced at someone. It was Teacher Luo. She was wearing a mask and intentionally lowered her head. Brother Xian said to his underlings, this girl's mask isn't bad, take it off and give it to me. Yes. One of his underlings immediately obeyed and walked towards Teacher Luo, reaching out to take the mask. Come here. Teacher Luo was startled. Don't touch me. Just as the man was about to grab her, she pushed him away, sending him flying several meters. She yelled, don't touch me. The boss was taken aback by this. He couldn't accept seeing one of his men being thrown away. Immediately, someone pulled out a gun and pointed it at the two of them. Don't move, move and you'll turn into a porcupine right away. Luo teacher anxiously asked, Brother, what should we do? Tianchen muttered, what else can we do? Are we supposed to wait for them to open fire? Hearing his words, Luo teacher immediately took action and dealt with them swiftly. The leader, observing the situation, realized that there were not one, but two evolved individuals. He lowered his weapon, waved his hand forward, and attempted to recruit both. I must have misjudged the situation. He bowed his head and said, I didn't expect you two to be evolved. Tianchen looked at him, frowning. The guy is calculating in his mind, these two, I've never seen them before. They must be from elsewhere. If things go badly, death is certain. Perhaps I can try to recruit them. He pointed to himself and introduced, this friendly guy here, I am Li Xian, second in command of the Red Jacket Gang. Earlier, one of my subordinates had a poor memory and caused offense. I apologize. Tianchen asked, in your Red Jacket Gang, aside from you, is there any other evolved person? Li Xian replied, of course, my boss, Li Hui, is also evolved, and his strength is above mine. The two men didn't give him much attention, as Tianchen lit a cigarette, appearing indifferent to them. Li Xian was also a little irritated with him. Hey, what do you mean by that? Our Red Jacket Gang, although not the most powerful force in Manhwa, isn't something that can be easily trampled on. Even though you guys are also evolved beings, don't underestimate others. And by the way, we introduced ourselves from the start, but you didn't even bother to say your own name. Don't you have any sense of courtesy? He muttered, you're really funny. Tianchen looked at him provocatively, would you say polite words to a dead person? Li Xian heard what he said, and even a fool could tell what he meant. What do you mean by that? Tianchen replied, listen carefully, tell the people of the Red Jacket Gang before May 14, meaning within 1 day, to disband the gang. If not, I'll make a threat. I will wipe them out, I won't spare any gang. Brother Xian was furious upon hearing that. You want to challenge me? He stomped his foot on the ground, and with a loud thud, immediately transformed into the form of an evolved being. It seemed as though something was growing from his hands and feet, and after strengthening himself, he charged toward Tianchen. Die. He stood in front of Li Xian like a tiny ant. Tianchen showed no fear whatsoever, all that could be seen in his eyes was killing intent. Without wasting another second, in the blink of an eye, he struck Li Xian, sending him crashing to the ground, with blood pouring from his chest. The onlookers stood frozen, mouths agape. That Li Xian is really gone? No way. Tianchen pulled his hand out from Li Xian's body, and his underlings were still standing there, unsure of what to do. Seeing the situation was turning dire, they all gaped in shock. How is this possible? Tianchen walked towards them and warned the people from the Red Jacket Gang to stay put, while the others quickly fled the scene. The members of the Red Jacket Gang immediately dropped to their knees. Spare us, please spare us. He murmured, today is the 11th of May.
3 days from now, if Manhwa is still with the Red Jacket Gang, I, Zhua Tianchen, will personally come to your door.
Zhua Tianchen.
The remaining people seem to realize something. You're the one who killed the Zhao family's second young master, Zhua Tianchen.
He was taken aback, you know?
Of course you do. One of them spoke. The Zhao family has placed a sky-high bounty on your head and has issued a nationwide manhunt for you.
Upon hearing that news, Tianchen was surprised. A manhunt that severe?
On the other side, someone said, the Zhao family has been bullying others too much, making us wait here for so long. That's right, when they pulled us in before, they were all polite. The moment the second in command died, they immediately changed. Li Hui explained, in the world of factions, it's all about strength.
With the second young master gone, I'm the only remaining evolved one. In Manhwa, we're at most considered a second-tier force, so naturally, the Zhao family won't pay any attention to us.
One of the subordinates asked, so what now?
That's what Tianchen only needed one move to kill Brother Xian. Can we hold up?
Li Hui lowered his head, let's see. The Zhao family has a grudge with Zhua Tianchen, they might step in to help us.
Someone is coming from over there, isn't that Hui brother from the Red Jacket Gang?
I heard your brother, Li Xian, was killed.
Is that true? The person mocked Li Hui.
Li Hui, angry, said, Guang Tu Chang, don't think that just because we're in the Zhao family's territory, I won't do anything to you.
With your little skill, I can kill you in less than a minute. Guang Tu Chang looked at Li Hui threateningly, right, the skill of Hui brother, we've been taught. But what about 3 against 1?
Guang Tu Chang took off his hat, and on his head, there was a first noticeable mark. Li Hui opened his eyes wide in disbelief, and Guang Tu Chang mocked, we all broke through already.
Last time in the city center, weren't you very strong? Or should we practice again?
His appearance was extremely despicable. Li Hui gritted his teeth, when did the 3 of you break through? If they established a faction, would they instantly become a top-tier force? The 3 of them had stationed themselves with our forces, part of the Zhao family. Someone came forward to ease Li Hui's worries. It was the young master of the Zhao family.
Have you forgotten the task my father assigned to you?
The young master of the Zhao family scolded the 3 bald-headed brothers, who quickly ran off. We'll get to work immediately.
Li Hui lowered his head, young master, thank you.
The young master replied coldly, follow me.
He spoke again to Li Hui, do you know what I had those 3 men do?
Li Hui didn't understand, but he paused when the young master of the Zhao family spoke, we've discovered the whereabouts of Zhua Tianchen.
The 3 of them went to assist. Zhua Tianchen. Li Hui was taken aback. Young master. Li Hui said, Zhua Tianchen is not simple. He was able to kill my second young master in an instant.
His strength must be very powerful. The young master seemed to disregard the matter and comforted Li Hui, don't worry, Bruce and Brian have already gone over there. With 5 evolved individuals, Zhua Tianchen won't stand a chance. Upon hearing this, Li Hui was also taken aback, 5 evolved individuals, I'm afraid only the Zhao family could send out a team like that. Li Hui then spoke to Zhao young master, let me go with them. The grudge against my second young master, I want to personally take revenge.
No. He said, I came to find you for something else. Find me? Yes. Zhao young master replied, my father wants to meet you. Zhao boss?
He was surprised. Meanwhile, the 2 had entered the city and saw a wanted poster that was horribly drawn. Below it was a line of text, Zhua Tianchen, 19 years old, 178 cm tall, black hair.
Anyone who can provide information on this person will be rewarded with supplies.
Anyone who can capture this person will be allowed to live forever in the base, with treatment equivalent to that of an evolved person. Luo teacher and Tianchen saw this poster and suddenly didn't know what to say to each other.
Luo teacher asked him, did you really kill someone's son? He replied, yes.
Luo teacher smiled faintly, first, you offended the big shot in this area, and now you're spreading rumors about wanting to destroy a sect.
Do you really think you can cause trouble? Tianchen shook his head. I normally don't start trouble.
It was them who acted first.
Luo teacher continued, what about the Red Jacket Gang? They don't seem to have caused trouble with you.
He replied, just because they're not causing trouble now doesn't mean they won't in the future. In any case, if you don't offend me, I won't offend you. After explaining, he was about to take off his glasses and put them back on when Luo teacher reminded him, you're still wanted, you know.
She asked further, does it feel like it?
He pointed at the wanted poster and smiled faintly.
That's true. Luo teacher nodded, this artist. Even if you stood right in front of them, they wouldn't recognize you.
From a distance, a loud voice shouted, Zhou Tianshan, stop right there.
Tianshan heard his name and turned to look. It was someone else being chased by the crowd. Zhou Tianshan, don't run. The person was almost in tears, huh? It's not me.
I didn't kill the young master, I really didn't kill him.
Why are you chasing me?
The group of people shouted, you're talking nonsense.
The person on the wanted list is clearly you. Do you think we're idiots? What's going on? Teacher Luo was confused and said, let's go over there and see.
Over there, near the school, it was lunchtime, and a person was surrounded by 5 others. However, the person surrounded showed no sign of fear, standing proudly as they rushed toward him. The surrounded person closed their eyes, as if not wanting to witness the tragic scene. After just a few blows, the person had defeated them all. Before leaving, they even pretended to slay, you guys still have to practice a lot before you can match up.
That night, someone immediately walked up to kick him. He quickly bent down, raised his hand, and said, you sneak attacked.
He immediately retreated, and the person complimented him, you almost succeeded in the sneak attack. The person looked at him with a humble smile, the gap is too big. Last week, I could still trade a few moves with Wu Yi, but now I'm completely no match. Indeed, the difference between having broken through and not breaking through is like the difference between heaven and earth. Otherwise, how could we call them evolved? Someone clapped and praised, not bad, very good. After the two successfully made a breakthrough, their progress was much faster compared to before, and both bosses were pleased. Li Wuyi scratched his head and said, still no way to compare with the old man. Last time, you gave us a hand, and the two of us still couldn't beat you. The boss smiled, you've done very well, I commend both of you. The foundation of both of you is solid, and now, in this whole Manhwa city, there aren't many who have evolved more than you. Boss Qin Xin asked, you didn't come here just to praise us, did you? The boss laughed, clearly understanding him. He then got to the point, I just received news that your friend, Zhou Tianshan, was captured by people from the Zhao family and is about to be taken to the trading square for execution.
What? This news was so shocking that both Li Wuyi and Qin Xin couldn't believe it. Li Wuyi exclaimed, how could that be? With Zhou Tianshan's strength, how could he be captured by people from the Zhao family?
Exactly, Qin Xin nodded.
That's impossible. The boss replied, this news is known throughout the entire expanded area, so it can't be fake.
Both of them fell silent. The person said, in addition, the boss mentioned that they received some new information, seemingly appearing at the same time as the news of Zhou Tianshan's arrest. We don't know if it's true or fake, so we need you to verify it. Li Wuyi and Qin Xin were surprised. The boss said that someone mentioned Zhou Tianshan has a method to accelerate evolution, which could allow him to break through and become an evolved human in a short time.
This sounds unbelievable. If it's true, it could cause a huge storm in Long City. This definitely needs to be verified as soon as possible. What? Qin Xin was shocked to hear that, a method to accelerate evolution? Li Wuyi also couldn't believe it, does Zhou Tianshan really have a method to accelerate evolution? Qin Xin replied, whether it's true or not, Zhou Tianshan's situation is not good right now. Their boss nodded, that's right.
As soon as this news is released, it's predicted that the whole Manhwa city will be in an uproar. You two go check it out, and act when the right opportunity comes.
Li Wuyi and Qin Xin immediately responded, yes.
Meanwhile, a group of people believed to have captured Zhuo Tianchen were dragging him out into the square. It was the group of 3 bald brothers. The 3 bald brothers stood there, with countless onlookers below, all wondering, did you see that? Is that Zhuo Tianchen? A bit surprised inside, Qin Xin muttered, is it really the Zhao family? If so, then we're in trouble. Li brother, seeing the person being dazzled and still wearing a mask in front of them, felt annoyed. Qin Xin stopped him, are you crazy? There are so many people here. Li brother seemed unconcerned. He said, why think so much? Hurry up and save the person. At that moment, a piece of paper was thrown towards them. Qin Xin immediately grabbed it out of instinct. Li brother also walked over to examine it. What is this? Qin Xin unrolled the paper, revealing 2 words, come here. Qin Xin and Li brother looked toward the back, where someone was walking toward the narrow hallway. Qin Xin was startled, an evolved person. Who are you? Li Wuyi asked, in our impression, there is no such person in this expanded area. It's not me looking for you. Luo teacher said, it's not you. Qin Xin was puzzled, you're passing a message for someone else. As the 2 of them were confused, a voice sounded, it's me. Tianchen, it really is you. It seems you all have broken through to level 1, congratulations. Following behind was Luo teacher, who had passed the message to Qin Xin earlier. Li Wuyi walked over, seemingly not believing, you're not. Not. Are you? Tianchen explained, that's not you, it's a long story, but to sum it up, the Zhao family has mistaken the person. Upon hearing this, Li Wuyi was relieved and said, that's good. Tian brother, we should take advantage of the fact that no one has noticed yet and head back to the base with us. Qin Xin agreed with Li Wuyi, right, with the protection of the base, even the Zhao family wouldn't dare to act recklessly. He immediately declined, no need. He said, I have other matters to attend to in Manhwa. Li Wuyi seemed to want to gather some information. Li Wuyi was puzzled, as though he didn't fully understand his true intention. Tianchen said, I noticed that there are quite a few evolved individuals lying in wait around the square, probably more than 20 of them. Li brother, do you know if something's going on? More than 20? Even Qin Xin and Li Wuyi didn't perceive such a large number. Li Wuyi then had to clarify, could the news have leaked out? The news you're talking about is unclear. What news? Li Wuyi said, earlier, someone suddenly spread some nonsense saying that you have a method that can accelerate evolution, that it can help someone break through in a short time. He scratched his head and sighed, this is nonsense. Luo teacher also pondered, this is absolutely not just any ordinary nonsense. What's wrong? Upon hearing this, both Qin Xin and Wu Yi turned towards Luo teacher, as if they wanted to know more. Luo teacher explained, what I mean is that this is a piece of nonsense aimed at dealing with Zhuo Tianchen. Zhuo Tianchen nodded, Miss Luo is right. This really is just ordinary nonsense, with counterfeit goods being caught and then immediately spreading out clearly, it's a plot that had been planned in advance. Not only that, but this nonsense is almost like the truth, just packaged in the form of gossip. He frowned, a little uncomfortable. Luo teacher anxiously turned to Zhuo Tianchen and asked, should we go and investigate this matter thoroughly first? We'll go. Where are we heading? All 3 of them were curious. He answered, someone has carefully arranged for us to go in, thinking that we would go in and investigate. That just shows that the person who arranged this doesn't understand Zhuo Tianchen at all. After all, they have already caught the counterfeit goods, so let them play with it slowly. I'm not interested in having a fight with him. He remained calm, his demeanor showing no sign of fear. Last time, I asked the 2 of you to help me find someone, do you have any news? Qin Xin responded, you mentioned your friends, Gao Fei and Lan Sha, aren't locals, so there's still no news, but we found Zheng Tingyu. Speaking of which, this person is also related to you. Upon hearing the name Zheng Tingyu, he felt a bit nervous inside.
Xin continued, "Today, when I entered Longhua, I killed Li Xian, the second brother of the Red Jacket Gang, and the boss of Azure Mountain Gang is now in conflict with them. This is Zhang Wenqing, the older brother of Zheng Tingyu. To put it simply, I've helped this friend of yours take revenge." Tian Chen urgently held Xin and asked, "So where is Zheng Tingyu? Is he in Longhua? What's going on now?" Xin replied, "Don't be too agitated. Last week, he became an evolved person, and that's how Azure Mountain Gang gained strength, which led to the feud with the Red Jacket Gang. While Zhang Tingyu and his team were out looking for supplies, the Red Jacket Gang took the opportunity to kill Zhang Wenqing. That means saying, currently, Zhang Jinyu is not at Longhua." He stepped back and said, "Wait until I finish my work, I will definitely come to you guys." Xin asked, "Where are you going?" Tian Chen replied, "Aru's Mountain Gang. Before that brat Zhang Jinyu comes back, I must help him clean up the messy situation. You guys better not interfere here, because when the time comes, there will definitely be a fight." A keychain appeared over there. Teacher Luo said, "You know this hamster?" At that moment, a noise came from over there, and Teacher Luo immediately went to eavesdrop. "They're fighting over there. Someone really did break out of the prison." When the three of them went to the window to check, he sighed and said, "In the martial world, one cannot always act on their own will," and sighed again. This left Xin, Teacher Luo, and Li Wui confused. A minute ago, the three Baldy brothers from Chang were preparing to execute the fake Zhua Tian Chen. This person killed the second young master of the Zhao family and injured our brothers. His crimes are heinous, punishment is well deserved, and there is no forgiveness. Anyone who dares to offend the Zhao family at the borders of Longhua is seeking death. The people below were annoyed. This bald guy, Chang, just joined the Zhao family and is already sucking up, wanting to be a dog so quickly? Someone next to them spoke up, "Aren't the three brothers like that too?" Baldy Chang raised his sword, "You little brat should be on your way, go die." Just as Baldy Chang swung his sword down, there was a sound of something blocking it. He was surprised to see someone using a baseball bat to stop his sword. He turned and cursed at them, "Who do you think you are?" The person standing in front of Baldy Chang wasn't afraid at all. He looked at the person who was tied up and muttered, "Ha, isn't this Brother Chen? How did he end up like this?" Baldy Chang stood in a daze for about 2 minutes. Then, he raised his sword again, furious, "Daring to snatch someone from our hands, you're looking to die." The blonde-haired man swung the baseball bat towards Baldy Chang, shouting, "Get lost." Baldy Chang shouted loudly, "How dare you speak to me like that?" But Baldy Chang was no match for the young man in yellow. He was immediately struck in the face, stumbling back a few steps, looking extremely disheveled. Over there, someone approached and started shooting. The blonde-haired man immediately sensed the murderous intent coming from behind. As the gunshots rang out, he swiftly dodged with grace, still holding the baseball bat in his hand from beginning to end. He jumped back a few steps, and the gunman, caught off guard, failed to land a single shot. Baldy Chang raised his hand, "Everyone, stop. Don't waste any more bullets. This guy isn't evolved." Baldy Chang, with one hand pressing on his wound, used the other to inform his subordinates. The crowd below murmured, "Evolved. He's an evolved." It was as if this term was something extremely terrifying. Immediately, the ordinary people scattered, shouting, "Run, run, what are you standing around for? There's a fight, don't just watch." Something seemed to fall over there, and Zhua Tianchen, the imposter, trembled like a dried-up chicken. He knew he had encountered a life-threatening situation, but he wasn't sure if it had passed or not, feeling an immense fear in his heart. At that moment, Baldy Chang's earpiece crackled with a message, "Baldy Chang, this is me. Stop immediately. Don't kill Zhua Tianchen. Bring him back here to me." Baldy Chang tried, "Young master, the situation has changed now, someone has taken the person." The young master, feeling annoyed, replied, "What? Who dares to do such a thing? Keep an eye on things for me, Bruce and Abu will be here soon." Seizing the opportunity as Baldy Chang heard the announcement,
the blonde man rushed over and beat up several of his underlings.
Baldy Chang happily responded, "Young master, don't worry, I will definitely keep a close watch."
At that moment, one of his underlings came over to report, "Boss, we can't find Zhuo Tianchen anywhere."
Baldy Chang was now startled and realized, his mouth hanging open, what?
Meanwhile, the blonde man had already finished beating up all of Baldy Chang's underlings and casually picked up Zhuo Tianchen. He then pulled the pin from a grenade, smiling, "Goodbye." He threw the grenade toward the three brothers, damn it. It was a smoke grenade, and everything soon became engulfed in smoke.
Over there, someone immediately came to the rescue.
The blonde man regrouped with a blonde woman.
He asked, "Did you find Shang Biao?" She replied, "Not yet."
At that time, Shang Biao was sniffing, and then he ran into a narrow alley.
I called out, "Hey, Tianchen is over there."
She recounted, "Earlier, we sent it to find Tianchen, to attract their attention, but it ended up running away." The blonde-haired man told her, "I told you from the beginning that we can't rely on Shang Biao."
You didn't believe it.
The girl was annoyed, "Stop talking nonsense. First, get Tianchen to a safe place."
The masked person seemed to want to say something, hey. The blonde-haired boy asked, "Right, Tianchen? How did you let them catch you?" "That's impossible."
The girl following them spoke, her voice tinged with anger, "They must have used some trick.
Maybe they poisoned Tianchen. Otherwise, how could he be controlled by them?" The person in the bag continued to shout, hey. She said, "Don't rush, we'll untie you when we get to a safe place." The person kept struggling, hey. She paused and said, "Be careful, there are people ahead." Bruce and Abu had arrived to block their way. The blonde-haired man and the girl stepped back and turned to run, but there were also people blocking them from behind. The blonde-haired person still held the fake Zhuo Tianchen in his hand and said, "These 5 people all have patterns, they are not easy to deal with. If I had known earlier, I would have ambushed them. These guys must die." The girl replied, 2 against 5, how can that work? Talking about this now is useless, we still need to figure out what to do. The person inside the bag became more and more terrified, The girl comforted the fake Zhuo Tianchen, "Don't worry, we will definitely rescue you." The person continued to whimper, Teacher Luo asked him, 2 against 5, do you think there's a chance of winning? He said, "Of course, we're definitely going to lose." She asked, "Then when should we act?" He said, "Don't rush, the situation here is much more complicated than I expected." After Tianchen spoke, Teacher Luo indeed didn't understand. Earlier, all the evolved people around were chasing us, and they have ambushed at the exits along the road. If these people join forces, even if the 2 of us act together, there won't be a good outcome. Teacher Luo was worried, then what should we do? He said, "Does Longhua City have something like this?" Normally not in the open, but with some reputation and a strange working style. Xin was also surprised when he asked. Li Wui considered, "What you just said actually makes sense. Around Longhua City, there is a group of key figures, and they usually wear black scarves tightly wrapped around their heads. They race cars outside and have nothing to do with the expanded area." He immediately asked, "What is this group called? What's their strength?" Li Wui replied, "Black Bandana Society, they have 3 evolved members, considered to be a top-tier force." Xin used binoculars to observe and said, "I found members of the Black Bandana Society, they're ambushing in the alley to the north." Tianchen took out a cigarette, looking pleased, "Very good, then let's choose them." Both Xin and Li Wui were confused. On this side, the 2 were busy untying Tianchen's fake bonds. He said, "Tianchen, move over here. The next fight won't be easy. Stand on the side and don't let yourself be affected." The girl said to the one removing the hood, "Don't worry, Tianchen, even if we die, we'll rescue you." The young man nodded, But the person did not take off the hood, instead, he cried. This confused and frightened the 2 girls and the blonde boy, Tianchen. Gao Fei asked, "Tianchen, what's wrong with you?
The person raised their hand to wipe away a tear. This is truly moving. I, Zhua Tianchen, met the two of you by chance, and both of you risked your lives to help. This kindness, I, Zhua Tianchen, don't know how to repay. After hearing this, both of them were confused. The blonde-haired person muttered, What did you just say? The person covered their face, then raised a hand in front of them, signaling for silence. Don't say anything, I cannot drag both of you into this. Then the person threw the face covering to the ground. Hounds of the Zhao family, listen here.
You all want my life, don't you?
Spare them, I will bear the consequences alone.
The wrongly accused person decided to impersonate Tian Chen in order to save two strangers.
The girl and the blonde boy were both startled, their eyes wide in disbelief. What the heck?
Who is this guy?
The girl was furious. You're not Zhua Tianchen.
Damn it, who the hell are you?
The person responded, confused, I am Zhua Tianchen.
Didn't you come to save me?
The girl, filled with anger, replied, Bullshit, are we close or something?
Why would we want to save you?
The blonde-haired boy, still skeptical, asked, Say it again, what's your name?
The person replied, My name is Zhua Tianchen. Both of them shouted loudly, Zhua Tianchen.
Bruce walked over and teased them. The first part is a nasal sound, and the second part is also a nasal sound.
How stupid, you can't even differentiate them clearly. The blonde girl grabbed Zhua Tianchen and shouted, See? The Mandarin of a foreigner is even better than yours. The girl laughed, Haha, it's a misunderstanding. Ha ha. The blonde boy quickly tried to smooth things over. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. We mistook the person. This one is for you to handle.
Bruce seemed to not believe his ears.
The two of them immediately ran away. Well then, see you next time. Abu stepped forward to block them. Wait. From what you said, it seems we've caught the wrong person.
If that's the case, taking this fake item seems useless.
The girl unsheathed her sword, clearly not backing down. What's wrong? You still want to make a move? Abu politely replied, On the contrary, it's not that serious.
I just wanted to ask the two of you to show some face and come visit the Zhao family as guests.
The young man immediately declined. Sorry, we don't know how to show face.
We only know how to embarrass others.
Abu remained incredibly patient. Is that so? But my foreign friend here is very warm and hospitable. If you two don't show him some respect, he'll get angry. Bruce pretended, Come, baby.
The blonde girl smiled and raised her eyebrows. The two bald Chang men didn't understand what was going on, yet the blonde girl had already killed both of them without mercy, each strike landing in a critical spot. The bald Chang man shouted, Second brother, third brother. The blonde-haired boy had already raised his baseball bat and said to the bald Chang man, What are you looking at? He swung once, hitting the bald Chang man's face. The man was struck in the head, turned around, and let out a scream. Then the blonde-haired boy looked back. Bruce clapped his hands and said, Not bad, come on. But the two immediately ran away. The girl also said, What are you coming for? Run now. They didn't intend to confront the Zhao family in Longhua City. Today was just an unfortunate situation.
Bruce and Abu bent down to the ground. Bruce asked, Are you all right?
One of them rubbed his neck and said, I'm fine, just a minor injury, nothing serious. Bruce ordered, If you're not dead, hurry up and chase after them. Bruce, along with Abu, chased after the two boys and the girl from earlier.
The Black Bandana Society was also lurking around. One person asked, What's the situation? The other responded, We've made some discoveries.
There's an exit in the southeast, and the Axe Gang is lying in wait there.
The people from the Black Bandana Society took a closer look and reported back.
In the small house in the southeast, the North Sky Gang and Scorpion Gang are there. It looks like all the forces in the expanded area are involved this time. Someone from the Black Bandana Society seemed a bit worried. The situation is a bit off.
They're all on the move. They put away their binoculars and began to move as well. Let's go, we should follow too. we can't let others take the lead. Tianchen walked over and politely greeted them, "You are members of the Black Bandana Society."
But it seemed to startle the people from the Black Bandana Society, who immediately attacked him. However, he managed to block both of their strikes effortlessly. The two of them were taken aback and, without thinking, exchanged looks. On the other side, Tianchen remained completely calm, staring straight at the two members of the Black Bandana Society. The man furrowed his brows, trying to apply more force, but still couldn't move. He cursed, "Damn, this guy's strength is even greater than First Brother's.
I can't break free at all."
Another person approached, turned, and struck him. "It's not over yet." Zhuo Tianchen tossed aside something, and the two charged at each other, flying into the air. He muttered, "Two mid-level rank 1 fighters, even a top-tier force is nothing like this." The two fell to the ground with a thud.
Zhuo Tianchen looked at them, sneering.
One of the Black Bandana Society members stood up, "This master, your strength is truly formidable.
We really cannot defeat you.
But since you know we are from the Black Bandana Society, please show us some respect." The person spoke as if pleading.
Tianchen walked over, "Hooligans, not enough awareness. Respect is not something others give, it's something we earn with our own abilities."
Li Wuyi also stepped forward, and the Black Bandana Society members were terrified. Li Wuyi is involved too. The two members of the Black Bandana Society assessed the situation, glancing at Tianchen who was lighting a cigarette. "I didn't expect that, besides Hu Feng, there would be such a powerful expert."
In this confrontation, hasn't the Black Bandana Society already lost all chances? Moreover, this person's strength is terrifying.
To subdue me and Third Brother only takes 2 moves. With such power, even including First Brother, the odds of victory are still slim. The two immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Master, spare us. It is indeed the wisest choice in a situation like this." It is said that Tianchen directly asked, "Your Black Bandana Society has 3 evolved members, where is the 4th one?" The second brother replied, "Our First Brother stays at home to guard, she doesn't usually go out." Tianchen nodded, "Very good, I have a request for both of you." The two of them nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes, please give your instructions." He instructed, "Go back and tell your First Brother, as long as he doesn't interfere with the matter of Zhuo Tianchen, remember, don't interfere means not to speak to anyone about it. If not, I will personally come to your door to seek guidance." The two of them nodded, "Yes, yes. We remember your words. We will go back, and we will not interfere with the matter of Zhuo Tianchen." Just as they were about to leave, he said, "Wait, we're not done yet." His eyes showed a lecherous look as he said, "Take off your clothes." The two members of the Black Bandana Society instinctively embraced each other. People from all directions gathered, and the forces within Longhua City were assembling. Everyone was chasing after the two people, and the situation was incredibly chaotic. Baldy Chan reported to Abu, "Brother Abu, why are the Axe Gang's people behind us? Did you invite them to help?" Abu shouted, "Dream on. I still have a grudge with the Axe Gang, how could they possibly help me?" The other underling reported, "Boss. The Nantian Society's small fry are here too." The girl chased after the blonde boy and asked, "What the hell is going on? Why are there suddenly so many people here?" The boy, carrying a baseball bat, was also somewhat confused by the current situation. "How would I know?" He turned to her and said, "Brat, you're fast. It's still not too late to escape." She looked at him and cursed, "If you want to leave, then leave together." But the boy basically didn't listen to her. He directly grabbed her arm and said, "It's too late, listen to me." Then, he tossed her into the air, feeling a little reluctant inside. "Go." She flew toward a building in the distance, not forgetting to swear, "Holy shit." She fell from the sky to the ground, flew several meters, and immediately turned back to look at the boy, shouting, "Gao Fei." The boy smiled faintly as if accepting his fate. Gao Fei basically couldn't defeat these people. He raised his hand to surrender, and before anyone could rush at him, he said, "I give up." Gao Fei was then taken to the Zhao family's place.
Baldy Chang, who had been beaten earlier, now spoke arrogantly to him. Hey brat, weren't you tough earlier? Still daring to embarrass me, huh? Try it again. Gao Fei directly spat at Baldy Chang. He went wild with rage. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "You little. I think you're asking for death." Abu stepped forward to stop Baldy Chang, saying, "Enough, don't embarrass yourself here anymore." The man, seeing someone in formal attire, greeted him with some respect, "Brother Abu." Abu then tried to tempt Gao Fei, "You're impressive. How about joining our Zhao family?" Gao Fei was taken aback upon hearing this. "Join your group?" Abu replied, "That's right. As long as you join, I'll ensure your safety today." Gao Fei was astonished by this extremely arrogant statement. "You'll protect me?"
Then, a red-haired man joined in. Abu, stop talking nonsense. Today, all the evolved people from the expansion area are about to show up.
Do you really think this place is still under Zhao family's control? Abu replied, "Recently, in the extended area, people use their fists to communicate. If you're not convinced, you can come over here and give it a try." Behind him was Bruce, always ready to fight. The red-haired man, hearing Abu's words, was somewhat angered. "It's true, your Zhao family is considered the boss in this extended area, and we really can't win in a one-on-one fight, but today, don't even think about taking it all for yourselves." Gao Fei interjected, Hey, have you two finished arguing? Who's going to protect me? Let's be clear, I'll follow the one who can.
The red-haired man smiled. "Brother, our Axe Gang has formed an alliance with the Nantian Society and the Scorpion Gang, with a total of 8 evolved.
We can absolutely keep you safe."
One man retorted angrily, "Fool, stop embarrassing yourselves.
The axe from your Axe Gang is really shameless to mention." The red-haired man snapped, "What did you say?"
After a moment of noise, they started arguing like a marketplace. "You should come with us. Our Sanning Society has teamed up with the Longxing Gang, we can definitely protect you, come to us, we have more people, they can't do it." Gao Fei, witnessing the scene of people fighting over the painting, merely snorted and said, "Humph, a bunch of fools." Abu then approached and said to him, "That's right, these people are just idiots with well-developed limbs and empty heads, not worth worrying about."
Gao Fei was taken aback. "What do you want to do?"
Abu came closer to him, muttering, "Kid, I have taken a liking to you.
Come with me, I can guarantee you'll be safe today."
Gao Fei suddenly transmitted a message with his mind, indicating that this person's abilities were extraordinary, not bad.
Abu continued to transmit, "This is my special ability to communicate through information.
As long as you come with me, I'll make sure you won't be mistreated."
Gao Fei smiled and responded, "As for me, I've never been shy. As long as there's food, I'll kneel if you ask me to. When I was working before, people always said I was thick-skinned and easily swayed." Abu laughed upon hearing this. "That's a good thing."
Gao Fei replied, "Yes, it's a good thing, but I also have one strength: I know how to choose who to follow. I can always pick the right person to follow."
Hearing this, Abu remained silent.
Gao Fei looked at him and sneered, "In my opinion, someone like you still doesn't deserve to be my boss." After hearing that, Abu took a puff of his cigarette and blew the smoke towards Gao Fei.
He complimented, "Who said your bones are soft? They're as hard as this."
Gao Fei held his breath, annoyed by the smoke being blown into his face. Meanwhile, in a small alley, the girl continued running. She ran away from the chaos. She felt a bit frustrated. "I couldn't find Tian Shen, and now I've lost Gao Fei. This isn't the time to cry, I must come up with a way to save him." While running, she was suddenly stopped by someone blocking her path.
It was Li Wuyi.
To an ordinary person, he would seem like a madman. He spoke up, "Oh, little sister, what happened?
Tell me."
The girl didn't hesitate and drew her sword. "Get out of the way." Li Wuyi teased, "Didn't expect it, little sister, you're still quite fierce." She shouted, "If you don't move, don't blame me for being rude." Someone approached from the side. "There's no enemy as strong as a tiger, only teammates as dumb as pigs." It was Zhou Tianshan, who had also taken the clothes of 2 members of the Black Bandana Society. you two sure know how to cause me trouble. As soon as the girl recognized her teammate, she was overjoyed. Tian Chen.
A person over there is lighting incense for his older brother. He sticks 3 incense sticks towards the phone and murmurs to himself, "Brother, the situation is difficult, I can't find anything to offer you, so this will have to do."
Don't worry, those petty Hongyi gang members, I won't let any of them get away. Suddenly, someone opened the door and entered. Brother Yu, we have news about Zhou Tianchen.
Yu immediately turned around, a little anxious. Where?
His subordinate quickly reported, out of breath, at the central square of the expanded district, the Zhao family captured Zhou Tianchen, and they're going to execute him.
Brother Yu quickly grabbed his coat and nodded. Got it. You all wait here. I'll go personally. His subordinate stopped him. Brother Yu, you can't go, it's the Zhao family. Brother Yu frowned. I know. He picked up his club and said, the big brother is dead, and I haven't done anything. Now that the benefactor is in trouble, I can't just stand by and do nothing. If I don't come back this time, you will be the first brother of the Azure Mountain gang. After putting on his coat, Brother Yu immediately left. In the square, people continued to argue over Gao Fei. The idle chatter here is of no use, let's just discuss things, shall we? Discuss what? Like I said, let's just take action directly. Whoever manages to snatch him away gets him. Ridiculous, do you think we are like your Axe gang leader? Fighting and killing, what kind of order would that bring? Gon Lin Liang, say another foolish word and see. Abu walked over. Alright, enough arguing. What are we doing here today? I think everyone is clear in their hearts. This brat risked his life to save Zhou Tianchen, clearly having a close relationship with him. Whoever gets him will surely find Zhou Tianchen's whereabouts. There's no point in dragging this out. I have a suggestion. Let's follow the old rules, let's settle this by strength. Whoever can defeat all challengers gets to take him. What do you all think? Axe gang members asked, you mean we settle it through a fight? Abu smiled, the red-haired man looking eager for a fight. Exactly, if you all agree, I will represent the Zhao family. Li Wui also appeared. Such a good deal, how could Maple Nest forget about us? Seems like you're quite well off in the Zhao family. Abu smirked, the scent of gunpowder filled the air. What's wrong? Boss Who didn't come? Li Wui frowned, the traitor, so you still remember Boss Who? Abu waved his hand dismissively, don't call me a traitor, this traitor, that traitor. A wise bird knows which branch to perch on. The Zhao family can offer me more and better than your Boss Who. Gao Fei looked over, slightly confused. Maple Nest, how many forces are there in Longhua City, really? Immediately, he spotted something in the crowd. Wait, that's Tian Chen. Tian Chen, along with teacher Luo, was pretending to be a member of the Black Bandana Society. He raised his hand to signal Gao Fei, signaling not to stir up trouble. Abu continued arguing from the other side. Li Wui, you're late, the opportunity's gone. Li Wui smiled, is that so? I don't think so. The girl walked over, with Tian Chen and teacher Luo sneering beside her. Abu asked, you caught this girl? Li Wui answered, not really. She was caught by the 2 members of the Black Bandana Society. Abu seemed slightly irritated. The Black Bandana Society? Quite fortunate. Tian Chen remained silent in the disguise of the Black Bandana Society, looking towards Abu. Abu also glanced back at him. And so, everyone fell into a silent gaze-off. Inside, Abu was contemplating, this kid, my perception power can't even reach him. Not only that, within a 5-meter radius around him, my perception power can't penetrate. This kid's mental power is actually stronger than mine. He muttered to himself but tried to comfort himself, the Black Bandana Society is full of hidden talents. It's fine, even though this kid's mental power is strong, he probably isn't that great in direct combat. Abu smiled, what's the matter? Catching one person isn't enough, now you want to capture the whole group? Li Wui directly retorted, a person should have some aspirations. What if it turns into reality? Abu walked ahead. Alright, since you've brought people here, I have no reason to refuse. But I want to make a condition with all the factions here. Li Wui asked, what condition? Abu smiled, do I really need to think about this?
Your boss Hu Feng isn't allowed to participate in this competition.
Other forces chimed in.
That's right, Hu Feng can't participate.
We agree too. Abu Ta spoke provocatively, did you see that? This is the heart of everyone here.
It's well known that Boss Hu is the top person in our expanded area.
If he doesn't participate, we still have a chance to win, right? Baldy Chang said, you've done the math well, Abu.
If Hu Feng doesn't take action, Zhao family's chances of winning are the biggest. Li Wui laughed, you really can't stop acting all righteous, pretending to speak for everyone. Clearly, it's your own calculation, yet you say it's the voice of the people.
Abu said nothing, just smirked. Li Wui was pleased, fine, I agree.
Today, our boss Hu won't participate.
Today, those present here will compete. Abu had achieved his goal and was feeling happy, what do you all think? The factions huddled together and whispered, is this acceptable, first brother?
The red-haired man murmured, it seems fine. Bruce's of the Zhao family is strong, but he won't be able to take turns with so many people. As long as Hu Feng doesn't show up, everyone here has a chance.
He raised his hand to vote, Axe Gang agrees. Abu spoke up, thank you. What about the others? Nantian Society agrees.
Longxing Society agrees.
Abu said, all right. Let's start quickly. Who wants to go first?
Li Wui prepared himself, twisting his wrist, ready to step forward when someone stopped him.
It was Tian Chen, who walked up to him and said, let me do it. Abu Bu glanced toward Tian Chen with some displeasure, muttering to himself, the Black Bandana Society really deserves to be wiped out. Li Wui spoke to Tian Chen, his voice filled with concern, brother, this is a rotation fight. It won't be great if you go first. Tian Chen responded confidently, as if he was sure of the outcome, it's fine. Abu looked over at the approaching Black Bandana Society members with a hint of disdain.
He smirked inwardly, a guy with evolved abilities specializing in mental power, and he's taking the lead in a rotation battle. He called out to one of his subordinates, Baldy Chang. Baldy Chang, who was called up first, seemed quite pleased, all right. He walked forward with great momentum. Standing in front of Tian Chen, he ordered, let's start. They didn't seem to regard the member of the Black Bandana Society standing before them at all. Abu took a deep drag from his cigarette, calculating in his mind, Baldy Chang's strength is only considered second tier in the expanded area, but it should be enough to deal with someone who specializes in mental power. After winning this round, I'll let the others fight it out. At the crucial moment, I'll have Bruce step in to finish it. But things didn't go as he had imagined. Baldy Chang had just entered the field and within 2 seconds, he was knocked back, even crashing into another person. He let out a painful cry, he's too strong. Baldy Chang muttered, glancing at Tian Chen with some fear. Abu, as if not believing his eyes, said, hey. How is that possible? Thus, Abu's calculations were completely shattered. Facing Tian Chen, his opponent, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. This kid, how did he become like this? Everyone in the expanded area who saw his strength was puzzled. Brother Chen, what's going on? Baldy Chang was dealt with in the blink of an eye. The red-headed guy said, this person moves very quickly, Baldy Chang probably couldn't react in time. Abu whispered to Bruce's, what do you think of this person's speed? Bruce's replied, very fast, Baldy Chang underestimated him. He could have blocked it. Abu asked, if you were to fight him, how confident are you? Bruce's answered, I don't know. Bruce's had to say that, meaning the person in front of him was very strong and should not be underestimated. Abu entrusted Bruce's with the task, saying, still don't know? Then let's see. Other states also sent people up. Huzi, you go up and try. Huzi went up, all right. As soon as he got up, he started with a long rant. The Black Bandana Society, an outside force, dares to interfere in the expansion area.
They must be tired of living.
Kid, I'll give you a chance, retreat on your own, or else don't blame me for not being polite. He remained silent and didn't respond.
Seeing his attitude, Hu Zi was extremely annoyed. His face darkened. Humph, ignoring me? Bring it here. Hu Zi waved his hand. This was Hu Zi's weapon.
People from that faction brought up an enormous sword, and everyone exclaimed, "Finally, we get to see it today, it's so big, at least 2 people have to carry it." Hu Zi's gaze was confident, looking at Tian Chen as if he was sure he could deal with him using that sword. The sword was placed on the ground with a loud thud, then Hu Zi effortlessly lifted the massive sword with one hand.
He sneered, "Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. If you want to grab a weapon, hurry up, otherwise."
But before he could finish his sentence, Tian Chen closed in behind him, causing Hu Zi to jump in surprise. Quickly, Hu Zi swung his knife backward instinctively, and he immediately bent down. Just as Hu Zi avoided Tian Chen's strike, Tian Chen punched forward without hesitation, showing no restraint in his power. The punch hit Hu Zi with such force that he coughed up blood, his body swaying with dizziness. Tian Chen addressed the surrounding factions. "Today, I will deal with all the factions here." Li Wui murmured, "Last time, when we had the brothers at the service station beat Hanli, it wasn't as quick as this. Just a few days, and he's already stronger."
Bruce said to Abu, "He is very strong." Abu replied, "This is not the time for you to fight, don't ruin the big plan."
But with Bruce's personality, always eager to try something new, he didn't listen.
Bruce rushed towards Tian Chen, saying, "No, I want to do it. Now."
Abu shouted loudly, as if trying to call him back, but it was too late. The two clashed, exchanging punches for the first time.
Tian Chen easily blocked Bruce's attacks. Bruce's stepped back.
After their first exchange, he also realized what level Bruce was at.
Bruce's smiled slightly, "Come again."
Perhaps it had been a long time since he had faced an opponent of such caliber. Bruce's charged again, this time even faster than before, with afterimages appearing in his wake.
Tian Chen furrowed his brows, "This speed is no less than Luo Brat's. It seems I'll have to play with you properly." Abu, from the side, was furious, "This is too outrageous."
He cursed inwardly, if this keeps up, even if he wins, it will be a devastating victory. After the next round, Bruce is sure to lose.
And I'm afraid he won't even manage to win.
Looking toward Tian Chen, who easily blocked every one of Bruce's attacks without leaving any openings, looks like it can only go this way. Abu then glanced toward the various faction members in the expanding city, calculating something in his mind. The two sides were still fighting fiercely. Neither Bruce nor Tian Chen was giving an inch. People outside were asking each other, "Can Bruce's win?" The person replied, "It's still uncertain." Brother Chen looked at the battle between the two and made an assessment. "It seems Bruce's is trying to go all out, but with this speed, he won't last much longer." Suddenly, Abu transmitted a message to Brother Chen, "I think the same." He was surprised, and Abu continued to look at him, "It's me, the fool. This is my special ability." Abu sent another message. Brother Chen had a bit of an evaluation for Abu, very well hidden, not a bad ability. Abu continued, 8 out of 10, Bruce's cannot defeat this kid. In other words, if Bruce loses, we will also lose. Brother Chen then looked at Abu and asked, "So what do you want?" Abu smiled lightly, exhaled a puff of smoke, "Follow my lead, this is our last chance." On Bruce's side, the fight with Tian Chen was still intense. The two rushed at each other, and Bruce's was pushed back, while Tian Chen had to step back a few paces. At this point, Bruce's was exhausted. He was panting heavily, wiping the sweat that dripped down his forehead. Tian Chen, on the other hand, remained unfazed, still looking at Bruce just as he had at the beginning. Bruce's pointed at him, wanting to ask his identity, "You are strong." "I'm a Bruce, and you?" Tian Chen replied, "Speak in human language." Bruce nodded, "Okay. I'm Bruce's."
What's your name? It took a few seconds for him to think of the name of the person in the Black Bandana Society, and he replied, Heisho. Bruce muttered the name, Heisho, I see, Heisho. People around them started whispering. Isn't that the second brother of the Black Bandana Society? When did he become this strong? Who knows? Someone responded, he's hiding his true power. With this level, I'd say only Hu Feng could suppress him. Bruce pulled the hair tie off and said, Heisho, you're strong. I want to fight you with all my strength. The hair tie Bruce removed turned out to be a headband. Everyone was surprised, so Bruce hasn't been using his full strength this whole time? Bruce took out his wristbands and clinked them together, you should also use your full strength. As he spoke, it was clear that the wristbands had knives attached to them, looking extremely dangerous. Tian Shen looked over, his mind making a preliminary assessment. Without the help of breathing techniques, he's reached the peak of stage 1 in such a short time. He really does have some skill. Bruce looked at him again, glaring as though he was waiting for something from him. Tian Shen said, you want to have a fair duel with me, but there's someone who probably doesn't think the same. Bruce was a little confused, his face blank. Tian Shen looked up at the sky and shouted, over there, the one upstairs. The group of people looked over, surprised that they had been discovered. The person in question was startled. Tian Shen continued, and there's the red-haired guy over here. Tian Shen glanced at one person, his voice faltering. He then turned his gaze toward Abu, and you, it's all arranged by you. Blocking all exits, preparing to surround and kill me. Abu responded, what? What are you talking about? He wanted to deny the truth. Tian Shen replied, although mental energy isn't my specialty, it's more than enough to deal with you. The 6 people you arranged are all under my watch. And he had guessed everything correctly. One couldn't help but say, when facing someone who had been reincarnated like Tian Shen, these people basically had no chance of standing against him. Wu Yi cursed loudly, his anger rising, shit, Abu. This damn mutt is up to some sneaky tricks. Someone stopped Li Wu Yi, why are you so angry? It's been a long time since we've seen each other, don't you want to say a few words to the boss? Wu Yi shouted, Li Nan Tian. What do you want to do? Brother Tian replied, we don't want to do anything, we just want Brother Li to stop acting recklessly. Li Wu Yi wanted to rush forward, but was held back by Qin Qin. She tried her best to stop him, saying, don't be impulsive, let's see what happens first. Li Wu Yi pointed directly at Abu and cursed, without any restraint, the rules were made by you, clearly stating that it would be a turn-based fight, and now you want to gang up on us. Abu sneered, his eyes showing a malicious intent, fine, if it's been discovered, I won't pretend anymore. Today, the Black Bandana Society must be eliminated. Brother Tian threatened Li Wu Yi, don't interfere with today's matter. And Li Nan Tian added, that's right, our target today is the Black Bandana Society. The red-haired man grabbed Teacher Luo's hand, Black Bandana Society? From today, they will disappear from Longhua City. His tone suggested he was confident they would eliminate the 2 of them here. But he had picked the wrong person. Teacher Luo kicked him with great force. She said, don't touch me. With just one kick, Brother Chen fell to the ground, his whole body as if his soul had left him. Abu radiated a strong aura of hostility, and he had not anticipated this situation. How many experts are there in the Black Bandana Society, after all? Li Wu Yi and Qin Qin, without any coordination, exclaimed in awe, that's impressive. Abu pointed, seemingly signaling everyone, move forward. Everyone followed his command, slowly approaching Teacher Luo, who stood in place, unsure of what to do. Tian Shen silently thought to himself, this is bad. If a fight really breaks out, there's a good chance Teacher Luo will explode. He glanced at Teacher Luo with concern, and with Teacher Luo in her current state, if she does explode, even I may not necessarily have a way to contain it. Bruce spoke to Abu, hold on. I want to have a fair fight with him. Abu, infuriated, retorted, Bruce's, now is not the time to act on impulse. We can't afford to lose this match.
Bruce's responded, "There's a saying in Nation H, a promise is worth 1,000 gold."
Although I'm not from Nation H, I think it makes a lot of sense. If we agreed to a one-on-one fight, we can't go back on our word. Otherwise, we won't be men. Abu was extremely frustrated by what his teammate had said. He gritted his teeth and sneered, "Humph." Tianchen appeared in front of the two. "Alright, I won't waste time talking to you. You've chosen a few people to encircle and kill, so let's go together." He spoke with an incredibly arrogant tone. Even Bruce couldn't have anticipated this situation. How strong must the person in front of them be to speak like that? Even Li Wuyi and Qin Qin were surprised by his words. The two children stood there with their mouths wide open, unable to believe their ears. Abu also couldn't believe what he had heard. What did you say?" He repeated, "I said, you and the 6 people you've arranged, along with him, come at me together." He pointed at Abu and made his declaration. This announcement sent shockwaves through all the forces in the expansion zone. Abu asked him again, "Heisho, are you sure you want to take on 7 by yourself?" He replied, "If you want to gang up on me, then try it." Abu considered for a moment. "Although we have the advantage in numbers, there's not enough trust among us. Once the fight starts, the Axe Gang and Nantian Society will definitely try to seize the opportunity to snatch people, turning the advantage into a disadvantage." Abu then said, "Since you've said it like that, I will respectfully obey." Bruce's joined in again. He said, "No." Abu spoke to him, trying to convince Bruce's, "What's wrong with you? They've already agreed." Bruce's remained adamant in his stance. Abu tried again to persuade Bruce, "This is not the time for you to fight with someone else, don't mess up the big plan." Bruce responded, still extremely stubborn, "I want to fight him one-on-one, no one else needs to help." "You have no right to give me orders. Bastard." Hearing Bruce's say that, Abu became furious. "What?" Bruce's didn't stop. "Can't you understand Nation H language? Bastard." The two brothers, Gao Fei and Luolan, looked at each other and laughed. "Shit, I'm dying of laughter, being called a bastard by some foreign guy. Ha ha ha." Abu over there bit his lip and remained silent. Baldy Chang, seeing that the situation was about to escalate, stepped in to intervene. "Brother Abu, don't get angry." Abu looked at Bruce's as if he wanted to chop this teammate into pieces. "Originally, I was planning for Bruce's to catch this kid, and the others would surround him. But now it seems I'll have to change the strategy." Abu took out his pipe. He said to Bruce's, trying to hide his anger, "We can consider the earlier incident as if it never happened. I won't report it to the higher-ups, but you are not allowed to get involved in the competition anymore." Ino Bruce's replied, "Heisho, we lost one person, a 1 against 6. Do you have a problem with that?" Tianchen responded, "Start now. Don't waste any more time." Abu sneered coldly, "Fine, then let's begin." Tianchen scanned the surroundings, counting the number of people. Indeed, there were exactly 6, neither too many nor too few. They slowly closed in on him. He muttered calculations in his mind: 3 strength-based guys in the inner circle responsible for suppression, 3 speed-based guys in the outer circle causing chaos. This strategy is solid. To execute it properly, they need to work in perfect coordination, otherwise, they'll be defeated again and again. Tianchen decided to strike first. He charged at one person. "I'll deal with you first." He made his way toward the largest and fattest member of the group. A loud crash echoed, and everyone outside watched with wide eyes, a bit tense as they observed the fight. The 3 attack-type individuals actually managed to block his strike. This was a trap. Immediately, the 3 speed-type members rushed in, just as the strategy he had envisioned earlier unfolded. Tianchen kicked up his leg, sending the strength-based guy flying, while simultaneously dealing with the 3 speed-based attackers. A person punched towards him, and he quickly bent down to dodge. Another person with a strength-based ability approached, intending to kick him. However, Tianchen grabbed his leg with a single move, throwing him to the ground while simultaneously leaping off the ground. Another strength-based person charged at him.
Tianshan was taken aback. He widened his eyes as this person embraced him, causing Tianshan to lose his momentum. Then, the person tossed him backward.
Tianshan was surprised. These people are coordinating unusually well.
If these three strength-based people persist in holding onto me like this, it will indeed be difficult to deal with.
Tianshan closed his eyes. Humph. He was preparing. The others saw him closing his eyes and asked, "What do you mean by this?" He provoked, "What are you staring at? Keep going." The group felt irritated by his attitude.
One of them gritted his teeth. Don Lin Liang, he's underestimating me.
"Let's go, take him down."
Without hesitation, they all rushed at him.
Tianshan used his mental energy and realized, so that's it.
They're using mental energy to cover the entire arena, linking the five of them together.
They're coordinating so smoothly.
To link so many people with first-level abilities must require a great deal of effort. He realized that Abu over there was controlling the group. Abu here was also sweating from using his spiritual power. The longer the match dragged on, the more disadvantageous it was for him.
He frowned. Tianshan thought, activate the pattern, huh?
He smiled, I want to see how long you can hold on.
Gao Fei looked over and asked, can one fight 7?
Luo Lan replied, nonsense.
You can do it.
Gao Fei sighed, oh, the difference between people.
It's infuriating.
Luo Lan focused on the match. She said, after this, I will definitely train harder.
Li Wuyi observed the match closely, 1 against 6, do you think our first brother can do it?
Xin responded, not sure. Previously, our first brother fought against 4 evolved members of the Zhao family alone, and in the end, it was a mutual loss. Brother Chen said, I think Hu Feng is still slightly stronger. After all, his strength is formidable. Even the 4 dragons of the Zhao family must fear him. Li Nantian said, hard to say. Teacher Luo also focused on the match, not saying anything, just remaining silent.
Abu couldn't hold on any longer.
He cursed inwardly, damn it, how can his strength never run out? Abu thought, this kid seems to have eyes in the back of his head, no matter what direction we attack from, he easily dodges or blocks it. On the other hand, our people.
One by one, they get injured from his counterattacks. If this continues, sooner or later, we will lose.
Abu spoke into the minds of all 6 people, everyone, listen up, let's all explode with power and attack from the front at the same time. No more hesitation, if we keep this up, we're definitely going to lose. The group followed Abu's command and unleashed their abilities at once. They all shouted. It was exactly the moment he was waiting for to use his own ability.
Li Wuyi gaped, that's not.
Xin stepped forward and shushed him, shoo. The kid's hand changed color again, and no one expected what this ability was, everyone was terrified.
Abu shouted, it's too late.
Hurry up. He realized something was wrong, Gan Lin Liang, no more waiting, I don't believe this kid can take us all down by himself. Indeed, they had underestimated him.
Tianshan only used one hand, and he punched forward.
He said, perfect timing, try this. The group of people charged forward but hesitated for a moment, as if sensing danger, but it was too late. He spun in a circle, like a meat grinder, pulling the entire group of 6 into it, blood and flesh flying everywhere. 1, 2, 3 people who charged at him at the same time fell down. Tianshan remained in his original stance, unscathed, with purple smoke dissipating into the air.
Gao Fei also opened his mouth, what's going on here?
Even Luo Lan was surprised, this move is a bit slick. Teacher Luo breathed a sigh of relief, phew, fortunately, we won.
Li Wuyi was delighted.
He and Xin clapped their hands. The group of people stood up, still a little scared, saying, thank you for sparing us, we admit defeat. Abu looked at the result, furious, how is this possible? 6 evolved people exploded at the same time, and he was actually able to break it. This kid is not simple. It seems I need to get the priest and young master to deal with him.
Abu thought to himself about how to deal with him. Just as he was about to leave, the man called him back. Did I allow you to leave? You think I don't know your tricks? He asked him, and he replied, Hey Sho, I haven't entered the fight yet. Are you trying to break the rules? He responded, Now you're talking about rules with me. It's too late. He walked over and landed a punch on Abu, blood splattering. Everyone witnessing it was left speechless. What's going on here? Abu fell down.
Tianchen gritted his teeth, with no trace of mercy. I'm going to kill you.
Bruce's stepped forward, as if to protect Abu. You can't do that.
But Tianchen charged at Bruce's, punching him with incredible speed. Speak in human language.
Bruce's took the hit and staggered back. He sighed. Tianchen glanced at Bruce's but said nothing.
Abu then continued, Hey Sho, you should know the standing of the Zhao family. Even Hu Feng wouldn't dare to casually kill us.
Suddenly, a manic laugh rang out. Everyone turned around in surprise. Huh? Who is that? It's Hu Feng, he finally joined in. He laughed and said, Trash like you dare to call yourselves dragons?
Boss Hu, Xin, and Li Wui were overjoyed when they saw this. It's Hu Feng. Everyone immediately realized, Hu Feng is here.
Who's stronger, He Shou or Hu Feng?
Someone next to them responded, Don't be ridiculous.
Who is Hu Feng?
He's the top guy in our expansion area, and He Shou is just a talented newcomer.
He glanced over there and wondered, is this person the first Emperor Hu Feng?
Hu Feng stepped forward and spoke gently, My friend, for my sake, spare his life.
Li Wui rushed in and intervened, First brother, why are you pleading for this traitor? Hu Feng replied, There's a time for everything. By all rights, this person is a traitor to me, and there's no reason to ask for mercy on his behalf, but I owe him. Abu looked at Hu Feng, his eyes filled with resentment. Without him, there would be no maple nest. Today, I spare his life, and from now on, neither of us owes anything to the other. Li Wui, the first brother, spoke helplessly, and everyone around praised him. What a bold man, truly worthy of being the leader of the expanded region. Escaping this calamity, this Abu is really lucky. He repeated, No.
Hu Feng darkened his face and glared at him. Tianchen continued, This is your matter with him, it has nothing to do with me.
Today, this person must die.
Everyone was stunned by those words. This He Shou completely disregards Hu Feng's face.
Hu Feng doesn't seem pleased. Could it be? A person said, Hit. Then continued, Hit, hit. So everyone immediately shouted, Hit, hit, hit. Li Wui stood between the two, now he didn't know what to do.
On one side was his younger brother, on the other was the boss, yet those guys outside kept fueling the fire like this. Hu Feng glanced at him, and Tianchen showed no intention of backing down. Hu Feng sighed and then smiled, All right, it's just me, Hu Feng, talking nonsense for a traitor who's not worth it. Hu Feng raised his hand, My friend, I was rude earlier, please forgive me, don't hold it against me.
But the other person didn't respond to Hu Feng, instead directly jumping away. Hu Feng looked in that direction, and Tianchen rushed toward Abu. This Abu surely couldn't fight him. Abu looked at him, unwilling to accept it. There was a loud thud, but Tianchen missed the strike. He hit the ground, and everyone there gasped at the unexpected turn of events. Tianchen looked toward him and praised, You're fast to arrive.
Hu Feng glanced over and smirked lightly, Today is really lively, even you are joining the fight now. That was a person from the Zhao family, the one who just saved Abu.
Now, Bruce's was carrying Abu. Abu shouted, Hurry, put me down. It seemed like he didn't want to lose face in front of everyone.
Bruce had no choice but to put Abu down on the ground. Hu Feng joined in, saying, All right, the Zhao family's 4 dragons, 3 of them are already here, just missing your young master.
Old Li replied, Haha, what's this talk of dragons and dragons? It's just something those younger generations are chatting about.
I'm old now, and I have no interest in meddling in the affairs of you youngsters. He thought back to that moment. The Zhao family is no simple matter. When I rushed to Abu's location, that person suddenly appeared out of nowhere, moving with incredible speed. After Bruce's came to save Abu, I had to face Oldly boldly immediately redirected my attack to the ground. Tianxin frowned, feeling uncomfortable, a high-level stage 1 and a peak stage 1, and then there's this person they call Uncle Li. He looked toward the Zhao family, somewhat unsure of what to do. Just now, my full force strike felt like hitting a cotton ball. He must have used some technique to dissipate the force. This person may be at peak stage 1, but even against a stage 2 powerhouse, he would still be able to put up a fight. Unless I completely unleash my power right now, I won't be able to hold them back. He quietly calculated in his heart, but the technique to neutralize this guy's force is a bit interesting. Uncle Li smiled and spoke, looking completely harmless while pretending to advise, "Young man, one should have a heart of tolerance." I told Abu to admit his mistake and move on. The crowd gathered around, gossiping excitedly, making it quite lively. Today can be called a gathering of experts. One person asked, "Do you think this Heishou is giving face to the Zhao family?" The other replied, "Heishou doesn't even show respect to Hu Feng, so why would he admit defeat to the Zhao family?" I think another big fight is coming. Tianxin scoffed coldly, admitting fault? Humph. If apologies could solve problems, why would we need fists? Oldly didn't hold back either, so, what do you want then? Tianxin, get lost. Oldly was confused, what is this nonsense? Tianxin repeated, no need for an apology, just get this idiot out of my sight. Abu shouted loudly, still defiant despite being beaten, Heishou, don't go too far. Oldly turned and punched Abu without saying a word. He then laughed, Abu, I already told you, I asked you to get lost. Can't you understand human language? Abu then covered his face as if he wanted to say something more, Uncle Li, I. Oldly, once again, threw another punch, sending Abu flying outside. Bruce, witnessing this, muttered to himself, that must hurt. Abu tumbled several times on the ground. Oldly turned to Tianxin and said, young man, your name is Heishou, right? Black Bandana Society. He murmured, very good, we will meet again later. He led Bruce away. Bruce turned back and spoke to him once more, we should have a real fight sometime, I'm really looking forward to it. Tianxin, along with Hu Feng, said nothing, watching the Zhao family group leave. Then he turned to address the remaining factions in the expanded area, do you still want to fight? After that fight, everyone was terrified of his strength, we dare not, please. Someone asked, what about Boss Hu? Hu Feng stepped forward and announced, it seems this chaos should come to an end. Everyone, I, Hu Feng, am a latecomer, and I should not interfere with today's events, I am merely a witness. This young man from the Black Bandana Society has defeated all challengers. According to the agreement, he is allowed to take 2 people and leave. If anyone has any objections or wants to challenge him, they can speak up now. Brother Chen and Li Tiannan both gave up. Boss Hu said it like this, how dare we have any objections? That's right, Heishou is the strongest, we won't fight anymore. Hu Feng turned to ask, what about the others? The other factions also gave up, no problem, agreed. Both Gao Fei and Luo Lan sighed, phew, it's finally over. Teacher Luo came over to untie the 2 of them. Gao Fei sighed, hurry, untie me. Teacher Luo reminded, don't let anyone else hear, you guys are prisoners now. Luo Lan smiled, and suddenly something flew towards them. Teacher Luo, who was with Gao Fei, looked at it warily. Luo Lan jumped up, it was Zhang Jinyu, what's the rush? I haven't agreed yet. No one thinks they can take anyone away. Tianxin's eyes widened, not expecting to encounter him in this situation. He opened his mouth, Zhang Jinyu. Zhang Jinyu walked over to help lift the nunchaku, then said to Tianxin, you all want to take them away. Beat me first. It seemed that he still didn't know Heishou was Tianxin. Tianxin stared at Zhang Jinyu, not sure what he was thinking, while Luo Lan and Gao Fei stood frozen, what's going on? I really don't understand. Suddenly someone's going to intervene. Zhang Jinyu declared, if you want to lead them, defeat me first.
The people in the expanded area were all surprised by his appearance. Who is this idiot? Another person replied, that's Zhang Jinyu, second brother of Azure Mountain Gang. The same Azure Mountain Gang that was just wiped out today by the Hong Yi Gang. What is this kid trying to do? Looking for death? Zhang Jinyu had recently become evolved. Does this guy want to die early? Tian Chen looked at him and said, can I ask you a question? Zhang Jinyu answered, what is it? He pointed towards Gao Fei and Luo Lan. What do you want them for? Zhang Jinyu replied, it's none of your business. Tian Chen responded, these two are under my control. Now you want to take them, surely you have a reason, right? Zhang Jinyu was a little confused by his words. Then what do you mean by saying that? Tian Chen continued, I want to hear the reason for your actions.
Jinyu was somewhat puzzled. The people witnessing it were confused. He Shou is negotiating terms with him. Could it be that Zhang Jinyu also has hidden strength? The person next to him said, you're telling me, I'm telling anyone, everyone is confused.
Is there a reason or not?
Jinyu responded, Zhou Tian Chen is helping me take revenge, this is what I owe him. He looked at Jinyu, unsure of what to say. This kid really values loyalty.
Jinyu frowned, what are you looking at? If you want to hit me, just go ahead.
He smiled lightly, a hint of joy in his heart. You haven't changed one bit.
Hurry up and go, I said, you shouldn't be here.
Jinyu remained as stubborn as ever, you don't need to worry about that.
I'm just asking you, are you going to send someone for me or not?
Tian Chen replied, your strength right now is still far from enough, you won't be able to protect them. Jinyu looked at him, displeased, but it's still better than leaving it to you.
Negotiations failed, and he tightened his grip on his nunchaku, then let's fight.
After speaking, Jinyu rushed toward Tian Chen without hesitation.
Tian Chen was startled, why doesn't this kid listen to anything I say? He immediately blocked Jinyu's nunchaku, not wanting to hurt him.
After the first exchange, both of them stepped back. He looked at Jinyu, evaluating, nunchaku, in that case, the attack power will be considerably stronger.
For an evolved one, ordinary swords and knives are easily destroyed or broken.
A weapon that's not as sharp as these nunchaku is actually much better, it's truly a good choice. Both of them exchanged blows back and forth, with him only dodging, not striking back at Jinyu. He had some calculations in mind, it seems like I should find a suitable weapon. Jinyu continued to strike at him, showing no mercy, but suddenly, he lunged forward.
The nunchaku was aimed directly at Tian Chen's eyes as it rushed towards him.
He quickly grabbed the nunchaku, seizing it from Jinyu's hands, and took control of the situation. Hu Feng watched from the side, muttering, interesting. His intuition told him that Tian Chen was letting the boy have his way.
Tian Chen spoke to Jinyu, stop fighting, listen to me.
Jinyu, being stubborn, retorted, I have nothing to say to you. He released the nunchaku and charged at Tian Chen with a punch.
Tian Chen deliberately did not dodge and took the hit head-on. Everyone gasped in surprise, and the onlookers, witnessing the scene, started to scatter. This Jinyu actually managed to land a hit on He Shua?
Only Hu Feng noticed the deeper meaning. He gave a slight nod of approval. The moment Jinyu landed the punch, he asked the boy, why didn't you dodge?
You know that it was because he deliberately didn't avoid it, not that he couldn't avoid it.
Tian Chen grabbed Jinyu's hand, pushed him forward, and subdued him in that moment. He slammed him down to the ground, saying nothing, and raised his hand to knock Jinyu unconscious.
Jinyu passed out, unable to say another word.
Only then did he stand up, brushed off his clothes, and said, take this person along.
Li Wuyi replied, got it.
He was also a bit confused by Tian Chen's actions. Zhang Jinyu is probably done for this time. The onlookers also felt pity for him, Azure Mountain Gang is completely finished this time.
Only teacher Luo knew the truth. But Jinyu hadn't actually passed out. Tian Chen noticed how his friend suddenly became so strong.
Jinyu sat up, gritted his teeth, and said, it's not over yet.
The people outside were shocked, what is happening here? Even teacher Luo didn't expect this. Jinyu grabbed his nunchucks and said, Do you really think you can knock me down like this?
Jinyu retracted his twin sabers and prepared to continue fighting with Tianchen in the second round. Tianchen sighed, looking at the person in front of him with a hint of heartache.
Jinyu continued, the thing I hate most in this life is owing a debt of gratitude, so I repay any favor and avenge any grievance. Anyone who wants to take these two away will have to step over my dead body first.
Jinyu declared, pointing to himself, willing to die rather than let Tianchen take the two away.
Jinyu firmly stated, if you want to take these two away, you will have to step over my dead body first. Jinyu also said to Gao Fei and Luo Lan, don't worry. As long as I still have a breath left, these people won't be able to touch you.
Gao Fei said, bro, stop causing more trouble here, just leave already.
Luo Lan agreed, yes, we're not even that close.
Luo Lan, seeing the stubbornness in that person, got annoyed.
Gao Fei looked at Jinyu, blushing, I don't know why, but I feel a bit moved.
Luo Lan cursed in his ear, moved my ass.
Tianchen looked at Jinyu and said, why is my friend so stupid?
He tried to advise him, stop this, all you're doing is bringing harm to yourself.
Jinyu replied, even if I die, I won't let you succeed.
Tianchen clenched his fist, cursing inwardly, this fool, with his patterns emerging under such agitation, there's no way to suppress him without hurting him.
The only option is to strike quickly and win fast.
Jinyu charged toward him, and he stood still, waiting for the attack. Jinyu gritted his teeth, determined to take down the person in front of him to protect Tianchen's friend. Jinyu swung his nunchaku, but he immediately jumped up to dodge.
Hu Feng took the opportunity to strike Jinyu on the back of the neck. Jinyu let out a cry. Hu Feng pressed on a pressure point, and Jinyu opened his mouth before losing consciousness.
In front of everyone, as Hu Feng finished his strike, Jinyu collapsed.
After taking care of Jinyu, Hu Feng turned to Tianchen.
The onlookers were surprised, and it was the first time I had witnessed Hu Feng use his capturing technique in person. This move was called Coiling Dragon Hand, a skill Hu Feng had learned in a martial arts school. With Jinyu unconscious, Hu Feng approached him as if pressing on a pressure point to revive him.
Hu Feng said to him, in about an hour, he should wake up. What happens next, you can handle it yourself.
He nodded at Hu Feng and quietly replied, thank you.
Hu Feng turned to Li Wuyi and said, Wuyi, clean up, get ready to go back. He replied, yes.
He knew exactly the method Hu Feng had just used.
He thought to himself, indeed, it's not simple. Wuyi smiled at Hu Feng and said, first brother, you've worked hard.
The others seized the opportunity to flatter, hey Sho, bro, we've offended you this time.
We'll definitely come to apologize another day.
He just glanced at them and said one sentence, get lost.
All the remaining gangs in the expanded area immediately left, alright. We're leaving right now, won't dare to make any more noise.
Xin said nothing, only looking toward Tianchen. She walked up to him, Zwa Tianchen.
He replied, what's wrong?
Xin said, you should still come back to Maple Nest with us.
You've just arrived and don't have anywhere to go.
Tianchen refused, no, I have some matters to attend to this time. But Xin felt a bit reluctant. Hu Feng walked over and patted her on the shoulder, Xin, Zwa brother has his own business, don't make unreasonable demands.
She sadly accepted the reality, alright.
Hu Feng comforted her and then led Xin away, not forgetting to say to him, Zwa brother's strength is not bad.
If you're interested, you can come to Maple Nest and take a look. Tianchen nodded, boss who has done me a big favor. I will definitely repay this kindness.
Hu Feng left with Li Wuyi and Xin, then I'll wait for you at Maple Nest, Zwa brother, we'll meet again later.
Goodbye.
After Gao Fei was untied, he seized the opportunity to stretch, I feel so suffocated.
Luo Lan frowned, alright, wasn't it to save you? Gao Fei looked at his brother, are you out of your mind? If it weren't for me, would you have even seen Tianchen? Luo Lan was angry, you're still blaming me? Isn't it your bad eyesight? You couldn't even recognize Tianchen.
Gao Fei scratched his head, my mistake.
Luolan angrily said, I don't believe you. Shang Biao had also returned. Luolan greeted it, her voice cheerful, Shang Biao. Tianchen spoke to the two of them, stop arguing, the two of you together are still not as reliable as Shang Biao. Teacher Luo chuckled when she heard him teasing. Gao Fei asked, what's the next step? What do we do now? He replied, go to Azure Mountain Gang and help that kid handle his family matters. Luolan said, wait a moment. We need to pick someone up first. He asked, who? On her back was Xinyu. Luolan smiled and said, Teacher Luo, someone really wants to meet you. When Teacher Luo heard that, she immediately figured out who it was, her eyes full of anticipation. Luolan knocked on a door and said, open the door quickly. The Emperor covers the tigers. A voice called out from inside, mushroom chicken stew. Gao Fei and Tian Shan were at a loss for words. The voice inside continued, treasure pagoda demons, chili and mushroom. The door opened, and a figure appeared. The little girl asked, you're back, did you find Big Brother? Behind her was Teacher Luo, and when she saw the figure, she was taken aback, sister. The little girl rushed toward Teacher Luo and hugged her, extremely happy. Tian Shen laughed, come in. The group is almost complete now. He placed his sword on the table and sat down. He asked, go ahead, how did the two of you find this place? Luo Lan replied, it wasn't that difficult. Gao Fei chimed in, we followed the smell here. He tapped their heads, speak human language. The two of them, clearly in pain, spoke the truth. Gao Fei rubbed his head, it was Leader Lin who sent us here. He said you'd probably come to Longhua. He asked, Leader Lin? Luo Lan hugged his head, crying out in pain, it hurts so much. Gao Fei explained, after we got out of danger, we initially planned to go directly to Chuzhou, but Leader Lin told us it would be better to go to Longhua first. He asked again, then where did they go? The boy replied, they left before us, saying they wanted to go directly to Longhua City. When we left, they also took Xiao Shui with them. Tian Shen nodded after hearing this, I see. So, after this, what do you think? Gao Fei and Luo Lan were caught off guard by his question, huh? Tian Shen explained, there are no less than 30 evolved ones outside the light of Longhua City, and there are first-class peak and second-class ones. Even though they had a 3-month head start, they were still caught up. He scolded Luo Lan and Gao Fei, bare thing techniques, I wasted my time teaching you. Luo Lan pouted, I didn't expect this either. Tian Shen calculated, it seems like you've been living comfortably. Starting tomorrow, I'll personally train you. Gao Fei and Luo Lan, upon hearing this, clutched their heads, what? The demon is coming. Tian Shen glanced at the little girl, Xiao Shui, who was lying in Luo teacher's arms and looking at him. He asked her, Xiao Shui, have you learned the breathing technique yet? Xiao Shui replied, not yet. He said, then you can teach her. Okay, Luo Lan nodded. Xiao Shui seemed a bit excited, oh, you want to teach me? Yes, he nodded. Later, you'll be like us, with superpowers, Xiao Shui exclaimed in Luo teacher's arms. And what about Luo teacher? He looked at her with a bit of calculation. Luo teacher, hearing him call her, turned to look at him. Tian Shen patted his head, unsure of what to say. What's wrong? Gao Fei asked him. It's nothing. He replied, let's deal with other matters first. He turned to Ting Yu and said, stop pretending to be asleep. You woke up earlier when we were studying. Ting Yu opened his eyes. Gao Fei and Luo Lan gaped at Ting Yu's reaction. Ting Yu sat up, still caught by him. He replied, my range of perception is within 5 meters. Ting Yu looked at him and asked, are you Zhua Tianchen? He nodded, yes, earlier I couldn't reveal my identity, so I had to take action against you. Ting Yu said nothing, kneeling before Zhua Tianchen. He was taken aback, not having time to stop him. Tianchen said in a hurry, what are you doing? Get up quickly.
Tingyu said, Tian brother, starting today, this life of Zheng Tingyu belongs to you.
Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Tianchen helped Tingyu up, saying, You may think that what I'm doing is defending the weak, but to be honest, you might not believe it. I owe you all of this. I am the one who truly owes you a favor. All of this is something I should do.
He turned to leave. Of course, from now on, we owe each other nothing.
Remember that.
Tianchen looked at Tingyu and firmly stated, Zheng Tingyu, you are my brother. Tingyu was stunned by his words, even needing to repeat the word brother.
Tianchen took the dagger and said, You should rest well first. Don't think about anything else. After the explosion of the patterns, you are still very weak. Cao Fei asked him, Do you want to go outside?
Yes.
Okay.
He instructed, Teach Zheng Tingyu the breathing method. It will help with his recovery. Luo teacher, he said, please come with me.
All right, Luo teacher nodded hastily.
He said, this is not a safe area.
Don't make too much noise. We might have to spend the night outside.
You all should focus on your training inside this house.
Gao Fei and Xiao Shui were a bit confused when they heard his words, spend the night outside?
They looked at each other, then laughed and mumbled.
Xiao Shui said, Isn't Gao Fei smiling? Do we really need to say it? It's definitely like that.
Luolan couldn't stand it anymore and hit Gao Fei. Luolan, take Xiao Shui with you, don't follow his bad example.
I'll teach you the breathing method.
Yes. Xiao Shui looked at him with concern.
It hurts. Gao Fei. Outside, Luo teacher asked him, Where are we going? He answered, The blood storage, the blood storage?
She was confused.
Tian Chen spoke up.
She rolled up her sleeves to see. She followed suit, and her hand turned black.
Luo teacher was terrified. What happened?
He explained, I sensed it earlier. In the past 2 days, the coverage rate of the black armor has been gradually increasing.
If it's not controlled, something will happen.
Luo teacher was anxious, and he continued, right now, you need a large amount of blood.
At that moment, outside, the zombies swayed aimlessly, searching for targets. Tian Chen and Teacher Luo stood on a high platform, looking down below.
Teacher Luo, with a worried expression, asked, the disaster has been raging for 3 months now. Will there really be blood at the blood station?
Zhua Tianchen looked down below. Unless something unexpected happens, there should be.
This is the largest blood station in the area, equipped with advanced thermal preservation devices. Even if there is no power for a year, there is no need to worry about the plasma deteriorating. Hearing him, Teacher Luo was astonished. Plasma can also be preserved like that? Zhua Tianchen did not look at her, and continued explaining, there are also frozen red blood cells.
These can be used directly.
After a moment of silence, he added, the number of infected people in the vicinity is also quite high. I can sense the dangerous aura and the presence of high-level infected. Tianchen's gaze was filled with concern. In short, we must be careful and stay alert. At this moment, a vehicle, unknown where it came from, sped toward the center of the zombie swarm. Seeing the car approaching, Teacher Luo quickly called out to Tianchen, look over there, someone is coming. The car swiftly maneuvered through the zombies, making them dizzy and unable to react. After the car managed to break through a distance, the zombies finally identified the target and began to scream and charge toward the vehicle. Looking the movement of the car made her anxious, they are leading the infected out. Watching the direction the car was heading, Tianchen assessed, the target of these people is probably also to reach the blood station.
If we let them lead the way, we will act. The driver in the car sounded very professional.
He spun the steering wheel at lightning speed, making it impossible to keep up with the movement. The car did a spin and shot forward like an arrow towards the blood station. Seeing the crowd of zombies at the entrance of the station, the people in the car immediately drew their guns and began attacking. Before the zombies could get close, the car was shot and stopped dead in its tracks. The car halted, spun around, creating a 90-degree angle. Sensing the breath of living humans ahead, the zombies, as if injected with adrenaline, immediately charged forward.
Looking down, Zhuo Tianchen pondered, it's successful. The tactics are skillful, not to be underestimated. Luo teacher pointed below and called out to Zhuo Tianchen, there are people coming out.
Below, a group of people holding guns were heading towards the blood station. Seeing this, Zhuo Tianchen reminded, Luo teacher, wait for them to enter, then we will advance.
The group immediately entered, exterminating the zombies blocking the way.
The scar-faced man turned around and reminded his teammates, hurry up, these infected might return before we can deal with these people.
The zombies showed no resistance. After clearing the last one, the underling reported.
Zhuo Tianchen and teacher Luo stood outside, observing the situation inside.
After a long time without any movement, teacher Luo anxiously asked, what's going on?
Tianchen analyzed the situation for her. The person holding the knife in the middle is probably a level 1 evolved individual, he's not weak. Earlier, I sensed that the one infected was a high level 1, but now their presence has disappeared. Upon hearing this, teacher Luo felt somewhat relieved. If it's level 1, then there's nothing to worry about.
The infected person must have left. Tianchen didn't think things were that simple.
He touched the sword on his back and softly responded, no, this is an infected person who specializes in sneak attacks. Stick close to me later. Seeing his cool demeanor, teacher Luo felt a little shaken, her eyes wide with admiration as she looked at Tianchen. Just as the tension was building, both of them were startled by a squeaking sound. Looking down, they saw a mouse staring up at them with sparkling eyes.
Tianchen gently called out, Shangbiao.
Seeing the hamster in Zhuo Tianchen's hand, teacher Luo asked in surprise, how did this hamster end up here?
Tianchen was also confused, I don't know. I almost forgot about it.
Zhuo Tianchen looked at the little mouse with a tender gaze, no, something's not right.
I can't sense Shangbiao's movements.
I didn't notice it this morning, but Shangbiao appeared suddenly.
I couldn't detect it at all.
When the little mouse saw Tianchen looking at it like that, it jumped in surprise, beads of sweat forming. This mouse has many suspicious points.
Tianchen shook it back and forth, observing to see if there was any issue with it. What's going on here?
After observing for a while, he finally noticed something a little strange on the mouse's back.
Tianchen was astonished, huh? A pattern?
He leaned in closely to look at Shangbiao. Shangbiao has evolved. No, the toxin can only infect humans.
What's going on with this Shangbiao? Seeing Tianchen staring at him intently, Shangbiao acted cute, his eyes sparkling as he looked at him, appearing utterly innocent.
After taking care of things, the group of zombies outside, led by the scar-faced man, entered. The subordinate following behind looked worried. I have a bad feeling about this. Seeing his friend fretting like this, the person in front reminded him, don't say such ominous things. The short-haired young man, still uneasy about his backward and forward glances, was only worried about something suddenly attacking them. He asked, do you think we'll encounter monsters? Why be scared? Even if we run into monsters, we have someone evolved in our team. While walking, the leader suddenly stopped. He raised his hand to signal everyone to slow down. Wait a minute. His face darkened, something ahead seemed odd. Something had just flashed by in front, and the group went silent. Seeing this, the leader ordered everyone, you all stay here, organize the formation, I'll go ahead and check. Upon receiving the order, the group immediately backed up against each other, heightening their vigilance. The sound of light footsteps approached, and suddenly something flashed by, making a loud noise that caused the group to look at each other in confusion. The sound of a fight broke out in the empty space, leaving the group uncertain. It seemed like they had to fight. Perhaps he could do it. It sounded very determined. After a while, the noise gradually faded, and everything went silent, as if it had ended. In the empty space, footsteps could be heard approaching, and in the distance, a tall figure emerged, shrouded in darkness with an indistinct face. The light outside the window illuminated his clothes, which were dirty and slightly strange in appearance. Looking at the person in front, one of the group stepped forward and asked, did you manage to do it? I knew you could.
Seeing that the person in front did not respond, another man stepped forward and asked, "Are you okay? What kind of monster was that?"
Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. The person in front of them was no longer their teammate, but had been transformed into a zombie, lunging at the man and biting into his neck. The sight of this caused everyone to panic, gripping their guns tightly. After feeding, the monster looked towards the group. Seeing it stare back at them, everyone's face turned pale as they desperately fired their guns, unleashing a barrage of bullets at it. After finishing the meal, the zombie's body underwent a transformation, and the clothes on his body tore apart. Red lines appeared across his body, making him look terrifying. The bullets that had been shot earlier were pushed out of his body. After being shotted by the group, he finally decided to teach them a lesson about respect. He roared fiercely and charged towards the group. As they saw the monster charging at them, the group was paralyzed with fear, unable to move, as if their feet were nailed to the ground. Tian Chen and teacher Luo, standing outside, were startled by the loud scream from the group inside. Teacher Luo asked Tian Chen, "It seems like there's a fight going on inside." Her face showed concern. "Let's go check it out." Seeing teacher Luo about to move forward, Tian Chen stopped her. "Wait." Confused, she asked, "Why?" Tian Chen explained, "The inside of this building is narrow, it's not suitable for fighting. Let's wait here." Feeling uneasy waiting outside, the girl hesitated. However, before she could finish her sentence, Tian Chen's gaze sharpened. He spoke coldly, "They're here." As the monster drew closer, the leader of the group reminded everyone to retreat. "It's almost at the door." The bullets shot at the monster were like stainless steel rods, causing no harm to it whatsoever. Seeing the fat prey in front of it, the monster grinned eerily. The leader gave an order, "Attack quickly, don't let him get away." Seeing the group attacking in such an orderly manner, Tian Chen praised them, "Not bad, staying calm in the face of crisis like this." Although none of them were evolved humans, their coordination was orderly. After finally escaping from the monster, they breathed a sigh of relief, but they knew the danger was far from over. Seeing Tian Chen, one of their group members, pale-faced, shouted, "Run quickly!" Inside, there were advanced zombies. While shouting, the group ran desperately. They hadn't gone far before they saw the monster at the door. Feeling the powerful strength of the zombies, Tian Chen was a little surprised. "You've evolved due to infection. Once an evolved human is affected, they will undergo mutation, just like those who have been corrupted." He immediately drew his knife and decided to deal with this one first. If left too long, it would mutate. Seeing Tian Chen not only not running away but actually heading towards the monster, the others were puzzled. "Hurry up, what are you going over there for?" Ignoring their words, Tian Chen held his knife towards the zombie. "It can infect evolved humans. The infection rate is probably at the peak of level 2. It seems we won't be able to avoid a fierce battle soon, so we need to conserve our strength." Seeing Tian Chen walking towards him, the zombie let out an ear-piercing scream. The sight of the zombie in such a furious state sent the others into a panic. "It's gone mad, everyone scatter!" Tian Chen's face darkened as he rushed toward the zombie, fully activating his senses to seize the opportunity to kill it in one move. Seeing Tian Chen act as if he had a death wish, the man hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "Go back, haven't you finished what you were saying yet?" Suddenly, a flash of light from a blade appeared. In an instant, the monster's head was severed from its body. Tian Chen landed lightly on the ground. As the words "formidable opponent" were still on the tip of his tongue, the man realized that the monster they had been so terrified of had been dealt with by this young man in a single move. After Tian Chen stood up, the others snapped back to reality, their gazes filled with awe as they looked at him. Incredible. The man silently assessed him, killed a high-level zombie with a single strike. This person must be an evolved human. Knowing that the threat had been eliminated, one member of the team stepped forward to thank him. "Thank you, my name is..." Before he could finish his sentence, Tian Chen interrupted, "Just a kind reminder, there might still be high-level infected people inside. If you don't want to keep offering up heads, you'd better leave quickly." Tian Chen called out to Luo, who was behind him, "We're here."
Seeing that Tian Shen didn't say anything more and just walked inside, the group became confused and somewhat puzzled. Just like that, they're going in? The teammate beside shrugged and replied, "They're evolved humans, of course they value us." The long-haired man frowned and said, "But we've put in so much effort, we can't return empty-handed." The man leading the group furrowed his brows and said, "Let's go find Lin's sister. They've led the zombies away, and they'll be back soon. With her here, we'll have leverage to talk to the evolved human." Tian Shan and teacher Luo entered inside. Facing the sturdy door in front of them, they both paused. They stepped forward to inspect the dried corpses, touching the door silently and silently evaluating it. Teacher Luo frowned and asked, "What happened here?" Tian Shan, looking deep in thought, replied, "Dried corpses, no wonder the evolved human from earlier got infected." Seeing that Tian Shan seemed to have discovered something, teacher Luo quickly asked, "What did you find?" Tian Shan warned, "Be careful, we might encounter blood brain." Upon hearing this, teacher Luo became even more confused. Blood brain? He raised his hand to signal her, reminding her, "From now on, stay within 3 meters of me." Tian Shan explained to her, blood brain is a type of third-level infected human with the advantage of stealth. The combat power of a blood brain is not high, but it is slightly higher than that of a common second-level infected. However, the most terrifying aspect of a blood brain is its ability to transform powers. Blood brains like to sneak around, prefer to target those weaker than themselves or normal humans, and turn them into blood slaves. Upon hearing this and recalling the zombie earlier, Luo teacher asked with some doubt in her voice, "Is the blood brain the evolved person from earlier?" "Yes." In a short period, the combat power of blood slaves can increase rapidly, but it doesn't last long. The blood brain will drain their energy. The result for blood slaves is to become nothing but dry bones, he said as he looked at the dry skeleton lying on the ground. Blood brains love human blood and brains the most. Right now, our resistance to toxins cannot immunize us against its transformation. So, we have to be cautious. I've heightened my awareness of the surroundings. As soon as the blood brain gets close, we'll detect it. You keep an eye on Shangbiao and make sure it doesn't wander off." Upon hearing his instructions, Luo teacher immediately responded, "Got it." She bent down, placed her palm facing Shangbiao, and softly called, "Shangbiao, come here." Tian Shan extended his hand and touched the cracked door, his hand suddenly turning bright red. He said, "This blood brain wants to plot to manipulate the blood slaves, smash its head against the door, and then take its blood. It must have mutated not long ago, with no living beings in the infected area, so it hasn't succeeded yet. The damage rate is too high, we can manage." As he spoke, Tian Shan immediately gathered strength in his hands, his expression darkening. He threw a powerful punch, causing a loud bang as he struck the wall in front of him. In just one punch, the door, which seemed very sturdy, was blasted off completely. The door collapsed, and dust filled the air. Tian Shan stood still, silently gazing inside. As they entered, she screamed, hugging her shoulders tightly. "The temperature in here is too low." Tian Shan seemed unaffected by the cold. He silently looked around, assessing the situation. "This will be the last time. If we can't power this, the temperature here will continue to drop, and everything will be ruined." Suddenly, his gaze froze as he looked at the nozzle releasing gas. Tian Shan immediately understood the source of the coldness. The gas is leaking out. No wonder the temperature is so low. It looks like the situation isn't too bad. Fresh blood can't be preserved at such low temperatures, it will cause hemolysis, but for you, these things don't matter. As long as it isn't ruined, it's fine. He reminded Luo teacher, "Let's start, take everything that can be used and put it in the fridge." Receiving the order, Luo teacher immediately got to work and moved towards the compartment to pour. Suddenly, Tian Shan's gaze turned cold. He sensed something outside, and Shang Biao's expression became very serious, as if he wanted to say something. He kept waving his hands in front of Tian Shan. Seeing the noisy mouse, Tian Shan immediately signaled for silence. Tian Shan, with his fingers, took the blood bags that had changed color, and it seemed there were still many more types of altered blood. He threw each bag one by one outside. Seeing the blood bags being tossed and scattered on the ground, Luo teacher did not understand his action and asked, "What are you doing?" Tianchen said nothing but waved his hand toward her. Seeing this, Luo teacher widened her eyes in confusion, her head filled with question marks. Tianchen continued to throw the blood on the ground, and the blood bags that had just been exposed to the outside air immediately froze. At this moment, it seemed like something above was observing every move of Tianchen. It then flew away in a flash, leaving only a yellow afterimage. The strange sounds echoing in the space made Luo teacher feel a sense of fear in her heart. Shang Biao, as if sensing danger, trembled in fear, its face filled with terror. Unknowingly, a monstrous creature appeared from nowhere, its long, grotesque tongue flicking out. From its tongue, a foul liquid oozed out. Suddenly, the monster's tongue swelled up, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. The tongue shot toward Tianchen. He remained still, not reacting in the slightest. Seeing Tianchen's lack of response, Luo teacher anxiously covered his mouth. Above, on top of the freezer, there seemed to be a high-level mutated monster. Its eyes were bright red, and its white skull was attacking Tianchen. As the tip of the tongue drew closer to his face, Tianchen's expression grew colder. Finally, he could no longer remain motionless. He immediately grabbed the monster's tongue tightly. The creature's tongue was yanked so forcefully by Tianchen that it felt like its throat might tear. Tianchen's eyes burned with murderous intent as he advanced to deal with the unruly monster. In just one move, the monster was spectacularly taken down by Tianchen. Its massive body was thrown violently onto the ground with a deafening crash. The monster, thrown down by Tianchen, splattered with foul blood and fluids, seemingly unaffected by the pain. It clumsily got back up, its face twisted with anger. Tianchen smirked, looking at the ugly creature before him. His gaze darkened as he gripped the monster's tongue at a certain angle. This is the fatal point for any person. With the monster's tongue locked by Tianchen, it immediately faltered, its body freezing in place, its forelimbs standing straight as it prepared to attack Tianchen. Without saying another word, Tianchen used force to sever its tongue in two. Seeing the brutal scene before him, Shang Biao quickly closed his eyes, unable to bear looking directly. Tianchen delivered another powerful kick to the monster's face, nearly killing it. He smiled wickedly, pointing out the monster's weakness. Having lost the ability to transform blood-brain, its fighting power was no match for a level 2 infected human. The monster gritted its teeth, glaring at him with rage. Tianchen, sensing the monster's growing aggression, fixed his gaze sharply upon it. "Let's go," he said. Cornered with no escape, the monster, in its fury, chose to fight Tianchen to the death. It charged toward him, but before it could even strike, Tianchen landed a punch straight through its head. Luo teacher looked on, somewhat unable to face the gruesome sight, while Shang Biao, eyes glowing with admiration, looked at Tianchen as if he were meeting his idol. After dealing with the monster, Tianchen approached and observed the creature lying on the ground. It seemed that this blood brain had only recently mutated and hadn't fully developed. He stood up and called out to Luo teacher, "Grab the supplies, let's go." Each of them took a box of supplies. As they looked at the boxes in front of Tianchen, he fell silent. "There are only these few boxes. We can't carry everything." Luo teacher glanced at him and replied, "Can we stay here temporarily? We've used up all the stock." He said, "It's not safe here, the terrain has many escape routes, and there are also many high-level infected people lying in ambush around. We must leave here quickly." As he spoke, he moved toward the door, and teacher Luo followed behind, also complying. "All right, but I wonder if this is enough for now?" Seeing that teacher Luo seemed a bit anxious, Tianchen reminded her, "Don't rush the dark armor condensation, take it slow." Upon hearing his words, teacher Luo's eyes drooped, filled with concern. Suddenly, a car stopped outside. Looking down, teacher Luo said, "It seems like someone is coming." "I can hear it, let's go out and check." The newcomers were a small team of 2 men and 2 women, with a red-haired woman leading them, her face cold. As he saw them approaching, he became a little contemplative.
Right now, he didn't want to face any more trouble. Looking at Tianchen in front of him, one of the underlings approached and whispered in the red-haired woman's ear, "Lin's sister, it's him." Seeing that the group looked hostile, Tianchen's eyes immediately turned cold, and he suddenly sensed a murderous intent from behind. Tianchen glanced back and saw Teacher Luo, full of killing intent, staring at the group in front. Noting Teacher Luo's fierce expression, Tianchen silently praised her in his mind. Not bad, Teacher Luo is immediately preparing for battle, activating the dark armor first.
If the enemy attacks, we can counter in time.
The events from last time have changed her quite a bit. Tianchen placed the crates on the ground, dealing with this troublesome situation. His actions caused his subordinates to feel a bit alarmed, as if they had encountered a formidable opponent. They immediately raised their guns, preparing to shoot. Luo teacher's face darkened, the atmosphere around them turning ominous, looking at the girl as if she were about to devour someone alive.
Tianchen reminded, "Don't be impulsive, I'm here."
The red-haired girl turned to look at the foolish men who had naturally aimed their guns at someone and scolded them, "Put the guns down right now.
The opponent is an evolved person, don't embarrass me."
She stepped forward and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Linling from the Peace Region."
You're not a local, right?
The Peace Region is where humans gather to stay in safe zones, somewhat like a development zone.
Seeing that this girl wasn't hostile, Tianchen eased up and asked, "Is that so?"
Tianchen pondered for a moment. That's true, the area outside Longhua City is very large, and it's quite normal for people to build safe zones. Linling frowned and said, "First of all, I'd like to thank you for saving our people. According to the rules, you dealt with the monsters in this area, so the spoils belong to you. But today, we really need plasma.
Could you share some with us?"
Seeing that this girl wanted to take the plasma, Tianchen lit a cigarette and calmly said, "I won't take everything, you can go inside if you want." Thinking that Tianchen had already taken all the usable items and still told her to go inside to take what was discarded, the girl felt a bit annoyed and said to him, "Friend, are you trying to pull something on me?
This fridge, the plasma is limited, I'm afraid all the usable things are already in here."
Tianchen glanced at her, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "We also need plasma, and I'm not wasting time with these people anymore.
If you're leaving, we'll go ahead."
Knowing that she couldn't compete with Tianchen physically, Linling immediately switched to an emotional appeal. "Friend, we have a pregnant woman who is about to die, and many others are injured. Without plasma, their lives are in great danger. Of course, we won't take anything from you for free, we'll exchange valuable items." Upon hearing this, Tianchen's heart wavered slightly. Valuable items. Immediately, Linling tossed him a bag, and he reached out to catch it. "We only need one fridge, it should be enough." Tianchen quickly opened the bag to check, and upon seeing the contents, his eyes showed a hint of surprise. "I didn't expect these people to give up so many meteorite crystals for a fridge."
Seeing his reaction, Linling felt more confident. "That should be enough, right?"
"That's right."
Tianchen carried 2 boxes, leaving one behind.
As he walked, he said, "I'll leave one box for you guys, let's go." Hearing Tianchen's words, Luo teacher immediately picked up 2 boxes and followed, saying, "All right, let's go." Seeing that they had lost so many meteorite crystals but only got 1 box in return, the underlings were a bit dissatisfied. 2 of them turned around and complained to Linling, "Lin's sister, that's the thing we need to save lives. Are you really letting him take it like this? We've already lost an evolved person over this spot, and we still have to bring it outside. This price is too high, we should offer an even higher price. They only have 1 person, we have more people. Lin's sister is here too, not saying to kill him, but we can still lower the price a little since we outnumber him." The constant chatter from the underlings made Linling a little impatient. Her eyes opened, revealing a killing intent, and she slapped the one who had spoken. Seeing this, the other one looked panicked and called out, "Lin's sister." Linling's voice carried a warning, "Remember, we are just a small team. Don't be reckless, or we'll bring trouble upon ourselves. I'm an evolved person specializing in perception, and I can sense that this person gives me a very strong impression. The girl next to him is definitely not simple either." Linling looked at Tianchen, who was silent, and said, "Where do these people come from?
Luo teacher, walking behind Tian Chen, asked with some confusion, why do they have so many meteorite crystals? Aren't they used to enhance physical strength?
Tian Chen explained, before the blood essence appeared, meteorite crystals could be directly consumed, but their conversion ability was very low. However, they could allow people to recover their abilities in a short time. They must have regarded meteorite crystals as a life-saving tool. Upon hearing this, Luo teacher fell into deep thought, so that's why, no wonder they exchanged meteorite crystals for blood plasma. Tianchen pushed the door open with his foot. Earlier, I saw that they had 5 meteorite crystals, 2 level 1, 2 level 2, and 1 level 3. Although the levels aren't high, they provide a sufficient advantage. Now, the most important thing is the black armor on your body. The blood plasma should be enough for you to complete the first condensation stage. Tianchen placed the box down. Your black armor has 5 starting points. If you try to operate them all at once, it will be very difficult to complete, so you must divide them into stages. The first stage, the condensation points, are located in your hands. For ordinary people, the hands are the most sensitive and can be controlled easily. From there, it will be easier. Once the condensation is complete, the organs of your body will reach the standard of a second-tier pioneer. The second stage is to condense your legs. This stage will be much harder than the first, and the energy consumption will be greater. Drinking blood alone won't be enough, so you'll need about 50 level 3 meteorite crystals. Hearing the enormous number of meteorite crystals, Luo teacher's face turned pale and she stammered, 50 pieces, is it really that many? Tianchen sat down in a chair and smoked, continuing, the more you invest, the more you will gain. Once you complete this phase, you can directly upgrade to the third stage of the central level. Luo teacher immediately asked her question, what about the starting point in my chest? Is that the most difficult part? Of course. At that time, you won't need many meteorite crystals, but rather a meteorite fragment to fuel the fire. Luo teacher asked again, confused, a meteorite fragment? Luo teacher recalled the painful memory, the very thing that turned me into this form. Tian Chen replied calmly, yes, this step is very difficult. You will need to break the starting point in your chest, and replace it with a small meteorite piece to become the source of the black armor. By this stage, your strength will have reached level 4, standing at the pinnacle of humanity. Luo teacher's face showed some sadness. From the beginning, I never thought about becoming the leader or anything like that. I just wanted to live a normal life with Xiao Shui, to continue living like that. That's what I wanted. Tian Shen, seeing that this girl still wanted to live like a normal person in the apocalypse, snorted coldly. He added nothing more, as there was no point in continuing to speak. It would be better for her to practice cultivation on her own. Tian Shen stood up and said, start condensing, I'll wait for you outside. With that, he walked out of the door, standing before the stone gate, and Tian Shen's expression turned dark. Suddenly, he stopped for a moment, tilting his head back. Behind him, Shang Biao was secretly slipping into the meteorite crystals pouch that Lin Ling had given him earlier. Seeing this, Tian Shen shouted loudly, get out of the way. Who gave you permission to touch that? Angrily, he shook Shang Biao, his gaze filled with disbelief as he looked at the meteorite crystals in Shang Biao's mouth, wanting to strangle it. Level 1 meteorite crystals, spit it out. Spit it out now, you can't eat this, spit it out immediately. Ignoring Tian Shen's words, Shang Biao swallowed the meteorite crystals in just 2 bites, its face even showing joy for having had a full meal. Watching this gluttonous mouse swallow his level 1 meteorite crystals made Tian Shen lose his temper. You swallowed it already? Then, as if remembering something, he said, right. Shang Biao has a rash on its back, which means it might have the ability to evolve. Could it be? Before he could finish his thoughts, Shang Biao jumped out of his hand. It continued to dig through the meteorite crystals pouch. He didn't expect this little mouse to be so greedy, still wanting more. Hold on, let me speak, he said, then held the meteorite crystals up to Shang Biao. Seeing the meteorite crystals brought in front of him made Shang Biao panic, realizing that after swallowing a level 1 meteorite crystal earlier, now he was about to get another one.
Food is delivered right to your mouth, why not eat it?
Shang Biao immediately jumped up and swallowed the meteorite crystal that Tianchen handed him.
He was astonished. Are you still pretending to wait for it?
He then placed another meteorite crystal in front of it. This one's level 2, are you sure you can absorb it? Shang Biao immediately popped the level 2 meteorite crystal into his mouth and chewed happily.
His eyes sparkled, and his face showed eager anticipation as he looked at Tianchen.
The expression in his eyes left Tianchen unsure of how to respond. There was only one level 3 meteorite crystal left.
Shang Biao's reaction like this. I've never seen it before. Well, never mind, out with the old, in with the new.
Anyway, the level 3 meteorite crystal is of no use to me. After thinking it over, Tianchen handed the meteorite crystal over for Shang Biao to finish off. Watching the greedy mouse in front of him, Tianchen silently wished, I hope you don't eat yourself to death. Shang Biao froze, his eyes shimmering as he stared at the level 3 meteorite crystal for a while. Unexpectedly, it suddenly turned its head away, showing a slightly reluctant expression.
Seeing this, Tianchen was puzzled. It refuses? Could it be that it can't absorb the level 3 meteorite crystal? Never mind, for your safety, don't eat it.
With that, he quickly retrieved the meteorite crystal.
Shang Biao was stunned to see Tianchen take back the meteorite crystal just like that.
It immediately rushed up and snatched the meteorite crystals from Tianchen's hand, putting them into its mouth. Unexpectedly, even the third-level meteorite crystals can be eaten by Shang Biao. Suddenly, Shang Biao's body began to undergo some changes, with luminous veins appearing on its body. Seeing the glowing lines around Shang Biao, Tianchen was astonished. Look at it for a moment and see how far it can evolve after eating a whole bunch of meteorite crystals.
After waiting and waiting, Tianchen did not dare to blink, afraid of missing something. But unexpectedly, Shang Biao did not behave as he had imagined.
It let out a long burp and then collapsed into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Tianchen sighed and resumed eating, then slept soundly. Looking at the little mouse, curled up and peacefully sleeping after finishing all the meteorite crystals, Tianchen helplessly said, Forget it, we'll rest here for the night. The next morning, inside, Luo teacher had also been practicing tirelessly. Thin pinkish veins of energy appeared around her. A symbol resembling meteorite crystals appeared on her wrist. She looked sadly at the frozen blood bags lying on the ground.
Luo teacher stood up, having completed the first stage. She sprang to her feet and dashed outside, eager to report to Tianchen, Zwa Tianchen, I have. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Tianchen propping his body up with one hand against the sky, causing her words to slow down in her throat. The two words grown up seemed stuck in her throat, and her eyes widened in shock as she stared at him. When she saw Luo teacher step forward, Tianchen immediately stood up, not bad, faster than expected. Looking at the meteorite crystals embedded in his wrist, Luo teacher fell into deep thought. After condensing, I felt the black armor around me as if it were part of my body, something I could control, and the energy consumption was much lower than before. Tianchen stretched his muscles and asked Luo teacher, what about the thirst for blood? How do you control it? Luo teacher answered, in 10 days, you probably won't need to drink blood anymore. Upon hearing this, Tianchen complimented, that's great, seems like we've made quite a harvest this time. After saying that, he grabbed his backpack and left, leading Shang Biao, let's go. Seeing Shang Biao sleeping soundly, Luo teacher anxiously asked, what's wrong with him? Yesterday, he ate all 5 meteorite crystals. Hearing this, Luo teacher asked again, is everything okay? He should be fine, let's go upstairs, we can't stay here anymore. He replied, go upstairs, she'll know once she looks out the window. Upon hearing this, teacher Luo looked outside the window with doubt in her eyes, and her gaze froze. In a voice filled with some horror, she said, zombies outside, a horde of them swaying around looking for prey. Her eyes filled with disbelief, wasn't everything normal yesterday? Tianchen explained, they appeared last night, these zombies seem to have emerged spontaneously, without any high-level infected individuals involved. But the road to the safe zone is blocked by them. Upon hearing this, teacher Luo came up with an idea, we must take a different route,
we can still enter Longhua City.
If we're lucky, we might encounter a high-level infected person along the way.
With my current state, if I want to break through to level 2, I'll need at least 2 level 4 meteorite crystals. I didn't expect I'd need so many meteorite crystals, she couldn't believe it.
So many?
Tian Shen, holding the hook, continued, now that I've condensed the second level cloud banner, the virus energy and its quality are not only purer than those of a normal evolved person, but the difficulty is also much higher than before. But don't worry, they have 3 evolved people.
Taking Xiao Shui back to the safe zone won't be a problem.
Tian Shen threw a hook across to the building opposite, preparing to move over there. Seeing him pull out these tools from somewhere, Luo Master anxiously asked, "Where did these come from?"
Tian Shen tightly tied the rope to the railing and replied, "I found them in this building while you were meditating."
He extended his hand toward Luo Master and said, "Hand me Shangbiao." Seeing his outstretched hand, Luo Master immediately handed Shangbiao to him. At this moment, Shangbiao finally woke up after digesting the meteorite crystals.
Seeing it awake, Tian Shen asked, "You're awake now?" Shangbiao flexed its muscles, showing off its good looks. Tian Shen and Luo Master stared at it in astonishment.
Suddenly, Shangbiao leapt out of their hands, shooting off at the speed of light toward the opposite building, leaving only a blur behind.
That's fast.
Shangbiao's speed has increased, twice as fast as usual. Tian Shen smiled, his eyes fixed on the spot where Shangbiao had just raced. Not bad for all those meteorite crystals.
Seeing his smile, Luo Master was left bewildered and asked, "What's going on?" Tian Shen grinned and replied, "Once I catch up, I'll tell you." With that, he immediately climbed up the rope to cross over to the other building. Luo Master, however, didn't dare do the same.
She used all 4 of her hands and feet, slowly crawling across the rope. Up above, the 2 of them leisurely moved across to the other building. Below, however, the zombies had sensed the presence of the living. They became frantic, fighting to tear each other apart as they scrambled to track down the scent. Growls and tearing sounds filled the air, creating a chilling atmosphere.
On the distant ruined building, the figures of 4 people were standing, observing below.
The people standing on the building were Xiao Shui's group, and they were searching for another route to avoid the zombies.
Gao Fei asked the person next to him, "Is there any other route?"
After thinking for a moment, Zhang Tingyu answered, "I know of a smaller path, but we must move quickly. Given the current situation, there's a chance that path is also surrounded by zombies."
Xiao Shui, with a sad expression, asked, "What about you and the others?"
Gao Fei bent down to pat her head, saying, "Don't worry.
Tian Shen is much better than us. They'll definitely be able to handle it."
Duan comforted her, but Xiao Shui still didn't seem relieved at all. La looked down below, frowning and said, "The eastern part of the safe zone is about to be surrounded by zombies.
I hope they're not trapped there." Gao Fei responded confidently, "They'll definitely choose another route."
Zhang Tingyu added, "We could retreat to the safe zone now, but I'm afraid that after we get there, we'll run into trouble."
Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at him, asking in confusion, "Trouble?"
Zhang Tingyu looked at them and explained, "The entire power structure of the development zone doesn't have good intentions for us." Upon hearing this, Gao Fei and Luo Lan's eyes were filled with rage, and they growled, "What's there to be afraid of?
Whoever comes, I'll fight them." Exactly. I'm willing to fight them too.
Being stared at like this by these 2 people made Zhang Tingyu shiver, stammering, "But you 2 didn't let me finish."
"But what?" "Lead the way, let's head towards the development zone."
Seeing the group acting like this, Zhang Tingyu felt helpless too. These people were so unpredictable, at least there should be some rough plan in place. Luo Lan spoke confidently, "The plan is that I will attack up close, and Gao Fei will do the sniping."
Gao Fei grinned mischievously, "When you go all in, you really have to go all in, right Xiao Shui?"
Xiao Shui nodded vigorously, "Yes, we have to take the chance, who knows what might happen."
At this moment, the group realized they couldn't see Shangbiao anywhere. Panicked, they asked, "Wait, has anyone seen Shangbiao?" On Tian Shen's side, the 2 had finally reached the building across the street.
Tianchen couldn't sense Shangbiao anymore, his voice tinged with urgency. Hurry up, Shangbiao is trying to get out of my range, we need to catch up. He reminded Luo teacher, there are infected people below, just be careful.
There aren't many infected people in that direction. Luo teacher asked anxiously, can you sense him yet? Not yet, but he definitely hasn't gone far.
Suddenly, Tianchen turned and headed in the opposite direction, which startled Luo teacher. Wait a minute. Seeing him like this, she asked, what's wrong? Tianchen sniffed the air and said, there's a strong, foul smell of infected blood. Shangbiao is here, stay close behind me. Walking a little further, the two of them saw the corpse of a mutated creature whose brain had been taken by something. Tianchen bent down to observe the bodies of the mutated creatures lying on the ground. It's not just one, but a whole group of mutations, all their brains have been taken.
Meteorite crystals in Shangbiao's evolution are truly unbelievable.
He kicked the corpse under his feet. This type of entity has slightly weaker combat power than a second-level human group, and they operate in groups. The only way for an evolved entity to be affected by a third-level person is through transformation. Once a person reaches the mid-level of third tier, they almost all have the ability to transform, and the periodic transformation of ordinary people into affected individuals is instinctive for them. Hearing this, Luo teacher immediately said, so, over time, all the affected people in the world will evolve into entities?
That's right.
Tianchen replied, it will take about 5 years for all affected people to transform into entities.
Luo teacher was astonished, that fast?
Tianchen explained, the evolution of affected individuals surpasses our imagination. In my past life, after this period, humans nearly all broke through to the first, second, and third levels.
A few had to deal with large-scale entities without any problem.
Even so, if 100 of these entities advance at the same time, with my current abilities, I'm not sure I could escape.
We should still be cautious.
The mutated creature corpses here have all been dealt with, and there's no longer any business for the two of them. They immediately decided to leave. Alright, let's go find Shangbiao. After passing out of sight, the two of them stopped in their tracks.
Teacher Luo covered his mouth, unable to believe it. This is.
In front of them was the scene of the small Shangbiao burrowing into the mutated creature's brain to collect meteorite crystals. A pile of mutated creatures had already been dealt with, and it was hard to tell how many meteorite crystals could fit in that little belly.
Tianchen frowned. Has Shangbiao evolved to this level already?
Sensing something approaching, Shangbiao hesitated for a moment. Seeing its reaction, Tianchen reminded teacher Luo to be cautious. Shangbiao turned its face, half-lit, half-shadowed, with glowing eyes and the blood-stained teeth from the mutated creatures, a frightening sight. When it saw that the person behind was Tianchen, Shangbiao immediately switched to a submissive mode, acting cute and waving its hands and feet at Tianchen. Seeing this response from it left the two of them somewhat bewildered. Shangbiao happily skipped around them like a flower in bloom. Looking at its appearance, neither of them knew what to say.
Tianchen smiled wryly. It seems like it's still exactly the same as before.
Teacher Luo looked at the mutated creature corpses below, unable to believe it. Did Shangbiao do all this? After eating and feeling full, they returned to a safe place, and Shangbiao immediately rolled over and fell asleep again. It seems that in order to evolve, it needs to consume the brain of a living being. Now that it's full, it looks like feeding it third-level meteorite crystals wouldn't be a waste at all.
Shangbiao's evolution is progressing so rapidly that it's hard for others to believe.
Suddenly, Tianchen's gaze sharpened. No, what I mean is a living being. Wherever there are living beings, there will definitely be third-level infected, and the third-level infected have the ability to produce fourth-level meteorite crystals.
He bent down, smiling, and asked Shangbiao, do you want to eat more? Upon hearing about more food, Shangbiao happily waved its hands excitedly.
Seeing his little pet so eager to eat, the owner, like a responsible one, was motivated to go out and find food. Alright, we'll stay here today.
Let's go catch some big fish.
At this moment, a group of people outside were fighting zombies. Seeing the zombies rushing toward them madly, a few of them were slightly panicked. The man in the pink shirt smirked, maintaining the supply, and after handling this batch, it would be a huge harvest. The others were like players in a game, continuously unloading bullets into the zombies. While they were fighting, suddenly, two people stopped in their tracks and looked to the left, where they saw a cloud of dust and a large group advancing toward them. The man with curly hair said to his companion, "Look over there." Hearing this, the man in the pink shirt tilted his head toward that direction to see what was happening. The scene before him made his eyes darken, and his face turned pale with fear. The two people could hardly believe their eyes. A horde of zombies. The man in the pink shirt quickly shouted, "Retreat to the car." The supplies were abandoned. The young man with curly hair still wanted to say something, but what, is life more important? The two immediately dropped everything and rushed to the car, leaping inside. But things didn't go as planned. They tried to get in, but the engine wouldn't start. "Damn it, it's not working." At this moment, the zombies had already approached and greeted the young man with curly hair. It gave him a loving bite to the neck. His face quickly drained of color, and his eyes turned white with veins of blood. By this time, the view of the two was obscured by a sea of zombies. The dark clouds covered the city sky, much like the current lives of everyone with no sign of hope. The zombies gathered to feast, still engrossed in the delicious fresh meat, when Shang Biao appeared. Shang Biao immediately activated its terrifying mode in front of the zombies. It shot forward like a bullet toward the horde with the speed of light. Shang Biao, small and barely the size of a zombie's corner, but with devastating power, aimed for the zombie's neck and bit down. In one swift motion, the zombie was taken down spectacularly. Its massive body collapsed to the ground. The surrounding zombies, still confused, didn't know what had just happened. Knowing that something was attacking, they immediately growled in vigilance. After dealing with the threat, a Shang Biao immediately began searching for the next target. In just a few moments, Shang Biao quickly took down all the zombies. As Shang Biao handled them so efficiently, Tianchen crossed his arms and said, "I believe Shang Biao has a special ability, which is to make others automatically ignore him, whether they're evolved or zombies. It is very hard for them to detect him. Even if the zombies notice Shang Biao, they won't actively attack. Relying on his instincts, Shang Biao can take them down with a blow to the brain, and his agility adds to his advantage. Shang Biao is the nemesis of these creatures." Hearing this, Teacher Luo gasped in astonishment, so powerful. Tian Chen continued, "This is the third wave. Though we've found a lot of them, there hasn't been any stage 3 yet." Tian Chen sat down, looking at Shang Biao, who was still hungry. He immediately started gesturing with his hands, showing that he was still very hungry. Teacher Luo looked up and said, "That may not be the case, it's almost night." Tianchen softly replied, "After the night, we will look for the final batch. High-stage infected are more active at night." Suddenly, Shang Biao's body froze, then it shot off like an arrow, running at full speed. Seeing this, the two immediately chased after him. "Shang Biao, hurry up and catch up with it." Shang Biao stopped at the wall, and when he saw the two getting closer, he immediately started running again. Previously, Shang Biao had been running back and forth, but now, instead of waiting for us, he said, this time, it waited for us to chase after it. "Hurry up and follow it." Where Shang Biao was leading Tianchan and Luo Teacher to, there were third-level zombies. One was copper-colored with hollow eyes, growling, while the other was greenish copper, also growling, its mouth reeking of foul odor. These two were the leaders of two zombie packs, seemingly about to fight each other. Looking at the two zombie armies below, Tianchen was surprised. "Third level, are you telling Shang Biao, who's sitting on your head, that you want to lead me here?" The mutated Zipper, third stage, specialized in stealth attacks. Its teeth could easily tear through steel. The third-level copper-colored one had sharp claws, its whole body red, fierce, and strong. Tianchen thought to himself, both of these zombies have territorial instincts. It seems like these two are fighting over territory. Both are third level and definitely possess meteorite crystals. This is a perfect opportunity for me to profit. He poked Shang Biao's cheek, smiling with praise. "Well done, my friend. Pleased by Tian Shen's compliment, Shang Biao felt like a flower blooming inside, his face showing a shy expression. Below, the two level 3 zombies were preparing to charge into battle with each other.
Tian Shen looked down, and the fight had already started.
The two zombies were growling and tearing at each other.
The level 3 zombie took advantage of its sharp claws to quickly make a basic strike against Zipper. Zipper immediately counterattacked. The red zombie quickly dodged the blow.
Taking advantage of the moment the red zombie turned away, Zipper swiftly bit it with a quick and precise strike. The red zombie, stung by the bite, immediately retaliated with a steel punch and a scratch across the face. The battle between the two level 3 zombies raged fiercely. Luo teacher widened his eyes, watching the fierce battle below. The two zombies were roaring and tearing at each other, seemingly unstoppable.
Luo teacher was startled. The destructive power is truly terrifying.
Tian Shen pondered, if I face one of them, I might still have a chance, but if I face both at the same time, it's almost certain death. The level 3 virus really is terrifying, he murmured. He looked at Shang Biao above his head. Thank goodness for you, Shang Biao.
The two zombies below were still relentlessly fighting.
Using its sharp teeth, Zipper had managed to tear off some parts of the red zombie.
Anything that can be used, use it.
The red zombie punched Zipper hard in the face, sending it flying far away. The punch caused both creatures to be pushed back for a long distance, seemingly on the verge of deciding the victor. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and the underlings of both sides growled and taunted each other.
They howled incessantly, the atmosphere escalating to its peak.
Not letting their leader fight alone, the underlings now rushed into the fray, tearing each other apart.
The two bosses fought fiercely toward the climax.
Tian Shen felt a bit fortunate, as he was struggling to figure out how to handle these perfected creatures, but now they were fighting each other.
Tian Shen said to Luo, let's go down.
Finally, the battle reached its conclusion. The red zombie panted in victory, while Zipper lay defeated, flattened on the ground. The red zombie and its underlings stood triumphantly before the corpses of the defeated zombies.
Tian Shen grimaced, as expected, the claw type is stronger.
Having just fought, the zombies froze momentarily when they saw Tian Shen approaching. Sensing the presence of a living human, the zombies went wild, charging toward him.
Tian Shen grinned and said, Shang Biao, go.
Shang Biao immediately jumped off Tian Shen's head and charged toward the zombies. At the speed of light, the three zombies charging towards him were quickly dealt with by Shang Biao. As for the red zombie, Tian Shen was like a delicious, tempting prey, and it immediately rushed toward him. Tian Shen's gaze sharpened, don't be in a hurry, I'll slaughter you right now. Taking advantage of his speed, Tian Shen swiftly delivered a steel punch to the red zombie's face. The punch from earlier nearly sent the red zombie to its death.
Tian Shen quickly pursued the direction in which the zombie was knocked back. Seeing the zombie lying flat on the ground, Tian Shen said, your head is really tough, huh? Let's try this then. Tian Shen unleashed a series of punches, not giving the red zombie any chance to retaliate.
The relentless, powerful blows kept hammering into its head, and the red zombie showed no resistance. After Tian Shen was drenched in blood, he finally stopped. It had been a long time since he'd used such a relentless barrage of punches, and he felt a bit tired, breathing heavily. After all the punches, the red zombie's head had sunken into the hard stone ground. Tian Shen stretched his hand out, searching for the meteorite crystals in its head. He was lucky, it really was level 4 meteorite crystals. The zipper from earlier hadn't fully died yet, growling as it pushed itself up with its hands. Seeing that this one was about to die but still wanted to come and give its life, Tian Shen sneered coldly. It could barely stand, and its body already had several wounds. Tian Shen smirked and said, that was a great hit. Luo teacher's gaze was sharp, I can't keep being a burden to you forever. She handed the meteorite crystals to Tian Shen, take a look at the quality of this meteorite crystal. It's also a level 4 meteorite crystal, quite a rich harvest. Seeing the level 4 meteorite crystals, Shang Biao's gluttonous instincts immediately kicked in. Tian Shen eyed it suspiciously and said to it, these two are damaged cores.
Luo teacher asked, damaged cores?
Tianchen explained, you have to kill a perfect body to have a very slim chance of getting damaged cores. It can help someone at the peak of level 1 break through to level 2.
This is truly good stuff. That's right, let's head back first thing tomorrow morning.
After leaving, Tianchen found a safe spot to absorb the damaged cores. His body turned red, and as Tianchen sat, Luo teacher spoke to Shang Biao. After absorbing the damaged cores, he's been sitting there the entire day.
Is that all right? Tianchen's body grew redder, and strange red patterns appeared on his hands. After a long period of cultivation, he finally finished. Tianchen let out a sigh of relief, and when he stood up, Luo teacher asked, did you succeed? Tianchen sensed the power within his body and replied softly, yes, I'm now at the intermediate level of the second rank. Congratulations to you. Tianchen stood up and looked at the zombies below. The zombie horde hasn't subsided yet? Yeah, I feel like it's even thicker than before. Tianchen found it a bit strange, something's not right.
The zombie horde is not only larger, but their direction seems off as well. They're heading straight for the mining area. Upon hearing this, Luo teacher was shocked. That mining area.
Isn't it? Tianchen rushed off like lightning. The situation is changed, we need to head back.
The group of Gao Fei was fighting the zombies.
How many more are left, Gao Fei? Still more than half, more than half.
There's no other choice, we just have to hold on. Gao Fei kept firing, and some zombies shouted, everyone be careful, it seems like there are high-level zombies.
Upon hearing this, Gao Fei couldn't believe his ears. What? Be careful. I've never encountered this kind of mutated zombie before. And there are actually 2 of them.
The 2 zombies screamed, causing an ear-piercing sound.
Gao Fei felt like his ears were going to burst, quickly covering them with his hands. What the hell is that? Luo Lan and Zhang Tingyu also covered their ears.
Luo Lan froze for a moment, staring at the strange zombies. These zombies.
They seem to be controlled.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Tingyu immediately went to check. It's true.
Suddenly, the zombie's body underwent some changes.
Zhang Tingyu was horrified and couldn't believe the scene before his eyes.
He stammered and shouted loudly, It's evolving. A whole group of zombies evolved simultaneously.
Upon seeing this, Gao Fei panicked and shouted for everyone to run. Those are third-level infected humans, we can't fight them. Luo Lan drew her knife, knowing they wouldn't be able to escape, so she had no choice but to fight with all her might. Seeing Luo Lan's reckless determination, everyone tried to stop her. Don't be rash, you're fast, you can definitely escape. Luo Lan angrily cursed, if you want to, then go ahead and run. I, for one, will not betray my own side. With that, she immediately charged into the horde of zombies to kill them.
Seeing her dive into the zombie group, everyone panicked and shouted after her, Hey, kid. Tianchen finally arrived and called out to Shang Biao, go. As soon as Tianchen finished speaking, Shang Biao immediately shot toward the zombies like an arrow. The zombies quickly crumbled under Shang Biao's rapid attacks, unable to resist at all. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Tingyu began to question his existence. A rat.
The 2 green zombies from earlier were now somewhat confused, not understanding what was happening.
While they were still puzzled, Tianchen came over to ask them, What are you looking at?
He punched it hard in the head, and the massive body collapsed onto the ground. Upon seeing him arrive, everyone immediately felt at ease, their eyes bright as they shouted his name in unison.
Tianchen's sudden attack infuriated the zombie, and the other one raised its hand to strike at him.
Teacher Luo immediately charged forward and dealt it a blow, the zombie's body splitting into many pieces. Tianchen snorted coldly, without a third-level virus-infected commander, the perfected beings are falling into extreme confusion.
This is the perfect time to attack them.
Seeing Tianchen arrive, everyone was no longer afraid. Kill them together.
They shouted in unison.
Tianchen looked at the 2 meteorite crystals in his hand, 2 of them with such big mouths, and there are only 2 third-level meteorite crystals.
This time, they're not worth much.
With that, he threw the meteorite crystals to a few people. I don't need these.
Let everyone take one each. Gao Fei excitedly accepted the meteorite crystals. Thank you, boss. He then asked the group, any news from the mining area in the past 2 days? Hu Feng and the Zhao family haven't made any moves, have they? Upon hearing his question, one person reported, they're all putting their effort into dealing with the zombie horde and don't have the energy for anything else. However, the Zhao family has been in contact with various forces, and it seems like they are plotting something. Seeing everyone returning, Gao Fei immediately approached and asked, Brother Ning, you guys are finally back. Someone was looking for you earlier.
This matter can be discussed later.
Let Tianshan rest for now. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed, there's no time left. You must be Tianshan, right?
The person asking was a girl with purple hair, wearing a headscarf that covered her face.
Upon seeing her, Tianshan immediately asked, are you from the Black Bandana Society? The girl's expression was slightly sorrowful. The Black Bandana Society.
After hesitating for a moment, she continued, it has been purged.
Upon hearing that, Tianshan could hardly believe his ears and asked again, purged? Tianshan inquired, the Black Bandana Society was purged? Who did it? Lin Wei responded, the Zhao family did it last night. I'm the only one left alive. Tianshan was confused, but what did you mean when you said there's no time left?
Lin Wei clasped her hands tightly, trembling. Last night, many other forces were also swept away by the Zhao family. Zhang Tingyu interjected, right now, the entire mining area is dealing with the zombie flood. How could the Zhao family have the evolved individuals to take down so many forces? Lin Wei frowned, the Zhao family has only one evolved person, their eldest brother, Zhao Yuliang.
He's much stronger than before.
Even when the three of us teamed up, we couldn't defeat him. Zhao Yuliang kills mercilessly, his body is covered in the blood of the dead. Tianshan thought, so, this Zhao Yuliang is already at the second level, his leveling speed is ridiculously fast.
Zhang Tingyu asked, what exactly is the Zhao family trying to achieve by putting in so much effort?
Tianshan lit a cigarette, taking advantage of the zombie horde, they're trying to eliminate their opposing factions.
Luo Brat angrily said, attacking during this time, that's just not human. Gao Fei questioned, but if they're waiting for the zombies to breach the city, wouldn't the ones suffering the losses still be them? Tianshan casually replied, how can we control what others do? Worry about yourself first, surviving is already lucky enough. So, did you come here to ask me to deal with the Zhao family?
Lin Wei nodded. Heisho spoke, you're very strong, only you can help us take revenge on the Zhao family.
Tianshan asked, why should I help you?
Lin Wei answered, you once impersonated Heisho, so the purge of the Black Bandana Society is also related to you. But I know you have a grudge with the Zhao family, and your friend Zhang Tingyu also hates them.
When you go after them for revenge, please take me with you. I'm willing to join the Azure Mountain. Tianshan replied indifferently, your reasoning is very convincing, but I must still decline. Lin Wei was startled, seemingly unprepared for this situation. Tianshan bluntly refused, I don't have any reason to carry this burden. Send her off.
Then he turned around.
Lin Wei stood there trembling, her face darkening. Wait, can I speak to you privately?
At that moment, her face showed a clear expression of embarrassment, as if there was something hard to say. Tianshan relented.
Follow me. Inside the empty room, Tianshan asked, what's going on? Speak.
Lin Wei remained silent for a long time, then suddenly took off her outer coat.
Tianshan didn't understand what she was doing.
Then Lin Wei removed her mask, took a deep breath, and completely removed her coat.
Tianshan was startled and stepped back.
At that moment, Lin Wei was only wearing lingerie. As long as you help me take revenge, I will be yours. Her face was flushed.
Tianshan never expected Lin Wei to do something like this. Just as Lin Wei touched his hand, a loud crash sounded.
It turned out that the three people Luo Brat, Zhang Tingyu, and Gao Fei who had been eavesdropping outside, accidentally slipped and fell inside.
Lin Wei and Tianshan immediately separated. Zhang Tingyu awkwardly scratched his ear and said, I'm just a passerby. Gao Fei stared at them, hee hee. That's a nice pull. Luo Brat's face turned red, you two just keep talking, keep going. Tian Chen angrily cursed, get out. They immediately left and slammed the door shut. I'm going to do some push-ups. You go do push-ups with him. I'm going to check the supplies. Lin Wei awkwardly glanced at Tian Chen, waiting for his opinion. Tian Chen coughed, I need to ask you something. Lin Wei hesitated, You can ask. Tian Chen said, Is your name Lin Wei? Lin Wei was surprised, how did you know? Tian Chen seemed unfazed, you can stay at the Azure Mountain. But on one condition, you must help me make weapons.
Lin Wei, a master weaponsmith in her past life and also a prominent figure, thought, I didn't expect her to be the boss of the Black Bandana Society.
Lin Wei was taken aback again, how do you know everything?
Just then, someone knocked on the door outside.
Knock knock. A person entered and reported, the Zhao family is here. Tian Chen frowned, the Zhao family? You rest here. I'll go out and see what's going on. Li Hui arrogantly propped his feet up on the table as if he were the boss here, where's your boss? Call him out here. Luo Brat gritted her teeth, say whatever you need to say.
Li Hui sneered, move aside.
Luo Brat replied, don't stop me, he's asking for a beating.
Gao Fei sighed, having no choice but to hold her back, calm down, calm down. At that moment, Tian Chen stepped forward, say whatever you need to say to me, I'm the one in charge here.
Li Hui stood up abruptly, who are you?
Call Zhang Tingyu out here for me.
Tian Chen was unafraid of his attitude, you're Li Hui?
Li Hui was surprised, oh, so someone recognizes me.
If you know what's good for you, stay out of my way. I don't have time to waste with your lackeys. Zhang Tingyu clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his face, Li Hui, you still dare to show your face here?
Li Hui turned sharply and looked, so it's you, kiddo.
Tonight, the big boss is gathering all the forces to discuss plans for dealing with the zombie wave.
By the way, let me remind you, if you don't show up, you'll end up just like the Black Bandana Society. Zhang Tingyu's eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Li Hui.
Li Hui threatened, what's your attitude? Do you intend to fight me? Know your place, do you? Do you believe I'll send you straight to meet your brother? Tian Chen seemed to have had enough, he grabbed Li Hui's shoulder tightly, and the man was startled, kiddo, what are you planning to do? Tian Chen didn't say a word, he just threw him to the ground. Everyone around was stunned by the scene before them.
After Li Hui remained motionless, Tian Chen let him go, your brother's grudge, you'll have to take care of it yourself.
Zhang Tingyu was surprised but didn't say anything. Tian Chen turned and walked away, calling out to Lin Wei, are we ready to leave? Zhang Tingyu asked, where are we going? Tian Chen smiled, on the first day I came to Longhua City, I said that if the Red Jacket Gang didn't disband, I wouldn't spare anyone.
Zhao Yuliang stood high above, looking down below.
Li Uncle asked, how do you feel after the breakthrough?
Zhao Yuliang was satisfied, the world after the breakthrough is incredibly vast.
Li Uncle asked, how does it compare to Hu Feng?
Zhao Yuliang thought for a moment, Hu Feng.
Now that I think about it, it's nothing special.
One of his underlings opened the door and entered, big brother, the others have mostly arrived.
Zhao Yuliang asked, who's here? The man responded, everyone who's supposed to be here is here.
Hu Feng had also arrived.
He frowned. Hu Feng, interesting.
The underling reported, Bing Qing Shan hasn't arrived yet, and Li Hui, who went to notify him, still hasn't come back. Zhao Yuliang didn't pay much attention to it, it doesn't matter whether Li Hui or the Azure Mountain shows up. Let's go meet Hu Feng first. At this moment, Hu Feng leisurely opened his teacup and savored the aroma of the tea.
Wu Yi looked around and said, it's quite lively here.
All the big players in the mining district have shown up, even the forces on the outskirts of the city are all here. Qin Xin, with doubt, asked, I can't believe the Zhao family took advantage of the zombie outbreak to do such dirty deeds.
Boss, why should we show any respect to them? Hu Feng, still leisurely enjoying his tea, replied, Wu Yi, don't be in a hurry. Let's just sit back and watch for now.
Wu Yi frowned, but Qin spoke up, conceding, all right, let's listen to the boss.
Do you think Zhuo Tianchen will show up? Qin asked. Hu Feng shook his head, Zhuo Tianchen. Probably not. Wu Yi asked, why not?
Something this big, he should be here to see it. Hu Feng explained, if Zhuo Tianchen is a smart person, he definitely won't come here. Whether it's the Zhao family or other forces, if they don't have a grudge, they're eyeing the method of evolution he holds.
Coming here would be like walking into a tiger's lair. Qin sighed, I thought we might get to see him again.
Wu Yi comforted, it's all right, tomorrow we'll go to the Azure Mountain and we'll meet him there. At that moment, Zhao Yuliang entered, being respected by boss who was indeed an honor for me. He decisively made his way to the remaining chair across from the tea table. Hu Feng could sense, with brother's strength having increased this much, of course, I should come to offer my congratulations. Zhao Yuliang was not at all pleased, his gaze drilled deeply into Hu Feng. If you hadn't come, I fear more than half of the mining area wouldn't have dared to show up, Hu Feng smiled.
You're too polite. Isn't today such a lively gathering because everyone is showing respect for brother? Zhao Yuliang looked around at the people. That's right.
Everyone here today, Zhao family will not treat them unfairly in the future.
You too, Boss Hu, he added.
Hu Feng didn't respond, but his gaze was full of meaning.
He closed the tea lid. Such a pity. I've counted the forces in the mining area, and it seems nearly everyone is here.
But it looks like the Azure Mountain hasn't arrived yet, Zhao Yuliang asked.
The Azure Mountain?
Hu Feng clasped his hands together.
That's right. If they didn't come, does it mean they aren't showing respect to brother, or that they don't respect boss Hu, like me?
Zhao Yuliang pondered.
Not respecting boss Hu means not respecting me.
Go and clean them up, he ordered.
His subordinates immediately obeyed. Tianchen had just arrived, who wants to clean up the Azure Mountain? Zhao Yuliang squinted at the newcomer.
Tianchen, along with his teammates, entered, carrying a large bag over his shoulder. The Azure Mountain is here.
If you're good enough, come and face us. Zhao Yuliang remained silent, observing. The crowd murmured, don't you feel that the atmosphere is strange? It seems like the Azure Mountain is stronger than before. Li Hui went to notify them, right? Why hasn't he come back yet? Wasn't Zhang Tingyu captured by He Shou? How come he's still fine? Chu Huliang asked, who's that guy with glasses? Uncle Li shook his head, I don't know him.
Tianchen walked straight to the tea table where Hu Feng and Zhao Yuliang were sitting.
Hu Feng laughed, breaking the tense atmosphere. Haha, why make the atmosphere so heavy?
Brother, show some respect for boss Hu here, just apologize and it's all over.
Tianchen sneered, sorry.
Then, he threw the bag he had been carrying onto the ground, inside of which was a person.
It turned out to be Li Hui. The crowd gasped, Li Hui.
Tianchen gritted his teeth and glared at them, one foot on the bag, hands in his pockets, looking extremely arrogant.
Or should I apologize for this guy too?
Zhao Yuliang raised his voice, hey, Li Hui is from the Zhao family.
Tianchen didn't care, so what? Take him back.
He then kicked the bag containing Li Hui toward Zhao Yuliang.
The bag dropped right next to his feet, and he became furious. What do you mean by that? Tianchen didn't want to continue either. Fine, no more beating around the bush. Hand over all the people from the Red Jacket Gang.
The bald man in a red shirt was infuriated upon hearing this. Big brother, this kid really doesn't know his place.
Let me teach him a lesson.
He aimed a kick to send Tianchen to heaven, but Tianchen swiftly countered. His face remained expressionless.
Li Uncle was startled, that ability. It's He Shou.
The crowd erupted in chatter. He Shou is He Shou, the one who took on 7 or 8 men at once.
I never expected him to be here at Azure Mountain. Zhao Yuliang was surprised. Hey Shou. Hu Feng smiled, seemingly having guessed everything. Everywhere, people were gossiping excitedly. Zhao Yuliang's face darkened. Didn't we deal with He Shou last night? Li Uncle whispered in his ear, maybe this guy is the real He Shou. A fish that slipped through the net of the Black Bat Anna Society. Zhao Yuliang subtly reminded him, since he's here, he might as well stay. Li Uncle smiled wickedly, yes, boss. Then he smiled at Tian Chen, boy, if you're going to run, then run to the end. Why bring yourself to the door like that? Tian Chen looked at him with a disdainful gaze. A small mishap occurred, don't laugh at me. Zhao Yuliang said, big brother, you're calm. Hu Feng smiled, He Shou isn't even worth my attention. Zhao Yuliang was arrogant. But as soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Li was knocked across the room, blood spurting from him in streams. His body crashed into the wall behind, shattering it into pieces. Zhao Yuliang opened his eyes wide, seeing Uncle Li's belly twisted into a circle, covered in blood. Next. Tian Chen coldly said. At this moment, he had no choice but to focus on Tian Chen. He got through. Uncle Li's martial arts. Strong, too strong. Wu Yi noticed, it seems he's getting stronger again. Qin Xin said in surprise. Hu Feng stared intently at Tian Chen. Today, I came here to find the Zhao family and demand a few people from you. I've heard that the Red Jacket Gang has been recruited by you, hand them over. Tian Chen lit a cigarette. Guang Tu Chang was angry. Zhao Yuliang reminded him, don't act rashly. Guang Tu Chang turned around to look, and then had to back down. Zhao Yuliang observed, just one punch and you managed to beat Li Uncle to this state, even I couldn't do that. The Red Jacket Gang must have offended you somehow, tell me, and I will make sure to teach them a good lesson. Tian Chen waved his hand, stop talking. Before I finish this cigarette, I want to see them. Zhao Yuliang was silent, not knowing what to say, while Tian Chen continued smoking, waiting. Zhao Yuliang scoffed, bring them out here. Guang Tu Chang had no choice but to follow the order, alright, fine. Zhao Yuliang was extremely sinister, once this is over, I'll settle the score with you later. Wu Yi shouted, boss, have you seen this? Zhao Yuliang looks like he's about to burst with anger. Qin Xin added, that's not all. Look at his subordinates behind him, they probably want to explode with rage right now. Hu Feng simply sat silently, drinking tea, listening to the other two praise Tian Chen. As expected, Zhou Tian Chen is more capable than anyone else. Only he could force the Zhao family into such a corner. Baldi Chang reported, young master, they're here. Zhao Yuliang gave the order for him to handle it. The others cheered, oh my god, the Zhao family is really handing people over, they deserve it, the Zhao family's crimes in Longhua are too many. I think the Zhao family is finished, losing so many people, let's see how long they can be smug, serves them right, they brought it upon themselves. All these words Zhao Yuliang heard, but he said nothing. Tian Chen turned to ask Zhang Jinyu, these people are from the Red Jacket Gang, right? You can confirm that, right? Zhang Jinyu frowned, no need, these are all core members of the Red Jacket Gang. Even if they turn to ash, I would still recognize them. Tian Chen nodded, then that's fine, thank you. Zhao Yuliang waved his hand, I'm glad you're satisfied. Today, we weren't able to host you properly, and you had to suffer. Next time, we'll come to your house to visit and see you off. But Tian Chen still hadn't left, he lit a cigarette. What's the rush? Zhao Yuliang remained silent, watching to see what else the boy had in store. Tian Chen stepped forward, the Red Jacket Gang is just a dog for the Zhao family, are you going to let the dog bite someone and then go take the responsibility of teaching it a lesson on my behalf? Zhao Yuliang's face darkened, hey Shou, don't get too carried away. Tian Chen slammed his hand on the table, grinding his teeth, today, I want you to get carried away. I want you to handle it yourself and apologize to the Blue Mountain Gang in front of everyone. What, are you too scared to get your hands dirty? Zhao Yuliang emphasized again, hey Shou, this is Zhao family's territory.
Tianchen pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket. Same old rule, after you finish the cigarette, I expect a satisfactory answer from you, young master.
Time starts now.
Zhao Yuliang fell silent, lost in thought. Other subordinates yelled out, young master, this kid is too arrogant, we can't tolerate this any longer, take care of him, yes, show them the power of the Zhao family. Zhao Yuliang seemed to be calculating a different plan. The key target today is Hu Feng. I can't let this He Shou get in the way.
He raised his hand, ready to strike, killing the members of the Red Jacket Gang in an instant. Everyone was extremely shocked.
Wu Yi was startled. Boss, Zhao Yuliang has broken through again. Tianchen observed, second level speed, probably has some other special abilities. Zhao Yuliang wiped his hands with a tissue. I heard that boss Hu has also collected quite a few remnants of the Red Jacket Gang.
Aren't you going to show any attitude about this?
Unexpectedly, he was taking a jab at Hu Feng.
Tianchen stayed silent. Hu Feng glanced at him.
Wu Yi quickly said, Boss, among the people we've recruited, many are about to break through.
If we hand them over, the losses will be huge.
Zhao Yuliang is playing the trick of retreating to advance, truly sinister. Zhang Zhenyu shook his head, signaling to let Hu Feng be.
Tianchen took out an intact cigarette. I prepared this cigarette for Boss Hu first, I'll smoke another one later. Hu Feng awkwardly replied, who would have someone like you go out of your way to visit? The crimes committed by the Red Jacket Gang, Maple Nest will never cover up.
Wu Yi, Qin Xin, send someone to bring those guys here and hand them over to He Shou for handling.
Wu Yi and Qin Xin immediately followed the order. Hu Feng asked, is that satisfactory, little brother? Tianchen smiled, well then, I won't waste everyone's time any longer.
Zhang Zhenyu, go over there, hand things over to them, then lead the people back to Blue Mountain Gang. Zhao Yuliang stood up, you guys entertain the guests properly.
He Shou, we still have a few things to do, I'll take my leave first. Tianchen stopped him, wait, what's going on? At this moment, Zhao Yuliang's face turned completely dark. What do you actually want?
Tianchen pointed to a man with rat-like teeth. Just now, one of your subordinates glared at me. The man was startled. Young master, I.
Zhao Yuliang didn't say a word. He turned around and slapped his subordinate with all his strength, his eyes bloodshot. Is that enough for you?
The man hugged his face in pain. Young master.
Tianchen was startled. Who told you to hit him? The apocalypse has just begun, and you've already lost your sense of morality?
Zhao Yuliang frowned, feeling tricked, his anger rising.
Tianchen explained, did I tell you to hit him? You acted on your own.
I'm very fair, whoever hits someone, their hand should be chopped off and given to the person they harmed.
Zhao Yuliang frowned.
The two stood facing each other, the tension in the air was palpable. He realized, so, you came here to provoke me.
Tianchen finally got to the point, now you understand?
Hu Feng laughed loudly, haha, gentlemen, I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave now. Then he nodded and signaled to a man in a red hat behind him. The people around him murmured.
Hu Feng is gone, let's go, aren't you staying to watch?
What's there to watch?
Do you want to die?
Let's disperse, we're outsiders here. The guy who was slapped earlier frowned, damn it, those fair weather friends, now they're all backing down.
Tianchen taunted, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to fight?
Suddenly, one man stared at Tianchen and said, young master, the thing is, he doesn't seem to be He Shou.
I've seen him at the service station.
Pai Li and the second young master were both killed by him.
He is Zhou Tianchen. Zhao Yuliang's eyes widened, Zhou Tianchen, Zhou Tianchen, I'll catch you without breaking a sweat. The others, who were about to flee, turned around, Zhou Tianchen, that's Zhou Tianchen, the one who killed the second young master of the Zhao family, the one who holds the secret of high-speed evolution?
Zhao Yuliang made an offer, whoever helps me capture Zhou Tianchen will get a share of the high-speed evolution method.
Zhou Tianchen taunted, do you think you can escape? Go ahead and try. Upon hearing this, the others were immediately filled with fighting spirit. It's Zhou Tianchen, He Shou is Zhou Tianchen, what are we waiting for? If we catch him, we'll have the evolution method. Where are the brothers? Let's go.
Zhao Yuliang confidently said, "It seems there's no need for me to take action. Today you won't be able to escape."
Tian Chen, however, showed no fear and ordered, "Gao Fei, move."
The person on the other side acknowledged. Before Zhao Yuliang could understand what was happening, one of his men was knocked down.
Zhao Yuliang widened his eyes, "A sniper."
The others began to panic. He observed, "There's still more." Teacher Luo and Luo Brat stepped forward, saying, "Anyone who takes another step, kill them." Her gaze was full of intense anger. The others were now even more terrified, whispering, "So strong, I didn't expect Zhou Tianchen to have such a powerful ally, damn it, we bit off more than we could chew."
The red-haired man conceded, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding."
The man beside him patted his head, saying, "We'll leave now. We didn't intend to get involved."
This girl exudes such a terrifying killing intent. What are you still doing standing here? The beauty is angry, hurry up and leave. The others also heard the command and quickly said, "Yes, excuse us. Let's get out of here, quickly." Tian Chen spoke again, "Stop right there." The red-haired man frowned, "Brother Chen, we have no grudges, can you let us go this time?" Tian Chen ordered them to sit down.
Before they could understand what was happening, a tall and burly man stepped forward aggressively. "Damn it, you think you're some big shot? All of us, let's go and show him who's boss." Teacher Luo quickly darted past the tall man with her sharp claws. "Zhou Tianchen told you to sit down." The red-haired group was horrified. They obediently sat down like puppies.
Tianchen smiled with satisfaction, "Just sit there and watch.
After I deal with Zhao Yuliang, I'll have something for you to do." Zhao Yuliang sighed, "Deal with me." He took out several red meteorite crystals.
Tian Chen was surprised, "Meteorite crystals?"
Zhao Yuliang called out to his subordinates, "Come here, no more time to hesitate, I'll make up for your losses later."
The subordinates obeyed, "Yes."
Then, they all ate the meteorite crystals, placing their hands on Zhao Yuliang's back. The three of them seemed to be transferring power to Zhao Yuliang. Red streaks appeared on their faces, looking terrifying. A new source of power seemed to emerge around Zhao Yuliang. They ate the meteorite crystals first and then transferred the energy to another person to enhance their strength.
It was unexpected that all three of them had this ability.
But doing so would cause them to deteriorate into ordinary people, and it would be difficult for them to break through again in the short term. Yet, they used 3 meteorite crystals, such a waste. Zhao Yuliang shouted loudly. He grabbed the sharp stick beside him and said, "Go call my father.
This situation won't last long. Today, either the Zhao family or Zhou Tianchen will die." It seemed as though the stick contained electricity. He grabbed the electric rod and charged forward. "Zhou Tianchen, I will make you pay dearly." Tianchen used his evolved arm, channeling all his energy into it, then blocked Zhao Yuliang's strike. Right from the start, he used his special energy, decisive indeed. Zhao Yuliang leaned back, using his remaining leg to kick Tianchen's arm.
Tianchen was immediately knocked back, his arm seemed injured, and the ability to control the destructive power of electricity was no small feat. Zhao Yuliang aggressively advanced, "Stop looking, your enhanced arm can't withstand my electricity."
Tianchen smiled, "Humph, well, that's fine. I've grown tired of pretending to be an amateur. You still have a long way to go."
Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuliang hesitated for a moment.
Tianchen then created another arm, "Don't disappoint me too much."
Zhao Yuliang rushed forward, relentlessly throwing punches and kicks at Tianchen.
Tianchen quickly retreated, swiftly dodging his attacks. Tianchen quickly dodged his strike.
Seizing the opportunity, Tianchen lifted a knee and delivered a powerful kick straight into Zhao Yuliang's stomach. Zhao Yuliang didn't expect that he could still land safely on his feet. He gasped for air, seemingly exhausted. "I didn't expect this kid to be so resilient.
I have to finish this quickly. If this continues, I won't make it before my father arrives."
He popped another meteorite crystal into his mouth. Tianchen was surprised to see him eating a meteorite crystal. If you swallow a meteorite crystal, most of the energy goes into healing injuries, at best boosting the explosive power a little. Moreover, consuming a large amount of meteorite crystal in a short time would overwhelm someone of the second evolution level. After swallowing the meteorite crystal, a strange smoke emanated from Zhao Yuliang's chest hair, spreading throughout his body. It seemed he had regained some strength. Zhou Tianchen, I told you, today you will pay the price 100-fold. Die. He leaped high into the air, holding his stun rod ready, his eyes flashing. With a swift motion, he struck powerfully towards Tianchen. Tianchen widened his eyes as the electric rod came down with great force. Luckily, Tianchen reacted quickly, jumping aside to avoid the blow. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to counter. Zhao Yuliang missed his strike once again. He was furious and cursed, if you're so brave, then don't avoid me. The red-haired man and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky we didn't get involved. Offending Zhou Tianchen means only one thing, death. What does Zhou Tianchen want to do? Finish off Zhao Yuliang and then throw us into the boiling pot too? Who knows? Lin Wei drove the truck over, and the group was stunned. Lin Wei smiled. Okay, where are we at? Not bad, huh? A lot of people here. Luo Brat pointed at Teacher Luo. No problem, we have Teacher Luo. Gao Fei spoke loudly, and there's also you. He glanced behind. There's not much time left. Ladies, hurry up for me. Luo Brat shouted, got it. Lin Wei pointed at their group. Xiachen, Linan Tian, and you, come here. Xiachen, you take some people with axes to block the way. Linan Tian, lead your men to plant explosives. The rest of you come with me to set up traps. Xiachen retorted, damn it, why should I listen to you? Do you think of us as prisoners? Lin Wei moved her face closer to his. You're right. Today, the four of us will be hurting you. In the future, if you're not satisfied, feel free to leave. But of course, you'll need permission from the beautiful one over there first. Then she pointed at her. Xiachen was afraid of losing face, so he had to swallow his anger. He chuckled, the beautiful lady has already spoken, what are you still standing there for? Get up and get to work. Luo Brat sighed, luckily, it's because of Teacher Luo that these guys listen so obediently. Now, we just have to wait for Zhou Tianchen. At this moment, Teacher Luo had a gentle expression, no longer carrying the intimidating aura he had before. Zhao Yuliang struck again, but Tianchen dodged. Zhao Yuliang followed up with another strike, and Tianchen blocked it with his arm. He was frustrated, why aren't you fighting back? Tianchen raised his other arm, and a loud explosion echoed. Zhao Yuliang leaped away, and Tianchen also took a step back. It seemed like their strengths were evenly matched. Zhao Yuliang, in his arrogance, said, let's see how long you can hold on. Gao Fei reported, Tianchen, it's me, there's a situation over here. Tianchen asked, are you here? Gao Fei, observing from above, said, boss, I think you should end this quickly. Tianchen nodded, all right, you keep observing. Zhao Yuliang, enraged, said, dare to ignore me, huh? Then taste this move. He then swiped a line across the ground. Tianchen jumped up to dodge the attack. Before long, he was standing right in front of Zhao Yuliang. He grabbed Zhao Yuliang by the arm. It seems you still haven't realized that your body is on the brink of collapse, it could mutate at any moment. Zhao Yuliang's gaze seemed to gradually become numb. Tianchen sneered, if you had gone all in from the start, you might have had a chance. But with the way the mutation is happening, your energy can no longer focus. Now, it means nothing to me. With that, he snapped Zhao Yuliang's electric rod in half and knocked him away. Zhao Yuliang lay still, unmoving. He slammed his hands forcefully on the ground, trembling and staggering to his feet. How is this possible? How could he be this strong? A subordinate entered, young master. Zhao Yuliang opened his eyes wide, you've arrived, good. Where's my father?
The subordinate reported, "The boss has left." Zhao Yuliang didn't understand his meaning. Left? What do you mean by left? The subordinate panicked. The boss took everyone out of the mining area. Zhao Yuliang couldn't believe his father would be so ruthless. This was definitely not part of his plan. He had been completely abandoned. On the other side, his subordinate was urging his father, "Boss, if we don't leave right now, young master won't be able to hold on much longer." He punched the wall hard, his heart filled with doubt. Is Zhuo Tianchen really that strong? The subordinate firmly assured him, his strength is no less than Hu Feng's. The wild-haired man said fiercely, "Let me go. I've been wanting to fight him for a long time." But Zhao Yuliang's father gave the order, "Pack up your things, take all our elite soldiers, and leave immediately." The wild-haired man was stunned. "Oh my God, are you abandoning your own son?" The heartless man showed no remorse for his words. He was cruel beyond measure. He couldn't even take revenge for his younger brother. "I don't have such a useless son. Leave now, as long as we get out of here, we still have a chance." Before leaving, he held a box tightly in his hand. On Zhao Yuliang's side, his subordinate reported the situation. Father has disappeared. Bruce has also been taken away. There are hardly any of our people left in this mining area. Young master, we've been abandoned by the boss. Young master. Seeing Zhao Yuliang emerge from the wreckage, Tianchen raised his guard, then suddenly broke into a devilish smile. Ha 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 ha. He then laughed like a madman. Ha ha. The subordinate didn't understand what was happening. "You, young master." Zhao Yuliang raised his hand and grabbed tightly onto his collar. "Tell me, whose eldest son am I? I risked my life for him, expanded the mining area for him." Seeing Zhao Yuliang's face, he trembled in fear. Young master, young master." Zhao Yuliang's eyes turned bloodshot, and tears began to flow. "I even avenged his precious son, and yet he treated me like this? Just because I'm a bastard, he treats me like this?" He had truly lost his mind. It turned out he was not his father's biological son. The man was terrified and stepped back. At this point, Zhao Yuliang seemed to have completely lost control. His face was full of hatred. He clenched his teeth, then moved toward Tianchen. "It's all your fault, it's all your fault." He pulled something from his pocket, pulling out a pile of meteorite crystals. Tianchen was surprised. "There are still meteorite crystals?" He poured all the remaining meteorite crystals into his mouth, and a current began to emanate from his body. At this moment, he was blinded by rage. "Zhuo Tianchen, I will take your life." The electric current gradually grew stronger, surrounding Zhao Yuliang's entire body, and the red in his eyes deepened. He suddenly collapsed, as if unable to bear the overwhelming force. His mouth began to gag, and his body hunched forward. Tianchen sensed something was wrong, and he screamed in pain. His hands gripped the ground tightly, the pain spreading throughout his body. He had used too much meteorite crystal, and gradually, things slipped out of control. Blood poured from his eyes, looking grotesque. Tianchen watched as he slowly succumbed, another fallen soul, and born from meteorite crystal. After a moment of excruciating pain, Zhao Yuliang fell silent, no longer screaming. He knelt on the ground, electricity still crackling through his hands. His gaze grew more defiant. At that moment, he resembled a madman, moving swiftly behind Tianchen. He slammed his hands down onto the ground, causing stones around him to shatter. Tianchen gritted his teeth, feeling the immense power. Zhao Yuliang's eyes were fixed intensely on Tianchen, and he grabbed something from a large rock. To Tianchen's surprise, Zhao Yuliang managed to lift the massive stone and threw it towards him. Tianchen was ready to use his arm to smash the rock, but with a loud boom, Zhao Yuliang appeared right in front of him, delivering a devastating blow to Tianchen's stomach. Tianchen was immediately knocked backward, but he quickly regained his balance, standing firm on the broken rocks. Zhao Yuliang had not given up yet. He sprang up, and at the same time, his spirit surged to attack. The two of them, with their invincible strength, faced each other. When their hands met, a golden energy appeared, and with it, a tremendous force erupted with a loud bang. Zhao Yuliang was sent flying into the wall.
Tianxian tried to stay grounded, his arm seemed to be smoking as he struggled to keep from being thrown away. A depraved person is indeed hard to deal with.
Zhao Yuliang was still alive, his electric energy radiating more powerfully.
He detached his hand from the broken wall and stepped forward, his entire body charged. His eyes were no longer blank.
Tianxian thought, it seems this time, I can't rely on any tricks anymore.
At this moment, Gao Fei reminded Tianxian, stop fighting, there's a change in the east.
Tianxian asked, so fast? Where are they now?
Gao Fei observed, 2 minutes, at most 2 minutes, they'll be here. Tianxian urged, you all hold on for a bit, I'll finish this quickly.
Gao Fei's face darkened as he looked at the scene before him. What? How can we hold on? These are a horde of zombies.
They were surrounded by a swarm of zombies. Tianxian, stop fighting, deal with the zombies first. But Tianxian replied, no, if this guy doesn't die, it'll be more troublesome than the zombies. Gao Fei rebutted, but Lin Wei spoke up, no more buts, calm down, the defense line has been set up, we are ready for battle at any moment, remember to cover us.
Everyone, the mining area is under attack by a wave of zombies.
This zombie flood is much fiercer than the one 2 days ago, the outer defense line definitely won't hold, and even if we run now, we won't escape.
If you want to survive, let's fight together. If there are no more questions, then follow my orders.
She raised her gun to the sky and fired a warning shot, prepare. The sound of gunfire rang out, followed immediately by the loud rumble as a sea of zombies rushed to attack them. Dust and smoke filled the air, the situation was extremely tense, and both sides charged into battle, kill.
Lin Wei looked at the scene before her, phew, that was close, luckily he's here. 3 hours ago, they were discussing in a room, and after hearing Tianxian explain the situation, everyone was very surprised. What? A zombie flood? Tianxian put on his coat and said, I just sensed it, there's no time to explain now. We can't avoid this zombie flood, we have to smash the first wave of attacks if we want any chance of survival. Zhang Jinyu, follow me, Teacher Luo and Luo Brat will lie in ambush among the crowd, Gao Fei will take the roof and act as a sniper. We'll discuss the specific plan as we go. Then, he turned to look at Lin Wei, you have experience dealing with the zombie horde, you know what to do. Later, bring supplies to the club to help. Lin Wei agreed without any resistance, all right. She looked behind her, where Tianxian and Zhao Yuliang were still fighting. Has he been thinking everything through from the start? The two were evenly matched, Zhao Yuliang had missed a punch at Tianxian. Tianxian seized the opportunity and used his series of punches. He put all his strength into his arm and landed a powerful blow, sending Zhao Yuliang crashing to the ground. Tianxian, now exhausted, said, phew, you can take a beating. Huff, huff. Zhao Yuliang's body had sunk into the ground, leaving a deep hole. Suddenly, his electric hand emerged, gripping the ground, then shot up quickly and safely landed. His electrified gaze swept over to the battle between Lin Wei's group and the zombies, and in the blink of an eye, he dashed forward, leaving Tianxian stunned. Tianxian realized, that bastard, he wants to enter the zombie horde. He used all his speed, with a scheme already brewing in his mind. Tianxian reminded, Gao Fei, Teacher Luo, watch out on my side. Teacher Luo and Gao Fei turned around, and Tianxian shouted loudly, clear the way for me, don't give the abomination a chance to escape. Teacher Luo used his sharp arm to block Zhao Yuliang's path, but unexpectedly, the strike missed him. Teacher Luo looked on, his face filled with astonishment at the speed of the abomination. Tianxian rushed past, don't underestimate it, this thing has intelligence. He jumped over the fence, and by that time, Zhao Yuliang had already dashed into the midst of the zombies. A swarm of zombies stood in their way, blocking them. Tianxian shouted, Gao Fei, aim the gun here. The scope aimed at the center of Zhao Yuliang's forehead, and although the shot hit the mark, it did nothing to him. Gao Fei reported, it's too tough, the bullets can't do anything to it. Tianxian ordered, just hold it down. He plunged into the sea of zombies, effortlessly taking down one after another, damn it. Then, he leapt over their heads, leave it all to me. In no time, he had passed them, don't block my way. he found Zhao Yuliang.
Zhao Yuliang was screaming, trying to attract the zombies to help him escape. The zombies immediately gathered in front of Tianchen. Tianchen slammed his fist into the ground, before sweeping the zombies away. I've evolved to the point where I can control the infected, it seems I can't let you off now.
The zombies advanced again.
Zhao Yuliang used all his strength to flee. He surely knew that if he fell into Tianchen's hands, there would be no way out. More and more zombies charged forward.
Teacher Luo frowned. Tianchen, the zombie horde is surging in, we need to retreat immediately.
He replied, no, this thing must die.
Gao Fei, target that one for me.
Meanwhile, Tianchen created a whirlwind that swept the zombies away. Zhao Yuliang veered to the left, veer left, he's running that way, right side, ahead, keep running straight. The whirlwind created by Tianchen swept through the zombies wherever it went, even as Zhao Yuliang ran among them.
Gao Fei reminded, he's right ahead.
Eventually, Tianchen grabbed Zhao Yuliang's hair. He slammed his head hard into the ground, then kicked up and delivered a thunderous punch straight to his face. Zhao Yuliang screamed in pain, but he didn't forget to summon viruses to attack Tianchen in an attempt to rescue himself. The virus-controlled creatures attacked Tianchen again. He turned his head to look, momentarily distracted, and had no choice but to eliminate the zombies first. At this moment, Zhao Yuliang was gasping for breath, seemingly exhausted, and the power around him had weakened compared to before. Tianchen shouted, Gao Fei, don't let him escape. Gao Fei's sharpshooting skills came into play as he shot Zhao Yuliang's knee joint from behind, causing him to lose balance and fall. Tianchen then commanded, Gao Fei, keep shooting at all his vulnerable spots from behind.
Gao Fei proudly remarked, kid, do you now realize how powerful I am?
At this point, Zhao Yuliang was crawling on the ground, his whole body trembling.
Surprisingly, he was still alive.
Gao Fei was stunned, damn it, how stubborn.
Tianchen gave the order, Teacher Luo, use the black armor. Teacher Luo complied, saying,
Then, using his black arm, he enveloped his whole body in a black membrane, even covering his face.
Teacher Luo's eyes now exuded a murderous aura.
The zombies, seeing this, were frightened and dared not approach. They all retreated, clearing a path for Tianchen and Teacher Luo to stand. At this moment, only Zhao Yuliang remained on the ground. As expected, when the black armor was fully activated, even virus-infected beings had to fear it. Teacher Luo reminded, hurry up, I can't hold on much longer.
Tianchen said, just one more minute, I'll make this little brat unable to get up.
He clenched his fist tightly, and gradually, the red marks on his arm disappeared, the hand returned to normal. However, after a while, a strange symbol appeared on the back of his hand. This symbol slowly spread across his arm. He began to exert his strength, and Zhao Yuliang sensed the danger. He tried his best to unleash his power again, and the electric sparks grew stronger and stronger. Zhao Yuliang stood up completely, screaming as he used his power. Gao Fei repeatedly shot at him, but he too had no choice but to say, Tianchen, I don't know what that guy is using, my bullets are useless.
In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yuliang was no longer on the ground. Teacher Luo and Gao Fei shouted loudly, Tianchen.
He had rushed right in front of him, and Tianchen used the full force of his fist to attack him, but he only used one hand to lightly block it. Zhao Yuliang paused for a moment, and Tianchen furrowed his brows, saying, since the new birthmark was formed, this is the first time I've used it. At this point, his arms were full of power. His arms were once again encased in a red armor. Today, I'll give you your first experience. Then, he punched Zhao Yuliang under the chin, knocking him out completely due to the shock. Zhao Yuliang was sent flying far away, just waiting for the moment, and while he was floating in mid-air, Tianchen used another punch to finish him off completely. The sky cleared up again. Gao Fei and Teacher Luo watched in silence. Tianchen also silently stared at Zhao Yuliang, who was bleeding on the ground. He was completely motionless, surrounded by dust and debris, with buildings in ruins.
Gao Fei and Teacher Luo approached Zhao Yuliang to observe him.
He used a knife to stab deep into his body, then pulled it out, watching fresh blood flow down.
The mutation process was too short, it hadn't condensed yet.
Tian Shen ordered, jump into the middle of the zombie crowd.
Collect the black teaching materials, we're going back.
Luo Brat's eyes widened, she was excited, Brother Tian Shen, we've succeeded, let's go support him. Lin Wei remained cautious, don't act recklessly.
Right now, it's good enough that we can take care of ourselves.
At this point, they were still being attacked by zombies, who kept coming in droves like ants.
Luo Brat angrily said, what about Brother Tian Shen then?
Tian Shen reminded her, Luo Brat, listen to Lin Wei, don't get agitated.
We can handle it ourselves. If we're not back in 5 minutes, blow up the remaining building.
Luo Brat anxiously said, how can that be? You'll die. But Tian Shen was incredibly confident, don't worry, I have a big fate. Luo Brat protested, no, absolutely not.
Tian Shen interrupted, it's decided then.
Lin Wei, I'll leave Luo Brat to you.
Lin Wei nodded, okay. We'll prepare to detonate in 5 minutes.
Luo Brat angrily cursed, damn it, before Tian Shen comes back, no one is allowed to detonate. Then she threw something to the ground.
Lin Wei reassured her, don't get agitated, we're short on time, we can't delay everyone's escape just for him.
Besides, Zhuo Tian Shen already agreed. Luo Brat still objected, I don't care, anyone who dares to detonate, I'll kill them. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent.
Zhang Jinyu spoke up, hey, why is the atmosphere so tense? Both Luo Brat and Lin Wei widened their eyes in surprise. Zhang Jinyu and his teammates stepped forward, brothers, let's go pick up Tian Shen.
The zombies charged, but each one was dealt with by a single shot.
Lin Wei ordered, this is a good opportunity, let's move.
Luo Brat, holding 2 knives in her hands, and Lin Wei, holding a gun, charged into the middle of the zombies, kill.
Finally, they saw him, Tian Shen, Tian Shen. Tian Shen praised, well done, go ahead and hit it. Lin Wei raised his hand high, release.
As soon as he spoke, a loud explosion rang out, and the entire area was blown up. The zombies all perished at once, the earth and rocks shattered, and the tall fortress was split in two, crumbling to the ground. The only structure left standing was the clubhouse, still intact and unmoved in the middle.
Tian Shen ordered, everyone, get into the club. Gao Fei, is everything all right on your end? Gao Fei replied, all good. I just relocated the infected people beneath this building, there aren't too many. I'm preparing to withdraw now. Tian Shen reminded him, all right, be careful.
Gao Fei responded, got it, I'll adapt to the situation.
Gao Fei approached the rooftop door, this feeling. Suddenly, the door was blasted open by an overwhelming force. Gao Fei stumbled back in shock.
His mouth fell open. A monster with sharp, 4-clawed feet stepped through. Gao Fei was terrified, the lone creature looked horrific, with bloodshot eyes, large teeth, and its body made entirely of bone. It didn't say a word, charging straight at Gao Fei to attack.
Gao Fei jumped backward, aiming his gun at its back and firing a shot.
But the shot had no effect on the monster, it remained standing there, completely unharmed.
Gao Fei stepped back to avoid the attack from the monster.
The monster stood there, its head, which had just been hit by a bullet, turned towards Gao Fei. Gao Fei remembered that Tian Shen had once said, Gao Fei, the weakness of this thing is its temple. Upon realizing this, Gao Fei was overjoyed and shouted loudly to attract the monster's attention, hey, over here, you dog.
Of course, the monster couldn't ignore this.
It turned around, swung its hand, and leapt into the air, then gently lowered its arm, aiming the gun at the monster's temple. Gao Fei laughed and said, goodbye, before firing a shot. The monster immediately collapsed. Gao Fei finally landed safely, and the monster was defeated. However, Gao Fei suddenly noticed something unusual. He quickly ran to the edge of the balcony and looked down, damn it, the zombies are gathering here. The zombies were slowly forming a pile, climbing up the building. Gao Fei had no choice but to inform Tian Shen that he couldn't withdraw in time. On the other side, he only heard the sound of beeping, with no response from Tian Shen. He thought that Tian must have already moved out of range. He thought, well, that's good, at least they are retreating safely. You held the cigarette you had just lit, and finally, you understood why Tian liked smoking. Just when you looked like you had given up, you heard Tian's voice. He told you to jump down, and you startled, yelling in surprise. Tian chose to step on the zombies to leap up to Gao Fei. Gao Fei was very surprised to see him. You called his name loudly. Tian shouted, "This is the moment you have to jump down." Gao Fei took a big leap out of the building, and Tian used that opportunity to jump high to catch his friend. Tian picked up Gao Fei, holding him in a princess carry. Gao Fei gaped. He didn't know how Tian had stepped on the zombie's head to gain momentum and jump up like that. He said, "You need to control your strength perfectly to do this. I won't be able to maintain this state for long." Tian explained that this was an extremely refined state. Once Gao Fei reached the second level, after condensing the new birthmark, he would gradually unlock this ability. After entering the super refined state, he would consume a large amount of mental energy. However, since he was an evolved with mental powers, he would be stronger than Tian in that regard. Whenever there's a chance, Tian would teach him. Gao Fei understood after hearing him speak. Tian reminded him, "Hold me tightly." Tian crushed the road beneath him, broke the window of a house, and entered inside. After landing safely, he told Gao Fei, "Get down, we'll go around this building to head back." Tian was sitting, concentrating and meditating to restore his abilities, while his teammates stood beside him, observing. In a moment, he had recovered. Gao Fei thought he was quite abnormal, having recovered in less than an hour. He had been fighting nearly the whole afternoon, using countless special abilities, even triggering the mole on his body. All it took was a short rest like this to recover. He raised his hand so everyone could clearly see the new mole. This was the benefit of condensing a new mole. After condensing the new mole, one's control abilities, mental strength, endurance, and recovery speed would greatly increase. Although it didn't directly enhance his power and speed, it greatly stimulated his potential. He also reached into his pocket and threw 2 meteorite crystals to Gao Fei and Luo Lan. He said, "Those two have just gone through an intense battle, it's the right time to use these." Gao Fei asked, "How do you use this thing?" Tian replied, "It's a method of blood harmonization, similar to meteorite crystal." Gao Fei was terrified and lost his composure upon hearing that. Luo Lan even teased him, saying, "To practice this martial art, you must practice self-cultivation." Tian finally told the two of them to take their time practicing. He said, "Zhang Jinyu, come up to the rooftop with me for a moment." Tian went to check the situation here, and it seemed that the people inside were also busy. He asked Zhang Jinyu, "How is the situation here?" "It's getting crowded now." He replied, "Everyone is gathered in the club. Almost half of the people from the mining area are here. But earlier, I discovered that the Zhao family warehouse still has plenty of supplies, enough for us to hold out for a while." Tian also reminded him, "Right now, the club is full of all kinds of people, and the management is relatively complicated, so don't go easy on them." Once they reached the rooftop, Zhang Jinyu asked, "Why do you want to go up to the rooftop?" Tian wanted to observe the zombie horde. He stood on the rooftop and looked down at the densely packed zombies below. Zhang Jinyu said, "Not long after you left, the situation in the city turned into this. These zombies seem like they're sleeping, they don't seem aggressive at all." Tian then realized that this wave of zombies was not simple. He remained silent, thinking, normally, there are 3 reasons for the formation of zombie hordes. The first reason is natural formation. These zombies tend to have a high evolutionary level and are usually found in large cities, where there is a relatively high concentration of virus infections. The second reason is artificial formation, typically caused by excessive human activity. Simply put, loud noises alone can create enough zombies to trigger a horde. The third reason is the command of high-level virus-infected individuals. After evolving to level 3, the number of zombies that a virus-infected person can control increases day by day.
The exceptional ones can even control the horde.
Zhang Jinyu asked him, so, what is the cause of the zombie horde in Longhua this time?
Tianchen pointed downward and told him to look.
He said, normally, when a virus-infected person detects prey, they will pursue it relentlessly, unless they kill them all. But now, these zombies have stopped attacking and are resting. What's more, the zombies over there have started to exhibit aimless wandering.
A normal zombie horde wouldn't show this behavior.
This wave of zombies is of the third type, led by a high-level virus-infected person. Tianchen himself did not yet have enough information to make a definitive statement, he could only make assumptions.
He said, Zhang Jinyu, go rest for now, this matter can't be cleared up in a day. The next day, he and Zhang Jinyu went to meet with the members of the gang. He stood behind, smoking, while Zhang Jinyu rallied the Blue Mountain Gang brothers. He spoke to those in the room, they are just ordinary people, and they will be scratched and bitten by those infected with the virus. So remember, your mission is to stop them, build a defense line, not to kill. Then, he ordered, open the door. The zombies immediately swarmed in and attacked wildly.
The team members advanced with shields to block their path. Before long, someone used a hammer to kill a zombie. They shouted, push forward, do your best to block the zombies. Tianchen did not expect the Zhao family's warehouse to have these things, it's definitely lucky to have bulletproof shields and weapons, dealing with the zombies is so much easier. A zombie jumped over the shield line, and Tianchen quickly kicked it down. He ordered, keep pushing forward.
Everyone immediately followed the order.
The remaining members were also ready, and the nearby zombies had all gathered at the front.
He assigned, Gao Fei and Luo Lan will keep watch over the east. Teacher Luo and Linwei will take care of the west.
The number of zombies grew larger and larger, with some breaking through the shields. Zhang Jinyu was blocking them while reporting to him, they might not be able to hold out much longer.
Tianchen leapt into the air, the mole on his hand spreading across both arms. He even managed to knock away all the zombies surrounding him.
His teammates could only see his back, you guys just need to watch the door carefully, leave these guys to me.
Everyone was surprised and praised his strength.
They felt that he alone could handle the zombie horde. Zhang Jinyu was also amazed, recalling the meeting from the day before. He had shared the battle plan with everyone.
Zhang Jinyu was to lead the Blue Mountain Gang, and he would attract the attention of the infected. Gao Fei and Luo Lan would lead the Axe Gang and the milling group to seize the buildings in the southeast and establish a defensive line.
Teacher Luo and Linwei would lead the others towards the southwest, capturing the remaining buildings to set up their defenses, just like them. Zhang Jinyu then realized that from the very beginning, he had intended to use those two buildings as strongholds. These two buildings, along with the clubhouse, will form a triangular formation, which will not only relieve the crowding in the club but also create a small triangular safe zone. The other two sides of the four people had also completed the tasks assigned by Tianchen. Tianchen was fighting the zombies while praising them for doing a great job, now he just needed to clean up the zombies here. When the plan succeeded, everyone started discussing, we didn't expect to still be alive. We've fought zombies so many times, but this is the first time we've done it without losing anyone.
We have to admit that Tianchen is very strong.
He single-handedly wiped out the Zhao family, even scared Hu Feng into running away, he's really capable. I wish I could be as strong as him.
Zhuo Tianchen emotionlessly surveyed the surroundings, the supplies left behind by the Zhao family should be enough for a month.
During this time, they need to deal with the zombies outside. Gao Fei had already scouted around, right now, zombies are everywhere. Without supplies, it will be difficult for us to leave Longhua. Zhang Jinyu also understood that, so he clarified that identifying the source of the zombies was key to solving the problem. This place is still unstable, if you leave, I'm afraid it will cause panic and lead to people scattering.
Tianchen also said, don't worry, I won't act rashly until I'm 100% sure.
Gao Fei wished he had the ability to see far and wide, so he could spot everything that was going on. Zhang Jinyu suggested leading a few people into the city center to see what was happening.
Tianchen replied, you're not strong enough yet.
To get through these zombies, you need to have at least second-tier strength.
Luo Lan appeared and said, let me try it. Tian Shen, surprised, turned back. He realized that her speed was very fast. Just now, he hadn't noticed her. Luo Lan is already a second-tier expert. Gao Fei added, it's nothing impressive, everyone is the same. This showed that he had also made a breakthrough, but Tian Shen hadn't noticed it. Gao Fei continued, it's because you are a spiritual system, you used to hide it, and now it's been discovered. Tian Shen quickly teased him, it seems that the 2 meteorite crystals I gave them weren't useless after all. He told them, after reaching the second tier, both of you will begin to unlock special abilities. Take your time to experience them, but to master them, it may take a little time. He asked Luo Lan, you said you wanted to go to the city center, right? Luo Lan presented a large suitcase, and she said, it's not me, it's it. He didn't know what trick she was about to play. The suitcase opened slightly, and Shang Biao peeked out. The girl said, Shang Biao found this at the building we were guarding, and inside was actually a drone. Gao Fei was delighted, this is good stuff, we can use it to scout the situation, but if this is the only thing we have, it might not be enough. The drone doesn't have a camera, so if it flies into the city center, it won't gather any useful information. Tian Shen let Shang Biao go. As soon as Shang Biao was released, it ran quickly and crawled into Gao Fei's pants, going straight to a sensitive spot, making him feel embarrassed. He reminded him, don't joke around, let's get back to the main topic. Luo Lan asked, is Gao Fei wearing those blue floral boxer shorts today? How playful. Gao Fei didn't understand how she knew. Zhang Jinyu and Tian Shen were also confused, while the mouse continued to crawl inside Gao Fei's pants. Suddenly, Luo Lan screamed, don't go in there, I don't want to see that. Suddenly, the spot where the mouse crawled into started to shine brightly, and Gao Fei froze. Luo Lan punched him hard in the face and pointed at him, accusing, why does the birthmark have to be there? That's just disgusting. Gao Fei wondered, how did you know? Then, Gao Fei realized and pulled Shang Biao out, guessing that it was because of him. Tian Shan also understood that Luo Lan and Shang Biao shared a similar perspective. She said, as soon as Shang Biao got back, he rolled over and went to sleep, only waking up yesterday, so I only discovered this ability today. He felt that it was worth feeding him some meteorite crystals. Now, this is where unmanned aerial vehicles can come into play. Shang Biao sat on the drone, aggressively moving as if it was about to dive into the group of zombies below. Luo Lan reminded him, stay still. He calmed down. She said, Gao Fei, turn the plane to the left, and go a bit higher. The autopilot was nearing its maximum altitude. Tian Shen asked, are you able to determine the direction of the zombies yet? Luo Lan felt something was off, although it seems like the zombies are wandering aimlessly, they appear to be heading in a specific direction. It's very unusual. Tian Shen realized that his guess was indeed on the right track. Suddenly, Shang Biao became enraged again, and Luo Lan shouted, thankfully, the plane is still under control. She said, I'm fine, but there's something very strange. Gao Fei, get closer. She reminded, Gao Fei, turn left at the upcoming intersection. Sounds came from that direction. The plane gradually regained altitude. Luo Lan clearly saw a gigantic zombie rampaging wildly. The normal zombies were crawling beneath it, gradually climbing onto the massive zombie's body. Luo Lan was horrified by what she saw. It was her first time encountering such a terrifying monster. The girl's voice trembled as she spoke about the monster. The monster was so huge, it's hard to even imagine, it had to be as tall as a 4-story building. Tian Shen was also shocked after hearing this. A mutated creature that is 4 stories high must be at least level 3 peak, maybe even level 4 or level 5. What's most bizarre is that a group of normal zombies was surrounding it and attacking. Gao Fei asked him, what's going on here? Do zombies know how to gang up on others? He replied, we'll talk about it later, you should fly the plane back and tell Luo Lan to rest for a bit. He told Zhang Jinyu, teacher Luo is coming to see me. He asked them, before the apocalypse struck in Longhua City, was there anything different? Any strange or unusual occurrences that happened that day? Tell me everything, especially what happened in the city center.
Zhang Jinyu thought carefully again. There was only the meteorite falling, but it seems like a meteorite hit the city center. There was a meteor shower that day, and one of the meteors fell right in the city center. I even saw it with my own eyes. After it fell, it exploded loudly, and then the apocalypse happened right after. As expected, Tian Shen's guess was correct. He asked, "Where exactly did the meteorite fall?" But Zhang Jinyu replied, "I don't know, because the explosion area was too large at that time. Moreover, the zombies were rampant, and no one knew where the meteorite fell." Previously, the young master of the Zhao family also sent people to investigate, but none of them survived. This matter just passed by. Tian Shen thought, "It seems that the meteorite crystal fragments are the key to this outbreak. Perhaps I should leave here." He said, "I will take Luo Brat and Gao Fei with me. From now on, the three of you will be in charge here until I return. Just tell others that I'm in seclusion for cultivation. This time, I must personally go to the city center." Tian Shen, Gao Fei, and Luo Brat were on the rooftop of the building. They planned to cross over the zombie horde below by using a rope suspended in the air. The two asked Tian Shen, "Why not look for that giant zombie? Isn't this flood controlled by it?" Tian Shen replied, "No, what they need to find this time is the leader. In some special cases, those infected with the virus develop exceptional leadership abilities. The form and abilities of these leaders are strange and diverse." He continued, "Among them, some leaders even possess the ability to control the zombie horde. That gigantic mutated form might also be a type of leader, but it has evolved more toward strength rather than the ability to control the zombie swarm, and it has no rationality at all." The giant leader that Luo Lan saw was still being attacked by other infected people. It must belong to another leader's army. Although those insignificant zombies can't do anything to it, if a meteorite crystal fragment falls in the city center, and a high-level infected absorbs it, they will evolve into a leader. Therefore, this time they went outside to find that leader. The range that the drones could monitor was limited, so they had to go there in person. The number of infected people in the city center was too large. This was originally the area with the highest population density, and with the zombie horde pouring in, it was naturally crowded. Tian Shen's group didn't detect anything unusual and started to continue their search. Gao Fei saw something and asked Tian Shen to take a look, an empty road. The entire city center is filled with the zombie swarm, yet this road is the only one without any infected person. It's like landing on a jackpot, but how could there be such a safe, spacious area in the middle of the city center? Tian Shen used binoculars to observe that direction, and he saw someone over there. The man with green hair in the group asked a bald, scarred man, "Has his older brother already gone there?" The bald man replied, "Of course, that place has abundant supplies and is easy to defend, hard to attack. Once we get there, we will safely survive the zombie outbreak." He sighed and said, "I know everyone is feeling discouraged. The zombie horde has taken many of our teammates, and now we are living day by day, worried about the next meal. But we are also fortunate to have found a place to survive." He reassured everyone, "My old friends are resting there, waiting for us to reunite." He told the young people to trust him. "As long as I still have a breath left, I will protect everyone until we reach a safe place. Don't lose hope, lift your spirits, and let's go home together." After hearing his words, the young people felt their spirits lift. The bald man smiled and said, "Everyone stay close, don't fall behind." Suddenly, a can of water rolled out from the alley. The bald man brandished a knife, threatening whoever was hiding in the alley. It was Gao Fei and Luo Lan. The group was surprised to see humans there and asked, "Who are you?" Luo Lan and the others were just like those people, lucky to have survived. The bald man threatened, "I know there are more than just the two of you." At this moment, Tian Shen stepped forward and said, "I just happened to be passing by and overheard your conversation." The bald man responded, "I'm quite interested in the place you're talking about. 2 minutes ago, when they were still hiding behind the wall, eavesdropping on the conversation of the bald group, based on what he had said, it seemed there was a place nearby where survivors were gathering. But clearly, these people didn't have the capability for that, unless they had at least 10-second level evolved individuals.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to establish a safe zone in the city center. However, the road had indeed been cleared, so this indicated something was off with these people. Luo Lan suggested they follow and keep an eye on them, hoping to uncover something. Tianchen found the situation troublesome and thought it would be better to join them. He kicked a soda can away and instructed the other two not to reveal their true abilities to avoid trouble. It was time to test their acting skills, which was the reason they were currently asking to follow this group. The bald men were scrutinizing the three of them and asked where they were from. Gao Fei replied that they came from the mining area. The group immediately buzzed. I can't believe they are from the mining district, they're really impressive. Looking at the equipment they have, it seems top-notch. I wonder what their background is. The man with the green hair turned to the bald-headed guy and said, Brother Lei, don't let the three of them follow. They seem suspicious. Other young people in the group also said, these three don't have a clear background, it's better not to take them along. Their supplies are limited, and adding 3 more people might make things harder, especially if something happens along the way. But Brother Lee didn't listen. He said, they are all human beings, and helping each other is what we should do. Right now, during this disaster, we should unite all the strength we can. He raised his hand to welcome the newcomers. Tianchen also shook his hand to thank him, and then everyone followed him. The rest of the group still seemed puzzled about why Brother Lee allowed the three of them to join, and they remained cautious around them. When they reached a road, Brother Lee told everyone to slow down. He sensed that something was wrong. Then, a group of zombies appeared, and Brother Lee shouted loudly, "Prepare for battle!" The people in the group seemed unable to help, fear overwhelming them. Brother Lee told them, "Hold on for a bit, he will come to rescue us." The 3 people from Tianchen still stood there, doing nothing to help. Gao Fei was confused, but Tianchen was still observing. He said, these people, some have no experience or courage to deal with zombies, they shouldn't have been able to last this long. The girl is flailing her weapon around, it'll be a long time before she can take down an infected person. The most important one is the bald guy, Brother Lee. His speed and strength are both quite good, his fighting ability isn't bad either, he must have reached the 2nd level. A 2nd level expert with no reputation in Manhwa. Recently, people here, like Luo Lan, haven't even heard of Brother Lee. He thought to himself, reaching the 2nd level in such a short time can be considered a genius in my past life. I should have heard of him by now. I'm sure these people have something suspicious about them. Just then, a zombie lunged at him from behind. Gao Fei was about to raise his fist, ready to punch the zombie in the face, when Tianchen suddenly stopped him. The young people were angry seeing that the 3 new people just stood there. Even when the zombie was almost upon Tianchen, he remained motionless, doing nothing. But the zombie was still sent flying far away. Brother Lee was the one who saved him. Brother Lee even kindly asked if they were all right. Luo Lan and Gao Fei were stunned. It was only after Tianchen reminded them that they said it was fine, but their performance of fear couldn't have been more awkward. They thanked Brother Lee. They said, "Thank you very much." Brother Lee politely responded, "It's the least I could do." The group of young people continued to talk amongst themselves, "We didn't kill any zombies just now. Yet they're saying they're from the mining district." They thought the 3 of them were lying. Or that they had gotten lucky, with such weak abilities, how could they survive in the city center? The person with green hair remained silent, lost in thought. The person next to him asked, "Why is he looking at us like that?" He replied, "Luo Lan and Gao Fei are clearly trying to please Brother Lee. They see someone successful and want to latch onto them. They're just kids, already knowing how to flatter. It's shameless." As for Tianchen, he didn't say anything. Earlier, he was so scared he couldn't move. If Brother Lee hadn't saved him, he'd be dead by now. The person next to him said, "And yet he only said a thank you. Who knows what Brother Lee thinks, bringing along these 3 useless ones?" The person beside him said, "Let's just think of Brother Lee as a kind person, and assume they're accumulating good karma.
The green-haired guy still insisted that he would never help those three.
Luolan asked Tian Chen, "What should we do next? Should we keep following them like this?" In a dimly lit bunker, the green-haired man asked brotherly, "Where is this place?" He replied, "This is a shelter built during the war, now preserved as a historical site. There's even a park outside for tourism. Below, there are warehouses with abundant supplies, and the bunker's equipment has been maintained until now. So, there's no need to worry about safety." Although some still found the place eerie and feared going down there, they trusted brotherly because of his reputation. The green-haired man even scolded them, saying, "Why would brotherly go through all the trouble of bringing us here just to deceive us? If the two of you don't want to go down, just stay up here and guard the door." The two of them were about to change their minds when Tian Chen suddenly spoke up. He said, "The green-haired guy has a point. You two can stay here and watch over things. If anything happens, you'll be able to handle it." He even asked brotherly for confirmation, to which brotherly agreed and smiled dangerously. He told the two to stay on guard and report anything unusual. After that, the group went down below. The green-haired man then asked brotherly again, "Are they really down there? It's so dark here." He explained, "It's because the power capacity of the generator is limited, so normally they don't turn on the lights. They just need to follow me closely." Gao Fei sensed that this place was very strange and spoke to Tian Chen. Of course, Tian Chen had sensed it too. Brotherly suddenly said, "They don't know. 2 weeks ago, he was still a lucky guy who had just evolved. His two close brothers also evolved. They set up a small base in the city center. The city center was different from other places, it was 100 times more dangerous here. Therefore, in order to develop their base, HG had to fight and explore every day. It wasn't until they found this shelter that everything changed. Here, they met many like-minded friends. They grew stronger. Although many of their teammates had sacrificed, they felt it was worth it. After all, sacrificing for faith was something very happy. He knew they didn't understand what he was saying, but he told everyone that as long as they saw the Lord, they would understand. He turned around with the face of a villain and said, "Faith in people is sacred." Gao Fei had a look of contempt. He didn't understand what this guy was saying. Luolan also said he was crazy. Tian Chen remained focused. He asked the two of them, "Do you smell anything?" It was the scent of blood, which he had noticed earlier. This place had the strongest stench, and it was also the place where brotherly wanted them to come. When he pressed the switch to turn on the lights, the blinding light immediately shone, forcing everyone to cover their faces. Tian Chen, willing to open his eyes and get accustomed to the light, was also the moment he saw a monster in front of him, a huge monster with tentacles resembling those of a squid. Brotherly even introduced the monster to them, saying, "The existence before them is a god." He praised and revered it as his god. He bowed his head and worshipped the monster, claiming to have brought offerings to it. The young people were all astonished upon hearing this. Brotherly said, his teammates sacrificed their lives gloriously. They offered part of their crystals as a tribute to become a part of the god. They, too, will be embraced by the god. The green-haired guy turned pale with fear, now realizing that he had been deceived. It turned out that all of his friends had been turned into this. He then said, they should feel honored. Not everyone has the chance to become a part of a god. This is an unmatched glory in the world. Now, the god is about to complete its deep slumber. As soon as it awakens, they will have completed the ceremony. He said, "Let my friends offer their blood and flesh to become sacrifices for the gods." Is he joking? Who would want to become a sacrifice? They didn't want to, and they told him to snap out of it. Then, the two guards standing outside the door rushed in, saying it wasn't good. There were many zombies approaching from the outside, and they had to run quickly. They hurriedly reminded everyone to flee. They still didn't know the true nature of brotherly, so they ran to urge him to go quickly. But the very person who tried to warn him was impaled and killed by him. Even as he died, he couldn't comprehend it, his face frozen in shock. He said, "Do you think the first sacrifice of today feels honored?" He threw the body into the air, and the tentacle of the monster grabbed him and opened its mouth to devour him. The monster chewed him loudly, causing the others to feel a terrifying sense of dread. They watched as his blood splattered and his body was slowly consumed. Brotherly grinned maliciously, saying, "The gods are pleased today, they will all become its sacrifices." It was only then that Tianqian spoke up. He calmly lit a cigarette. "I found it without breaking a sweat." His little tricks? I saw through them long ago. He still didn't understand what he was saying. Tianqian said, "They intentionally directed the zombies away from this area, laying out a flat path. To make it more realistic, he even set up 2 more attacks. It's truly exhausting. It took a lot of time to deceive everyone into coming here, all for this leader, which needs to eat human flesh to evolve." At that moment, everyone finally understood. He continued, "Unfortunately, everything he did was within my perception. This is nothing but a farce." Brotherly, enraged, cursed at him, "Even if you know, you can't do anything. In the presence of a god, you're just an ant." He laughed loudly, "I'm certain that everyone here will become a sacrifice to the god." Tianqian silently looked at him, flicked the unfinished cigarette from his hand, and drove it straight into his skull. Brotherly immediately fell silent, dying without making a sound. His body slumped down. He should have known that there is no god in this world, and if there were, it would be me. His face looked terrifying at this moment. While the young men were still confused about what had just happened, Gao Fei and Luolan were still feeling smug when something unexpected occurred. One of the monster's tentacles slammed down onto the ground, forcing Tianqian to retreat. The tentacles wrapped around the bald man's head, emitting a very strange energy. Tianqian felt uneasy. The bald man suddenly opened his eyes and screamed. The bald man had been zombified, he still had a living body, and his strength seemed to have increased to a higher level. Tianqian instructed Gao Fei to lead them to deal with the zombies outside. Since Gao Fei and Luolan were already out there, he felt confident that it wouldn't be a problem anymore. He looked at the bald man who had turned into a zombie. Not only had he become zombified, but his physical abilities had also strengthened significantly. It seemed that he had reached the intermediate second-tier level. Tianqian charged toward him quickly and severed one of his arms. Then, he landed successive punches on him, hitting him directly without giving him a chance to retaliate. After the attack, Tianqian realized that during his recovery, the bald man was also enhancing the damaged parts of his body, causing them to continue mutating. If things kept going like this, the bald man's strength would continue to grow. He had to finish him off quickly. Meanwhile, the young people on the other side were also in danger from the zombies, with one girl even getting bitten by a zombie. Seeing this, the green-haired man remarked, "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have trusted the bald man. He's definitely dead this time." Luolan was the one who saved him when she kicked the zombie down. Gao Fei teased them, "Are you delivering free food or something?" The guy with the blue hair hesitated, not daring to retort. Gao Fei tossed him aside, criticizing him for being too cumbersome. He was very annoyed that he had to kill these zombies every day, and on top of that, he had to command these freeloaders. Why was it always him who had to deal with this tedious and thankless work? Luolan asked him, "Do you want to go fight that monster?" Gao Fei replied, "No need, I still prefer dealing with these guys rather than killing that monster." It was only then that the young people realized how powerful these two were. Luolan said, "Everyone gather around me and follow me, there might still be a chance to survive." Meanwhile, Tianqian was still fighting, punching the bald guy in the face. He used his immense strength to smash the floor, forcing Tianqian to fall back. It seemed that as long as he was still mutated, this guy wouldn't die easily. If he continued to evolve like this, it would be tough to deal with. At that, he pulled the sword from his shoulder and threw it towards him. The guy dodged the sword, grinning smugly, but Tianqian reminded him, "You might want to turn around and take a look." The sword pierced the monster behind him.
From the start, Tian Shen's target had been his master.
He screamed in a terrifying manner. Taking advantage of this moment, he leapt toward him. Wasn't he extremely loyal? He should try to block this punch from him. The zombie was enveloped by a powerful beam of light, his body seemed to be disintegrating. Suddenly, his pupils widened, his body was drained, leaving only a skeletal frame. His master, on the other hand, swelled up with suspiciously large bubbles. The two individuals on the other side said to him, "The zombies on their side have slowed down, did you succeed?" He reminded them, "Hold the line, fall back." This monster blossomed, its eyes glaring like an angry demon. It extended its tentacles to seize the body of the bald zombie that had just attacked Tian Shen. Tian Shen, sensing trouble, quickly ran to another spot. The tentacles kept attacking from behind, but Tian Shen jumped up and delivered a whirlwind punch, severing all of them. The whirlwind he created had tremendous power, blasting the monster away, but it quickly recovered. With such a fast recovery speed, it seemed that the monster's level of evolution was already very high. But then, he thought to himself, if it can control the zombie horde, its fighting power can't be this weak. Gao Fei still asked him, "How's the situation?" He replied, "We're still okay here, but over at Gao Fei's place, the zombies are much more frantic than before." But he's still holding on. He told Gao Fei, "Something's not right. This mutation is at the leader level, and it likely has other special abilities. You must never underestimate it." Gao Fei said, "I understand. I'm still fighting well." But suddenly, something unexpected caught his eye, and Gao Fei stopped. In front of him was his mother. Gao Fei was shocked. "How could you be here, Mom?" He no longer paid attention to what LM Tian Shen was saying. Tian Shen heard his voice calling, "Mom." His mother stroked his face, said she missed him, and asked, "Where have you been lately?" Gao Fei was still in disbelief, and unexpectedly, he was overcome with emotion and almost cried. He still felt very guilty for not being able to return in time to save his mother. His mother didn't blame him and even praised him as a child full of righteous spirit. She trusted him, but immediately after that, the beautiful face of his mother was replaced by the grotesque face of a zombie. Gao Fei screamed, and Tian Shen hurriedly called out to him, "It's the monster in front of you playing tricks." Tian Shen switched to contacting Luolan, but the situation on her side was just as bad. She was reunited with her father, who said he was still searching for her. Luolan was overjoyed to the point of tears, jumping into his arms for a tight embrace. Although he had told her to snap out of the illusion, it was already too late. He knew that Luobrat had been hit by the same trick, and he could no longer afford to hesitate. When dealing with this monster, his physical strength was of limited use. Tian Shen cut the tentacles that were approaching the monster's huge eye. The tentacles couldn't stop him, and Tian Shen drove his sword deep into the creature's body. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, and a voice asked him, "Why?" Tian Shen widened his eyes, and he saw the image of Xian Xian. Xian Xian was gravely injured. She clutched her abdomen where Tian Shen's sword had pierced, leaving a serious wound. She blamed him, saying he had promised to protect her. She hated him. It was his own hand that had stabbed her. Xian Xian blamed everything on him. He had turned her into this, with half of her face disfigured, turned into a zombie. He could still only hear her accusations, and behind her back, her hand suddenly transformed, preparing to strike at him. When it was about to strike and kill him, Tian Shen was faster, slicing her in half. The monster didn't understand why he was still able to act. Tian Shen said, "I am an evolved all-purpose system. Although mental abilities are not my specialty, they are enough to see through its farce." Xian Xian's body then reverted to its true form, the tentacle of the monster. Tian Shen was truly furious. It was not strong enough to defeat him and yet dared to humiliate Xian Xian, he had to finish it. Tian Shen then swung once, cutting the monster in half. Gao Fei and Luolan were freed, and all the zombies were destroyed. A stone appeared, which seemed to be a fragment of meteorite crystal, but it wasn't.
This was a product of a 3-time mutation and condensation in the body after absorbing a fragment of meteorite crystal. Its energy was even purer than the meteorite crystal fragment. The energy of this meteorite crystal fragment was much more gentle than regular meteorite crystals. A second-level evolved being could absorb it, but the virus activity within it was very strong. Improper use could result in uncontrollable mutations. It had to be absorbed slowly over a long period. I'll just keep it for now, and when I have time, I'll slowly absorb it later. Luo Lan suddenly snapped out of her daze. She searched for Gao Fei, and he was by her side, but no matter how she shook him, he wouldn't wake up. Tian Chen approached and asked. Luo Lan said, just now, suddenly everyone passed out, and now only Gao Fei hasn't woken up. No matter how much we call him, he won't wake up. Luo Lan was about to slap him twice, but Tian Chen stopped him. His condition is a bit strange. Let's head back to the clubhouse first and figure it out later. As Tian Chen was about to leave, the ground trembled again. This was not an earthquake. Tian Chen spoke and reminded, get Gao Fei out of here immediately. The walls and ceiling collapsed, but luckily, they had already managed to escape. Tian Chen sensed something. Everyone looked up in astonishment. Yet, Luo Lan said, there are only 4 floors, but there's still one more floor above us with a giant monster up there looking down at us. The monsters I seem to charge toward them along with the huge beast. Tian Chen reminded everyone, as the giant monster's arm slammed down heavily onto the floor. Someone fell after the monster's strike, run quickly. His teammate worried, is he okay? But before they could even run, they were crushed. The monster's hand was covered in blood, and it continued to destroy everything with even more frenzy. At this rate, the shelter would collapse, and they needed to run fast, or they would surely die. Tian Chen said to Luo Lan, take them and run ahead, I will hold it off. When the giant zombie was about to stomp Tian Chen flat, he managed to dodge, but the floor beneath him collapsed. Quick-witted, Tian Chen grabbed the zombie's toe and climbed up its body. The zombie tried to grab him as he ran across its body, but Tian Chen was agile and dodged every attempt. As he got closer to its face, Tian Chen jumped and slashed a long cut from its forehead to its mouth. The zombie thrashed in pain. The young people, along with Luo Lan, stood safely on one side, watching his battle. Luo Lan was anxious. She silently wished he must return safely. Tian Chen began to feel exhausted. I've been hitting it for so long, yet this thing still hasn't been affected at all. The power difference is just too huge. Continuing like this isn't going to work. I need to get out of here and figure something out later. He pulled a grenade from his pocket, used his teeth to pull the pin, and threw it with all his strength into the zombie's mouth. The zombie, affected by the explosion in its mouth, fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked to see the huge monster dead, unable to believe the grenade's power was that strong. Tian Chen slid down from the fallen zombie. It groaned, seeming like it was still alive. Tian Chen ran back to the group and shouted, hurry, we need to get out of here. One grenade isn't enough to kill that monster. Tian Chen and the group had to run quickly. At the base of Tian Chen's team, those here were also struggling to fend off the zombies. The northern area had been cleared, and it was reported that the zombie wave was likely retreating, with very few zombies roaming in packs around the area. Zhang Tingyu had received this information. Luo Xiaoyu, concerned, asked, the zombie wave is retreating, so why hasn't Zhou Tian Chen's group returned yet? Zhang Tingyu replied, the zombie wave started to break up the night before yesterday, and it's been 2 days since then. If Zhou Tian Chen's group was successful, they should have returned by now. At that moment, the door opened, and it was the group of Tian Chen returning. He was carrying Gao Fei on his back and immediately ordered, gather all the evolved people for an emergency meeting. Luo Xiaoyu and Zhang Tingyu, not understanding what was going on, were unable to react in time. Tian Chen didn't have time to explain to them and simply said, we've got a big problem. When the evolved individuals had gathered, the green-haired man was surprised to see that these 10 large, evolved people were all under his command. He didn't expect this. In Manhwa, even a small faction or a regular base with just one evolved person can dominate everywhere.
Yet you have 10 of them. I don't understand what kind of person you are.
Tian Shen looked at the group in the room and was surprised. There are only 5 people, the rest are all at level 1. Zhang Tingyu said, evolved people are already scarce in the mining area, and we've lost a lot of manpower due to the zombie flood.
Having 5 is already very good.
Tian Shen said, as for the mutated entity, I've already analyzed it with everyone earlier.
You should have a basic understanding by now.
This mutated entity can sense the location of this thing, which means sooner or later, it will come here.
Someone raised an opinion and said, can we throw this thing away? That way, the monster won't come after them anymore.
Tian Shen explained, if this mutated creature can obtain this fragment, it is very likely to evolve once again, potentially even evolving into intelligence. By then, don't even mention Longhua City, the entire central area might fall, and there will be nowhere to run. I know everyone is clinging to the hope of surviving, but unfortunately, this disaster is even more terrifying than the zombies.
Humans and virus-infected individuals cannot reach a compromise or reconcile.
If we want to live peacefully in the future, there is only one way, to kill it.
After hearing this, everyone was confused.
They wanted to know just how powerful this zombie was.
Tian Shen explained, its current strength is at the advanced stage of level 1. Young Master Zhao of the Zhao family was originally at the beginner stage of level 2.
They hadn't expected, even level 2 can be divided like this.
No wonder Zhao Yuliang is so strong, it turns out he's a whole level ahead of us.
Zhang Tingyu said, if you can defeat Zhao Yuliang, then I must be even stronger than him.
Wouldn't that make me at level 3? Tian Shen replied, right now, you are still at the intermediate stage of level 2. However, anyone below level 3 is not a threat to you.
Although the new scars will slow your leveling speed, they will make your foundation more solid, and at the same time, help you fight above your level. Luo teacher, earlier, you mentioned that Luo Xiaoyu's ability is also at the second peak level.
Do you think it could defeat that mutated form? Tian Shen confirmed, probably not.
That evolved form is already at the equivalent of a third peak level. If it gets its hands on their meteorite fragments, it will evolve to the 4th level. What they need to do now is prepare thoroughly before it arrives.
Only then will they have a chance to take a risk.
The evolution of that monster to the 4th level is truly difficult, they fear certain death.
Tian Shen asked, how much of the Zhao family's supplies are left? Zhang Tingyu replied, not much. Tian Shen instructed, take me to see.
At the supply depot, what remained was all in front of them, 2 crates of explosives. Tian Shen looked at these 2 crates thoughtfully, and Zhang Tingyu said, this is all they have for now, there are more bullets, but they probably won't be very useful.
Since the explosives were insufficient, Tian Shen had to think of another way. Green Hair asked, could we give these 2 crates of explosives to him?
Tian Shen didn't understand, and Green Hair explained, he just wants to help them out because you saved him. He's an architect, and he has studied demolition using explosives. With these 2 crates of explosives, he could collapse a skyscraper.
Tian Shen asked him, are you planning to crush that mutated body to death?
That was indeed his plan. He could control the timing of the explosion, but he needed someone to cooperate. Tian Shen immediately said, Zhang Tingyu, lead your team to fully cooperate with him. The trap was supposed to be handled by Luo teacher, but she said, I'm afraid I can't do it this time. Recently, she had been using materials from the Zhao family to set up a simple temporary office. The weapon-making process for him had entered a critical stage, so she couldn't leave.
Tian Shen didn't expect that she had already started working on the weapon. Luo teacher asked, do you want to come and see?
Inside the room, there was a small furnace operating with the help of 2 young men. They were doing their best to move wooden crates to keep the furnace going. Luo teacher said, according to your request, I've selected a few alloys for testing, and in the end, I decided to use titanium alloy combined with some other metals for support. This way, the hardness and durability will be higher.
Tian Shen asked, what step are you at now?
Luo teacher replied, it's almost done, in about 10 minutes it will be poured into the mold to take shape.
Tianshan wanted her to add the meteorite fragment he had given her. He said, it must not come into direct contact with it, as it carries a high concentration of the mutated virus. Just put it in. Luo teacher took some lava from the furnace and picked up the meteorite fragment, placing it into the container of lava. The temperature of the lava immediately spiked, turning the whole container into a dark red color, which looked very frightening. Luo teacher observed the reaction and had a sudden idea. She opened the lid and poured the contents inside. Originally, when pouring it into the mold, it would take at least 3 days for the water to cool down enough to finish. However, after evolving, she gained a new ability, one that seemed to be tailor-made for this crafting task. She removed her gloves, touched the molten metal inside, and controlled the still melting metal. The metal flowing out no longer bubbled as vigorously as it had at first, gradually taking shape before solidifying. Tianshan recognized this ability to control metal. With her knowledge of crafting and understanding of metals, coupled with this power, she could easily adjust the molten metal into its perfect form. No wonder she's called the best blacksmith, Tianshan thought. After dipping the weapon into water to finish it, the weapon had taken form. Next, she would have to polish and sharpen it, and finally, it would undergo further processing before the blade could be fully completed. This will probably take half the time. My ability still isn't skilled enough to sharpen it yet, she murmured to herself. This stage can only be done manually. Then I'll leave this part to you. Once you're done, head straight to the battlefield, as quickly as possible, he said. He turned back and asked Luo Lan if Gao Fei had woken up yet. Luo Lan replied, he's still not awake. Tianshan didn't know what had happened for Gao Fei to still be unconscious. Luo Lan said, since we got back, I've tried everything, but Gao Fei still hasn't woken up. If it weren't for his steady breathing, I would have thought he was dead. Tianshan had no choice but to go take a look. Gao Fei had been unconscious for 2 days. Tianshan couldn't understand, their mental attacks on mutated bodies shouldn't be able to cause this, and it's impossible to stay in a coma for this long. Besides, this person is from the mental system, so he should have some resistance to mental attacks. Unless. Tianshan asked Luo Lan to turn away, then lifted Gao Fei's clothes to check. As expected, the mark is spreading. He's fallen into a deep coma. Luo Lan didn't understand. Usually, only third-level evolved people fall into this state during the process of absorbing meteorite fragments. It helps evolved individuals rapidly enhance their physical strength and also increases their resistance to viruses, completing the process of upgrading their supernatural abilities. Luo Lan happily said, isn't this a great thing? He's about to level up. Tianshan didn't share the same excitement. He was deeply worried, knowing that while a deep coma might be a good sign, Gao Fei had a very serious hidden danger, the inner demon. A coma like this would force one to face their greatest fears, flaws, or insecurities. If one's willpower wasn't strong enough, they could go mad and fall into depravity. Luo Lan was also scared after hearing what he said. Tianshan had sent someone here to keep watch. Before Gao Fei woke up, they could only wish him good luck. Tianshan stood in front of the door, lingering by the doorknob, silently watching Gao Fei. He said, keep watch and report anything immediately. Luo Lan was still deep in thought about the inner demon Tianshan had mentioned earlier. Tianshan asked her, what's wrong? She replied, I'm just worried about Gao Fei. At that moment, someone announced that the zombie had arrived. Everyone was caught off guard by how quickly it had appeared. Tianshan urged, hurry up. The green-haired man also said to him, I didn't expect it to come this fast, we're not prepared yet. Tianshan ordered him to continue with his work. The giant zombie was now outside, wreaking havoc on the buildings. The explosives were not ready yet, and the green-haired man still needed at least 10 more minutes. He said, keep working, I'll buy some time. Outside, the giant zombie truly had terrifying destructive power. It threw entire floors of a building into another building, causing it to collapse. Everyone in the team, including Zhang Tingyu, gaped in awe at its strength. The zombie noticed something and turned its face toward them. Some people, seeing its power, became hesitant, trembling as if they wanted to run away.
Zhang Tingyula scolded and reminded him, "Don't just stand there, get to work if you want to survive." But even he himself trembled in fear before the zombie.
He said to Tian Chen, "The zombie has spotted me." Tian Chen replied, "Let me distract it."
He took a deep breath and shouted, cursing stupid giant to attract its attention. When it turned and looked at him, Tian Chen was holding the pink meteorite shard that the zombie had been searching for. When the zombie saw the stone, it went wild, leaping toward it, right into his trap. The zombie screamed as it jumped, grabbing onto the building, climbing higher. When it reached the spot where Tian Chen was, he remained calm and faced it. Zhang Tingyu's pickup truck sped down the road, followed by a few others. Explosions rocked the base of the two tall buildings, while the zombie wreaked havoc on the rooftop.
Tian Chen had to fight it. The blade of his weapon was visibly worn down.
He thought, "It seems that it's hard to injure it with an ordinary blade." He asked Green Hair when she would be done. When Green Hair said it would only take a little while longer, Tian Chen took out the meteorite fragment again to provoke the zombie. Holding the broken piece that had fallen from the building, the zombie jumped after it, but it didn't expect that Tian Chen had used the blade to embed it into the building, preventing him from falling. As a result, only the zombie fell heavily to the building.
After 10 minutes, Tian Chen asked, "Is everything ready?"
Zhang Tingyu reported, "The driving team is ready.
The two people from Luolan have taken their positions.
Green Hair has finished placing the bombs, and the plan has started to be carried out." Zhang Tingyu made the first move. Seeing the giant zombie, he jumped out of the vehicle, leaving the truck behind, charging straight into the zombie's face, causing an explosion. With that, their team's mission was complete.
Tian Chen, run! The green-haired man also ran after him, asking, "What should we do next?"
Tian Chen reminded him to detonate the bomb, saying, "Don't just stand there, detonate it now." Only then did Green Hair press the detonator button.
After the detonation, the two buildings collapsed, crushing the zombie underneath. Tian Chen swiftly leaped onto the falling zombie.
The zombie stretched out its hand to strike him, but Tian Chen used his strength to dodge. He jumped to the top of the giant zombie's head. A massive explosion occurred at the spot where the zombie was, engulfing the area in a cloud of dust. The figures of Tian Chen and Green Hair gradually emerged from the smoke. Everyone thought it was over and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, glad to have survived. However, Tian Chen reminded them to quickly gather the evolved individuals. He said, "It's still alive."
At that moment, the zombie rose to its feet.
Everyone gasped, not expecting it to still be alive.
Tian Chen stood watching it and asked Green Hair, "Can you still run?"
Green Hair, breathing heavily, replied, "I can still run."
Tian Chen instructed, "Immediately return to the headquarters and tell Lin Wei to hurry."
Green Hair understood and followed his instructions, while Tian Chen continued issuing orders to Zhang Tingyu's group, split into two teams, one to attack from the left, and one from the right.
Teacher La and Luo Lan did the same.
When the attack began, each person was responsible for one side, while Tian Chen would focus on its head.
The entire team then rushed forward.
The zombie noticed the group's attack, and Luo Lan quickly slashed at its arm. While the zombie was still growling, Tian Chen continued to strike directly at its fist. The green-haired man had arrived at the scene, shouting Lin Wei's name loudly. Lin Wei, still working, turned around with her face covered in grime and asked him, "What's going on?" The green-haired man replied, "Tian Chen is fighting the giant zombie. He sent me to find you and told you to hurry up." Lin Wei said she understood, and the weapon she was working on seemed to be nearly finished, with a part of it now visible. The green-haired man was stunned when he saw it. The weapon Tian Chen had sent him to retrieve was the fiery red sword she had just forged. The three of them, Tian Chen, Luo Lan, and Luo Xiaoyu, were still fiercely battling the zombie. Tian Chen kept slashing at the zombie, but this creature was truly tough to deal with, and his sword had shattered into pieces.
At this moment, Lin Wei's new sword was finally completed. Tian Chen watched in disbelief as his strikes on the monster's body healed rapidly. He widened his eyes and said, "Everyone, get away from it, I know this zombie is about to evolve." Luo Lan and Luo Xiaoyu were also knocked back. Others couldn't understand why this monster had suddenly become so crazed and powerful, and they quickly fled. Its defensive ability and speed are freakishly fast. Think about it, has this thing evolved to the 4-star level already? He was struck by the giant hand of the zombie that suddenly appeared from behind. Tianchen realized it too late, and as he turned around, he was kicked with a loud thud, his body slammed into the ground, shattered. The zombie continued to try to stomp on him, but it was distracted by the bullets Luo Lan shot at its face. She yelled to provoke the zombie towards herself. The zombie raised its enormous hand, and Luo Lan quickly fled, thinking she would die at its hands, but the zombie suddenly stopped. Luo Lan trembled as she looked up and saw Tianchen holding up the zombie's hand in her place, his body shaking as if he had used up all his strength. Tianchen grimaced and shouted at Luo Lan, "Go now!" Then, the hand slammed into the ground, but Tianchen was thrown out. She rushed to check on him, but Tianchen urged, "You two quickly leave here." "But what about you?" she asked. He replied, "This thing has reached the 4-star level, it can attract the zombie horde. Come here, the two of you go help the others defend. Leave this to me." The two people looked at him and then ran off as instructed. Holding the meteorite stone in his hand, he looked at the zombie and thought, severely injured, no weapons, the virus energy in its body is depleted. Do I really have to use it? At that moment, a voice called his name. Tianchen turned to see Lin Wei bringing a saber to him. She was loudly telling him, "Catch it." Then she threw it toward him. The zombie howled fiercely. Tianchen grabbed the saber, his face breaking into a smile that resembled a villain's, and complimented Lin Wei's craftsmanship as impeccable. "This is a good saber." As soon as he held the saber, he chopped off the zombie's hand into several pieces. The zombie's blood tendrils immediately activated, trying to rejoin the severed fingers. Tianchen smiled at its ability to regenerate, then continued to sever the zombie's hand again. The zombie screamed in pain, fell down, and suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. Its scream attracted a horde of zombies. A large number of zombies, upon hearing the sound, began heading toward it. Everyone also heard something coming from the side of the road. They were still wondering what it was. The footsteps of the zombies quickly converged in this direction. Some other places were the same, causing the crowd to panic. Luo Xiaoyu said, "Don't panic." She and Luo Lan calmly issued orders, "Everyone, block them, buy time for Tianchen. Don't let these minions get close and disturb him." Everyone rushed to join the two. Tianchen was now standing on the rooftop of a building. He snorted coldly as he faced the giant zombie. Now there were only the two of them left. Tianchen wielded his blade, leaping towards the zombie and slicing off one of its arms. Then he leapt again, charging straight for the zombie's head. Tianchen stood on top of it, raising his blade and stabbing straight down into its head to kill it. The zombie growled, shaking as if to throw him off. Tianchen struggled to maintain his position on its head, but it was still not dead, and he was thrown down. Just as Tianchen fell, the zombie struck, sending him crashing violently to the ground. Lying on the ground, he realized that its weak point wasn't the head, but he was too injured to move. Tianchen despaired, "Is this the end?" But suddenly, a voice startled him. The voice asked, "Why are you spaced out all of a sudden?" He looked up and saw the person he cared about the most, Xian. She was scolding him, "Didn't you promise to protect me? You can't even handle climbing one floor?" Tianchen recalled his past life, the scene when he was struggling to climb the stairs, and a hand reaching out to him. She smiled and urged him to hurry, "You promised that we would live together until the end." Tianchen saw her gentle face and smiled happily, firmly grasping her hand. "That's right, I promised, and they also promised they would never forget." Tianchen held the meteorite in his hand, the one he had told everyone not to touch directly. His eyes darkened, and Tianchen opened his mouth, swallowing it. The power within seemed to spread throughout his body, making him feel as if he were going crazy.
Tianchen widened his eyes, gritting his teeth as he screamed. The power released was so intense that it caused smoke to rise around him.
Tianchen growled, and the zombies, hearing the sound, seemed to go mad.
They realized the steel sound earlier was from Tianchen. We don't know what happened to him. Luo Lan, while fighting, reminded everyone, don't get distracted. But the little girl was still a bit thoughtful. On the side of the zombie monster, in front of it, was a very different Tianchen. His entire body seemed to be enveloped in a layer of black, his eyes had changed color to something special, and his hair had turned white. The zombie growled and rushed towards him. Tianchen used a sword, delivering a strong strike that severed the zombie's arm. Tianchen's face broke into a carefree smile, but his eyes were hidden, giving him a somewhat frightening look. The giant zombie, seeing his appearance, completely changed direction, calling for its mom while running away in fear.
Tianchen stood there, not intending to chase after it.
He threw the sword towards the creature, and the blade lodged deeply into its back, causing it to stagger. Tianchen leaped onto its back, withdrew the sword, and with a swift strike, cleaved the zombie in half. The zombie howled in fear, and Tianchen laughed heartily. He noticed something glowing on its body. A piece of meteorite appeared. Tianchen grabbed the meteorite fragment, using his bare hands to punch through its head, smashing it open. When the zombie fell, it was also the moment Tianchen landed on the ground. His body seemed to return to normal, his eyes came back, but it seemed as if he had exhausted all his energy. His gaze grew blurry, and he closed his eyes. His body collapsed onto the ground, still holding the meteorite in his hand. A truck appeared and then stopped right where Tianchen had collapsed. Zhang Tingyu got out of the truck and called for someone to come quickly to help. Hurry up, we need help. He checked Tianchen's breath and let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he's still breathing. I was scared out of my mind. Tianchen's hand was still gripping the sword so tightly that no one could pry it open or twist it. Let's just get him on the truck and figure it out later. Then the two of them carried him onto the truck. In the late afternoon, the vehicle drove away, and Tianchen was placed sitting on a seat, his hand still clutching the sword.
The birthmarks on Tianchen's arm spread across his entire body, and there were also some appearing on his face. 2 glowing circles appeared on Tianchen's forehead.
When he opened his eyes, he saw 3 differently colored spheres in front of him. This is my mental space. In my previous life, I entered the mental space when I broke through to the 3rd level advanced stage, and I had the help of Xin as well. But in this life, I managed to do it at the 2nd level.
He was surprised to see these 3 energy orbs appear in his mental space.
The pink-red energy orb, although originating from the meteorite fragment, was very unique and powerful.
Looks like it's my sword.
The 2 energy orbs beneath it were not only violent but also full of aggression, likely fragments of the meteorite dropped by the giant leader. He realized, these 3 streams of energy, though extremely violent, suppress and deplete each other, achieving a miraculous balance.
It is because of this that I have not been mutated by their influence.
However, this is also a golden opportunity for him. As long as I don't break their balance, I can absorb this energy little by little to serve myself.
This process will be very long, requiring immense patience, and I must absolutely avoid being reckless.
Tianchen gradually absorbed the power of the 3 orbs in his spiritual space. 2 weeks later, at a gas station, the group of underlings reported to Zhang Tingyu that their operation had gone very smoothly, and the gas station had been cleared out. Zhang Tingyu reminded them to be careful on their way back. The group, seeing that everything had been going so smoothly lately, felt reassured. After dealing with the giant zombie, their base in Manhwa continued to rise.
Other factions and strongholds that encountered them had to take detours. It was all because of Tianchen.
Some even said, at this rate, unifying Manhwa won't be an issue.
With Tianchen here, it's only a matter of time.
At that moment, someone suddenly ran over and said, "There's trouble."
Seeing him in a panic, the group asked, "What's going on?"
The blonde-haired man reported, "People from Hufeng are here."
The 2 groups of people came face to face. One of Tianchen's men asked, "Why isn't Boss Hu of theirs here?"
A burly man from the other side said, "This is a small matter.
Let their subordinates handle it."
Hearing this, it was clear that Hu Feng wasn't coming. The man with the fake hair combed it and pretended to cough. He smugly said to the burly man, "They've almost finished gathering everything. If they come to block us like this, it won't be too good." The burly man replied, "The rules of this mining area are clear. Tian Shen's men arrived first and take 6 parts, they came after, so they'll take 4 parts. The man with the fake hair leaned closer to the burly man and said, "The rule you're talking about is outdated. Haven't you heard? The current leader of Longhua City is Hu Feng." The burly man, angry, asked, "What do you mean?" He replied, "Go ask Boss Hu. When we fought against the zombie flood, where was he? Was he there when we fought the giant zombies?" Longhua City has changed hands for a long time now, and their rules no longer need to be followed. Tian Shen's men have their eyes on these supplies, and they'll take everything. The people behind him also cursed, saying, "We'll take everything." By now, the burly man was furious and threatened, "Be careful. You should still show some respect to Boss Hu." Suddenly, someone spoke up, and as soon as this person stepped forward, the members of Tianshan were taken aback. This person was Hu Feng. As he stepped out, he immediately said, "I don't judge by appearances. It's been more than half a month since I've seen Zhua Tianshan. I heard before that he was injured." The man with the slicked back hair, seeing him, naturally had to change his attitude immediately. He put on a fawning and humble expression and said, "Tianshan is still in good health, and he appreciates your concern." In his heart, however, he was secretly evaluating Hu Feng, feeling that he was just like the rumors described. Hu Feng said, "Tianshan truly killed a giant zombie. He is a hero of the entire Longhua City." Hu Feng was also impressed. He even had his people leave and said, "My people have caused trouble for them. Please pass on my apologies to Zhua Tianshan." The man with the slicked back hair, seeing this, happily responded, "You're too polite. It's just a misunderstanding." He was even happily waving him off, looking quite foolish. He said, "The remaining supplies won't be moved anymore. We'll move our things here first." One of Hu Feng's burly subordinates raised a question, "Why? We've had our eyes on this place for a long time. How can we let them take it like this?" Hu Feng said, "It's fine." He darkened his expression and said, "What belongs to us will still belong to us." The news of the encounter with Hu Feng reached Zhang Tingyu's ears. He hurriedly asked, "Did he do anything to them?" Upon hearing that Hu Feng did nothing, only inquiring about Tian Shen's situation, the response came, "Recently, Hu Feng's people have been constantly confronting them. Today, he even personally appeared, yet did nothing. They even handed over all their supplies to them and asked them to apologize to Tian Shen." Zhang Tingyu still advised them, "Be careful on your way back." He sensed that something was off here. Something unusual means there's a problem. Tell everyone to stay alert. Hu Feng is likely to take action soon. I just hope Tian Shen and Gao Fei wake up quickly. Another person reported, "People from the Peace region have arrived." Zhang Tingyu asked, "How many of them?" The reply came, 6 people, but they are all evolved beings. Zhang Tingyu was surprised. He said, "Lead them to another room to wait, I'll go find the 2 of them." Lin Wei obeyed the order while on the side, where the buildings had collapsed, Luo Lan and Luo Xiaoyu were fighting. But it could also be said that Luo Lan was attacking Luo Xiaoyu alone, while Luo Xiaoyu was calmly defending. Luo Lan's face showed a look of anger. She recalled the events that happened during the previous battle when Tianshan had taken the blow for her. After thinking for a moment, the little girl realized that she was still not strong enough. It seemed that she wanted to become stronger quickly. Luo Lan was kicked into the air, thrown away, but she managed to regain her balance by using her legs. Furthermore, she quickly charged toward Luo Xiaoyu. "Wow, your speed is truly impressive," Luo Xiaoyu exclaimed, surprised by the little girl's speed. "That move just now, did I surpass the speed of sound? Is this my second tier ability?" Luo Lan had just discovered the speed of sound instantly. Luo Xiaoyu thought, with just that move, I could kill anyone below the mid-tier second level in 1 second. As she spoke, she raised her swollen, red wing. Luo Lan, however, still felt she was far behind Tian Chen. She pouted, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Little girl, breaking through to the mid-tier second level in such a short time is already impressive, Luo Xiaoyu comforted her. Luo Lan got back into a defensive stance, as if preparing to fight Luo Xiaoyu again. She wanted to try once more. Luo Xiaoyu thought the girl was too impatient recently. Evolution didn't always mean the faster, the better. She advised, on this point, you should learn from Zhang Tingyu and Lin Wei. Only by taking steady steps can you progress further. When Zhang Tingyu heard his name mentioned, he froze for a moment, saying, "Why are you two here?" Zhang Tingyu reported, "There are quite a few people from the Peace region coming here, go meet with them." Luo Lan shook her head, she refused to meet them because she wanted to focus on her training. Luo Xiaoyu said again, "No, we have to go." Luo Lan pouted, "Some of them are evolved people, what's so special about them?" Luo Xiaoyu explained that they were all evolved people. Zhang Tingyu is still at level 1, he needs them there to support his authority. Luo Xiaoyu had thought it through carefully, so Luo Lan reluctantly agreed to go along. At the meeting table, the two groups met, and behind the mutated people, there was a person dressed in black. The girl with pink hair spoke first, "Where is Zhuo Tianchen? Why isn't he coming out?" Zhang Tingyu replied to her, "If there's something, just talk to him directly." But she refused to speak, "This is a big matter, I'm afraid he can't make a decision on his own." Zhang Tingyu wasn't concerned, he said, "There is nothing so serious here that Luo Lan and Luo Xiaoyu can't make a decision about." The pink-haired girl then glanced at the two people opposite her, realizing that they were both second-level evolved people. The pink-haired girl recognized them. Luo Xiaoyu is the one at the blood station that day, the evolved person with her is Zhuo Tianchen. She understood why Tianchen was able to destroy the Zhao family while fighting against the zombie horde. "I didn't expect there would be so many experts around him." The pink-haired girl immediately stated her purpose, "We want to join Tianchen's team and dedicate ourselves to him." Zhang Tingyu asked in doubt, "So, it's because the Peace region has fallen?" Tianchen's group still didn't know about this. The zombie horde that attacked half a month ago left its mark. The entire city of Longhua was overrun with zombies, and the Peace region was no exception. Their mining area was under Zhuo Tianchen's suppression, but their side was divided into pieces. When the zombies arrived, everyone was scattered. After the horde retreated, the Peace region was no longer the peaceful place it once was. At that moment, Hu Feng arrived. Hu Feng led a group to the Peace region, raising the flag of rebuilding the Peace region, recruiting people to join him. Before Zhuo Tianchen appeared, Hu Feng was already recognized as the leader of Longhua City, and many people decided to follow him. Now, Hu Feng has nearly absorbed all the elite forces from the Peace region, and his power has grown exponentially. After hearing this, Luo Lan slammed her hand down on the table, angrily shouting, "We were fighting against giant zombies while setting up defenses against the zombie horde, risking our lives, almost dying." Luo Lan said, yet Hu Feng took this opportunity to expand his influence. Luo Xiaoyu looked at her, reminding her to sit down calmly, and only then did Luo Lan obediently settle down. She said, "Tingyu, continue." He said, "For the people of the Peace region, whether you follow Hu Feng or go to them, what's the difference? Why did they choose the Tianchen side?" Everyone fell silent upon hearing this question, no one spoke. Until Lin Ling explained, "I don't think Hu Feng is a good leader. Hu Feng is a scheming person, anyone in the base who resents or is dissatisfied with him gets sent to dangerous areas, and within a few days, they die. Among my comrades, some managed to escape under Hu Feng's rule, and some have held a grudge against him for a long time. In short, if I joined, it would be like walking into death. Moreover, I've heard of Zhuo Tianchen's achievements in fighting the zombie floods. Everyone greatly respects him. Right now, the only force that can rival Hu Feng is theirs." The base had gained more evolved people, and of course, they were very happy, but there were a few things Zhang Tingyu still had to make clear to them. The base is currently in a period of rapid and strong development, and for the time being, they don't want to engage in a war with a strong enemy like Hu Feng. He said, "Your group can join, but if you hope that Tian Chen's team can deal with Hufeng, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Lin Ling knew he would say that, but she feared the situation was not as simple as he thought. Zhang Tingyu was puzzled. He turned to look at the person in the black cloak who had been standing in the room all this time. The person finally took off his hood, revealing a somewhat familiar head of hair. It was Bruce, wearing black glasses and with one arm in a cast. Zhang Tingyu asked, "Why is he here? Isn't he always following Zhao Yunsheng?" Bruce replied, "Zhao Yunsheng is dead. Hufeng killed everyone, and now I'm the only one left." Zhang Tingyu was confused. Wasn't Hufeng going to conquer the Peace region? Why did he kill Zhao Yunsheng? Bruce said, "There's something he wants." Zhang Ting and Bruce then continued questioning and answering, but their conversation was unclear. Lin Ling was getting a headache from the two of them, so she covered both their mouths and said, "I will explain." After the Zhao family was wiped out by Tian Chen's group, Zhao Yunsheng led a few trusted subordinates to the Peace region. What Bruce means is that Zhao Yunsheng seems to have had some kind of trump card, something powerful enough to turn the tide. Zhao Yunsheng also didn't let his subordinates touch some kind of box. She said, but they only discovered that the situation with the zombies in the Peace region was no better than in the mining area when they arrived in the Peace region. And at that moment, Hufeng also showed up, and their movements were exposed by Abu. In fact, from the very beginning, Abu had already been working for Hufeng. Zhang Tingyu thought Hufeng was really ruthless. He asked Luo Xiaoyu, "Do you know about this?" Luo Xiaoyu had also heard about Abu's betrayal, switching sides from Hufeng to Zhao Yunsheng to act as an undercover agent. The Zhao family was so foolish that they didn't realize it. But Lin Ling and the others didn't know. When Abu betrayed Hufeng, the entire mining area was shocked, because Abu had brought a severed head to the Zhao family. The head Abu delivered to the Zhao family was that of Hufeng's younger brother, Huang. Luolan gasped in fear, her eyes wide, and said, "It was because of that head that Boss Zhao had no doubt about Abu's loyalty." She continued, "Everyone in the mining area suspected Abu of being a scoundrel. Even the people from the whole central region thought the same. So, Hufeng used his own brother's life to set a huge trap. Bruce is the only one from their Zhao family still alive. He was rescued when he was being hunted down. Afterward, hearing about the great achievements of Tian Chen, he decided to come here. From the very beginning, Hufeng's goal had always been to unify Longhua City." She continued, "The Zhao family is the first sacrifice in Hufeng's scheme. The Peace region is the second, and now only the Tian Chen group is left. For his own purpose, he can even plot against his own brother, so there's nothing he wouldn't do." This story made the Tian Chen group ponder deeply. Zhang Tingyu sent people to find Lin Wei and the evolved group to hold a meeting with them. Meanwhile, in Zhuo Tianchen's mind, he was still absorbing the energy from the three spheres. After a period of absorption, the size of the three energy spheres had decreased significantly. With his current abilities, he should be able to control them now. The red energy sphere on top suddenly expanded. Tianchen thought it had been shattered, but then he realized something was off. It was the energy source sensing a threat, preparing to combine and attack him. The three energy spheres merged into a large sphere, emanating terrifying power with small black lightning bolts around it. Then, it suddenly erupted with intense energy. Tian Chen shielded himself with his body. He sighed, if this were in the past, this energy would have been a bit hard to absorb, but now it's too late for them. These three energy spheres won't be able to escape. Just as he was about to control them, he heard a voice from outside. It seemed like they were moving his position. A voice rang out, "Be careful not to let him fall." The underlings outside were informing Zhang Tingyu that they had moved Tian Chen and Gao Fei down to the basement. Zhang Tingyu on the other side also instructed them, "Lock the bunker door and keep watch there, do not open the door for anyone." The subordinates were still in the room, discussing whether they would go to war with Hufeng or just be on the defensive. Some said they would go to war with Hufeng because he seemed dignified and proper on the surface, but in reality, he was very cunning. He was the type of person with a cruel heart, and who would have thought Abu would use a strategy of pretending to be weak, even not sparing his own brother. Tianchen understood that Zhang Tingyu's group outside wanted to start a war with Hufeng. In the previous life, Hufeng was also my top enemy. His strength cannot be underestimated. Since arriving in Longho, Hufeng has already reached the second peak, and with his speed of evolution, he might even break through to the third peak. I must speed up the absorption process and leave seclusion as soon as possible. Luo Xiaoyu told Zhang Tingyu, in the past 2 days, Hufeng's activities have been very active, and the surrounding territory has almost been completely taken over by him. Zhang Tingyu said, withdraw all forces to the base. With their current defense capability, it will be extremely difficult for Hufeng to launch an attack here. Luo Xiaoyu said, but they can't defend forever, their supplies won't last long. Luo Xiaoyu went to check on Zhou Tianchen. The energy fluctuations around him are growing stronger, he'll wake up soon. Suddenly, the little girl Xiao Shui appeared, and she cheerfully volunteered to fight alongside everyone. She had also evolved. Luo Xiaoyu lowered her head and smiled at Xiao Shui. She said, you're still just a child, let the adults handle the war. She assigned the little girl a task, go down to the basement and keep an eye on those two for me. Xiao Shui looked a bit sad but still obeyed her. Zhang Tingyu received a notification that someone from Hufeng was coming. He quickly asked, how many people? He was about to rush out when he heard from the other side, only one person is coming. Luo Xiaoyu and Luo Lan were somewhat confused. Zhang Tingyu said, you guys wait there for a moment, I'll be right there. The only person arriving outside turned out to be Abu, who was puffing smoke from his cigarette. Bruce became agitated upon seeing him and angrily shouted, how dare you come here? Lin Ling stood behind him, advising, don't be so quick to react. He held the pipe in his hand and asked, where is Tianchen, their unmatched hero? Didn't he die or something? Zhang Tingyu stepped forward and said, Tianchen is still doing just fine. Dealing with these small fry doesn't require him to step in personally. When Abu saw Zhang Tingyu, he immediately mocked him, he's just an unknown first-level evolved person, and yet in less than half a month, he's become the boss of the great empire. Talk about being lucky. Zhang Tingyu was irritated, not understanding what he meant. He said, I'm just feeling a little sentimental, by the way, I have both good news and bad news to share. Which one do you want to hear first? Zhang Tingyu angrily replied, I don't want to hear either. Either he leaves their sight on his own, or they'll make him disappear. Abu was unafraid. He stood there and said, the people behind, leave. Dark figures immediately leaped out behind Abu. Tianchen's group was shocked when they saw these people. There were so many of them, with over 70 evolved individuals. Abu, therefore, challenged them even more, to see how they would make him disappear. Since when did Hufeng have so many evolved people? Lin Ling said, they must have realized it by now. When the zombie tide came, quite a few mutated zombies appeared, and many people broke through during the battles with them. Plus, there were crystal shards dropping from those monsters. Not only them, but the number of evolved people throughout Longhua City has been rapidly increasing, with many even breaking through to the second rank. Now that Hufeng has also merged with the Peace region, his power is several times stronger than before. Abu arrogantly taunted the Tianchen team, saying, they were so loud earlier, but now they've gone silent. Where is Tianchen? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Don't tell me Zhou Tianchen isn't coming out. Even if he does, what can he do? He won't be able to do anything. Just wait and die. His words angered Luo Lan, causing her to scowl. Her long hair was instantly cut short, leaving only a tuft on her forehead, resembling the look of old shepherd boys. Abu gasped in astonishment, saying, he turned into a bald donkey head, or rather, a child's head. Luo Lan, holding a dagger in her hand, had just shaved Abu's head with it. The girl behind him spoke up, saying, has Tianchen done anything yet? It's not your place to judge. Abu, furious, raised his hand to strike behind him, demanding the girl return his hair. But of course, Luo Lan had already moved back into position. He didn't even have time to notice her speed,
and with his abilities, it was impossible for him to touch Luolan. "Maybe in your next life," she said.
Hu Feng called out to him, saying, "I've investigated. There's no trace of another expert nearby, so Zhou Tianshan must not be there."
Therefore, he ordered Abu, "Take action." Abu smirked cruelly. He had been wanting to take action for a long time.
He ordered his underlings to bring out the goods for him. After the command, Zhang Tingyu heard some noise. It seemed like the sound of an engine from a distance. Indeed, there was a vehicle resembling a tank, with several people on it, heading toward them. Abu's face lit up with joy. "It's really a tank coming here. In this era, having a tank, I don't understand how Wu Feng managed to get one." Luo Xiaoyu sensed something was wrong, so she told Zhang Tingyu that she would leave this place to him, then charged toward the tank. The people on the tank, eager for a fight, aimed to deal with Luo Xiaoyu immediately.
Zhang Tingyu quickly ordered Lin Wei and Bruce to help Luo Xiaoyu.
Luo Xiaoyu needed the two of them to hold off the evolved humans so that she could stop the armored vehicle. The two of them rushed forward and swiftly knocked the people off the tank. Luo Xiaoyu seized the opportunity and charged directly at the tank, which was approaching at high speed. She used both of her hands to block the tank. However, Lin Wei also sensed something was wrong. The force of the armored vehicle is too strong. Luo Xiaoyu alone cannot hold it off. At that moment, a voice echoed to help her. It was the little girl, Xiao Shui. The little girl punched the tank, causing the front of it to crumple.
Abu did not expect this. "That kid is stronger than I thought."
At that, he ordered his subordinates to go over and support the armored vehicle. The group of subordinates immediately obeyed the order. He left only 10 men behind, while the rest charged forward. Luo Xiaoyu scanned her surroundings seriously, with the remaining 10 subordinates surrounding her.
Abu said, this is the tactic he had originally prepared to deal with Zhou Tianshan. Let him experience it first.
These 10 men had formed a mental connection. Since being defeated by Zhou Tianshan, Abu had focused on strengthening his mental power. Now he could connect with 10 evolved individuals at once, helping them work together in a tight coordination. Let's see how the little girl plans to fight him. Luolan stood still, sneering coldly. Zhang Tingyu was still coordinating the formation, reinforcing the left wing, adding more evolved individuals to the right, narrowing the defense, but if this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold out. Judging from the situation, Luolan was stuck trying to block the armored vehicle, unable to break free. Luolan was being surrounded and needed someone else to rescue her. The other evolved individuals were still fighting on the front lines, leaving no one else to coordinate. Moreover, Hu Feng had yet to appear, and the plan of striking the snake by hitting its head couldn't be carried out.
Is Zhang Tingyu about to lose?
Elsewhere, this was the subconscious realm of Gao Fei. Gao Fei had heard a voice, someone calling his name, and he finally woke up. He didn't know who was calling him.
Tianshan replied, I'm here.
Gao Fei asked him, why is he here? Tianshan said, this is not the time to explain. There is a war outside, you need to go help them immediately.
Tianshan continued, your mental power is limited, you can't talk to me for too long.
In short, once you go outside, you must help them deal with Hu Feng.
You need to hurry.
Gao Fei still didn't understand what Hu Feng had to do with this. Tianshan was slowly fading away. He said, feel your body, you've reached the second peak now, you should be able to control your special abilities by now. Gao Fei was only concerned about why Tianshan was dissipating like this. He panicked and shouted loudly. Tianshan scolded him, stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Gao Fei moved toward the square-shaped portal above, raised his hand and said, Tianshan, wait for me.
He woke up at that moment. Hu Feng asked, how's the situation with Abu?
Abu said, there are a few experts blocking the armored vehicle, the progress is very slow, and the combat strength of Tianshan's group is very strong, they need more time. Hu Feng gave him 5 minutes, and reminded him, Abu, don't make me intervene personally. Abu's face grew serious, he ordered everyone to use the strength of the marks on their bodies to finish the fight quickly. The group of subordinates immediately followed the order and activated the birthmarks on their bodies. Abu changed his strategy, advancing slowly but steadily. Luolan sensed something was wrong. Before, Tianchen seized the opportunity, and these guys would trigger their birthmarks in an outburst, causing chaos on the battlefield, so they could easily be dealt with. But this time, after the eruption, they chose a steady and slow approach. She couldn't detect any openings, and moreover, she wasn't familiar with power-enhancing moves like muscle strengthening, which were completely unsuitable for a joint attack. Abu laughed loudly and said, "The girl won't be able to resist." He had been defeated by Tianchen once before and vowed never to make the same mistake again. He had said, "No one can save them today. Not even Zhou Tianchen. Today, the whole central area will be united under the Longhua city." But after that, there was no more sound from Abu. He was blown apart in an explosion. His subordinates turned around and saw that where Abu had been, only a charred corpse remained, unrecognizable and in a very miserable state. Luolan had no idea what had happened. She wasn't the one who attacked. Then she heard Gao Fei's voice in her ear. It turned out he was the one who had used a gun to kill Abu. He was confident in his marksmanship. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw Gao Fei awake. Gao Fei smiled and said, "Fight freely, I'll cover for everyone." Gao Fei loaded another bullet into his gun. "Your firepower is quite strong now," Zheng Tingyu handed over command to Gao Fei. He wanted to move around a bit. This time, they charged with much more momentum than before. Hu Feng heard the news that Abu was dead. Someone reported to him, where did they find a marksman who could also be an artilleryman? In short, their firepower is terrifying. Hu Feng asked for clarification, is he a sniper or an artilleryman? The person on the other end said, he's probably a sniper. But their bullets can explode, and their power is comparable to artillery. Hu Feng was surprised to hear about the explosive potential. Not only Abu, but several top commanders on the front line have also been shot. Hu Feng immediately demanded the location of Gao Fei, but clearly, they could not locate him. Hu Feng couldn't understand why his subordinates said that an evolved person in their area should have no trouble dodging regular bullets, yet Gao Fei's bullets could curve. The more Hu Feng heard, the more unbelievable it sounded. His subordinate confirmed, "It's true, he toyed with us until we were killed. The bullets can change direction and explode, it's almost impossible to defend against." The subordinate was still asking what their next move should be, as the losses would be heavy. But just as he was hiding to speak with Hu Feng, he was shot dead by one of Gao Fei's bullets that took a long, winding path. Hu Feng could no longer hear anything, his mind was in turmoil. He hadn't expected such a skilled sniper. There was no longer any sound from his subordinates, but another voice emerged. Gao Fei greeted Hu Feng, telling him to guess who he was, and in the same breath, asked about the 18 generations of his ancestors. Of course, Hu Feng knew that the man was the expert sniper. He even tried to count how many people he had killed, but he knew for sure that it had to be quite a few. He even asked Hu Feng, "Shall we continue? I still have plenty of ammo. How many men do you have? I'll take care of them all." Hu Feng's face darkened. At that moment, he looked terrifying. He ordered his entire reserve team to deploy and search for the sniper. The group grew in size, and Tian Shen's team didn't expect there were still more of them. "How many people has Hu Feng gathered by now?" Luo Lan asked. Gao Fei replied, "Where did Hu Feng's army come from?" Gao Fei added, "There are no more ambush troops around here. This must be Hu Feng's last resort. He's ready to have a final showdown with Tian Shen's group." Gao Fei said, "Everyone retreat. I'll take care of picking off their revolvers one by one. By then, Hu Feng won't be able to sit still." Luo Lan reminded him, "If you're planning to stay in one spot and shoot as a sniper, it's very easy to expose your position." Gao Fei said, "Don't worry, I am capable of protecting myself." The bullets he fired all exploded, causing significant damage to the whole central army. His subordinates had to report to Hu Feng, "The casualties are too heavy, they can't hold out any longer." Hu Feng said, "We've located the sniper, leave him to me, and the rest, keep pushing forward." Meanwhile, Gao Fei kept shooting and killing these people, so relaxed that he even sat back and sang joyfully. While enjoying himself, he heard a voice from behind. Hu Feng appeared, and Gao Fei was surprised by how quickly he had arrived, but still, his face remained carefree, showing no sign of concern. If Gao Fei remembered correctly, the man was called Hu Feng, and he wanted him to join his side. He said, "Your abilities are quite impressive. If you were to die, it would be a great loss." But Gao Fei was a stubborn man. "Boss Hu, you flatter me too much." Hu Feng continued, "It's a pity, but I already have an owner." This was why Hu Feng decided not to spare him. He simply touched Gao Fei, and Gao Fei was sent flying far away. He found it very strange. Clearly, this guy just touched me lightly, but why is his strength so overwhelming? Hu Feng said, "Your abilities are strong, but in close combat, you are still no match for me." Gao Fei was forced to use his expertise, standing at a distance where he could shoot at him. Hu Feng stood still, using his bare hands to catch his bullet. To his surprise, the bullet slipped from his hand, swung around behind him, and exploded. Hu Feng took the brunt of the explosion, and it had a significant impact on him. This made him angry, and he hadn't expected that someone could control a bullet to such an extent. "You made my entire body feel like it's falling apart. You're going to die today." Gao Fei quickly ran away. Hu Feng chased after him. Just as he was about to catch him, Gao Fei fired a bullet behind him. The two continued their chase. Gao Fei suddenly stopped because there was no way forward. Hu Feng was right behind him. "The kite flying game ends here." Gao Fei turned around to face him, took off his glasses, and smiled. After all, his mission was over. Now it's someone else's turn. Hu Feng didn't understand, but just then, someone walked up the stairs and greeted him. "Long time no see, still doing well?" Hu Feng turned to look at the person. It was Tian Shen. He told him, "The debt from before is due for payment now." Earlier, when Gao Fei was happily singing and defeating the enemy, Zhuo Tianchen had already appeared. Gao Fei saw that he had woken up and said, "Then it seems the battle can be concluded now." Tianchen also praised Gao Fei's newly discovered ability, that ability to deflect bullets and make them explode. "You can store some of your virus energy in the bullet," he explained. "After impacting it with this energy stream, it feels like casting a spell. Right now, I haven't fully mastered it, but I can apply a slight force on its trajectory. This is the principle behind bullet guidance. As for the explosion, it only requires a certain speed. Simply put, it uses its own kinetic energy to trigger the stored energy inside. That's why it's most convenient with guns. The farther the bullet travels, the stronger the energy it releases. Currently, the most energy I can store has a destructive power comparable to a gun's firepower. Each time, I can enchant 30 bullets, and any more than that I can't control, they will quickly dissipate on their own. So, right now, I'm like a gun that continuously fires 30 rounds." Tianchen happily patted Gao Fei's shoulder. "Now your attack power is much stronger than mine," he said. "We're definitely going to win this battle. But winning this battle alone is useless. Hu Feng must be eradicated. Otherwise, Longhua City will never be peaceful." But Gao Fei said, "He's very cunning, he's never shown himself from the beginning to the end." Tianchen handed Gao Fei Hu Feng's headphones and said, "I'll lure him out." This was his specialty, so he didn't intervene any further and instructed, "Be a bit more arrogant in your speech. He's already at the second-tier peak now." Hu Feng smirked wickedly, and just like that, they began their plan to lure Hu Feng out. For now, Hu Feng would have to fight two people. He stood between them and charged at Tian Shen. He used a similar move on Gao Fei, only making contact with his hand. Gao Fei didn't have time to remind him to be careful, and just like Gao Fei, Tian Shen was pushed backward. Gao Fei said, "His punch is strange. It can release power at close range." Tian Shen understood. His ability is inch explosion, which means he can unleash force in close quarters, increasing speed and strength in a very small range. This ability is perfect for close combat. Tian Shen said, Gao Fei, go help the others.
I'll handle this here. Gao Fei only said, be careful, then passed by Hu Feng to assist the others.
Hu Feng stood still, not obstructing them. He asked, you're chasing away such a strong assistant.
Are you that confident?
He thought, I originally thought I could break through to the third tier in the mental space this time, but in reality, my level is still stuck at the second tier peak. He thinks, however, the latent power within my body is far beyond the second tier peak level.
Anyway, this fortuitous encounter in the spiritual realm can be considered unique.
Many other things have obstructed me from discovering it myself.
He will have to gradually learn in such battles. And right now, what better practice can there be than someone who was once called the king of martial arts, Hu Feng, in his past life?
Hu Feng said, you've surprised me too much.
Since the apocalypse began, you are the only opponent I truly don't want to face.
The first time I heard Qin and Wui mention you, I knew you were no ordinary person. You escaped from Ji County, and you were the one who overthrew Long Teng. Tianshan also realized that the person had been waiting here, and the rumors about the evolving martial arts were also spread by him. Hu Feng said, whether the rumors are true or not, you understand best. When you first arrived in Longhua, you were at the second-tier beginner level. On the day you overthrew the Zhao family, you reached the second-tier intermediate level, and now you've reached the second-tier peak, even breaking through to the third tier. He said, a month ago, a guy named the Manly One came to seek refuge with me and told me about your water-breaking incident and the evolving martial arts. At that time, I didn't pay much attention to it, but later, when Qin and Wui mentioned you, I made the connection to this plan. He said, by the way, I can't stand that guy called the Manly One. Every time I see him, I get goosebumps all over.
Tianchen asked him, what you call a plan is actually using me to overthrow the Zhao family and take control of Longhua City, right?
Hu Feng replied, here are the first surprises. The first is that I didn't expect your leveling speed to be this fast.
The second surprise is that I only wanted you to turn the situation around in Longhua.
Overthrowing the Zhao family is not difficult for me, but you managed to grab all the credit. The third surprise. Tianshan immediately finished his sentence for him, that you didn't expect to be able to calm the zombie tide and defeat the giant zombie. Your reputation in Longhua was overshadowed by you in the blink of an eye. Hu Feng smoked his cigarette and said, if it were before, it would have been a bit tricky. After all, your abilities posed a threat to me, but my current goal has been achieved. Overthrowing the Zhao family to unify Longhua was my goal, but it's not the most important thing. He took off his shirt, revealing small moles on his body, resembling little tattoos. He said, in this world, anything you do requires strength. Overthrowing the Zhao family was just one of the methods I used to improve my power. Hu Feng said, my true goal is that pink stone on your chest.
Tianshan was taken aback.
Before he could react, Hu Feng had thrown a punch at him. Fortunately, he dodged it, but still suffered an injury to his hand. That's right, I must be a meteorite crystal converger. He knew that the stone was a meteorite crystal converger. When a high-level virus-infected person evolves to a certain stage, a territorial consciousness arises. Some special zombies even eat other zombies to expand their territory. The meteorite crystals that fall from these zombies naturally become their spoils.
Zombies and humans are not the same.
This highly purified viral energy accelerates their evolution. At the same time, these mutations have a very low chance of causing their bodies to generate meteorite crystal convergers. No wonder Hu Feng broke through to level 3 so quickly. It turns out he had been using a meteorite crystal converger.
Tianshan also unleashed his power.
His hair and body transformed. This is good. Fighting with a punching bag of this size is more interesting. When Hu Feng saw that he regarded him as a punching bag, he angrily attacked to show Tianshan who the real punching bag was. The two men's fists collided. Hu Feng didn't expect he was able to block my attack, and I never imagined his armor's defense could withstand my direct punch. He continued to attack him, maintaining the intensity of his assault, fighting for half an hour without stopping. No matter how strong his defensive armor was, in the end, it would eventually be broken.
Let's see how long you can keep defending, he thought. This attack was indeed very powerful.
Tianchen had to bend down to brace himself, and the defense on his body started to fall apart.
Hu Feng smiled in satisfaction, saying, "Just defense alone won't be enough to handle me."
Tianchen had counted exactly 37 punches. Each of Hu Feng's recent attacks was as powerful as a full-force strike from a peak-level second-tier revolver. The defense generated by his body could absorb all 37 blows. This level of defense was even stronger than when he was at his peak in his previous life. Tianchen began to recover the layers of defense that had been shattered. Hu Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected Tianchen to possess this ability. While Hu Feng was still in shock, Tianchen started to attack him, using him as a punching bag to test his offensive strength. Tianchen hit him so hard that Hu Feng spat blood, falling backward, flying so far that he crashed through the wall of a building. Now he realized that Tianchen was very strong. Tianchen thought, "It seems that the gathering of meteorite crystals has given me quite an advantage. A normal third-tier expert would either be dead or crippled after taking a hit from me. Clearly, I'm only at the peak of second tier, but why is my physical quality much stronger than his? Could it be that the armor's ability enhances my overall physical quality?" With extremely high attack and defense power, rapid recovery, and an improvement in all aspects of overall physical quality, a second-tier evolved being can possess such a perverse ability. He indeed underestimated him, and he thought, no wonder he could deal with that gigantic zombie. However, he still didn't fully understand the true power of a third-tier expert. He was the earliest awakened evolved being in Longhua. Moreover, his training progress was much faster than others. His understanding of the power of the virus was far beyond that of others. He said, "The gap between second tier and third tier cannot be bridged by your little strength. This is a new ability I discovered after breaking through to the third tier energy manipulation." Tianchen knew about this ability. Evolving to the third tier means starting to truly come into contact with the actual application of virus energy. Completing the process of solidifying the virus energy is the first step toward controlling it. He thought, this step has caused countless third-level experts to hesitate because it's too difficult. The King of Power not only broke through to the third level but also completed the energy control so quickly. No wonder he became one of the strongest in his previous life. Hu Feng praised him, "Quite impressive. In my whole life, I've never praised anyone like this. You are the only one." But that's how people are sometimes. Making the right choice is more important than the efforts of the past 10 years. He had already given him the opportunity. He gathered his strength into a fist and lunged to attack him. This strike seemed to have killed Tianchen, but in Hu Feng's eyes, there was an incredulous look. He couldn't believe it. Before his eyes, Tianchen was blocking his attack with his bare hands. Tianchen calmly smiled, "My energy is still a level higher than yours." He still couldn't believe it. "Clearly, you are only at the second level. How could you control this energy? This is a power only third-level beings possess." Tianchen said, "There are many things you still don't know." He showed him his fist, and the power in it was so overwhelming that Hu Feng couldn't resist, collapsing to the ground. He couldn't believe that this was happening. In front of him was a terrifying Tianchen, a second-level evolutionist who was as strong as a monster. At that moment, by his ear, his subordinate informed him that the armored vehicle had been blocked. Right now, Tianchen's men have surrounded the vehicle and are attacking the door. The door is about to be breached, so they need you to join the fight to protect the vehicle. As soon as the sentence ended, the tank was pierced. The one who broke through was the little girl, Xiao Shui. This tinkin took so many of my punches before it finally gave in. The frightened subordinate shouted in panic at the little girl, "Are you the one driving the vehicle?" The terrifying face of the little girl made him tremble, warning her not to come near him. The cries for help that Hu Feng heard through his earpiece were continuous, and they were not just from one person. Hu Feng fell into a state of darkness, tossing aside his earpiece. "I spent more than 3 months. Not only did I lose my own brother, but even the most trusted subordinate of mine betrayed me.
And now, you've destroyed everything.
Upon hearing about the betrayal, Tianchen immediately asked about the situation of Li Wu-yi and Lin Qinqin. Hu Feng replied, "You understand them quite well. But those two betrayed me, and even planned to run to the club to report to you.
Do you think I would let them go?" Tianchen said that Hu Feng was nothing more than a hypocrite.
Hu Feng responded, "The winner becomes king, the loser becomes a bandit.
As long as the goal is achieved, who cares about the methods used?" He admitted, "You are very strong. Normally, I wouldn't want to face you. I acted recklessly without fully understanding your strength, and that was definitely a mistake." But now, he had no other choice. He had to use all his strength to throw another punch at him. Using the inch explosion technique, he sent Tianchen flying, crashing through the wall of the building, creating a loud noise that caught everyone's attention. Luo Lan saw the situation and was about to rush to his aid, but Cao Fei stopped her. She said, "Can't you feel Hu Feng's power?"
Cao Fei knew, but he trusted that Tianchen would handle it. He said seriously, in a battle at that level, their interference wouldn't matter. Luo Lan could only stand there, helpless, watching the fight from a distance.
Tianchen was slammed into the building, and Hu Feng approached him. He said, "Stop probing. Your armor can't withstand my full force. I want to see your true strength. Focus all your energy into your arm. This is a technique I only understood after breaking through the third tier." He gathered all his energy into his punch. "Today, I will use this to decide our winner." But when the punch was thrown, he couldn't even touch Tianchen. Tianchen used the sword that Luo Lan had made to block the attack. He said, "That last strike has already reached the level of a third-tier intermediate expert. In that case, let me show you what true energy control really is. Today, I'll test the power of this technique on you." Tianchen spun his body and sword in front of his astonished opponent. The move caused a massive explosion, as though he had thrust his sword through Hu Feng's body. Before Hu Feng could react, his body was sliced in half. The upper half of his body slowly disappeared. Everyone there was stunned, staring at the scene before them. At this moment, Tianchen raised his fist high to the sky, signaling that he had won. He smiled with self-satisfaction. His allies, running toward him, shouted in celebration, "We won, we won." Gao Fei ran quickly, saying, "Let's go welcome Tianchen." "Hey, wait for me." The move just now was truly special, from Zhuo Tianchen. After such an extended battle, Tianchen couldn't help but feel exhausted. He leaned his sword down onto the ground and panted, "The power of this move is strong, but after using it just once, I've almost exhausted all my virus energy. It looks like I won't be able to use it again for a while." Gao Fei and Luo Lan were overjoyed when they saw Tianchen. "Tianchen, it's you." On the other hand, Tianchen, upon seeing them, remained calm. "Ha! Right on time. Do you two still have the meteorites?" The two of them were taken aback. Saying that, Tianchen placed a meteorite into his mouth. "Are you using the meteorite directly to restore your energy?" Luo Lan asked curiously. "If we bring a lot of meteorites, and you eat and fight at the same time, wouldn't you become unbeatable?" In response to the question, Tianchen only coldly replied, "Did you forget how things ended for Zhao family? Although swallowing the meteorite directly restores energy incredibly quickly, consuming a large amount is extremely dangerous. My virus resistance is relatively strong now, so using 1 or 2 meteorites is no problem. Moreover, even though Hu Feng is dead, the chaotic situation in Longhua City still needs to be addressed as soon as possible. Any delay could lead to trouble. Therefore, recovering energy rapidly is the wisest decision at the moment." Hearing this, Gao Fei also asked, "How much have you recovered?" "About 50%. Upon hearing this, Luo Lan looked frustrated. "Only 50%? If you have to eat 2 meteorites after every strike, then just eating meteorites alone will make us broke." Gao Fei also added, "But eating too much of the meteorite has side effects as well. It looks like in the future, you'll only be able to make 1 strike."
Tian Shan, however, still looked pleased with himself. If we look at it from another perspective, who could withstand a single strike from me?
Until the decisive moment, we shouldn't easily unleash this ultimate move.
Besides, today, Hu Feng even gave me a huge gift. With it, I won't even need to make that one strike anymore.
Gao Fei and Luo Lan were stunned when they saw the large stone in his hand. What is this? This is a meteorite crystal aggregation, a type of mutated meteorite crystal that can store a large amount of virus energy.
Not only that, but it can also absorb and release energy countless times. Unlike the energy in regular meteorite crystals, absorbing its energy has no side effects whatsoever.
Luo Lan looked intrigued, a treasure for energy charging.
Tianchen continued to explain, just like how recently, Hu Fengmin laid this on himself as a starting point, helping him break through to the third rank. Truly a waste of heaven's resources.
The energy charging meteorite crystal aggregation also has its limits.
Although Hu Feng can enhance his strength with it, perhaps he will only ever reach the fourth rank in his lifetime. Rather than using it to increase his strength, it's better to treat it as a treasure for charging virus energy. Imagine the look on your opponent's face when you and he are fighting to the point of exhaustion. You pull this out and recharge your energy. See, with this, it's like you have an extra life. After hearing Tian Chen's plan, Luo Lan and Gao Fei were speechless.
Luo Lan quickly took the stone from Tian Chen's hand and asked, "How do you use this?" "Don't look at it."
Right now, there is no energy inside. Before he died, Hu Feng drained it all.
Let's go.
To recharge the meteorite crystals, we still need a large amount of meteorite crystals.
Now is not the time to use it. Luo Lan had no choice but to comply, saying, "Yes. Everyone, focus. Let's go."
Tianxin spoke as he walked. Manhwa is in chaos. We need to quickly tidy up this situation and clear Hu Feng's territory. Outside, everyone was still working hard to clean up. Hurry up, we must finish before nightfall. The two of them seemed unable to believe what had just happened. Unbelievable. In such a short time, Manhwa has already been unified.
Zhou Tianxin's final move was so resounding, it's fair to say that everyone saw it.
Now, almost no one dares to oppose us anymore. On this side, Xiao Shui also praised, "Sis, your brother is so impressive, no one will dare bully us anymore." However, Luo Xiaoyu's expression wasn't as good. At this moment, the Tianchen group stepped out with great authority, and everyone admired them.
Truly Tian brother, this is the first time I've seen him in person. Is everything okay? Thanks to him, everything is fine.
Tianchen glanced over at the guy leading the group. No wonder he's called Tingyu. In such a short time he managed to gather so many people, and not only that, he also manages everything so well. He really has talent as a leader. Brother, you've been working hard recently.
Not at all, it's all thanks to you. Everyone stays because of you, the god of course.
Zhang Tingyu whispered into Tianchen's ear, and Luo teacher has also put in a lot of effort to build the base. Tianchen, after hearing this, immediately saw the girl standing before him. Tianchen stepped closer to her and said, "Teacher Luo, you've worked hard."
At that moment, Teacher Luo finally smiled with relief. She grabbed his hand and said, "It's nothing, this is all part of my job." Her younger sister, witnessing the scene, became extremely excited. They're holding hands, they're holding hands, they're holding hands.
Zhang Jinyu, standing in front of everyone, enthusiastically said, "Brothers, today we've defeated Hu Feng and unified Longhua City.
Tonight, we will celebrate with a party." Everyone agreed enthusiastically, "Great, Brother Chen, long live. Long live."
At some point, night had fallen, and everyone gathered around the campfire, singing and celebrating. "Brothers, let's party.
Where's the wine? Where's the wine? Is there anyone who hasn't had wine yet?"
Everyone surrounded Tianchen, eager to toast with him. "He, in the past, I was blind and couldn't see that you were a master.
I'm so sorry, so sorry. Brother Chen, I'll drink to you." Tianchen also reminded them, "You all are familiar with Longhua City.
From now on, the base's affairs will rely heavily on everyone."
They happily replied, "Don't worry, we won't shirk our responsibilities."
At this moment, Zhang Jinyu ran over to deliver the news. "Brother Chen, look who's here." Seeing the two people in front of him, he was surprised and said, "Brotherly, Qin, you two are still alive." Qin weakly said, "Slow down, don't rush."
Li Wuyi called out, "Brother Zhua." Li Wuyi seemed to have heard about the battle with Tian Chen. "Thanks to you defeating the boss, no, Hu Feng, the two of us opposed starting the war.
Initially, he intended to kill us, but because we've been longtime members of Maple Nest, he didn't kill us immediately but locked us up instead." With Hu Feng's character, if he had one, the first thing he would have done upon returning would have been to kill us. And if he lost, he definitely wouldn't have spared us. The two of them looked sorrowful. Whether he locks us up or kills us, it doesn't matter, as long as he's alive, we're certain to die, Haze.
Tian Chen immediately comforted them. Hu Feng's death is just the beginning.
Longhua City is still here, and you two have rich management experience. In the future, when we build the base, your involvement will be essential.
Moreover, I'm just happy that you two are alive. Stay at the base from now on.
Zhang Jinyu added, "Alright, you two must be tired, let me prepare rooms for you to rest in." After saying that, Li Wuyi and Qin helped each other and left. Tianchen spoke up, "Their network in Longhua is quite good, and they are also very reliable.
In the future, they can help lighten your burden." Jinyu replied, Tianchen continued, "And Lin Wei too.
With her here, as long as you provide enough metal materials, she will definitely maximize her abilities, which will be very useful for building the base city in the future. As for Bruce's, his talent is not bad. If properly nurtured, he can become a true powerhouse later on.
If you're confident, you can help out as well." Hearing these words, Zhang Jinyu asked Tian Chen, "Are you leaving soon?" Tian Chen calmly replied, "Yes." Jinyu asked, "When?" Tian Chen answered, "Tomorrow?"
Zhang Jinyu and Tianchen clinked their beers together. "Safe travels, and may you find her soon."
Tianchen firmly said, "I will."
As Tianchen sipped his beer, he thought to himself, "In this life, Zhang Jinyu's hand won't be cut off. I believe with his abilities, he will definitely stand out in Longhua City. It seems his fate has completely changed. Soon, I can also rest easy and go find her." The two of them remained silent, continuing to sip their beers when a figure appeared behind them.
The two sisters of Teacher Luo silently stood behind and watched Tianchen. The younger sister of Teacher Luo asked, "Sis, aren't you going to go talk to him?" She replied, "Let's go home."
On the other side, Gao Fei had gotten drunk at some point. "Keep drinking. What's there to be afraid of?
I'm not boasting.
That Hu Feng guy is nothing.
If Tianchen doesn't come, I can handle him alone.
What do you guys think?" The two men, while supporting Gao Fei, responded, "No doubt, everyone has seen Brother Fei's skills." They threw Gao Fei onto the bed. "Brother Fei, we're going ahead."
Gao Fei replied, "All right, go on."
As soon as Gao Fei lay down, he felt something strange. He ran to the bathroom and threw up, while a figure outside was watching him. Gao Fei sensed something and turned around. Suddenly, he threw a glass, shattering the window, aiming at him. However, the figure managed to dodge it. Gao Fei ran out quickly, but the person had already escaped.
He immediately used a technique to strike him in the face. However, the person didn't want to confront Gao Fei and kept running.
Gao Fei, seeing that he was trying to escape, chased after him. "You little punk, do you think I'm easy to mess with?" Having said that, he took a run up and, before he knew it, was almost catching up with the person. "Stop." The man realized that Gao Fei was getting closer and sped up, running full speed. Gao Fei thought his agility is incredible, even Luo Brat can't keep up with his speed. Gao Fei chased him to a dead end, lost the trail.
"Who is this guy?" "Never mind, I'll ask Tian Chen when I get back."
At this moment, Luo Lan was still diligently practicing. She struck the tree trunk with super fast speed.
Gao Fei approached her and asked, "It's so late, and you're still training?" Tian Chen, who had appeared at some point, stood behind. "Why did you run all the way here?"
After hearing Gao Fei's account,
Tianqian seemed surprised. A man in black, with incredibly fast speed? Gao Fei confirmed, yeah, probably a speed type. He's even faster than Luo Brat by a bit. Tianqian dismissed it, not necessarily. We've encountered most of the famous experts in Longhua City. Could he be from somewhere else?
It seems we've been too high profile recently.
It's time for us to leave.
Gao Fei agreed, you're right, you still have to find your sister-in-law.
If we keep lingering here, it will almost be dawn. Tianqian lit a cigarette and asked, what do you think about Luo Brat's situation? Gao Fei answered while taking the cigarette from Tianqian, she's a bit too impatient. Continuing like this isn't a good thing.
Tianqian said, everyone's leveling up so quickly these days, and she's falling behind.
It's perfectly normal for her to feel this way. Gao Fei was surprised, you have a way? Tianqian replied, something like that.
Tianqian took out a piece of crystallization. This is some crystallization that leaked out while I was absorbing it from the meteorite crystal fragment. The virus energy inside has been filtered twice by me. It should be able to help Luo Brat condense her new mark, or even level up.
Upon hearing this, Gao Fei became eager, then what are we waiting for? Give it to her, and by the time we're all at the peak of level 2, won't we be invincible?
Tianqian refused, no, for Luo Brat, mentality is much more important than the speed of evolution. Before she gets rid of this impatience, neither you nor I should bring this up in front of her.
Growing through self-realization is far more valuable than being guided by others. Gao Fei fell silent upon hearing this. Tianqian ended the conversation, get some rest, we'll set out tomorrow morning. Gao Fei replied, okay.
At that moment, as Tianqian was on his way back to his room, he sensed something and stopped. You're still not coming out?
I guess you have something to say to me, don't you? Teacher Luo realized at that moment that she had been discovered. You had already figured it out, right?
Tianqian said, your black armor has a distinct smell, and my sensory abilities allowed me to detect it quickly.
Teacher Luo replied, you're leaving tomorrow. Are you going to find Xin Xin? Tianqian firmly responded, I have to go. What about you? What are you planning to do next? She hesitated before answering, I haven't thought it through yet. Tianqian asked, aren't you coming with me?
She answered, it wouldn't be appropriate. The girl became increasingly hesitant, her hands continuously fidgeting. Suddenly, she ran towards Tianqian and hugged him tightly. The unexpected action startled Tianqian, and his cheeks flushed red. He softly called her name, Teacher Luo. She shyly said, please don't say anything.
Just for a moment, only for a moment. Tianqian didn't say anything else, simply maintaining a serious expression.
It seemed he understood Teacher Luo's intentions. He reciprocated her hug, wrapping his arms around her. They stood there, holding each other. At that moment, Teacher Luo appeared satisfied. She smiled brightly and said, all right. Keep going, I'm sure you'll find her. Xiao Shui and I will always wish you the best. Get some rest, you have to get up early tomorrow. And with that, she walked away. After walking for a while, her footsteps stopped. Teacher Luo couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears, collapsing in a place where Tianqian couldn't see her. The sky had brightened at some point, and everyone had gathered to say goodbye to Tianqian's group. Lin Wei handed them some items and said, and here are 10 throwing knives, with Cao Fei's abilities, these should be enough for you. The 2 daggers were personally crafted by me using the best materials for you, Luo Lan. These weapons have all been infused with meteorite crystal powder and meteorite fragments. There might be some kind of miraculous ability. What it is, you'll have to explore for yourselves. Luo Lan was delighted, thank you so much. Lin Wei turned to Tianqian and said, Zhua Tianqian, this sword needs a name. He coldly replied, you made it, so the right to name it is yours. She said, it's the first weapon I've ever made using my abilities, with meteorite crystal fragments added in. Let's call it. Gao Fei jumped in, Dragon Slayer. Luo Lan immediately retorted,
I'd rather call it bloodthirster. The two of them argued for a while. Tianchen couldn't stand it anymore and gave each of them a knock on the head. Shut up.
Then he said, let's call it meteor. She stroked her chin. Meteor, not bad.
This is the best weapon I've ever made, so you'd better treat it well.
He responded, don't worry, as long as the person is still here, the sword will be too.
At that moment, a figure walked up, Zhua Tianchen. It was Bruce, who said, I want to go with you. Let me follow you. Tianchen immediately objected, where I want to go is very dangerous. It's better for you to stay in Manhwa.
Bruce refused to accept. No, only by traveling with strong people can I become stronger.
Tianchen still refused, but I don't want you to come with me. Bruce remained firm, I'm not afraid of danger. As long as I can follow you, I'll do whatever you ask.
Gao Fei teased, alright then, how about this, you spin around 1,000 times on the spot, and we'll take you along.
Bruce frowned, do you think I'm an idiot?
Tianchen raised his hand, alright, Bruce, you're very talented.
If you practice hard, you will definitely become very powerful.
I've already given Zhang Jinyu the evolution spell. Go with him, and he will teach you.
Bruce insisted, no, I want to follow you.
Unless you kill me right now, I'll never leave you, even if I have to haunt you after death.
Bruce's stubbornness left everyone speechless. In response, Tianchen suddenly punched Bruce in the stomach. Bruce immediately fainted from the blow. Take him back.
With his personality, if I don't agree, today would be impossible to end. Then he said his goodbyes to everyone there. Every party must eventually come to an end.
It has been an honor to meet all of you.
Once I find her, I will definitely return to Manhwa to reminisce. Everyone also said their final goodbyes.
I've said it already. If I'm not drunk, I won't go back. Safe travels. Keep going.
Take good care of the blade. Then he turned to his teammates and said, Gao Fei, Luo Brat, let's go. With that, the three of them started their vehicles and continued on their way.
On the road, they resumed their conversation.
Luo Lan, curious, spoke as he dozed beside Gao Fei, brother Tianchen, why didn't teacher Luo come to see you off? Actually, the day before, when Tianchen returned to his private room, he felt something in his pants pocket.
In his hand was a letter. Was this put in by teacher Luo earlier?
The letter read, I'm leaving, and I still don't have the courage to say goodbye to you in person.
Meeting and parting are both fates.
Thank you for all the help you've given to me and Xiao Shui throughout this time. I originally wanted to repay this kindness with my whole life, but only when Xiao Shui woke up did I realize that I can't let her grow up in this environment. She has had to bear responsibilities that she should not have to at her age.
It's time to stop.
Xiao Shui and I will find a suitable place to settle down, away from the zombies, away from humans.
I don't know when we will meet again.
Maybe when you find her, or when Xiao Shui is a little older.
In any case, take care.
Tianchen, after recalling the letter, replied to Luo Lan, she's probably not happy either. He quickly changed the subject, you two take a rest for now.
The journey ahead is still long. Let's take turns driving.
Meanwhile, two mysterious figures were watching their car, they've gone.
The other replied,
The one in the cloak said, go back and tell him I found the person.
The one with the scarf asked, aren't you going back? The man's face grew extremely terrifying, I have to stay here. I can't let them get through.
The three of them, Tianchen included, had traveled some distance, and now they began chatting again. Have you ever heard of the Snow Woman?
There was once a tale passed down in the north about it.
It was said that deep in the snow mountain lived a snow woman. It was rumored that Snow Woman was extremely beautiful, but any man who encountered her would be frozen to death by her, and no one who had seen her had survived. One day, a scholar passing through the snow mountain got lost. Just when he was about to freeze to death, the young, beautiful woman saved him. The scholar was extremely grateful, but the girl told him that the only reason she saved him was because there was a rule in the mountain that forbade killing those who read books. However, since he had seen her face, he had to keep this secret for her and not tell anyone that he was saved by Snow Woman, or else she would surely kill him. Gao Fei continued. A few years later, the scholar became the top candidate and married a beautiful wife. However, his wife was very interested in the story of how he escaped death on Snow Mountain, so she frequently asked him about the details. Eventually, one day, he could no longer bear it and decided to tell her how he was saved by the Snow Woman. After hearing this, his wife's face immediately darkened. She said that she was the Snow Woman. He was stunned and quickly knelt down, begging for his life. But the Snow Woman coldly replied that he had to die. And so, he died in a pitiful scream. Afterward, the Snow Woman also disappeared in the snowstorm, leaving behind a house frozen solid. The legend says that the descendants of the Snow Woman always have the word snow in their names. She came because of it, and she left because of it. After hearing the story, Gao Fei concluded, so, all the girls with the word snow in their names are vixens. Luo Lan retorted, that's nonsense. I have a close friend whose name also contains snow. She is an extremely gentle and refined person. Upon hearing this, Gao Fei became intrigued. What's her name? What year was she born? How tall is she? Does she have a boyfriend? Luo Lan angrily responded, what does it have to do with you? Anyway, she's not a vixen like you said. Gao Fei propped his chin up. It's just that, when compared to the ultimate vixen like you, her gentleness shines through. Luo Lan couldn't help but feel annoyed. I heard it already. Tianqin shouted, hey, don't make a noise in the car. At this moment, the car arrived at the entrance of a tunnel, and they immediately noticed something. Tianqin quickly slammed on the brakes. There's someone. Tianqin warned the two of them, don't get out of the car yet. Saying that, he stepped out of the car. I can't see through his strength. Tianqin was already holding his large saber, approaching the person in front of him slowly. Gao Fei immediately remembered. I just remembered. This is the guy who was spying on me when I was in Longhua. Luo Lan was surprised. Spying on you? This is the first time I've seen you so serious, Tianqin. Outside, the two of them immediately engaged in close combat. Tianqin quickly seized the mysterious person's wrist and threw him backward. However, this person was no pushover, landing safely on the ground. Tianqin then realized, her target is the car. Is she here for Gao Fei or Luo Brat? This person moves very nimbly, his speed is on par with Luo Brat's, and the most frightening thing is her mental strength, which is unexpectedly superior to mine. My mental strength can't even reach her, and my sensing range is completely suppressed by hers. Third-tier mental system, this is a tough opponent. The two people in the car were also very focused on the battle. No way, it's just starting and they're going all out already. Tianqin stood up and said, I'll give you one last chance, take off your mask and explain your intentions. Tianqin then activated his skill. His hidden weapons were not to be taken lightly. If not, don't blame me for being rude. Tianqin counted each beat, 1, 2, 3, not speaking, huh? Then get ready to take the hit. As soon as he finished speaking, while rushing toward the mysterious person, the ground above started to collapse. Everyone present was caught off guard. The mud and rocks swept everyone away. The two people in the car could only shout, Tianqin. Tianqin struggled to get up after being swept away. This is just bad luck. He glanced to the side. The person, like him, had climbed onto the rock opposite. This guy is still alive. The two of them locked eyes beneath the large waterfall, and the mysterious person immediately turned and left. There's no time to think anymore, we have to quickly find them. At this moment, a loud argument broke out. Get out of the way, if you won't do it, I will. You can't do it like that. People don't survive for others. If you don't move, then just say so. We're friends, how could you do something like this? This person slowly opened their eyes due to the noise. In front of them was a group of people. Luo Lan thought to herself, I'm still alive. Luo Lan slowly sat up. Ugh, my head is spinning. The girl heard Luo Lan's voice and was startled. Luo Lan? Luo Lan asked, are you Rue Shui? The two of them, after a long time apart, embraced each other. It's really you, you're still alive.
How did you all end up here?
Ruo Shui explained, you're awake, thank goodness, Luo Lan. After the whole school evacuated, Mr. Zhang, the PE teacher, stayed with us to protect us. At first, we were supposed to go to Ji County, but there was a flood there, so we ended up here. Then we were ambushed by zombies. Mr. Zhang protected us but sacrificed himself. We didn't dare to wander around, so we had to stop here for now. Luo Lan had understood part of the story, so that's what happened. She thought, these people are from my class, most of them look familiar. Those two boys seem to be from the next class, it looks like they've always been together. At that moment, 3 girls approached Luo Lan, wearing unfriendly expressions. I can't believe you're still alive. It's only been a few days, and look at you now. Luo Lan, after so long, you're not even going to greet us? The 3 people are Qian Duo, Zhao Xiaofei, and Xia Jingjing. Luo Lan was surprised when she saw them. It's you guys. She thought, I can't believe these 3 are here. They used to always pick on me back then, what bad luck. They mocked her. Who would have thought, the famous Luo sister from class 8-3 would end up like this? This is what karma looks like. Being swept away by the flood and still alive is already a blessing. TSK, how pitiful. Luo Lan wasn't going to back down. I didn't expect to run into you guys again. It's true, anything can happen in this world. Zhao Xiaofei, you're still the same, huh? No matter how big the clothes are, they can't fit your huge body. It's the end of the world, clothes are hard to find, right? Xian Duo, back in school, I couldn't understand why you always targeted me, but now I get it. It was all because of those words, beautiful face brings disaster. Right, how could I forget about Xie Jingjing? You still haven't changed that habit of adding fuel to the fire, huh? You 3 definitely deserve the nickname I gave you. No wonder you're the 3 failures. With that, Luo Lan proudly raised her middle finger at the 3 of them. The 3 girls were furious. Is this how you treat your saviors? Ruo Shui immediately stopped them. Don't do that, we're all friends here. Luo Lan is just straightforward, she doesn't mean any harm. One of them shoved Ruo Shui hard. Get lost. I don't care what her personality is. Luo Lan quickly managed to support her friend. Ruo Shui was taken aback when she saw this. Jingjing said, Luo Lan, that girl, earlier Luo Lan was clearly on the left, how did she suddenly end up there? Am I seeing things? Luo Lan suddenly apologized. Jingjing was startled, thinking that Luo Lan was apologizing to her, with a surprised expression on her face. Luo Lan, with a furious look, continued, I'm telling you to apologize to her. The 3 people were immediately intimidated by Luo Lan's stance. It seems like Luo Lan wasn't like this before. I feel my legs are shaking. Jingjing arrogantly responded to Luo Lan, what are you afraid of? She's just pretending to scare us. Apologize? On what grounds? Ruo Shui stood behind her, trying to stop it. Luo Lan, stop. We're all friends. Luo Lan pointed at them, demanding, no. As long as I'm here, don't even think about bullying her. Apologize right now. At that moment, something flew out from the forest towards them, and it seemed like a very large zombie. Everyone was startled. Mutated zombie. Ruo Shui, be careful. Luo Lan reached into her pocket but realized her weapon was gone. Never mind, it's just a level 2 zombie, I can handle it without a weapon. At that moment, the zombie's body suddenly moved. Beneath it, an arm pushed up. Damn it, it's so heavy. Gaofei slowly sat up. That was close, I almost died right here. Luo Lan and Gaofei came face to face. Gaofei. They both stared at each other in disbelief. How come you're here? This also surprised the people around them. They know each other. Luo Lan asked, how did you end up here? Where is Tian Chen? Gaofei replied, I don't know. Gaofei recalled the moment he was swept away. At that time,
the situation was so critical that I could only throw you out. I didn't want you to die with me. As for me, I wasn't so lucky. I went down the mountain with the car. The car was completely wrecked. I was lucky to only have broken my left leg. She was shocked. What? Are you okay? Does it still hurt? He answered, of course it hurts. Don't touch it.
Everyone around them looked at Luo Lan and Gao Fei bickering and immediately began to gossip. Unbelievable, even with a broken leg, they still managed to take down that mutated zombie.
This person must be evolved. I can't believe Luo Lan knows someone evolved. She's really lucky. The group of 3 girls watching this scene started to feel jealous. Jing, has Luo Lan ever had such a strong friend? Isn't that guy her boyfriend?
Jing replied, it must be her boyfriend.
Didn't you see how close they were? No wonder she's survived until now.
Turns out she's been clinging to an evolved guy.
Humph, she's just a scheming woman who's using a man.
While Gao Fei and Luo Lan were talking, someone called from a distance, Luo Lan. It was the girl who had badmouthed Luo Lan earlier, now running up to act friendly. Sorry, I was just joking earlier.
Wow, you're amazing.
Every time we saw that monster, we'd run for our lives.
Gao Fei looked at her and asked, is she your friend? Luo Lan replied, I don't know her. Gao Fei responded, what a coincidence, I don't know her either.
Hearing this, the girl's face showed signs of anger. Luo Lan turned to Rui Shui and introduced her, this is my friend Rui Shui, I've mentioned her to you before.
Gao Fei inquired, are you the girl whose name has snow in it?
Rui Shui politely replied, hello, sir. Gao Fei saw how cute and obedient Rui Shui was, and whispered to Luo Lan, Luo brat, my friend is not only prettier than you, but also has a much better personality. Learn from her if you don't want to end up single.
As soon as Luo Lan finished speaking, she gave Gao Fei a few hits on the head. Do you want a beating? Gao Fei cried out in pain, ouch. You've already hurt me twice.
Seeing Gao Fei hurt, Rui Shui spoke up, do you guys have a place to rest nearby, or would you like to stay here for a while?
Upon hearing Rui Shui's kind offer, Luo Lan and Gao Fei hesitated. What do you think?
Luo Lan thought to herself, with Gao Fei's recovery ability, as long as he doesn't move too much, just resting for 2 days should make him fine. Finding a place to rest now is definitely a smarter decision. After he recovers, we can look for Tianchen later. After thinking for a moment, she said, then we'll trouble you. A while later, they arrived at an open area where a plane had crashed and broken in half. Rui Shui pointed to where Gao Fei and Luo Lan could rest, this half is for you guys. The conditions are a bit simple, but you can stay here.
Luo Lan responded, it's fine. Having a place to stay is good enough. However, Luo Lan still had a question, how did you guys find this place?
Rui Shui answered, this place was also discovered by Mr. Zhang.
After we arrived in this area, we kept hunting and foraging for wild fruits to survive.
Mr. Zhang found this spot, and that's why we stopped here.
But now, with everyone splitting up, we don't know what to do next.
Hearing these words, Luo Lan truly felt guilty towards her friend. She thought to herself, if we hadn't gotten separated back then and had met Tianchen, maybe he wouldn't be suffering like this now. She sighed aloud, and Rui Shui seemed to sense Luo Lan's emotions, so she grabbed her friend's hand, don't be like this.
We've reunited, I've.
Before Rui Shui could finish, the mischievous friend from earlier appeared behind them at some point. Rui Shui, it's break time. Rui Shui, not understanding why, looked slightly uncomfortable when she heard her friend's voice, alright.
Rui Shui turned to Luo Lan and said, I'll head back first.
You should rest early.
Jing complained, what's wrong with you? Everyone's waiting for you, and you still want to stay out all night?
Rui Shui hastily apologized, sorry. Luo Lan sensed that something was off about their conversation, so she spoke up, wait a minute, you just said again.
Does this mean you've always been bullying her like this?
Jing gritted her teeth, no, it's none of your business. Luo Lan then slapped her friend hard across the cheek. Jing Jing angrily retorted, you dare slap me? Seeing the tension between the two, Gao Fei cleared his throat deliberately, which caught Jing Jing's attention. Ruo Shui also tried her best to stop them, pulling her friend's hand. Come on, Luolan, you guys should rest early, we're leaving now, don't waste time, hurry up. Luolan's call made her friend turn around and look. Wait a minute, if I see you guys bullying Ruo Shui again, don't blame me for being rude. Her friend could only think to herself, isn't that bitch just relying on evolved powers? What's so great about her to be so arrogant? Ruo Shui and her friend then left the place. At this point, Luolan turned to Gao Fei with an expression of dissatisfaction. Why did you speak up and hint at her? He said, if we keep arguing, do you think you'll end up killing her? She replied irritably, showing tender care for beauty and fragility. Huh? Gao Fei pointed out, don't you feel there's something off about your friends? She asked, what's wrong with them? He answered, it's hard to say. I'm unevolved with a mental system, so my senses are stronger than yours. I feel something's odd about them, but I can't put my finger on what's strange. Luolan seemed not to care. She sat down. Let's recover first. When the flood came, we were only concerned with escaping, and our virus energy was almost drained. Don't talk about feelings now. If a level 3 zombie comes, we're both on the chopping block. After talking for a while, the two of them began meditating, a stream of light surrounding them. At this moment, Gao Fei slowly opened his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him, still so furious. He could only sigh. Outside, everyone seemed still surprised by the appearance of Gao Fei and Luolan, and began to gossip. Are they inside? They haven't stepped outside, nor made any noise. They must be sleeping. The guard is also gone, everything seems normal. Shall we begin? The girl was still angry about being slapped by Luolan and sighed to those around her, I'm so pissed off, that annoying bitch. Just look at how arrogant she is, isn't she just relying on having a man behind her? What's there to be so smug about? Her classmates all agreed, she has no chest, and her face isn't anything to look at either. I don't get what that evolved guy sees in her, but anyway, he's evolved, we shouldn't offend him. Another person said, that's right, maybe we should ask them for help, we might end up leaving here with their help. Someone nearby responded, ask for help? Have you forgotten our current situation? The girl seemed to have come up with a plan, we don't necessarily have to rely on anyone. We could try to win over that evolved guy and ask him to take us out of here. It doesn't seem too unreasonable, right? He's with Luolan, so he must be a lolly freak. Maybe I should give it a try. The girl couldn't help but laugh when she heard these words, if anyone is going, it should be me. As soon as she finished speaking, her friend teasingly said, today, you've been left hanging by someone. She yelled back, nonsense. I haven't even shown my real skills yet. The girl acted alluring, there's no man in this world I can't conquer. Luolan, with his skinny, scrawny body, thinks he can challenge me? It'll only take a few minutes for me to handle him. Ruo Shui, who had been listening to their plan, objected, this doesn't seem like a good idea. The girl started threatening Ruo Shui, I know you're Luolan's close friend. But think carefully, who will you help? Do you think Luolan will still treat you well after he finds out about this? Stop being naive, you can't expect the world to revolve around you. After seeing that Ruo Shui couldn't refute her, the girl smiled, it's settled then. First, let's pull that evolved guy, Gao Fei, to our side. She turned and looked at Ruo Shui, as for Luolan, you'd better figure that out yourself. Her words made Ruo Shui's face turn pale with fear. Meanwhile, Gao Fei seemed to be in high spirits, singing joyfully, the little stream babbles alone. You and I, let's go pick flowers. He was singing while aiming precisely at the flower. The sisters picked 1.5 pounds. The sisters picked 1 flower. Gao Fei looked like he was done with the task, his face very satisfied. At that moment, something suddenly targeted his back, but Gao Fei was quick to catch it. Hey, sneaking up on someone while they're peeing is a bad habit. Suddenly, a familiar voice mocked him, you're still happy even with a broken leg? Seeing the person in front of him, Gao Fei was surprised. Tian Shen, how long have you been lurking around?
Tianchen continued to tease Gao Fei, lurking or not lurking? Is there a single inch of your body I haven't seen?
But Gao Fei's attention was drawn to the gun in Tianchen's hand.
A gun? Give it to me, quickly. He raised his hand, causing Gao Fei to stumble. In a hurry, huh?
Saying that, Tianchen handed Gao Fei the gun and reminded him, here, keep it safe.
Gao Fei opened the gun to check, the magazine's empty. Hurry up and give me the sniper rifle. What's the point of keeping a handgun? And it doesn't even have bullets. Tianchen calmly retorted, didn't I already give you the bullets?
Gao Fei then held up the bullet, come on, there's only one.
How am I supposed to shoot with just one? Tianchen took out a cigarette and explained, you must have noticed by now, those friends of Luo Brat have some issues.
Although we still haven't figured out what's going on with them, there's someone among them who hates Luo Lan.
It's not just a simple conflict between students. Gao Fei still complained, I can tell. But this isn't that serious, if any of them want to harm her, we just take them out and it's done, right? Tianchen's face turned serious, Luo Brat can't rely on us for everything. So you should only use this bullet at a crucial moment. Gao Fei was surprised, aren't you going to step in?
It seemed Gao Fei had guessed Tianchen's intention, yeah, I'll stay close by.
If there's any problem, I'll contact you. Gao Fei still didn't understand what he should do, so, should we stay here too? Tianchen replied, no need. At this point, Tianchen presented Luo Lan's little mouse to Gao Fei.
He continued, finding you guys this quickly was also thanks to Shangbiao. I'll follow behind you, and when necessary, I'll take action. Tianchen seemed very serious about this plan and reminded Gao Fei once again, you have to remember, starting now, unless Luo Brat's life is in danger, otherwise, let everything decide on its own.
Go solo. Gao Fei was still not completely convinced, is it really necessary?
I think the girl has been doing quite well these past 2 days. Tianchen remained firm, right now, Luo Brat is at an intermediate level, and at this point, she can definitely be considered among the top strongest.
But there are too many people stronger than her.
My uncle, Teacher Luo, the three of us have evolved far faster than she has, so it's inevitable that she'll develop negative feelings. If this situation continues, it will affect her growth.
Right now, my uncle is injured, and I'm missing.
This is the perfect opportunity for her to lift her spirits and regain her confidence.
Luo Brat needs an opportunity like this. However, Gao Fei still seemed hesitant, if that's the case, won't the pressure on her be too much? Tianchen responded, a gem cannot be polished without friction.
She needs to learn how to maintain a stable mindset. We can only guide her, the rest has to depend on herself.
Tianchen concluded, moreover, don't underestimate Luo Brat. Tianchen exuded confidence.
He spoke with certainty, her potential is no less than yours. In the end, Gao Fei was convinced by Tianchen's words, alright, let's do it.
It's just an act, I can handle it.
Tianchen then shifted to another topic, asking his friend, who do you think, among the three of us you, Luo Brat, and Teacher Luo will have stronger potential in the future?
Gao Fei immediately replied, it must be Teacher Luo, her black armor is incredibly powerful. Why are you asking about this?
Tianchen crossed his arms and spoke proudly, quite the opposite, I think Teacher Luo has the least potential.
Gao Fei seemed incredulous, huh, she's the least? Tianchen continued to explain, I never told you guys this before.
Black armor, aside from its ability to break through difficult situations, has another important characteristic, it consumes its own kind. The mutated beings infected by the virus but still retain human consciousness, like the black armor, are called mutants. Their fastest way of evolution is by eating their own kind, otherwise they will eventually stagnate at some level.
Gao Fei's face changed color upon hearing this. Tianchen comforted him, but how many black armors are there in this world?
However, Gao Fei felt a wave of sadness after hearing this. Tianchen seemed to have said all that he needed to say, that's all.
You should be careful.
Tianchen was about to leave but suddenly remembered something, oh, I almost forgot to mention.
Just now, I sensed a wave of zombies. They will probably arrive here in about 10 minutes. This sentence terrified Gao Fei. He screamed, "Why didn't you say that earlier?" After a while, Gao Fei ran back to the airplane where everyone was resting. It's clear that Tian Shen did it on purpose. There are zombies and he didn't report it early enough. We have to quickly go find Luo Brat. As soon as he arrived, a wooden stick was thrown toward Gao Fei. He caught it effortlessly, a wooden stick. Luo Lan sat silently, continuously carving more wooden sticks, see if it's convenient to use. Gao Fei said, "Thanks. When did you make this?" Luo Lan replied, "Earlier, Tian Shen told me that to survive in the apocalypse, you must learn to use whatever tools you have around you." Luo Lan remained focused as she sharpened the wooden stick. "The metal scraps from the airplane can be used to carve the wood, so I made you one first. I'm also preparing to make more weapons, and then I'll set up a few traps around here. It's better to be prepared than to regret." At this point, Gao Fei recalled what Tianchen had just told him: jade won't become a precious item without being polished. You need to learn to maintain a stable mindset. We can only be the guides, the rest depends on the girl herself. Gao Fei showed concern. "Hey kid, you don't have to do this. Your strength now is enough to take out a group of zombies in the blink of an eye. There's no need to be so tense." Luo Lan spoke sharply. "What if a level 3 zombie comes? What if a level 3 evolved zombie comes? Or what if a zombie horde suddenly attacks? Tian Shen has gone missing, and you're injured. I'm trying to sense Shangbiao's presence, but for some reason, I can't make contact with it." Luo Lan clenched her fist. "I can't keep relying on everyone like before. I have to learn how to bear responsibility." Seeing this girl grow up like this made Gao Fei feel more at ease. Looks like I really underestimated her. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from outside, causing Gao Fei's face to turn pale. "It's over, they're coming too quickly." Outside, a horde of zombies was chasing after the survivors. Luo Lan looked out the window. Why are there so many of them? When did Gao Fei climb up? He called out to Luo Lan, "Climb onto the roof of the plane." She responded, "I'm coming." Luo Lan had previously instructed Gao Fei, "You're injured, don't make a move later, let me take care of it." He was worried, "Be careful." Luo Lan spoke confidently, "Don't worry." Meanwhile, everyone else climbed onto the roof of the plane, just like Gao Fei and Luo Lan. Ruishua finally made it to the top and sighed in relief. "Huff, huff, so tired." She noticed Luo Lan over on the other side and immediately became concerned. Luo Lan, hurry over here." Before she could finish her sentence, her troublesome friend scolded her. "What are you yelling for?" Ruishua explained to the girl, "Luo Lan is still outside. The zombies are coming." The girl immediately grabbed Ruishua by the collar and growled, "Are you stupid? Let them stay out there and attract the zombies." "It's fine." Luo Lan hesitated, but by now, a group of people had gathered around Ruishua, continuously pressuring her not to save Luo Lan and Gao Fei. "That's right, they might even hold the zombies off for us. We should take this chance to escape. Isn't that guy an evolved? Strong people should handle the heavy work. Don't you get it? They aren't even going to come. We don't need to call for them." Ruishua still felt uneasy inside, but hey, what happens next? This girl seemed to have had enough and shouted loudly, "If you say one more word, I'll throw you down to be food for the zombies." Ruishua, hearing her friend say that, was also frightened and helpless. Her friend saw Ruishua becoming obedient and immediately released her collar. "Humph, with so many zombies here, even an evolved one wouldn't be able to protect you." However, Ruishua was still worried about her best friend. On the other hand, Luo Lan, standing over here, was ready to fight against the approaching zombies. Seeing so many zombies coming, Ruishua couldn't help but wonder if Luo Lan could handle it. Meanwhile, their friends beside them were gleefully watching this scene. Suddenly, the zombies changed direction and headed straight towards Ruishua and the others. Everyone was stunned by this sight. The girl thought the zombies would go towards Luo Lan, but they changed course and ran straight at them, making her panic. What's going on? The zombies kept coming closer, and everyone was in a state of panic. What on earth is happening? Why is this happening? Why are the zombies suddenly coming here? Gao Fei and Luo Lan also felt something strange. What's going on?
Gao Fei replied, "Don't ask me, I've never encountered this situation before." Luo Lan questioned, "It's as if these zombies can't see me, their eyes are only on them.
Could it be that they have something special on them?"
Gao Fei grew more suspicious. "Just keep watching and we'll figure it out later."
"Your friends are acting really strange. Maybe they're hiding something from you." Luo Lan felt hurt upon hearing Gao Fei's words. Is Rui Shui hiding something from me?
At that moment, Rui Shui slipped and fell. Fortunately, she managed to grab onto the window, screaming for help. Help me, I beg you." One of the boys ran over to assist. "Come here and grab my hand." However, a girl named Jing Jing loudly said, "What are you doing? Are you tired of living? Climb up yourself, no one has time to help you." Rui Shui cried and pleaded, "No, please, save me." Jing Jing, seeing the situation, smirked with satisfaction. "This will teach you to keep helping that little slut Luo Lan." Rui Shui, losing strength, her hands trembling, could no longer hold on. "Help me, please." As Rui Shui began to lose her strength, her hand slipped from the edge and she fell into a group of zombies waiting below. Suddenly, Luo Lan used her abilities and quickly moved to catch Rui Shui, pulling her out of the reach of the zombies. Rui Shui, who was saved, was also surprised, and the others who saw it couldn't believe it. Gao Fei's face, however, showed a smug expression. Humph. Luo Lan took a run up, then embraced Rui Shui and leaped forward. She instructed Rui Shui, "Stay behind me, be careful, the zombies might hurt you." Up above, seeing Luo Lan's strength, they were startled. When did Luo Lan get here? The others responded, No, look clearly. She's too fast. Could Luo Lan be evolved? Jing Jing still refused to believe it. No way, that bitch could never be evolved. You must have misjudged it earlier, she must have just gotten lucky. Just watch, she'll be torn apart by zombies any minute now. A horde of zombies charged toward Luo Lan and Rui Shui. Luo Lan, be careful. Luo Lan seemed to have already figured out the monster's every move. She easily dodged their attacks. Using all her strength, Luo Lan swung her wooden staff with a mighty blow. The strike was so powerful that it knocked down all the zombies. Seeing that Luo Lan had taken down the monsters with just one strike, everyone was astonished. How is this possible? When did Luo Lan become this strong? Xiao Fei's mouth hung open. So strong. It's true, she's evolved. Gao Fei couldn't help but feel proud when he saw how strong Luo Lan was. TSK, I keep feeling like Luo Brat has a bit of the aura of Zhua Tianchen. On the other hand, Luo Lan still didn't seem afraid at all. She looked at the staff in her hand and said, "This thing is too hard to use." With that, she broke the only weapon she had. Now, each of Luo Lan's hands held a staff, and she was full of confidence. This is much more convenient. Rui Shui, stay close to me, I'll lead you out. Rui Shui responded, "Okay." With that, Luo Lan disappeared again. Using her extraordinary speed, she charged straight into the zombies, laughing non-stop. In the blink of an eye, Luo Lan had struck each one with a blow, leaving them drenched in blood, collapsing under her attack. When everyone saw how strong Luo Lan was, the tide quickly turned. Luo Lan is too strong, let's go over there. Others agreed, right, let's go now. If we hesitate any longer, we won't make it. Meanwhile, Jing Jing's group was also in a hurry. Jing Jing, what should we do now? Let's follow them too. Jing Jing still couldn't accept the fact that Luo Lan was that powerful, damn it. With that, she gave the order, go, follow them. After a while of fighting, Luo Lan's group managed to escape from the zombies. Over on the other side, Jing Jing's group was lucky to survive by sticking close to Luo Lan. Jing Jing took a sip of water and then sighed in frustration, I'm so tired, today has been incredibly unlucky. Ever since I met Luo Lan, nothing good has happened. Someone said, keep your voice down, don't let Luo Lan hear you.
Jean Jing wasn't in the mood for advice. I'm upset, can't I complain a little? Duo also advised, just keep quiet for a bit. Xiao Fei said, Luo Lan is evolved, so the plan we had before is no longer going to work, right? Jean Jing thought to herself, I don't know how this bitch managed to become evolved, it's unbelievable. Thinking for a moment, Jean Jing immediately stood up and ordered everyone around her, let's go, we need to have a group meeting. Xiao Fei asked, should we call Rui Shui? This question sparked an argument within the group. No, we don't need her, Luo Lan is so powerful, who would dare bring bad luck upon themselves? We can't leave Rui Shui out of the group meeting. That's right, Rui Shui is a member of the group too. Jean Jing became even more irritated, that bitch, every time I meet her, nothing good ever happens. While the others were arguing, Gao Fei and Luo Lan seemed to be leisurely grilling fish. Gao Fei teased Luo Lan, Luo brat, it seems like your friends are really scared of you, they won't even sit with you, and they secretly have meetings behind your back. Your social skills must be terrible. Luo Lan replied irritably, just eat your grilled fish, you can't even keep your mouth shut when it comes to food. Rui Shui immediately spoke up in defense of her friend, maybe after everyone found out that Luo Lan is evolved, they just didn't know how to interact with her. Once they spend more time together, I'm sure they will understand. Before Rui Shui could finish speaking, Luo Lan interrupted, that's enough, Rui Shui, you're hiding something from me. Rui Shui felt as if she had been struck to the heart, her face immediately turning pale, and she couldn't say anything. We're all classmates, in this situation, it's only natural to be understanding toward each other. Seeing that Rui Shui still wouldn't be honest, Luo Lan appeared displeased, I won't stay here for long. Tomorrow, when Gao Fei's leg heals, you can decide whether to stay or leave. At that moment, someone waved to Rui Shui, signaling that she needed to join a group meeting. Rui Shui stood up to follow, but was stopped by Luo Lan, who grabbed her hand, wait. Seeing that she had caught Luo Lan's attention, the girl became scared. Before she could say anything, Luo Lan rushed toward her with incredible speed. Her face was terrifying, scaring the girl half to death, and then Luo Lan asked, am I really that scary? The girl, frightened by Luo Lan's anger, was so terrified that she collapsed. I'm sorry. Rui Shui finally caught up. Luo Lan quickly blocked her way, Luo Lan, don't make things hard for her. On the other hand, Luo Lan couldn't help but feel angry, if there's something to say it directly to my face, don't sneak around. Rui Shui walked over to help her friend up, then reassured her, let me go over there and see. They probably just have something they want to tell me. Saying that, Rui Shui immediately ran off, I'll be back soon. Luo Lan had no choice but to sulk and sit next to Gao Fei. She then asked him, Gao Fei, if it were Rui Shui, what would he do? Gao Fei replied, you are you, Tianchen is Tianchen. You don't have to do anything based on anyone else's standards. Tomorrow when my leg heals, do whatever you want before that. In response to Gao Fei's trust, all Luo Lan could do was say thank you. Meanwhile, Tianchen and Shangbiao were in the middle of a large field when suddenly he smelled something strange. He followed the scent and in front of him was the corpse of a zombie. As expected, this is already the third corpse I've seen along the way. I once heard people mention this green mutation, it seems to be related to a type of zombie that combines with plants. The pattern here is exactly the same as before. Could it be that there's a zombie nearby that has absorbed plant genes? Suddenly, Shang Biao jumped off his shoulder and ran away. Tian Chen chased after him while shouting, Shang Biao! Wait for me! It seemed that Shang Biao had led Tian Chen to the place he needed to go and then stopped. Tian Chen looked at the scene in front of him and was astonished, why are these vines growing next to the corn? They are so sturdy. Rui Shui reached out and touched the plants, these are definitely not ordinary plants. He then drew the sword from behind his back, warning, Shang Biao, stay away. With that, he swung his sword neatly. Surprisingly, after being cut, the plants started to bleed. Tian Chen looked at the scene before him, it was a forest of zombie-like plants. Back to these people. They were now gathered around Rui Shui, asking him questions. They said, tomorrow, when Gao Fei fully recovers, they will leave. This made everyone around start talking. So soon?
I didn't expect Luo Lan to be evolved. If they leave, we'll have to go back to living in fear again.
Maybe we should beg them.
Who knows, Luo Lan might soften and take us with them. They're evolved.
It's unlikely they would pay any attention to us. Even if we try to charm them now, it's hopeless.
Jing Jing immediately pointed her spear in Rui Shue's direction and argued, no way, with Luo Lan's personality, at most, she would take Rui Shue with her, but there's no way she'd take us.
Rui Shue could only weakly retort, I.
Jing Jing threatened Rui Shue again, remember this, even if Luo Lan wants to take you along, you cannot go with her, don't forget your identity.
Rui Shue was still at a loss for words, I won't.
Before Rui Shue could finish, Jing Jing interrupted, humph, even if she offers, you wouldn't dare.
I've thought of a way. Why not make those two our accomplices? Duo asked, you're not planning to bring them to that place, are you? Jing Jing replied, isn't there any better option? Once again, everyone debated, but we barely escaped from there, and now you want to go back? What if they die there? Wouldn't we lose more than gain?
Luo Lan is strong, even if she goes, she might not be in any danger. As long as we don't go too deep, there shouldn't be a problem.
One of the friends asked Jing Jing, Luo Lan won't be easily lured there by us, right?
Jing Jing glanced at Rui Shue, of course not, but we have Rui Shue. Jing Jing whispered into Rui Shue's ear, Rui Shue, now everyone is counting on you. Rui Shue trembled with fear at that moment. She recalled the memories from the past, when she and Luo Lan were very close, linking their pinky fingers and promising to remain unchanged for 100 years. The two of them swore, we've said it, we must be best friends for life. A while later, Rui Shue returned to Gao Fei and Luo Lan's side, the girls back.
Rui Shue called out, Luo Lan. She asked, have they all left? Luo Lan replied, yes.
Now standing in front of each other, Luo Lan simply said, say it.
Rui Shue, feeling helpless, responded, I want to show you something.
She then lifted up her sleeve.
The blue birthmarks were exactly like the ones Tian Chen had seen on the zombies.
Both Gao Fei and Luo Lan were startled, seeing them for the first time.
Luo Lan anxiously asked, is this a birthmark? What exactly is going on?
Rui Shue answered, right now, aside from retaining my consciousness, I fear I'm no different from the zombies out there.
To be precise, we've all been infected by the virus.
We were originally planning to head to Longhua City, and the shortest route there passes through a place called Lihua County.
That's where we encountered those things. Luo Lan asked again, those things.
Rui Shue explained, it is a very strange type of flower, larger than any flower I have ever seen, and it releases a strange pollen. The zombies there all have a strange green color, and they are much stronger than normal zombies when we escaped from Lohua County.
Everyone was attacked by the vines of that flower.
We thought it was fine at first, but by the time we realized we had been infected by the virus, it was already too late. After talking for a while, Rui Shue collapsed and knelt down. Now we are like zombies, only able to eat raw meat and drink fresh blood, and not only that, we crave human blood like crazy.
I have mutated, I am no longer worthy of being human. Luo Lan, having understood part of the story, asked Rui Shue again, so that's why you wanted to take action against me before?
Rui Shue, hearing this, was unwilling. No, Luo Lan, you have to believe me, I had no intention of harming you.
We are good sisters. Luo Lan's face turned stern, you didn't, but what about them? If I weren't evolved, if Gao Fei hadn't appeared at that time, would you have made a move on me? Could you have stopped them? Tell me, you guys held a meeting for so long, surely it wasn't just to get you to come here and confess, right?
Rui Shue then spoke honestly, they want to turn you into one of us.
Luo Lan exclaimed, what?
Rui Shue continued, if you two become one of us, you will definitely live with us. With your strength, you won't need to worry about food or shelter anymore. Every day, I fear being chased and killed by zombies. Living with humans, but fearing they will treat me as a freak, I have no choice but to follow them.
Luolan, I truly don't want to betray you. You are my best friend, you led me out of here. Please take me with you, away from them, I beg you. In response to her words, Luolan calmly said, Rue Shui, let me ask you one question, do you remember our agreement? Rue Shui immediately grabbed Luolan's hand, how could I forget? We promised to be good sisters for life.
Upon hearing this, Luolan made up her mind to deal with those inhuman, monstrous people. Meanwhile, at the flesh-eating grove, they were waiting for Rue Shui to lead Gao Fei's group and Luolan there. At this moment, the group was growing increasingly impatient. Why haven't they arrived yet? Xiao Fei said, they should be here soon. Rue Shui wouldn't leave us hanging. Jing Jing was very confident, don't worry, Rue Shui isn't that bold. As long as Luolan arrives, with 2 evolved ones to back us up, we won't have to worry about food or clothes anymore. After speaking, Luolan's group appeared, they've arrived, we've seen them, everyone hide well in the alley so they won't be detected. Luolan's group moved forward while scanning the surroundings, and it seemed that none of the carnivorous plants reacted. Jing Jing's group observed from a distance and discussed, they've entered, but why hasn't that strange flower attacked them yet? Jing Jing replied, I don't know either, sometimes that flower is dormant, and sometimes it's unusually fierce. Be patient, as long as they're still inside, sooner or later, that flower will attack them. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Luolan disappeared from their sight. Jing Jing was startled, where did Luolan go? Suddenly, something attacked them, and everyone was frightened by its power and the noise. What is this? A mortar? A grenade? Why? At this point, they noticed Gao Fei on the other side juggling a stone, showing a provocative expression, want to give it a try? Jing Jing thought, what kind of power is this? Why is it so strong? Realizing they couldn't do anything, Jing Jing's group shouted and ran, what are you waiting for? Run quickly! However, Gao Fei was quick to throw several stones with extreme speed. In an instant, Gao Fei had taken down quite a few people. Jing Jing turned around and saw her friends being knocked down. How could this happen? In the blink of an eye, we've been. What kind of power is this? How can it be so strong? From behind, Luolan rushed over, her fist ready to strike at Jing Jing. Have you been waiting for me for a long time? With that, she threw a powerful punch at Jing Jing's face. The punch sent Jing Jing crashing face first into the ground. She looked up at Rue Shui in front of her, so that's how it is. So you've been eating the apple and planting the fig. You wretched person, you betrayed everyone, how dare you still face me? Rue Shui immediately slapped Jing Jing hard on the other cheek, shut up. I've had enough. From the very beginning, you've been deceiving me, using me. You said other ordinary people wouldn't accept us. We should unite because we are kindred. You've been deceiving everyone. Rue Shui cried as she spoke, I've told Luolan everything. She knows the truth but still didn't abandon me. From the very start, you've been fooling everyone. You've just been exploiting our fear. When did Luolan arrive at their side? She comforted Rue Shui, calm down. With that, Luolan put on a threatening expression, let me handle this. Jing Jing, upon seeing Luolan's face, immediately begged, Luolan, don't, please. Luolan, no, Luo sister, I was wrong. Saying this, she knelt down at Luolan's feet and pleaded, I'm really out of options, I want to live. I just want to turn you into one of us so everyone can live together. I mean no harm, really. Luo sister, back when we were at school, it was my fault for causing you trouble. Please don't kill me. I really didn't mean it. Beat me, scold me, I'll accept everything. I'm just asking you to show mercy for our old friendship and spare me this one time. Please. On the other side, Gao Fei calmly lit a cigarette. When you were about to take action against Luo Brat, why didn't you think of our old friendship? Gao Fei's words struck at Jing Jing's core. Recalling a day before, on the night Tian Shan and Gao Fei were talking, the zombies are here, and you didn't say anything earlier. Unlike Gao Fei, who was worried, Tian Shan remained calm, what's the rush? A few zombies like these are nothing you can't handle.
But before we go, there's something I need to tell you. This morning, I overheard Luo Brat's friends talking. So, you need to keep an eye on them.
Having said that, Tian Shan recalled the conversation of those people.
I'm exhausted. What could we possibly find in this godforsaken place?
Stop complaining, who knows, maybe someone unlucky has died inside. It's been 2 days since we last got any blood, we can only come here and try our luck. At that moment, they noticed someone and shouted, "Look, there's someone."
You're right. Let's go, quickly dig them out. Luo Lan.
Why is she here?
She must have encountered a flood. When they saw Luo Lan, they couldn't bring themselves to harm her. Luo Lan, what should we do?
She still looks alive, after all, she was once our classmate. However, Jing Jing shot back, the food is right in front of you, don't say you don't need it. Besides, with her condition, she probably won't survive much longer anyway.
It's better to let everyone make use of her, sacrificing her to save us all.
I'm sure as friends, she would agree. No one dared to oppose Jing Jing, and she took advantage of the silence. If you don't speak, it means you agree. Now, I'll let her rest in peace. At that moment, Rui Shui rushed over to protect Luo Lan. No, we can't do that. Jing Jing was determined to kill Luo Lan. Move aside, if you won't do it, I will. Rui Shui tried to stop her. We are classmates, how can we do such a thing? Jing Jing said, if you don't look out for yourself, the heavens and earth will turn against you.
Now, will you move aside or not? Rui Shui still firmly defended Luo Lan. He is Luo Lan, how can you guys do this?
Back to the present, Gao Fei, after recounting the story, immediately scolded Jing Jing. I was right there, I clearly heard your conversation. You have no strength, so you want to drag others down with you, not even sparing your classmates. I really don't understand how you can still have the face to beg Luo Brat for mercy. Gao Fei put on a scary expression, a person like you hasn't suffered enough.
However, Gao Fei didn't make a move. He asked for Luo Lan's opinion first, keeping this person is a threat. If you're not convenient to take action, let me.
But Luo Lan was resolute. No, this is my own business. Jing Jing was really scared, she pleaded desperately, Luo's sister, please, I won't dare anymore.
Whatever you ask me to do in the future, I will do it, just don't kill me, please, I beg you, don't kill me.
In response, Luo Lan gave her a hard slap on the head. Jing Jing's face was no longer intact. Luo Lan coldly said, get lost, don't ever let me see you again. Luo Lan's expression terrified Jing Jing, and she scrambled to run away. Get lost.
I'll leave right now. Everyone around was in shock. Xia Jing Jing has run away, what should we do now? Luo Lan's eyes, like bullets, turned back to look at them.
Anyone who met her gaze was filled with fear. Get lost, we're leaving too, run quickly.
Gao Fei saw this and immediately asked, are you letting her go? Luo Lan replied, I don't want to become like them. Luo Lan's answer made Gao Fei feel satisfied. After everything that's happened, you've still kept your humanity, kid.
Suddenly, there was a noise around them, and Luo Lan quickly noticed it.
Gao Fei pretended not to hear and asked, what's going on? Luo Lan said, I feel like someone is watching us from over there. Gao Fei responded, it's probably just our imagination, why can't I sense anything?
Luo Lan couldn't say anything more and decided to give up. Maybe I'm just being overly suspicious.
Let's go, we should head back.
With that, Luo Lan and Rui Shui left, while Gao Fei continued to look in the direction of the noise. He seemed to have figured out that Tian Shan was watching them. Over there, Tian Shan and Shang Biao were hiding nearby. They had overheard the entire conversation between Luo Lan and the others. Like Gao Fei, Tian Shan felt pleased. Well, there's some progress.
Didn't expect to find zombie flowers here, looks like the road ahead won't be peaceful.
The three people, Luo Lan, Gao Fei, and Rui Shui, had returned to the riverbank at some point.
Luo Lan first checked on Gao Fei's condition. Phew.
How's your leg? He replied, I can walk without any problem, but if I want to fight, I'll need more time to fully recover.
Rui Shui, hearing this for the first time, was surprised. The recovery speed of evolved people is that fast? You had a broken bone.
Luo Lan explained patiently, the breathing technique we practiced earlier not only accelerated our evolution but also helped us regulate our body's condition. Besides, Gao Fei is a second level evolved, so he's naturally stronger.
Once we find Tian Shan, I'll have him teach you the breathing technique. Rui Shui, moved by how kind Luo Lan was to her, couldn't hold back her tears. Really? Luo Lan nodded firmly, of course. As long as you're honest with us, we'll be a team.
Rui Shui, crying, said, thank you, Luo Lan. You've been so good to me, damn it, I just can't hold it in. With that, Rui Shui turned away. I'm going to the lower reaches to take a bath, then I'll come back right away. Upon hearing this, Gao Fei felt a surge of wicked thoughts. Meanwhile, at a house in the middle of the zombie flower garden, the others were gathered, discussing the events that had just happened.
Ah, it hurts so much.
Xia Jingjing, it's all your fault, you kept opposing Luo Lan.
Damn it, why didn't you speak up then? What's the point of saying it now? Now we're all injured, and without food, what are we supposed to do? It hurts so much. Luo Lan really attacked ruthlessly.
From afar, suddenly, someone stepped closer to them. Hearing the sound, they all curiously looked over and recognized the familiar figure, Rui Shui. Jing Jing couldn't contain her anger. She grabbed Rui Shui by the collar and cursed, you traitor, how dare you show up?
If it weren't for you leaking information, we wouldn't have ended up like this.
Suddenly, fresh blood splattered everywhere, and Jing Jing's expression shifted from shock to lifelessness. She had been stabbed directly in the chest by Rui Shui. She could only utter a final word, you. Before Jing Jing could finish, Rui Shui gripped her face tightly and said, I've been waiting for this day for a long time.
Become my power.
Before Jing Jing could comprehend, she had already been drained of all her life force by Rui Shui. Now, Jing Jing was nothing but a lifeless, dried-up corpse. Rui Shui showed no remorse, tossing the body to the ground where it shattered. Rui Shui smiled maliciously, come on, become my power now. Everyone who witnessed what Rui Shui had done to Jing Jing was terrified. No. Rui Shui seemed to have completed her task, feeling triumphant. Finally, it's done.
With this power, I can stand alongside the evolved now, right?
And the breathing technique Luo Lan mentioned sounds pretty good. If I learn it, who knows, my strength might increase to an even higher level. Saying that, the birthmark on her hand gradually faded, but before that, it had to be well hidden. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, you still chose this path.
In front of Rui Shui, Gao Fei, and Luo Lan stood before her. Rui Shui, you've really disappointed me.
Rui Shui still tried to pretend to be unaware. Why are you two here? Luo Lan tried to remain calm as she confronted Rui Shui. Your security work is very well done. It wasn't until you exposed the birthmark on your body to us that I truly began to suspect you.
Rui Shui still didn't understand what was going on. The birthmark?
Luo Lan continued, I have a friend, she and you are both mutants, unable to eat regular food, only able to drink fresh blood and eat raw meat, and human blood is the best.
The most important thing is,
Luo Lan emphasized, eating the flesh of your own kind. These words struck Rui Shui's deepest fears. Her face turned pale. At first, I didn't know the characteristics of mutants, but after you revealed everything to me, Gao Fei told me about this. Tian Shan had mentioned it to him before, and we had already considered this possibility, that you might be using us to fulfill your plan of eating flesh.
Luo Lan's disappointment surfaced. I really can't believe my best friend would do something like this.
I don't want to believe that you, Rui Shui, are like this now.
You weren't like this before. How did you turn into the person you are now?
Rui Shui, upon hearing Luo Lan scold her, could only cry, stop talking, you don't understand anything.
Do you know what these past days have been like for me? You don't understand at all.
Since I escaped from school, because I was weak, everyone rejected and abandoned me, treating me like a burden. The only reason I've made it this far is because I've had to play the beggar, humiliating myself and begging others. I had to protect myself, I had to live with dignity because of all that. Tell me to do anything, I have no other choice, I have no options left.
Luo Lan could no longer bear to listen.
She slapped Rui Shui hard. You didn't have a choice before.
What about now?
Since you met me, you've had the choice to follow me, but you chose to deceive me.
Back by the river, when they dragged you away, didn't you know what they were planning to do? Yet you still lied to me.
You said you wanted to become stronger, and just a moment ago, I told you about the evolution technique you could have chosen, but you still did this. Luo Lan exploded with emotion, unable to hide her anger. I've given you so many chances, but every time you chose to deceive me. With that, Luo Lan grabbed Rui Shui's hand and pulled her along. Today, I will give you one last chance. Rui Shui struggled. Let go of me, let go now.
What do you want to do?
Rui Shui kept struggling. Let me go. What do you actually want to do?
Damn it, how is she so strong?
Luo Lan immediately threw Rui Shui aside, causing her to fall straight to the ground.
Luo Lan pointed at the zombie tree. Look carefully for me. I'll ask you one last question. Do you still remember our promise?
Luo Lan's question seemed to make Rui Shui laugh in disbelief. Promise? Heh ha, as expected, you're still the same person, still as adorable as ever.
Luo Lan, I can't believe you still think of me as a friend. Back in school, you were always the outstanding student, loved by everyone. Everyone surrounded you, do you know that? How much I admired you back then. Yes, I really admired you, so I had to become your friend.
Forever, forever, best friends forever. With that, Rui Shui pulled Luo Lan's wrist towards herself. Luo Lan, there's one more thing I lied to you about.
Actually, I've eaten human flesh before.
Not only that, the first person I ate was an evolved one. It was the gym teacher who saved me. At this point, both Rui Shui and Luo Lan were ready to fight, their arms covered with marks. However, Rui Shui continued, Luo Lan, absorbing evolved ones will help me evolve faster.
Come here, let's merge into one. We'll never separate again. Let's be good friends, good sisters for life.
The birthmark on Luo Lan's hand suddenly stopped and even started to fade away.
This made Rui Shui surprised. How is this possible? My absorption ability. Luo Lan tried to stay calm and explained, I am a second level evolved, with resistance to this virus. Unless I die now, there's no way you'll be able to absorb it. She was bewildered. How is that possible?
Luo Lan firmly said, you've wasted the last chance I gave you with that question.
You answered wrong. With that, Luo Lan delivered a jaw-breaking blow.
Rui Shui, unable to withstand the force, immediately coughed up blood. Looking back on the past, they had once been very close. Luo Lan, look, it's a sea of flowers, so beautiful.
Yeah, it really is beautiful. Right?
It would be great if I could go see the sea of flowers with Luo Lan once.
Sure, when we graduate, we can go together. Really?
Then they both made a vow, of course it's true. If you don't believe it, we can pinky swear, 100 years unchanged. But now, in reality, Luo Lan had delivered a blow that ended Rui Shui's life for betraying her trust.
The voices of memories flooded back. Then it's a promise. Yeah. We'll go to the sea to see the flowers. Thinking of this, Luo Lan started to cry. At that moment, she looked at the zombie sea of flowers and said to the deceased Rui Shui, you've kept your promise.